In this video, I'm going to be showing you how to design and model this mansion using Autodesk Revit. So yes, this video is not a clickbait, and this content actually covers a full comprehensive tutorial on this mansion design and modeling. Okay, so my name is Henry if you don't know me, and if you are new to this channel, and welcome to Architect Piper channel. So in this channel, we cover a lot of things, but mostly software tutorials for architects and designers or professionals alike in the AEC industry. So if you're any professional, even if you are not in the AEC industry and you want to learn this stuff, this is the video for you. So in this video, we're going to be going through the conceptualization to the detailed design of a mansion, of a 7-bedroom mansion. So in these tutorials, the things I'm going to promise you is you're going to learn conceptualization skills, you're going to learn the right approach to design, or an approach to design, to the design process. You're going to also be getting detailed Revit modeling. So in this channel, the kind of full courses we do, we don't skip steps. We show every single step of the way to give you a full contextual use of Autodesk Revit. So if you came to learn Revit, this is the video for you. If you came to learn and improve your design, this is also a good video for you. If you came for both, you are welcome here. In this video, I'm also going to be dropping the resource file. So this resource file is like some templates file, and they are just stuff that is going to kind of help your modeling process and learning process faster and better in this video. So make sure you check it out. Also support this channel by hitting the like button. Make sure you share this video with your friends if you find it helpful. Also hit the subscribe button for more content from us. And with that out of the way, we are going to start the tutorials right away. We are going to be designing, drafting, and modeling the proposed mansion in Revit. Also, we are going to be creating the context of the project. Okay, so if you are new to Revit, no need to run away. I'm going to try and cover every single step of the way. But if you are feeling not confident enough, you can also check some of my more beginner-friendly tutorial course. But trust me, this video, if you follow it step by step, I think you're going to grasp everything along the way, even though the project is a bit complex. So even if you're an intermediate user in Revit and you still want to improve your skill, and you want to learn how to use Revit in more creative ways, this video will also serve you. So without talking too much more, let's go straight into the main stuff. So we are going to go, if you open Revit, even if this is Revit 2026, but if you are using an older version, it's going to be something similar to this. So what we're going to do is we're first going to click on New. Under New, depending on where you are, for example, if you're in North America, you can use the Imperial system, or any country that works with Imperial system, you choose Imperial Multidiscipline and click OK. For me, I'm used to the metric system, so I'm going to click on metric. We are going to make sure this create new is selected as project, not project template. Then if you have any template you have done before, you can click on browse, but for now we can just leave that. I'm going to click OK. So later in this video, I'm going to show you, or soon enough, I'm going to show you how to transfer template from already existing projects in Revit to new projects. Okay, in my tutorial videos, I always drop a template file. So this template file contains a file that you can transfer the template from it, and it's going to make your work much faster. If you're wondering what a template is basically a preset or setup. For example, if you open Microsoft Word, you're going to see like resume template, letter template. All those things are just placed there to make things faster for you. So if you want to complete certain tasks, you will not need to start from afresh. So the same goes in Revit. So I have a project that actually has something set up in it. So once you start working on it and you have transferred the template, things are going to be much faster for you. So before we do anything, we're going to open the template file, and I'm going to show you how to transfer templates. So if you haven't done so, go to the link in the description. I saved the template file in my Google Drive. Just click on download. You should be able to get it. So I'm going to give you 3 seconds to do it. You can pause the video, but after 3 seconds, I'm going to start. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so let's continue. So what we're going to do is we're going to look for where our template file is. You can simply click on file and click on open, then click on project. Then our file explorer is going to open from Revit, or we can close this and simply open the file explorer here and just simply drag the template file. So this is the template file. It's called Revit Mini. So I'm just going to click on it and drag it into this. You can see there's a tab here, but I'm just going to drag it outside this tab here, and it's going to show modeling is being upgraded. The reason why it's showing this is the template file, I saved it in an older version of Revit 2024, but this is Revit 2026. So before it opens in 2026, it needs to upgrade it. So after the template file is open, I'm going to transfer the template. Then after I transfer the template, I'm now going to quickly brief you on the interface of Revit. So if you don't know the interface of Revit, no need to panic. just follow everything I'm going to do step by step. I'm not going to skip any part. I'm going to explain every single click as we do it. So now the template file is showing something like element half duplicate. Don't need to mind this. It's just normal stuff. You are going to click OK. Then just like a browser, you are going to, the file will open here. So if you click on this, if you left click on this other one, the new file will open, is going to open. So if you click on this other tab, so it's like in one Revit file application that is open, you can open multiple projects in one Revit, if you get what I mean. So now you can see the template file. This is the floor plan of the template file. But before I start talking about what views are, I'm just going to go over to manage first. Follow my mouse, manage, click on manage, left click on manage. Once you have left click on manage, you're now going to go over to this tab here called transfer project standard. If you hover around it, it's going to show what it does. Copy selected project settings from another project to the current one. So we're just going to click on it. So once we have opened these two files in the same Revit, you're going to see that it's going, if you click on this drop down, you're going to see the project one and the template file. Okay, since we are currently still in the template file, it's only showing project one. So meaning you cannot copy a template from the template file to itself. So let's cancel this first. Remember, follow what I'm doing. Then go back to this L1. This L1 is basically the file we just opened. So we're just going to click on manage. We're going to click on transfer project standard, and I'm just going to click on OK. Let me cancel it. So what I did was manage, transfer project, clicked on transfer project. Then you're now going to see copy from. Revit Mini is the name of the template file. If you have downloaded the template file, you're supposed to see it. So now we're in this other file. It's going to show Revit Mini as the only option for us to copy the template for, which I want. So we're going to click OK, and we're going to wait a bit, then click on override. So why it's showing this override is that there are still some similar things, some identical things in this new project that are in the template file. So override is basically to choose that of the template file over this current project. Okay. So now the template has been transferred. We are now going to explain the interface of Revit. So I'm sure by looking at this, we are seeing a lot of whole jargons around this. But just when this thing is done transferring, I'm going to explain the interface of Revit quickly. Okay, so now it's completed. It says warning, family M-head have been renamed to M-head. Yeah, whatever, we close this. It's not an issue. That stuff, it happens every time. Even in past videos, you're going to see this stuff. It's just some little override kind of notifications is given. Let's explain the Revit interface. So the Revit interface is basically broken down into three major parts, which is this top tab here. That is where all the tools are, this whole place here. Then the properties panel and the project browser. So normally this blocks plugin is not part of Revit. If you just install Revit, you're not going to see it. It's just a plugin I installed. So I can even click on this and close this for now. Then I can simply go over to this project browser, click on it and drag it and just place it here. So once I left click and hold and drag it, I'll just place it on that side. So depending on if you have worked on Revit before, some people used to place it, some people, depending, you can organize your layout. So if you want to drag it out, you just left click on this top panel here, drag it out. And if you want to place it here, you can still try and place it here. You can see it's highlighting, but I'm not yet. So I'm just going to go here and place it on this side. So remember, to do this, you just left click, hold. So then once you want to drop it, you hover around the place you want to drop it. And once you hover, it's going to highlight and you drop it. So we have our properties panel here and we have our project browser here, which is what I recommend. Okay, so let me explain what it is. So these top parts are basically the tools in Revit. So in these tools, you have architecture, where you have architectural tools. You have the structural, you have steel, precast, systems, insert to bring in files from different applications. You have annotate for annotative tools. We have analyze for advanced stuff. We have massing and sites to create topographies and to also create and place some site components. We have collaborate if you are working, because Revit enables people, more than one individual, to work on a single project. But that is another setup for another video. Okay, I won't go deep into it, but you understand that. So we have this view tab to access some certain views. We have this manage tab, like you saw, we used it earlier for the transfer project. There are also many other uses to it. We have these add-ons. This D5 tab, it doesn't come with Autodesk Revit. Once you install D5 to Revit Livesync, it's going to appear in your Revit interface. You have the modify. It's just a tool to modify what already exists in Revit. Okay, so you can also see stuff like your login information. We have the file tab. So this file tab, if you want to create new, save as, open old project, export, sometimes even print, you can use those tools. So this is the properties panel. What does the properties panel do? The properties panel simply gives you information about what you have in Revit. For example, if you left click on any element now, the properties panel is going to change. It's going to give you information about that element. So that is all for the properties panel. Then we're now going to go into the project browser. So this project browser, as the name implies, is to browse through your project. By browsing through, it means accessing different views of your project. For example, by default, if you open a new Revit file, it only comes with two plans, L1 and L2. I'm still going to get into levels. I'm going to show you how levels play into all these plans you are seeing here. So you can access different views, the elevations, the floor plans, the sections, and all those stuff in this through this project browser. You can also access your sheets. If you after you are finished designing and modeling your project, you can place them on sheet. We're still going to get into all of that, but don't worry, don't rush. We are here for Revit. So we're now going to go over to these small tools here. So these small tools are basically graphics tools. They kind of edit what you see while working in Revit. For example, if I click, once I start modeling, you're going to see how all these tools work into the project. I don't usually like teaching without showing practical use. I prefer, as we are going through the project, you're going to just be exploring all the tools as we need them. Okay, because I don't think memory sticks when it's just telling you theoretically what it does. Practically, I think it's better like that way. So now I think I've covered the basic interface of Revit. We're now going to go into levels. So what are levels? Levels are basically imaginary vertical reference point. So by imaginary, what do I mean? For instance, I'm sure if you are using Revit, you must have seen a building before. If you haven't, I think you should come to our planet. But I digress. So if you have seen a building, you're going to see you have the ground floor, the natural ground level, which is basically outside the environment around the building. Then you now have the ground floor level. The ground floor level is basically where you enter, like you climb some steps, enter a door, and you have entered the building. So that level inside the building is the ground floor level. Then you now have the first floor. The first floor is basically upstairs. Let me use simple terms, upstairs. So all those are vertical reference points. So in Revit, you need to, if you are modeling a building, you need to create those those vertical reference points from the natural ground floor to the ground floor level, to the lintel, to the first floor, to the roof ceiling level, and to the roof level. We are going to create all those levels practically now. So to do that, we are now going to go to an elevation view. So to access the elevation view, we are going to go to project browser, and we are going to click on elevations. Click on this plus icon, and all the elevations are going to line up. Then we are going to click on east elevation. So once we double click on any elevation, you are going to see these same plans we have here, L1 here and L2. So why these things are like this is levels are corresponded to plans. How do I explain this? Each level you create, let's define what a floor plan is. A floor plan is basically a horizontal section. So let's just take it that you have a loaf of bread. A loaf of bread is a building. Just imagine a loaf of bread as a building. If you take a slice and cut it from the longer side, you're going to see that you can see it from the top. If you look at the top, you're going to see the floor, and all this stuff. So that is just the way a floor plan works. So a floor plan is basically if you carry a knife and cut a building horizontally and you take the top part out, what you are seeing from the top. That is basically. So these levels are basically, just imagine these levels as those slices. Okay. So we have this L1, which we are going to change and give it a new name, calling it NGL. Okay. So this NGL is going to represent the natural ground level. So after we edit this NGL, we're now going to create some new levels. And so let's click on this L2 and delete it. I don't need this one. Then I'm going to double click on this level, and I'm just going to see what I'm going to do. Let me just show you again, so I don't want to miss any step. So I'm just going to hover around this level here. I'm going to click or hover around this name here. It's showing L1 here. I'm just going to double click here. Then I'm just going to call this 01 NGL. Please make sure you name it like this. I'm still going to tell you the reason why I'm adding these numbers to each of these names. Okay. So we are going to click out. So we have our NGL here. So normally, if you change this NGL, it's supposed to change in this floor plans. But if it doesn't change, we are just going to right click on rename on the floor plan, hover around this floor plan here, right click on rename. Then we're going to call this 01 NGL. All right, so now we have renamed this NGL. We're going to do something very important that you're supposed to do just a few minutes or even right after you open a new Revit project. We are going to save it. And to save in Revit project is very simple. Hit Ctrl S and it's going to open your File Explorer. So we are just going to navigate through our File Explorer. So once you have found a good location, I'm just going to give this a name. So what are we going to call this project? We're just going to call this Luxury Mansion. Then we are going to click on save. So as we keep working in this project, we are just going to be clicking Control S, Control S, Control S. So next, we are going to create all our levels in details. Okay. So since this is a mansion, we're also going to have a basement. So we're going to be designing with a basement. We're also going to create 3 extra levels above the natural ground level. So to create new levels, we're simply going to click on this architecture. Then once the architecture is open, we're now going to see levels here. So once we hover around this level, we're going to click on it. Okay. So once you click on it, the first thing to do is to go over to this properties panel and change the level head. So the level head is basically this thing we're seeing that indicates the level. So currently, if you create a new level, it's going to be set at no head. So we're going to click on this drop down and give it this 8mm head. So this is part of the quirks of the template file. It helps with this kind of stuff. Okay, so we're going to be creating the ground floor level, which we can also call the DPC. So since this is a mansion, the ground floor level will be a bit high. So I'm going to go with 750. So now you can see that there is this blue dimension hovering. Once if I move it up, the blue dimension will increase. So this is like a guide telling you where your level is at. So if you want precise accuracy, we are just going to hover around this edge, then simply type in the value. You see, I didn't click anything. I just clicked on the level head, click on the level, selected the level head and hovered around it. So I'm going to click 750 now. You're going to see the value will be imputed in that dimension and click enter. Then the thing is going to click and create a level. So we're going to hover around it till we reach where this level head is, around this place. We're just going to see a dotted line is going to highlight once they're on the same place, and just left click now. So once you have created this level, I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to double click here and I'm going to call this 02 GFL. GFL basically means ground floor level, so ground floor level. Okay, so now we're going to create another level. So this time we're going to be creating for the first floor. So depending on how many floors you have, is going to determine how many levels you are going to have. And me, I'm much more detailed once it comes to levels, and I think it's something you should adopt as you are following this video. So now we are going to hover around here. So now we want to create the first floor. When determining the height of the first floor, you are going to also consider the kind of project it is. For example, this is a mansion. So in the case of this project, I want to make the clear headroom 4.2. So 4.2, for us to make the clear headroom 4.2 in Revit, we also need to factor in the floor thickness. So in Revit, when you create a floor, you go to a level and you create a floor. The floor usually offsets downward, so it's going to eat off out of the height you give it. So you also need to add the thickness of the floor when putting a level height. So you're still going to see what I'm saying as we progress in this video. So instead of putting 4.2, I'm going to put 4.35. That is 4,350 millimeter. Click enter, and I'm going to just click and place this here. So this is 02 GFL. I'm now going to call this one 04 first floor level. FFL, that is first floor level. Okay, so yeah, you must be asking, why did I name this 04 instead of 03? I'm still going to create an intermediate level later, but for now, we're just going to be creating the main key levels. So I'm going to click on level again, and I'm just going to hover around this, the same 4350. So this is now going to be the second floor. So I'm going to click on escape, call this 06 SFL. So I hope you are following. So we're going to click on level again. And this time, since we are not adding any floor on top of this, we're not going to be just putting this as, since this is the highest level, we're going to be putting 4.2. Click enter. Then we're going to click escape, and I'm going to call this 08 ceiling level. Then I'm now going to click on level again. I'm going to create another level, 750 above this. And I'm going to call this, left click again, and I'm going to call this 09 roof level. Since we want a contemporary approach to this building, we're going to also be creating the parapet level. So I'm going to click on level. I'm going to hover around there. Set the height at 1.8 meter above this highest level now. Click on it. Click here. Click escape. Then I'm going to call this 10 parapet level. Okay, so now we have created these 10 levels. We are now going to create the levels beneath. Okay, so I'm going to create a level called pool level. Then I'm now going to create another level called basement level. Okay, so the first one I'm going to do is I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to level. Then I'm just going to place a level randomly. Don't mind this dimension. Just place one randomly here. You can see all the levels below this natural ground level are at minus, showing minus value, which is accurate and how it's supposed to be. So I'm just going to place 2 levels randomly here and place them. So what I'm now going to do is I'm now going to be using some of the annotative tool. So I'm going to go to annotate, and I'm now going to go to dimension. So I'm going to select this align. So once I select this align, you can see if you click on this drop down in this properties panel, you can select any dimension you want. I'm going to select dimension 1. So I'm now going to go over dimension from this ground floor level to this level here, to this L9. Then after dimensioning it, I'm going to also dimension from this ground floor to this L10 here. Then first thing, I'm going to click on this, double click on this name and rename this as -1, -01. Let's call this pool level. Okay, so now we have called this pool level. I'm going to click on this and I'm going to change this dimension here from 2000 to 1200. That is 1.2 meter. So if dimensions are clustering, if levels are clustering like this, what you can do is to simply click on the level, hover around this zigzag icon here, click on it, and it's going to displace. If you click on this point and hold it, you can move it up or move it down. Okay, so we're also going to click on this level here, and I'm going to change this dimension to 2.7. So this is now going to be our basement level from ground floor here. So I'm going to call this -02 basement. Okay. So now we have created the basement level, we have created all the basic levels and we have named them appropriately. So now we are going to create the lintel level. So let me just quickly brief you on what a lintel level is. So you know in buildings we all see every day, they have doors and windows. Oh, so what if I told you in those doors and windows you see, just directly above them are concrete elements. So what this concrete element does is that it prevents the weight of the building from crushing the windows and doors. Okay, so hopefully if I'm editing the video, I'm going to also put maybe a sample image of what I'm talking about. So now we are going to go to architecture. We are now going to click on levels, architecture, levels. So another thing you can do in levels, instead of stressing yourself and going to architecture level every time, you can simply click on a level. We are now going to click on this normal copy tool, CO. Click on it. Then once we click on it, we are going to click on any point in this our level, left click, then move up. So automatically, if you are moving up, you are going to see it's going to snap when it's perfectly vertical. So we are just going to move up and put the distance you want to copy it to, which I want it to be 2.4 meter above. Click escape. So you can see this is 2.4 meter above. So we're now going to double click on this name and we're going to call this 03. So you now see where the 3 comes. So this 02, 03, 04, 03, lintel 1. Click out. So you can see we have the lintel 1 now. So what we're now going to do is we're going to click on this, click on copy. Once we click on copy, we're going to now select this ground floor as a reference point. So this reference point is just follow as I do. So we're just going to click on anywhere from this reference point and replicate the instance in this first floor. So we're just going to click on this first floor. You're going to see it's going to copy with the same distance here to this place. So we are going to go to this second floor, copy it. So if this thing I just did is complex for you, you can just create the levels manually like we have been doing before and make sure the distance between each floor to this level is 2.4 meter. Okay, let me just show you with dimensions so it won't be confusing. 2.4, 2.4, second floor to lintel 3, 2.4. Then let's name this appropriately. This is 03 lintel 1. So this should be 04, 05 lintel 2. So we can double click and edit the name. Backspace 05 lintel 2. Then this should be 07 lintel 3. Then I think we are done with levels. So now we have created these levels now. We're going to hit Ctrl S to save the project. So another thing we are going to do is we're going to go to this project browser. We are only seeing one of the floor plans and that is a problem. So what we're going to do is we're simply going to click on views. We're going to hover around this plan views, click on this drop down, click on floor plans. So we're going to select this pool level, this first one here, hold shift and select this last one. Then just make sure we check this do not replicate existing views and click OK. Then you are going to see all the plans here. So we have from the basement to the NGL up to the parapet. So we're going to go back to NGL. So now before we start designing, I want to create a context. So this context is basically going to be an island. So we want to design a mansion that is located on an island. So what we're going to do is we're now going to go into the massing and site and we're going to be using this topo solid tool. So we're going to click on drop down and we're now going to say create from sketch. Or before I even do that, let's hold on for a bit. So I'm going to show you the sketches I made and basically what I want to do. So I'm going to click on this and open my file explorer, open the sketches. Look at this image now. So basically when I was envisioning this project, I kind of envisioned something like this, like an island with a mansion in the middle, then an access through a bridge to that island. This was the sketch, the elevation, the first iteration of the elevation sketch. I know it's rough. So this was when I was still pondering it. These are the floor plan sketches. So when I'm doing most of this project, I usually used to get my pen and paper and kind of create some sketches. So these sketches kind of guide exactly what I want to do. So it's a billionaire mansion with a lot of rooms, big spacious site, and Basically, let's just see how it goes. Think, yeah. So we're going to open Revit again, and we're going to start working proper on this project. So the first thing I usually do is to delete all these things I don't usually need. So I'm going to start from this reference planes and this section, highlight everything, click on delete and click OK. Then I can click on this. I can just leave this scope box. I think is still essential. I'm now going to go over to this extent here. I'm going to go over to this scope box here. I'm going to click on this drop down and change it to null. Then I'm going to click on this lines here, this set of lines, these view lines, and drag it and increase it, because this project, I want the context to be big enough. Okay, so now we have this. Now we're now going to select this scope, right click. Once I click, left click and select everything, left click, hold and drag, select everything. I'm going to right click, hide in view by category. Then after doing so, I'm now going to highlight this elevation point. So be careful when selecting this. Just highlight, make sure you highlight everything. Because if you just select one, you might select this logo, but you might not select the elevation viewpoint again. So the best thing to do is to highlight everything here. Click on move, select any point from it and just move it back and left click again. The same here, move, select everything the same here. Click on move, move this back. Select everything, move this back here. Then we're now going to go over, like I told you, as we work in Revit, you are going to see the use of these tools. So we're going to go over to this hide crop region. We're now going to hide the crop region. So you can see that. So we can still turn on the crop region. The reason why I feel this crop region is important is it's basically good for zoning our build. Even though you are not going to draft exactly at the center of here, it's always good to draft at least relatively close, at least somewhere around here using your Visual Pro. So this is going to serve like a guide. So let's basically create the context. So I'm going to go over to this massing site. I'm going to go to topo solid. Okay, this modify or create topo boundaries is going to come out. So we're not going to be using straight lines. We're just going to be using wavy lines we can play with. So I'm going to first start with start end arc radius. So I'm going to click. I'm going to start from this point close to this view line. I'm going to click on any point here. I'm just going to click on another point. Then I'm going to move up and down with the bend. So I'm just trying to create an irregular shape here. So when it's about, let's say 40 something, I just click. Okay, so then I'm going to continue this line here. I'm going to select here, click here. Then you're going to see once it bends a certain way, it's going to snap with this second line. So using that pattern, we're just going to be creating something irregular like an amoeba. Somehow I feel this is not big enough. So I'm going to click on escape and I'm going to delete everything here. So I'm going to start again, but this time I'm going to go outside this box. I'm going to be creating something really big. Oh wait, I'm going to close. Yeah. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to first click on this scale here under this properties panel and change it to scale 1:500. So the reason why I'm selecting 500 is so this elevation point will be big and I'm going to have a better idea of where the center of this project is. So I'm going to click on this again and shift it further back because I want to create a big island. So the island I'm creating is somewhere around, let's say, 1 kilometer wide. So I'm going to go to annotate, click on detail line, and I'm just going to click on a line. And yeah, this is about 1 kilometer wide. Okay, then I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to select this viewpoint, click on move, and move it backwards. So after doing this, we're now going to go to massing and site again. So I'm going to click on topo solid and I'm going to click on this starts. I'm just basically doing what we were doing before. So let's just click on this. Remember, irregular shape. Your own mustn't be the same with my own. So I'm just going to click here. I'm just going to be following the flow of this line too. You can see once it reaches, it snaps with this one. So it's creating kind of a perfect blend. Okay, so just even if at the last one you have to use a straight line, fine and good, is good enough. Then I'm going to click on finish. So we have our little island here. So I can click on this and move this a bit. Just simply move it upwards a bit. Okay, so we have our island here and we have created it completely. All right, so what we're going to be doing now is we're going to be drafting some lines and we're going to kind of highlight where or designate our site location. So we're going to give this project a site. So the first thing to do is to click on detail line. Then some line tools will appear. So you can use from any of these tools, but in this case, we're going to be using this pick line tool. This pick line tool basically picks edges. So you can see that anytime you highlight over an edge of this topo solid we created, it's going to highlight. So we can click on one first, then click on hover around another one, click on tab, then just left click. Then we're going to click on offset. So we're going to be setting this offset value at 50,000. Okay, so this 50,000 is basically like to create, since this an island, it's going to create like a beach. Okay, so we're just going to hover around one of these, click on it, then hover around this one inward, click on tab, just hover around this, click on tab, offset this here, click on tab, offset this one. So basically, let me do it again. I think it was a bit confused. So if we click on offset and we are clicking on each of these lines individually, we're just going to be offsetting inward. But what I just did previously was just to make things faster. So once I've already offset most of these other lines, I can just hover on this remaining, click on tab, and it's going to just offset everything once, even though at this point it's going to overlap. So since we have already started individually, we can just finish up this offset too. So this basically creates like a kind of barrier, so a kind of buffer, so between the ocean and the main usable land. So we're going to click on escape, then we're now going to designate our site. So the first thing to do is we're going to click on annotate, click on detail line, and we're just going to start by using a simple rectangle. So we're going to click on this rectangle and simply draw a box. It can be any dimension for now, don't worry. So we're now going to edit the size of this box by simply clicking on any of this line. So if you click on one line, we can now change the distance here to, let's make it 45,000. I think 45 meters should be enough for this kind of project. Okay, let me just make it, let me just make it 50,000. That is 50 meter by 50 meter. So we're not going to waste land, so it's going to be a bit challenging. So now what we're going to do now is pay attention to this. We're not going to hover, select, left click, hold, and select this whole line. Then we're going to click on this rotate tool. So once we click on this rotate tool, we can click on any point we want, or we can click on the middle. It doesn't matter now. So we're just going to click here. Then after we click once and we have created this point, we're now going to click away from it and move this by 45 degrees. Take note of this 45 degrees rotation because we are still going to use it later when we are determining our project knot and our true knot, and rotate it this way. So now this is our site. So we are going to select this site, simply click on move, and just maybe pick one of this edge here, maybe this edge here, and just move it. Once it attaches to somewhere close to this line, we move it here. So this is our site. I would like a site that has access to this beach front. Maybe this is the back of the house facing the beach. Then the front of the house will have a road inside this island, maybe connected to a bridge here or somewhat. So basically, this is just the whole idea of it. So of course, you'll be wondering, can we start designing within this space? No, not yet. We are still going to rotate everything together. But that is where I'm still going to come to project knot and true knot. Okay, so I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to click on detail line. Then I'm now going to start drafting the other features of this land. So I'm just going to be drafting a road. So the road is going to maybe start from here, go all the way to here, and maybe stop at this point. So I'm going to go to annotate for now, click on detail line, modify. Then the first thing I'm going to do is to click on offset. So I'm going to create like an allowance from this building land to the road. So I'm going to be creating an allowance of 3 meters, or let me make it 4.5 meters. So I'm just going to click on this. Then the road, I'm going to give the road a length of and a width of, let's say 10 meters. Let's say plus the walkway and everything, let's just make it 16 or 15 meters. 16 meters, I think 16 meters, that's 16,000. Then we're going to offset 16,000 here. So I'm going to click on escape, going to click on annotate, detail line. Then I'm just going to be using this, our curved lines. Okay, so the reason why I'm using this curved line is just so it's going to be. So we're going to just pick any point here. We're going to just arc it a bit. I think it's snapped at 42 degrees, which is fine. We're now going to arc it here. Okay, I don't think I'll click on escape. So we're going to click, maybe move it to around 70 degrees here, arc it here, then move this to around somewhere here. So at this point, just use your visual prowess for this thing. It doesn't have to be accurate to my own, just something similar like this. You can see this stuff is more of just explorative. Okay, so we're going to do something similar here, like this, and joins here. So after doing this, now we're now going to click on offset tool. We're going to be offsetting the same 60 meter on this other part of the road. So this is our access. So this is the access of the main site now. Okay, so now what we're going to do now is we're going to, since we cannot be drafting a building like this, we cannot be drawing walls in a slanted manner, it's just going to be problematic. We're going to rotate this whole thing. Okay, so once we rotate it, we're going to keep note of how many degrees we're rotating it to. Okay, you can remember at first that we rotated this to by 45 degrees. So by 45 degrees, if we select everything now, we select code control and select every single thing. So holding control is to select multiple objects. So if we click on rotate now, and we maybe pick this center point here, and maybe rotate it back by 45 degrees, we can impute 45 degrees. Or due to the line work, we can click on this unjoin element because of these little errors here, but it doesn't mean too much. We can still leave it. So now the thing is facing the south. The front of the house, which is hypothetically here, is now facing here, which I don't think is a good drafting position. So we need to still rotate it 180 degrees. So that means in total, we are going to be rotating this by 180 plus 45 degrees. That is 225 degrees. So keep note of that total addition because it's going to come in handy later. So I'm going to click on rotate again, click on maybe this middle point, then click on, once it snaps to this 90 degrees north, click on it, left click, then rotate it by 180 degrees. So now we can click on move, and we can just move this object. We can just move everything while all of them are still highlighted. Click, move, or we can simply use our directional keys on our keyboard. Okay, so now this is our site, and this is where we're going to be drafting from. So we're going to try and make sure that this particular site box is at the center of this place. So what we can just do is we can use Lineworks, or we can use our Visual Pro. Just for safety, I'm going to click on annotate, click on detail line, and I'm going to draw a line from this point here to this elevation point. I'm going to draw another line to this elevation point. Okay, then I'm just going to select everything, hold control, and select everything again, or just left click and select everything to this point. Hold control, make sure everything is selected. Then I'm going to hold shift to deselect these lines I don't want to select. Those are these lines, these reference lines representing it. Then I'm going to click on move. I'm going to look for the middle of this box here, select it, then just move it to this point. So I know that this is the main site wall. So we can even click on this view range and extend it. So now we have had a good idea of our site context, then we now have a good idea of the site. So this is the main site we'll be working with here, centralized in the middle of the project. All right, so after doing this, I think we have done a wonderful job. So now I'm now going to talk about project knot and true knot. So all we did now, why I rotated this to this front, is if we are drafting a floor plan, for instance, we want it to be facing the entrance of the building, to be facing like from the lower side of it. So this is just basically how we are supposed to place it on drawings. But what now happens to the actual knot? Because let's say the actual knot direction, hypothetically, is supposed to be this region here. So if you are looking at it in actuality, the actual knot is supposed to be about somewhere here. Because remember, we rotated this by 225 degrees. So what we're now going to do now is we're first going to click on this and change this to true knot. Then once we click on this orientation on these properties and change it to true knot, we're now going to go to manage. Then we're now going to go over to project location, click on this position here, click on rotate true knot. Then what we're going to do is we're just going to pick any point here, and we're going to click on this, and we're going to rotate this by 225 degrees. Remember the 225 degrees I told you to keep cognizance of, and click on enter. So this is our true knot. Okay, but looking at this now, I think, is this accurate to what we did? Okay, I will need to hit Ctrl Z. I think the 225 degrees will need to go, I think, clockwise, in the clockwise direction, because we rotated it from the anti-clockwise direction. So let's rotate it again. So I'm going to click on this position, rotate true knot. Then I'm just going to click on any point, click again, then rotate this by 225 degrees in the clockwise direction. So yes, if you notice, this was pretty much how it was before. So you can see the difference between normal rotation and changing the project to the true knot. So this true knot now, you can see the elevation point also moved. If we place, imagine putting a drawing and putting the knot arrow facing downward. It doesn't make sense. So this true knot actually gives you the opportunity to, if you duplicate a view, you can just simply go to this properties panel, change it to true knot. So it's now going to show where the actual knot is, which is supposed to be facing upwards in this true knot. I hope I got this point across. So this is the actual knot. So if we click on escape now and we go back to this properties panel and we look for this orientation, we change it back to project knot. We are going to see how the project knot is, and which I think is fine and good. And you can see the knot arrow here. So if you are doing placing floor plans, you can use the project knot. If you want to place the site plan or overall view, you use the true knot. So that's out of the way now. I think we can click and delete this knot arrow. We're still going to place the knot arrow. So now we can start doing some actual modeling. So what I want to do now is, for this road site, I want to kind of place some contour points among some line works, then do some contour and terrain kind of landscaping for this context before we start the main building. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to a detail line. I'm now going to be using this start and this curve line, these two here, to be creating some kind of line works. So this line work is going to help me map out the contours for the hills I'm going to create. So I'm just going to be drafting from here. Let's say bend it a bit here. So even though it's not accurate like this, if you can draft something like this, it's fine. Then we can simply click on offset and offset this by, let's use 20,000, or let's use 75,000. I think 20,000 is too small. Then we're just going to, or let's use 50,000. So offset here, offset here, offset here. So for these ones, we don't need to offset much. So I'm going to go to annotate detail line, and I'm just going to close this loop here. Select this, and close this. Okay, so remember, I use this fillet app tool just to close this up. So what I'm now going to do is I'm now going to click on this line here, or hover around one of this line, click on tab, select all of them, then delete it. So now if I select this edge, it's going to be the topo solid. So now we're going to click on this topo solid now. And what we're now going to do is we're now going to first click on edit sketch. Oh, sorry, escape. Click on it, click on edit sketch. Then I'm just going to create a map out and map out this base for our building, and click on finish. So after I do this, I'm now going to also click on this, go to this properties panel of this topo solid, click on the level and change it to basement level. So once you change it to basement level, we're not going to be able to see it on this view unless we do something. So we're now going to go to view range now. So I want to adjust some settings of the view range. We're going to click on edit type. Then we're now going to click on this primary range, change it from top to unlimited. Then, oh, sorry, leave it primarily in top, leave it at NGL. Let's just associated level NGL. Then the bottom, we're going to click, change the bottom to unlimited. Then we're going to click on apply. So we're also going to change this view depth to unlimited too. Then click on apply. Then the setting is going to work. So what this view depth means is that anything below NGL, the unlimited means anything below NGL, we can see it, okay? And we can click on it. So the first thing we're going to do now is we're going to now start creating our slopes. So I'm going to click on this topo solid now. Then I'm going to click on this add point. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to first start by adding some points at, for example, I'm going to start at this intersection here. I'm going to add a point here as well, here. So I'm going to try and make the point not too much, so it's not going to overcomplicate things, but I'm just going to make it just enough, okay? So I'm going to put one at each, mostly at the middle of each line and where the line meets the other one. So I can put one here, 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 and here as well. So after doing this, I'm also going to put some contours at these roads, this vehicular road here. Then we can just place 2 more here. Okay, so now we have done this. I'm going to click on escape once. So now we will now start editing its contours, and we're going to start from the tallest set. So we're going to click on this one and make this one, let's say the highest height on the estate will be 40 meter. So we're going to start with 40,000. Click on the second one. So we're not going to be using the two on this same line. We're not going to be using the exact same height, but we're going to be using something similar. Let's say if this one is 40,000, this one should be 39,500 or 39,000. So we're going to click on this line, this dot here, this point here, and make this, since this is 40,000, so we're going to start reducing it gradually. We're now going to go and make this one, let's say 30,000. Then click on escape. Then I'm just going to go to 3D view, and I think so far this is a decent starting point for an island. So now we are now going to start mapping out the roads even on this complex terrain. Then we are now going to also map out the beach side. So we're going to go back to this NGL. So what we're going to do is we're going to select this topo solid here. Then we're going to now click on subdivide. So once we click on subdivide, we're going to click on this pick line tool. We're going to hover around this edge, click on tab, or select one line, click on tab to try and select the rest of the edges, or we can just select each of these edge. Okay, so after selecting this edge, we're just going to click on line work again, hover around these lines that we used to offset, click on tab, select it, then click on this trim tool to just trim here. As you can see, I clicked on trim on extend to trim this line. Then we're now going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on duplicate. Then I'm just going to call this beach sand. Then I'm going to click on OK. I'm going to click on edit. I'm going to click on this finish grass layer. click on these three dots beside it. Then once I click on the three dots beside it, I'm going to just basically search for sand in this panel here. So once I see sand, I'm going to click on it. I'm going to click on OK. I'm going to click on this three dot again, click on graphics, make sure I check this use render appearance, or let me just uncheck this, click on this color. Or rather, what I'm going to do is, once I've selected this sand, I'm going to click on this icon here. So this icon is going to open a material library. I'm going to click on appearance. I'm now going to go over to site work. Then I'm just going to scroll down and look for this sand beach or sand smooth. Let me just use sand beach. And I'm going to click on graphics, use render appearance, click on apply, OK. Click on OK again, apply, OK, then click on finish. So of course, it's going to take some time because this is quite a complex process. So if you go to 3D view, you are going to see that this part of this terrain have segmented to the beach side. So even with all these slopes, you can see. So what we can now do is to now create the road path. So I'm going to go to NGL now. I'm now going to follow that road sketch we did. I think the line work is still there. So you can see the line work here. So we are going to click on this topo solid. We're now going to click on subdivide element. So once we click on it, we're going to click on this pick line tool, and we're just going to be picking the road path. Okay. So once we pick all these parts here, we're going to pick this loop. We're going to click on this trim element, and we're going to trim everything inside. Okay. So once we trim it, we can now click on edit type, duplicate, and we can call this 00 asphalt road. Then click on OK. Click on this edit type. Click on this sand material, this three dots beside it. Right click, duplicate, call this 00 asphalt. Then we're just going to click on this icon here. We're going to go to appearance. We're going to click on site work, and we're now going to change this. Click on this two-way icon here, or this two-direction icon, to change the material to this asphalt. Make sure it's use render appearance. Click apply, OK, OK, apply, and OK. Then hopefully this works well. We're going to click on finish. Then it's now going to create the road, morph to this site. So it's giving an issue that cut elements can't cut joined elements. So we're going to click on unjoin element first. So this is kind of an issue, and I think it's just a topo solid issue. So what we can do now, since the thing is just cutting through, so our best bet is clicking on this, and we're now going to click on subdivide offset, and we're going to offset it by, let's say, 25. So it means the road is going to rise above this element, and it's just going to rise above it by 75 millimeter. So what we can now do is, in the same way we have the roads like this, we can now click on this road and basically click on this topo solid and click on subdivide element. So what we're going to do now is we're going to create some sidewalks beside the road. So I'm going to just click on pick line tool, and I'm just going to be picking the part of the road. So I can go back to NGL here, and I can just pick here and just follow this line again. Okay, so we're just going to click on this trim tool. Okay, before we trim, we're going to click on offset, and we're going to be offsetting 1.5 meter from each side. I'm just going to hover around one line, offset, click on tab. Then we can click on this line, delete. So what we can now do now is to click on split here, hover around here, split here as well. Click on escape, click on this second line, delete it, delete this as well. Then click on this trim tool and simply trim this to form a walkway. So I'm going to change this subdivide offset to 10 instead of 25. So I'm going to click on edit, duplicate, and I'm just going to call the 00 pave area. So I'm going to click on OK. So after clicking on OK, I'm now going to click on edit, click on this asphalt, and check if I have any paved area material here. Since I don't have, I'm going to create one. I'm going to right click on this asphalt, duplicate, Then call this 00 paved. Click on this icon here, appearance. I'm going to go to site work. Then I'm just going to look for paver terracotta. Go to appearance, use render appearance. Okay, apply, okay, finish. So this is going to actually take some. It's going to unjoin it since it can't cut through it. So let's see how it goes. So if you go to 3D view, I think this is looking nice. So you can see the context of this, our work. We have the terrain, we have the mountainous terrain. We now have this, our site here. So we're now going to work from this site and create something spectacular. So now let's start the main project proper. So we're going to go back to this NGL. So the first thing I'm going to do is to move back this elevation point closer to the building. So first I'll need to click on this and click on HH, that is temporary height. So just click on any object, click on HH. It's a very quick hide tool. Can see these lines here. All these are lines now, so we don't need these lines anymore. We can delete them since they have already served the purpose. So remember, we didn't delete the topo solid, we just hid them temporarily. So we can select this, click on move, and move this closer to this point here. We can also do the same here, click on move this closer here. We can select this too, click on move this closer as well. We can select this, move this closer here. Just close enough. So after doing this, what we can now do is to click on this scale and change it back to scale 1:100, the scale we want to work with. Then click on this view range and just crop it back to the center point where our main site is supposed to be. Then I can go over here and click on do not crop region, or okay, let me click on it, or click on hide crop region. Then we have our building. I can just simply click on HR to simply unhide everything. I'm now going to click on this crop view. So it's going to crop out the part we don't need. Okay, so if you go to 3D view, everything we created is still there. So what we can now do is to save this. So we're now going to start the drafting of our project, and we're going to start with the site plan drafting. Okay, so we're going to know where the entrance is going to be. We're now going to also draft in the walkway where the pool area is going to be before we even start raising any walls. So I think this process, even though it's long and tedious, I think is essential before you start any detailed project, because the more background you build around the project, the better the project end result is going to be. So we are going to start with the main design. So we are going to go to the NGL. So usually, I know the basement is lower than the NGL, but the ground floor is usually kind of what determines the basement, because of it's where we are going to design the staircase and all. So before we do anything, I'm just going to select all this. I'm going to select this topo solid and click on right click, then hover around this hide in view. Then you're going to see by elements, then left click by elements. Then these lines here, I think we can, okay, actually we need the lines. So I'm just going to go to annotate detail line first, and I'm still just going to mark out this site, this our site. Then I can delete these lines here in front since I don't think I'll be needing them. I can hide this one, hide in view, right click, hide in view by elements. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go to this massing and site, and we're going to use this property line. So this property line, you can enter it by creating bearings or by sketching. In this case, since we're using an imaginary site, we're going to use by sketching. Click on it. So we're just going to click on this rectangle tool, and we're going to pick one point here and pick another point. So you remember how I just did it? Let me hit Ctrl Z. I clicked on the rectangle, left clicked on one point, left click on the other point. So that is just how to create a rectangle shape in Revit. Then we're going to click on finish. So what we can now do now is, if you zoom in well, you can see there are two lines intersecting each other, the normal drafting line we created and this property line. So we're going to click on tab, select this line here, or we can zoom out, simply hover around everything, click on filter, then uncheck this property line and leave only this line selected. We're going to click OK, and we're going to just delete this. So now we're going to start drafting the site, and we're going to be using some line works. Now we have our property line defined here. So I'm going to go to annotate, detail line. So the first thing we're going to do is to mark out our entrance, okay, or mark out our building setbacks. So what are setbacks? Setbacks are basically the distance from your property or your site edge to the building. So what you can do now is to click on this rectangle tool, then hover around this offset icon here, change the value from 0 to -6000. Normally, the standard for a setback is 3 meters, but for this mansion, I'm going to be making it 6 meter, like using the starting point at 6 meters. So I'm just going to click on this point. You are going to see it's going to offset the 6 meter from each place, and click on this point. So now we know we have already created our big setback. So this 6 meter. So another thing now is we are going to click on this. So since we have, this is the hypothetical building footprint, we know, so we are now going to start adjusting some things. So firstly, we are going to go to annotate, click on align. Then we're going to dimension here to this point here. You can dimension from this point to this point, dimension from here to here, and also dimension from here to here. So what we're going to do now is we can select, right click, select all instances in visible view, then change this dimension to, let's just edit, duplicate, and just call this dimension 3, and just make the size bigger. Let's make the text size, hover around it, and make the text size, let's say 6. So we can see the dimensions clearly now. So what we're going to do, I'm going to click on this line. Since this is the approach of this building, you are going to see this dimension here can now be edited. So I'm just going to click on it, and I'm going to change it from 6 meter to, let me start with 25 meter. I think that is a lot. Okay, I think 25 is too much. Let me just reduce it to 20 meters. Okay, so I think 20 meter is a fair starting point. So another thing is the side of this building, we want to have, I'm planning on having a swimming pool on one side of the building. So I'm going to reduce the width of this building. So I'm going to click on this and make sure this place has 15 meter from the fence. Okay, I think 15 might be too much. Let's just make it 12. I think 12 is fair. Yeah, I think 12 is a fair starting point. Okay, so now this is done. We are now going to start drafting some other points of the site. So we are going to determine the access. So the first thing you need to have in mind is we'll need to drag in the sketches I made. So I'm just going to open my file explorer, and I'm just going to look for those sketches. So what I'm going to do as part of the template file, I'm also going to highlight, I'm going to also attach the sketches to the template file. So if you have the template file now, you can, in the folder, you are going to see the sketches as well. So you can do the same thing. You are going to open the sketches folder, and I'm just going to drag this floor plan image here. So I'm just going to place it somewhere here. Okay, so I know this is a very ugly sketch, but I think if you zoom in well, you can see the whole concept behind it. So this is not even the main thing. I'm looking at this site plan here. So from this sketch, I plan to put a basement around there. So the entrance will be from here, and we'll enter to the basement somewhere here. So we're going to start refining that. I'm going to click on detail line. Then I'm going to draw a line from this point here. Or rather, make the entrance from here, draw a line from here up to 6 meter, then extend it up to this point first. So after doing this, I'm going to draw another line from here up to 6 meter again, and extend it from here up to, let's say just draw a line up to 6 meter here as well. Then I'm going to continue this up to this point till, let's say, another 6 meters and 5 meter here. So after I've done this now, I'm going to try to do something, bring out something like this, like what I sketched here. So I'm going to draw a line from here, and I'm just going to stop it at 9 meters. So I think from here to here is 5. So I'm going to now extend a line here up to, let's say, 6 meter. So if you notice one thing, I'm just using straight lines. I'm not yet covering anything. So I think is a safe way to start. So it will just, after we have defined at least the zoning, we can now start covering, making the necessary curves. So I know there's going to be a parking here. So I'm going to draw another line, 6 meter from here. Then I'm going to draw a line here. That is, I hovered around here till this dimension was 5 meter, and just drew a line from here, thereby creating parking space. So I think each parking space is 2.5 meters. So 2.5 times 4, that is 10 meters. Or let me just align it to this one and attach this here. So I'm going to extend this to this point here, and I'm now going to draw a line closing it. So we have a set of parking spaces, since this is a luxury residence. So now the main entrance, I think the main entrance will be somewhere in the middle. So we're just going to draw a line. So once you hover around the middle of any line, it's going to highlight with a triangle. So I'm just going to draw a line from here up to 3 meters. Then I'm just going to click on this and slant this line till it kind of highlights with this straight line here. So we literally have something like this. So I think from here we can now, when we are detailing the design more, we can now form the entrance. So keep in mind that this whole place is going to be a ramp. So I'm going to draw another line here and draw another line here. Then I'm going to pick from this point here, draw a line here, pick from this point and draw a diagonal line here. So what am I trying to say here? So I'm trying to say that this is going to be a ramp. So it's going to a basement. So it's going from this normal ground level to a basement level under the building. Okay, so I'm still going to take some length from the building in the ramp, but we are still working towards that. So I'm going to click on detail line and I'm going to draft another line here. So this line is basically going to form the security post. And maybe we can also add a space, like maybe an utility space here. So maybe I'm just going to click on offset and I'm going to offset, let's say 3 meters. Okay, so I can click on trim and trim this now. Then this dimension, I can just move it to somewhere it won't be distracting us. So you can see we already have a sketch, even though it's not looking exactly like what we did before. I think it's close enough. Okay, so now after doing this, we are now going to create another, click on annotate detail line, and we're going to draw another line here. So this is kind of to create a green area and also to prevent vehicles from going to this place. I think the only vehicular part of this site is just this front area where the vehicles can come in and park. But aside from that, this other place will be fully pedestrian. So I'm going to draw a line from here, 3 meters. So it's kind of going to create a green buffer to this point, or a walkway, depending on what we detail. And I'm going to extend it to this point. Then I'm also going to draw another line here. I'm going to go to detail line, but this time I'm now going to put offset minus 2.4. So what I want to do is I want to create basically a green buffer at the edge of the site, at the peripherals of the remaining part of the site. So I'm going to click on this point. So you're going to see, because this offset value is activated, you're going to see, even though I clicked on this point, it's going to draw a line 2.4 meters from it. Click on this point too. Click on this point too. And maybe stop here. So now I think we have the remaining area for our pool, which I'm guessing is kind of small if you look at it. So if you click on detail line, we are going to draw a line from here to here, 6.6 meters. It's quite small. So we are going to try and get some space from some other places. So I'm going to click on this and reduce this to 2.4 as well, instead of 3 meters. So now I'm going to click on detail line again, and we are now going to kind of segment where our pool is going to be. So I want it to be a big pool. So I'm going to start from this edge here and draw another line from here on top of this line up to 15 meters. Oh, it's 15 too small. Let me make it 3 sections, the children section, the an adult section. So let's look at 18 meters, an 18 meters long swimming pool. So I'm now going to just break it at this point. Then that means at this point, this green area has to stop here. So I'm going to create a line barricading this point. Then I'm now going to divide this line, because this place, there have to be a lobby here. So I can click on this line and delete. So this is like a full passage around the pool. Then this can now be maybe the pool lounge or something. Then I'm going to click on modify, split, click on this split line, here, click on trim and just trim this here. And click on this trim extend, select this flat horizontal line and just trim this here. So I think we have segmented our pool. So the thing is that pools usually have something like a shower room and a changing room. So I'm going to use those shower room and changing room to kind of create the buffer, to kind of create the visible barrier between this section of this building, this public section of this building with this private section, because I consider a swimming pool a private zone of a building. I don't think everybody entering someone's house should be able to see their swimming pool and their family swim. So I'm going to go to annotate detail line. Then I'm going to draw a line from here up to 2.4, then draw another line from here up to 3 meters. So this small box here is going to serve as the pool changing room, whatever. Then this whole place will now be some green area. So I can just click on this line, draft another line here to form a green area. So we're still going to go into the detailed design when we're designing the site plan. So I'm going to click on split, and I'm going to split here and trim here. So you can see that this is the green areas here. So we have a kind of part that is confusing here, which is this side. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to annotate detail line, I'm going to draw a line from here up to 3 meters, and I'm just going to use it to create a continuous walkway here. So I'm just going to click on trim, trim here, and trim here. Click on escape, select this line. All right, so the first thing we're going to do is to click on this image, then drag it closer here. So now we have already outlined the site. We have, at least we have a clear understanding. We're going to start drafting. And how are we going to start drafting? We're going to start drafting by using some lines. So if you look at this sketch I did, I'm going to basically explain my idea behind how I came up with the whole sketch. So it's nothing too complex. It's just a simple principle. So anytime I design plans, I basically work with a set of grid lines in most cases. So let's say, for instance, I'm going to click on annotate, click on detail line. So let me just basically show you in a nutshell what this design is. One line here, another line here, one line here, and another line here. That's all. So this thing I just did, this little grids I just put inside this box is basically this whole design. It's just that this design was just born from this. For example, if you look at this, you'll notice that all these spaces here are mostly spaces. The spaces that need cross ventilations are the ones I'm going to locate at these corners here. Then the spaces that don't need cross ventilation are the ones here, here, and here, and here. You get, so you can see spaces like staircase here. You can see dining here. You can see the foyer here, and maybe laundry and other circulatory spaces. Then this center space here, as you can see, is going to be the circulation area. So this is just basically a simple formula I use in designing, especially residential buildings. So depending on the scale, I can switch it a bit, but it's basically this thing. So with this in mind, we're going to click on escape and delete this. So we're just going to be first using walls, and we're going to be drafting out some walls that we're going to draft out this floor plan. So the first thing to do when drafting out wall is to go to architecture and click on walls. So once you click on wall in Revit, the first thing you have to do is to click on this drop down and look for a wall you want to use. So normally if you don't have a template file, you're going to have to create your own wall. But in template file we transferred earlier, you already have some walls in the project. So we're going to click it. Okay, so the first thing to consider when creating walls in Revit are the constraints. So the constraint basically determines how high the wall, where the wall starts from, and how high it goes. So by default, if you are working in the NGL, the constraint, base constraint, that is where the thing starts from, is going to be set at NGL, as you can see here. Then the top constraint, you will now have to set it. In this case, we are going to set it to first floor. So it's from NGL to first floor, and the dimension 5.1 meter is going to show here. So now we are going to start drafting the wall. So you can also edit your walls and add some layers to it depending on what you want. For instance, if you click on edit type and click on edit again, you can see that this wall only have one structure because it's just a simple wall. But if you want to make it, depending on which region of the world you're in, if you want to make it multi-layered or add different layers, you can simply click on insert. You can simply assign a material, let's just say asphalt. You can make the thickness, assign a thickness to, let's say 15, and maybe change this from structure to finish. So you can basically move it up or move it down depending on where you want the thing to be. Okay, so if you want to add more layers, you can simply click on insert, change this to finish. I'm just showing you an example. Change this to white, add another thickness. So let's say 15. Let's say we'll place it down so we have this structure in the middle. So this is just basically how to create wall layers depending on the wall. But for this project, I'm just going to be using the normal 2254. So I'm not going to save these changes I just made. So I'm going to close this. So now I'm going to just click on OK. So we're going to start drafting our wall. So the first thing we're going to do is to draft a peripheral wall. So before we do anything, we need to consider this location line. So if I want to draft wall now and I left click here, you're going to see the wall is going to be following the middle of this line, or the middle of the wall is going to be following this line. But if I click on escape and I change it from wall center line, click on this drop down and change it to finish face exterior. If I click on this point, you can see it's going to go inward, which we're just going to click, click, click. And that is the good thing about Revit, unlike AutoCAD, or let me not talk too much, but that is the good thing about Revit. Once you create wall, you can just go in chains. So if you go to click on this house icon here, you can go to your 3D view, so you can just see this is what we have created. Okay, so now that is done, we're going to go back to NGL and we're going to continue drafting. So I'm going to click on wall and we're going to try to be following this floor plan. So what we're going to do simply is we're not going to start going in details like this. We're just going to draft the outline. So the first thing is to change this from finish face exterior to wall center line. Then we're just going to draw one wall here randomly, another one here, just to mimic these three parts, these three horizontal parts. Then we're going to draw another wall here, draw another one here, draw another one here, then draw another one here. Okay, so these are basically the 4 major spaces. So we are going to start editing the dimension of each of these space from the horizontal side. Then after doing the horizontal side, we are now going to do the vertical side. So we are going to get reasonable dimensions. So what I'm going to do first is, since I'm starting from the horizontal, I'm going to look at what spaces are here. So we have a kitchen here, a bedroom here. So I don't think a kitchen needs to be that long. So if I click on this wall, I'm going to see the dimension here end to end. So I'm going to call this, since this is a kitchen, I'm going to give it 6.6. So 6,600. Okay, so that is good. So the next part is this corridor here, or this this dining space here. So for the dining, I'm going to click on this and I'm going to make the dining 5 meters. The dining and the stairway. So I think 5 meter may be a bit too much. So let me just make it 4.5 end to end. Even though I feel that is a bit small. So now we now have the living area here. So remember, we're only editing the horizontal walls. Okay, so this living area, I think it should be big. So I'm looking at 9 meter or 10 meters. Let me just make this 10 meters into N, 10,000. Okay, so now we have edited this. You can see we have already gotten some space here. Or instead of making it 10,000, let's just make it 9 meter. That is 9,000 into N. So now, as you can see, once now we have drafted these walls, now you are seeing we have already gotten some space here, so we can move all of this back. So it's going to create more allowance here for the cars to be able to move properly. So I'm just going to select this, hold control, select all this here, click on move, and just move this to this point. Okay, so now this is done. We have finished editing the horizontal walls. We're now going to do the vertical wall dimension. So I'm going to click on this one first. I'm going to see this dimension here. This is a kitchen. I'm just going to make this, since we made the other side 9 meters, I'm going to make this 10 meters. Okay, so this is quite a big space. Then the next, we have the foyer here. I think this foyer is to be big. I think I'm going to make it 6 meter. And opposite the foyer, we now have the elevator and the pantry. Okay, so we're going to still create an elevator shaft, but we're just going to move this wall here to align to this. So the next is these two convenience and this laundry. I think this space should be about, let's just make it 4.2 meters. Okay, then for this space, we have a stairway. We now have a lounge, a private lounge, and a bedroom here. So I don't think it should be too much. If I click on this, I think this can be 7.5. Okay, so meaning we still have some space here. So now we have reduced this to this side. You can see that we have already gotten some space from this side. So what we can do, instead of complicating things, we can just select all these lines here, select this, hold control to select all these lines, simply click on move and move this. You can see that the site plan is kind of adjusting as we are formulating the floor plans. So what we can now do is to select these lines too and kind of extend this security post. Click on move this to this point here. Yeah, so it kind of matches this, or we can click on move and move this to match this one here. So it's just going to be like this. So I think this makes sense so far. So now what we're now going to do now is we're now going to start doing some adjustments. So you can see that this stairway, the stairway width here, we cannot have a circulation space as big as this. So what we can now do is to click on split this wall here and split this wall here. Click on escape. Okay, let me click on split again. Split this wall here, split this wall here. Click on escape, select this wall, drag it off here. Click on split again, split here. Click on escape, select this wall, drag it off here. Then we're simply going to click on only this wall and change this from 4.5 to 2.4 meter. So 2.4 meter is going to be the width of this our lobby or circulation area here. So now this is done. We already have drafted the rough draft for this our floor plan. So now we're now going to start adding other walls. So we're going to start segmenting more spaces and creating more detailed space. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to create an entrance in this foyer. So the entrance is kind of inwards here. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go to architecture, click on wall. Then I'm going to draft the wall from here and place this here. Then I'm also going to, if you notice, there's also a terrace here that is going to serve both the kitchen and the laundry. I'm going to draft another wall here and draft this here. Okay, so now we're also going to add this wall here. So this is going to be like a convenience space. So we are going to also include a convenience here. So I'm just going to draft a wall here to create a kind of lobby, then create another trap lobby, draw another wall here, kind of to segment the main WC, then divide it by 2 walls, creating 2 convenience and a duct to service them. Okay, so just try and do something like this. If you are following, you are still going to see how we manage it as we morph, as we create the space variable. So now we are going to create our elevator shaft. So I'm going to be using a standard site for a small elevator. So it's going to be just, anyway, we are now going into dimension here. So I'm going to draft out the elevator shaft and a mechanical room as well just behind it to service it. So this space, we're still going to figure out what it's going to be used for. Next, we are now going to draw another wall here. So this wall is going to be like a wall segmenting a kind of buffer zone before the corridor from this stairway. So what we're now going to do is, in order not to get confused, we're going to start cutting some walls, removing or trimming some walls we don't want. So I'm going to click on split this wall here, click on trim, select these two walls and trim it. Click on this trim extend single element, select this horizontal wall and select this. So we have this here. So we can also click on trim, normal trim these two walls here. Okay, so you can see our floor plan is already somewhat coming out. We are now going to go to this space and we are going to, since this is a convenience, we are going to now draft out the toilet and the closet. Okay, so I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to click on wall, then I'm just going to select this wall here and just draft it up to, let's say, something like this, just something looking like this. So now let's start editing the dimension, okay, of this minor space you just created. Firstly, I'm going to click on this wall. This dimension here, it kind of feel is too big, so I'm just going to make this 1.8. So this is will I call this a kind of lobby for the toilet, the trap lobby for the toilet. I think it should be quite big. So since this is a luxury mansion, I'm going to make this 3 meters. So this, we now have the two convenience here. Okay, then I'm going to click on this and make this duct space from this wall to this wall here. I'm going to make it 600 millimeter. Okay, so now we have made this 600 like this. I'm also going to, for the sake of some future distance, I'm going to make a bulge out here, a breakout here on this facade. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to go to architecture, click on wall, and I'm going to draft a wall here coming out here. And I'm going to also do the same here. Then I'm going to click on split this wall here, split this wall here as well. Click on this trim extend single element and trim this here. Let me split it again. Okay, so I hope you could follow up to this point what we did. So we're still going to go back to adding some dimensions. So we're now going to go to this elevator shaft. So the size of the elevator shaft, I want to make it 2.1 meter by 2.1 meter. So it's going to make provisions for basically a good sized elevator. So I've not yet checked the specifics of an elevator I want to use, but I think 2.1 should be able to accommodate. So if this was an actual project, I would still suggest it's always good to do more research on the kind of elevator that is going to that will be suitable for this scale of project. But for this video, let's just make the elevator shaft 2.1 meter in width and the depth here 2.1 meter. Okay, then we can click on this service room or electric room. We can now change this to 1.8 meter. I think that is fine. Okay, so what we're now going to do is we're going to click on split and split this wall here. Split this wall here as well. Split this and split this. So what we're now going to do is, since this is an elevator shaft and this wall is going to be going, and this is supposed to be a concrete wall, we can select all these walls here. We can click on edit type, duplicate, and simply call them concrete walls or shaft walls, concrete shafts. Then we can click on OK, click on edit type, click on this material and just simply search for concrete. Now let's just use this concrete in place, cast in place. Click on OK, click on OK, click on OK. Then we can now set the top constraint. Instead of first floor, we can click on it and set it to roof level. So if you go to the 3D view, you are going to see these walls are going to go not just from ground, they are going to go from ground floor up to the roof level. So you can also see the other things we have created. So I'm just going to select this wall because I kind of feel the material is off. Click on edit again, click on this concrete, click on graphics. Instead of use render appearance, just click on this, click on appearance and just go to concrete section and select normal regular concrete. Apply. Okay. So we have our shaft here. Okay, so since I don't think this service wall should be concrete, so I can go back to NGL. I can simply click on split this wall here, split this wall, then click on escape, select these walls here, and simply change them back to our normal 2254. So that said, we can also edit the graphics of this concrete wall. So in order to see the graphics well first, we'll need to click on this icon, this detail level, and change it to fine. Then after changing it to fine, you're now going to see that the footprint of the concrete is going to be showing, indicating that this concrete. Okay, we're still going to work more on the graphics, but for now, let's just continue editing. So another thing is we're now going to click on this wall. Since for now, I'm just going to click on this wall and delete it, since the only two spaces are intended to create here were this. So we're now going to click on this and we're going to set the dimension for this. So this is a terrace now, a kitchen terrace. So I don't think a kitchen terrace has to be too big, because most times if this terrace is too big, they'll just turn it to a storage. So I think 1.8 meter is suitable. So I'm going to click on split this wall here, click trim, and trim this wall here, trim this wall to this wall. So I'm going to do the same here. I'm going to click on escape, select this line. Okay, I think, okay, I'm going to select this wall here, click on split this wall here, then trim this wall to this point, and trim this wall here to this point. Then I'm going to click on escape. I'm now going to select this wall here, and I'm going to, since this blue dimension is highlighting at this middle point, I don't want it to be there. So I'm just going to click on that blue dot and hold it and just drag it till I get the internal surface of this wall. So once I've gotten the internal surface, you can see the dimension. I'm now going to change it to 1.8 meters. Okay, so now these our walls are drafted out. I think we are at a good position. So another thing is, I almost forgot, a very important thing is this kitchen convenience and stuff. So we're just going to click on this and we're going to adjust this size. So since this is a bedroom, I think this 4.8 meter and 2.4475 WC makes sense for this, because I think from what I was taught, if it's always good to consider proportion. So for instance, if you are creating a big bedroom, it will be only natural to also create a big convenience for that bedroom. So that's exactly what we're going to do. So since the bedroom is 4.8, I think 2.4, at least the toilet should be 6 meters square. So we are still going to get into how to get the size, the areas of these spaces. But for now, let's just finish the drafting. So we're going to click on this and we're now going to change this. Let's say we change this dimension here to 1.5. So since this is a WC and this is a luxury one for that matter, we're going to kind of break the WC into a closet and the main toilet or the main washroom. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on wall. Then instead of using this 225 wall, I'm going to click on this and use this 150 wall, a smaller version of the 225 wall, to basically just a smaller wall for the toilet. So I'm just going to use it to segment. So these walls are in the template file, so it shouldn't be any problem for you. So what we're now going to do, let me just confirm this distance. You see, I even forgot to set the distance here. I think this should be 1.8 meter. Okay, so we're now going to go over here and we're going to click on this. This is 2.362, which I don't think is nice. So I'm going to click on this dimension and change it to 2.4. Then I think the closet is fine this way. So now what we're going to do is we're now going to be creating what they call the rooms. But before we do that, we'll now need to go to the ground floor. So if we just simply go to this project browser and click on the ground floor. So in this ground floor, you can see that we're still going to see the same walls, but those line works, we can't see them because we didn't do the line works are usually done per level. So for instance, for me to be able to see line works across each level, I'll need to use model lines instead of normal annotative tools. Okay, so that is just by the way. So we're going to be creating some rooms for this space. So normally, if you want to create rooms in Revit, the proper way is to go to architecture and select this room tool here. But the room tool works with enclosed walls. For instance, let me just click on room now. So once I click on room, I'm going to see these room tags and room tag. So we're going to click on drop down and we're going to set it at room tag with area. So it's going to give us not just the room, it's going to give us the area. Then we're going to set the constraints. Currently, the level is at GFL, that is the ground floor. We're going to set the upper level to be first floor. Then we're going to change this limit offset to 0. So it's from ground floor to first floor. So if you hover around in any space, you're going to see it's going to highlight blue. So once we just left click, we have created a room there. So you can see the room name is room name because that is like the default. We will now have to edit it and manually name all the rooms. So you can see this one, room name, this 66 meter square. This one, 49. It's giving us the automatic area. This one, 90. This one, 50. This one, 13. This one, 6. 6. This one, 68. This one, 29. This one, 34. This one, 30. 4. I don't think I'll need to name this, but let me just leave that room. 4 meter square. This one, 37. This one, 36. 6. 6. Okay, so basically, what we can do before we do anything further is to edit this room tag. So I don't like these graphics personally. I'll prefer that these room tags come with some these two room tags are set in a certain font style. So I'm going to click on this and simply click edit in place, edit family. Let me do it again. Let me just close this and do it again. So you see it. So I just clicked on this room tag and I hovered up here around this modify and just click edit family. So once I do it, the first thing I'm going to do is to click on views. Then I'm now going to click on visibility graphics. I'm going to click on annotate categories and make sure I check this show annotation in view. Okay, so the reason why I clicked it is so I'm going to be able to delete this annoying box here. So I'm going to click on this room number. I don't need it. Personally, that is just the way I work, and delete it. Click on hover around these lines here. Click on tab, select this line, delete it. Click on this volume, delete it. Then click on this room text and simply click on move and move it downwards a bit. Or if you don't want to move, you can just use your 4 keypad on your system to move it. Okay, then we're going to click on this area here and move it upwards. So we're going to edit the font style of this area. We're just going to click on edit type, duplicate, click OK. I don't need to give it a specific name. Then I'm going to change the text font to whatever I want. In my case, I use, let's say, Helvetica or Bebersonial. You can download font styles and install it. Change the text size to 1.4 so it will be smaller. Then change the color from black to red. Click on this one. Click on edit style, duplicate, click OK. Change the font style to Helvetica. Then we're going to change this size from 3 to 2.2 and make it bold and click OK. Then I'm just going to move this downwards and move this upwards. I think that makes sense. Okay, so now I'm just going to click on load into project. It's going to say, do you need to save changes? No. Then I'm just going to click override the existing version and its parameter values, and you're going to see the font style is going to change. So now we have rectified that. We're going to start naming these spaces. We're just going to double click on the name, just hover around the name, double click, and call this living room. Living room, or let's just call it main lounge. 90 meter square main lounge. So we can call this dining area. We can call this the kitchen. We can call this the foyer. So it basically means maintenance room. So another thing, if you don't want this text to be popping out of the spaces like this, you can click on this, simply click on edit. So what we can do is to click on this text, move it upward, then kind of compress it like this. So it's going to have a limited room of how wide it can go. So just put it in a way that if there is another text underneath it, it's not going to be looking out of proportion, or it's still going to place without interfering with this one. So we can also click on this text, click on edit type. Then we're just going to make sure change this background from transparent to opaque. Also do the same for this. Click on edit, change this from transparent to opaque. Okay, so we're going to load it into project no and override graphics in view. Okay, so this stuff still didn't work, so let me just click on edit, click on this, click on edit family, then click on this and change it to something like this, then load into project. Okay, let's see. Okay, so the thing has adjusted. So I think, okay, this one is a bit too much. So I'm going to click on it, click on edit type. Then I'm just going to click on this and widen it a bit. Then load into the project. Okay. I think this is fine. So I can just adjust this here. Okay. I think there's still an issue. Let me just click on it and click on this and drag this down a bit. Yeah. Widen it just a bit and load into project. Okay. I think this is fine for now. So we're just going to name this the laundry. Then we're going to call this the WIC. That is basically means working closet, and call this bit/WC. So we're just going to call this maybe guest bedroom. All right, so now we have this sorted out. We now need to name this terrace, put a room in this terrace. So I'm going to go to architecture now. Then I'm now going to click on room. So if you notice, I cannot create a room here. It's showing not enclosed because this place is not in any enclosed space. So what I'm going to do is to click on escape, then click on this room separator. So this room separator line acts like a separator as it said. So we're just going to click it and enclose this space where there are no walls. We're going to just use it to enclose it. So this place is not a room, it's just a duct, so don't mind it. So we're now going to go now, click on room, and we're going to just place this room here and place this one here. Then we're going to call this entrance and this terrace. Okay, so as you can see, we have this. So now we can now start considering stuff like the area of the spaces. For instance, my aim for this bedroom was, if I'm making a room this big, I think the bedroom should be at least a minimum of 7 meters square. So I can just try and tweak the dimensions a bit by, let's say, reducing this space here to 4,650. Okay, then clicking on this and increasing this to 2,550 instead of, let me click on cancel, sorry, 2,550. Okay, so this is 7 meters square. So what I can do now, since this is a closet, I'm now going to kind of create some openings in a way, because this closet is not like there will be a door here, so it's kind of needs an opening. So I'm just going to click on modify, click on split, and I'm going to split this wall here. Then I'm going to click on annotate, detail line, and I'm going to draw a line from here to 600 millimeter. Then draw a horizontal one here and draw another diagonal line joining to that initial point. So what this basically means, it means just a wardrobe. So I'm just going to click on this wall and drag it to this point. So once you drag it, you're going to see a clash like this, but don't click on delete room, just click on OK. We're still going to resolve it. So it's going to show, since this room is not more enclosed, it's going to show redundant room. So we're going to click this and drag it to this point. So what we're going to simply do is to just go to architecture, click on room separator, and just draw some 2 separator lines here. Okay, so we are still going to work on the graphics of these separator lines. In short, we are still going to hide all the separator lines, but for now we can just leave them be. So now we have drafted this ground floor plan. We are now going to draft the first floor plan. So what we are going to do, we are going to go back to that NGL. We have given the rough draft. I know I've not yet placed anything like floors, doors, windows. We are still going to get to those stuff, but the main thing what I want to do now is to just bring out the spaces and solve the main configuration, the design configuration. So I'm going to click on this. I'm going to hit copy to clipboard. Click on this copy to clipboard. Click on this paste. Align to selected. Sorry, click on paste. Let me just do it again. Select this. Click on this copy to clipboard. Click on this drop down under paste. Click on this align to selected views. Then select the next view as first floor. So if you go to first floor, we are supposed to see the image. So what we can do now is to just click on this topo solid we modeled before, right click and hide in view by element. So we have our image here. So on the first floor, this one is kind of more difficult for you guys to see. We basically have bedrooms on the first floor. What we can do first, since in the floor plan we're only seeing these walls, these duct walls and elevator shaft walls, what we can do now is we can now go and use the tool called underlay. So what underlay does is that if you're in the first floor, you can see what is on the ground floor beneath you. So it's going to guide your drafting, especially since we have not yet created grid lines. Okay, so which I think is important to create grid lines first before we move forward. So we are going to go back to the ground floor, then create some grid lines, then come back to the first floor and continue drafting from there. Before we create grid lines, I think it's fair for me to define what grid lines are. So grid lines are imaginary lines in construction. So these imaginary lines, they are introduced in the design, number one, to improve construction and structural articulation. For example, if you have, let's say, a column, maybe starting from the ground floor, it will be easy to denote that this column should be at this same position or at this certain point using grid lines, so they can be helpful very well. And that is why I said it's important for you to draft them before we go. We draft them before we go into the first floor. So we're going to go to architecture. Under architecture, if you go to this right side or left side, depending on your view, this you're going to see this grid line too. So we're going to click on it. So after we click on the grid line, we're going to make sure it's set at 8 mm bubble. Okay. Then since we have transferred the template, the graphics of the grid head is already set for you. So you are just going to you are going to be able to place the grid line anywhere. But another thing is, where do we now place these grid lines? So we're going to start by placing horizontal grid lines. Those are the ones along the horizontal walls. Then vertical grid lines. Then the next question is, how are we going to be placing these grid lines? So like I said, there are major structural indicators. So we are going to be placing them on major structural walls, including external walls and key walls, like let's say this corridor. I know. Okay, so we are going to start from placing from the top. So we are going to be, for the horizontal grid, we are going to start from top to bottom. And for the vertical grids, we are going to start from left to right. Okay, so let's start from the horizontal one. So we're going to start from this first external wall. And he's going to name it as grid 1, which is okay. Then we're going to go next to this wall here. That is this terrace wall. This is now going to be given grid name too. So don't mind the positions here, all this, the position of this grid head. We're still going to adjust all the stuff. So the next one is this major wall here, marking the staircase and this dining, and we're going to place it on this same grid. So this one too. Okay, so the next one is now going to be the one on this corridor here, this grid here. We're going to place this 4. So we're also going to click on this, and we're going to place this 5. We're going to go here. This is going to be grid 6. Then here, this is grid 7. So what we're now going to do is we're going to click on each of these grid that is out of place, go to this other head. We're going to see this circle here after this grid bubble. We're going to see this small circle here. Then we're going to click on it, left click and hold. Once it snaps with the any grid, we stop. So now all of these 3 are on the same level. So if I click on one of them, you're going to see all of them will go along with it. Stop at this point. Then if I click on it again, up to this point, it will just basically jam with this one. So another place, another thing I'm supposed to do is, since this is an elevator shaft, I'm supposed to have adjusted this, but it's fine. This can still stay off grid. So I can click on this grid and just drag all of them out. So just to create a good distance from the building. So now we are done with placing the horizontal grid. We're going to be placing the vertical one. So like I said, we're going to start from left to right. So we're going to click on grid. We're going to start from this point here. Click on this and draw a grid downwards. So we're going to call this, instead of number 8, we're going to call this, name it alphabetically. We're going to call this grid A. Then we're going to click on grids again. Grid B, these external walls here. Then we're going to go over to this point here. I think this is another major wall here. Then this point here, this is another major wall here. We're going to click on this point here, another major wall. On this point too, as well, another major wall. This point too. Okay, so I'm going to click on escape. Then I'm going to click on this grid here and just align it to these ones at the top here and push this one backward. So we have created the grid, and that is nice. So now these grids are created. You can see the horizontal grid, 1 to 7. You can see the alphabetical grid, A to G. Okay, so this is a small residential project, so we don't have a lot of grid. So another grid we are supposed to create is this one, marking the second point of this elevator shaft, which I can click on this grid. So the thing about grids is that once we have created one, we can just simply go to grid again and just create another grid here. So what we can do, if the grids are not really making sense alphabetically, we can just do some alphabetically and numerical stuff. So instead of going and renaming everything, since this one is H, D, H, E, we can just call this D2. So this is D, D2, E, F, G. Okay, instead of renaming everything. So it doesn't have to be perfectly named and stuff. So I don't think that is so important. So we're now going to go to first floor, and we're going to start drafting our first floor sketch. So in this first floor, basically, I was just aiming to achieve 3 bedrooms over 3 bedrooms here, 3 luxurious bedrooms, and maybe a family lounge. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to this properties panel. We're going to click on this drop down, and we're going to go to underlay. So this underlay basically allows you to see what is beneath the floor you're working with. So we're going to go there, click on this none, and change it to GFL. So we are going to see what is happening on the ground floor. So you can even see the room separator lines and basically the walls here. You can see them faintly, which is fine. So what we're going to be doing is we're now going to be designing some bedrooms here. So as usual, there are some spaces that are still going to be maintained here. Number one is this staircase space, this stairway here. I think the space is going to be maintained. Then this one here, even though on the ground floor this is a dining, but in this upper floor it's going to be a family lounge. Okay, then maybe at this center space we can maybe achieve something like a library of some sort. I think it would be nice for this residence. Then here can now maybe serve as a box room on this level. Yeah, a box room is kind of like a box storage. So let's start designing. Let's quit yapping too much. So I'm going to simply click on walls again, but this time I'm going to click on this drop down and select the normal 225 walls. So instead of, I'm going to set the top constraint, instead of lintel 2, I'm going to set it to second floor. So now on the second floor, we're going to just start following these walls. So, you know, the thing about grid lines is, and using this underlay, is that sometimes you don't need to change the position of the walls too much. We're just going to be following, since we're maintaining the stairway, we're going to do it. We're also going to maintain the family lounge here. Okay. Then we're also going to maintain over this living area. So this living area is going to be a double volume. So what a double volume basically means is that on this first floor, there's not going to be a floor here. So it's like from the ground floor of the living room, you can see like it's the ceiling is 2 floors above. So it kind of gives this sense, it kind of gives the sense of the fact that this is a big building, yes, and everything inside is kind of, it kind of just speaks the whole luxury language we have been trying to speak since. A very big living space and matches the proportion. Then with this place, we can now have another bedroom here as well. Okay, so we can still make a lot of adjustments. So depending on what, just basically depending on what we deem fit in the future, like as we're working, when we get to the facade, we're going to also adjust some things. But for now, we can just follow some of these spaces. So I could just close this wall here up, follow this wall here, just to create these major block spaces. Okay, so in the case of spaces like this that are basically open on the ground floor, so instead of just drawing a wall from first floor to second floor, for this kind of space here, if we want to enclose here, we're going to put the base offset as minus 450. So what this does is that, or minus 600. So what this does is that it gives provision for a beam that is going to carry it. For example, once we put this base offset as minus 600 for just this wall that is practically overhead a space, and we close it like this, if you click on escape, we are going to go to 3D. So if you click on 3D view and you rotate this to the rear view, you are going to see the wall we just created. So it's currently hanging over this open terrace here. So you can see that it's just this. Let me just close this here, or Ctrl Z. So you can see that there's kind of a drop down here, meaning if you go to first floor and maybe cut a section, let me just go to view, click on view, let's just cut a quick section, click on section, click on this point and click on this point. Then simply double click on the section head to see the section. If that doesn't work, you can just go to this project browser. You can click on this drop down and look for section. So you see sections here and double click on this section one. So this is basically what it means. So if there's a floor here, you're going to see that once we've created this kind of thing, we can now put a beam here. So beams are basically horizontal structural elements that channel load from a building. Like if you have a table now, you have 2 columns or 2 pillars of the table, or 4 pillars. Then those pillars have something connecting them together on the, just beneath the tabletop. Okay, so those things are basically what beams are. Okay, I think you should get it. So if you go to 3D view now, you can see what we did. So let's go back to the first floor. and continue drafting. So I'm going to click on architecture. I'm going to click on wall again. So I'm going to draft another wall from here. I'm going to remove this value since it's just normal walls we are doing now to 0. Then I'm just going to draw another wall to this point here. I'm also going to click on this point too and draw a wall here. So for this space now, so usually I planned 3 bedrooms on this floor, but I'm thinking, can a 4th enter? But let's just stick with 3 bedrooms. Then I'm going to draw a wall here. Click on this wall and delete it. So this is 1 bedroom. This is the 2nd bedroom. This is a 3rd luxury bedroom. This is a family lounge, and this is a void. So for this space is going to be a library. So I can just click on wall here and just draw a wall here up from this space. So I think currently we have segmented these major spaces, and I think it makes sense. So now what we're going to do now is I'm now going to remember I said something like here having a box room. So I'm kind of skeptical whether the box room needs to be big or it needs to be here instead of here. Okay, let's just start with this other space. So now after getting to this point, I think I'm now going to draft out the convenience for each of these major bedrooms that are this big. So I'm going to click on wall, and I'm just going to draw a wall from this point randomly first up to this point here. Then I'm going to do the same here. So I can just simply draw a wall from here up to this point. So this is basically the convenience of this bedroom. This one, the convenience of this bedroom. So yes, these bedrooms are very big. It just kind of speaks to the kind of luxury I'm intending. So this, for this one, we're going to maybe draft from here up to this point here. Okay, so what I'm just going to do is I'm going to create another wall here. So I'm kind of going to break off a part of this space. So this space is going to serve as a box room here. So I think a box room of this size is more convenient for this space. So it's going to serve as a small mini storage space for this whole floor. So we are still going to get into doors and windows, and those doors and openings are actually going to define the spaces more. But for now, I think this is good. So I'm going to click on escape, and I'm now going to start using 150 walls to kind of segment the closet from the main toilet itself. So I'm going to click on wall, click on this drop down and change this to 150. Then I'm going to draw a wall here. I'm also going to draw another wall here. And I'm going to draw one wall here. Okay, so now I think we have this. So now we're just going to click on this dimension that is not on grid and kind of give this the width of this toilet a value. So I'm just going to make this 2.4. Okay, I think 2.4 is too small. I'm making it 2.7. So after doing this, I'm going to click on this one and I'm going to make this let me just make it 3 meter. Okay, or is 3 meter too small? Yeah, I think 3 meters should be appropriate for a WC. So this whole space can now be the closet. So for this one, I can click on this and make this 2.7. Then I can click on this one and just simply make it 2.7. So what we're going to do now is we're going to click on split, modify, split, and we're going to split this wall here. We're also going to split this here and split this here. So I'm going to click on escape, click on this wall and drag this to this point. The same thing for this one. The same thing here. So what we're now going to do is we're going to go to annotate detail line, and we're going to start kind of drafting the wardrobe, where the wardrobes will be. So now I think we have done with the main draft. We can click on escape first before we do this thing, and we can turn off this underlay. Okay, so now this underlay is turned off. We can simply go to annotate detail line, and we can just draw some lines to this point, then draw another line up to 4.8 meter, then draw by 600, or draw another line too up to this point here, or up to the end. Then click on offset, change the value to 600, make sure this copy is checked, and just offset these lines here. So this is basically defining the closet. So closet are usually meant to be big, so this is a very luxurious residence, so the closet, they should be able to have a lot of accessories. So the big closets are to just store and manage those accessories. So we're going to click on escape and just drag this line to this point here. So we have our closet here. Okay, so now this is done. I can click on detail line and do something similar for this space here. This time I'm going to drag this line up to, let's just say, or I can just click on this point here and drag it up to 1.5, then draft another line here, here, and here. Then simply click on offset 600 millimeter, offset here, here, here. Go to annotate detail line, then draw a line here, draw another line here, diagonal line, just to indicate this. So I know these are not families, but we can just do this for now, just to have a very good estimate of this space. So I can click on this and drag this to this point here, then delete this line we created. So we have defined the wardrobe space or the closet space for this. Now for this one, so I was thinking first of putting the closet access here, but I think it's not the best. So I'm going to close this here. Then I'm going to click on this point and just drag it down. So I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line. Then I'm going to start from this point here up to this point. Then draft 1.5 meter. Okay, I think it was already there. Then click on this wall and just drag it till it aligns here. So I'm now going to click on detail line and I'm now going to draw from this point here to this point to this point here up to this point. Then I'm going to click on offset. So I'm kind of feeling that this closet is actually small. So since this closet, I think we can be able to adjust it and make it bigger. So I can click on this and move this particular one off this grid by, let's say, 1.5. Okay, so let me go back to ground floor. I think something misaligned. Okay, you can see that because of these walls are kind of connected, the thing kind of pushed everything. So I'm going to hit Ctrl Z. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go back to first floor. So instead of just moving a wall on a grid like this that is connected with lower walls on the ground floor, we're going to click on copy and just copy this by 1.2. Then I can click on this wall here and delete it. So what we can now do is to just select these lines here, hold Control, select the lines, and just click on move. Okay, the grid line selected, sorry. Ctrl Z, select just the lines, not the grid. Click on move and move this. Then we can just click on this wall here and extend it. So now we're just going to click on offset. Yeah, so I'm going to click on offset 600. Yeah, 2, 3. Then I'm going to click on annotate detail line. I'm just going to close this one here, this here. Okay, so we're going to click on this line and delete it. So we have a closet space for each of these bedrooms. Yes, I know these are kind of, you could even say ridiculously big bedrooms, but it's fine. That is just what luxury is. So here we have the family lounge here. We have the library here, or even though I didn't plan it on the brief, you can still serve maybe as a game room or something. Just basically a room for, depending on the kind of client and what his values are, maybe just a room to just service the residents of this floor. So we're just going to use room separator lines to kind of block off this closet, so it's going to be able to detect as a room. So we're going to go to architecture, click on room separator, then just use the room separator lines. So after doing such, we're now going to go to architecture and we're now going to click on rooms and place on rooms. So this time we're going to be setting it from first floor to upper limit, second floor, that is SFL. Then we're going to remove this limit offset to 0. So we're going to start placing. So this one we're going to place, it is going to be a void, but we're going to call it void. Place this one. So all these spaces are just big. So this is the closet, the convenience, closet, box room, lobby, the electrical room or electrical service room, So we're just going to make a little adjustment here. So I'm just going to select these ones, hold Control, select all the lines, all the line work here, and simply click on move and move it by 300. So I can click on this line and drag it to this back. Then click on this and adjust it. So I can click on this wall, click on this line, and simply move it by 600. So I think we can now drag this here, click on this, just adjust this. So if things like this is difficult, you can just click, once you click on this, adjust on this point. Once it's difficult in snapping, you can just click, hold it, click on tab, then it's going to snap. The same for this. Click on this, hold, click on this point, hold it, and drag it this point. So basically, we have already, we have at least a good idea of all the areas. So you can see all the closets. I think they are kind of relative now. And the room spaces, even though this is the smallest room, most of the rooms are still a bit kind of relative. So I think this is the biggest room. So we're just going to rename this, start from this, and name it void over lounge, over main lounge. Then, and we're still going to graphically click on annotate detail line, and we're going to draw some lines crossing the space just to indicate that it's a void. So now we're going to call it family lounge. Then we're going to just call this maybe a game room. We're going to call this bedroom 2, since we already have one bedroom on the ground floor. We're now going to call this WIC, that is closet. Then this one bit/WC. Then I'm going to hit Ctrl A, since we're going to be repeating this text around, and hit Ctrl C to copy it. Then I'm just going to go to all the bedroom and WC and just click on it and hit Ctrl V to name it. So this, I'm going to do the same thing for this closet, Ctrl C. I'm going to go here, Ctrl V, double click, Ctrl V. So this, I'm going to call this what's meant to be, what I intended it, a box room. Then this is going to be a lobby. This is going to be a stairway. This is going to be bedroom 3. This bedroom 4. Okay, so now I think we have done justice to drafting out the first floor. So of course, we have not yet gone into many details like placing doors, windows, and all those stuff, and even balconies, which we are still going to do. But for now, getting the rough draft out is the most important thing. So now this is done. The next thing we're going to do is the same way we did before. We're going to select this image, click on copy to clipboard, click on paste, align to selected views, then select the second floor. Okay, so now we've selected the second floor. Even though we have copied it to the second floor, we're now going to go to the second floor. So we're going to, of course, hide this topo solid, hide in view element, that is the site context. Then we're going to draft from this. Okay, so we're going to click on this image and drag it up. So I think this is the second floor plan. So in this second floor plan, this is very sketchy, and obviously I accept, I acknowledge that I did a very shabby work in this sketch. But the whole point is there are basically 2 bedrooms on this highest floor. So those 2 bedrooms include a master bedroom, which has a lounge and is going to be very exquisite, and a very big terrace. So basically I can now add maybe a space like probably a mini cinema on this floor here, which shouldn't be a problem, but I'm still skeptical about it. But let's just see how it goes. So the first thing we're doing, let's just delete this section. Remember, this section was just a sample, just to see something. We're going to delete it. So we're going to go over to this underlay, click on this drop down and change the underlay to first floor. So from this second floor, we're going to see what we did on the first floor. So we're going to go to architecture. We're going to click on walls. So the first thing we're going to do is to select this 2254. Then we're going to use the wall to map out our stairway, and basically, so we're going to start from here. and map out this our stairway. It's very funny, I've concluded on what this stairway is going to be, yet I've not even designed the staircase. But I think it should be big enough. This 4.5 meter by 6 meters. That is a very big stairway. I think we can definitely design a stair. So the first thing is that we're not going to draft like a generic wall per se here, because this place is going to be an open terrace. So I'm going to draft a wall up to this point here and up to this point. Okay. So now we have drafted this. I'm going to click on escape. So I'm now going to draft another wall from this point up to this point here. So I'm going to draft another wall from this point up to this one here. And for now, I'm just going to leave this point open. Okay. So later, when I look at the things I sketched for the elevation, I can just draw a wall like this, just following this like this. So it doesn't mean this is going to be like this, but let's just start from this point first. So I don't think this wall needs to be closed, since this is going to be like a launch. Okay, so since this is going to be, I think this is going to be a launch. Let me see what we sketch. Okay, yeah, I think this is a launch, so I can close this wall here. So now we're now going to draw another wall here and draw the wall up to this point here, just like we did here. So what we're going to do now is, since I'm saying, from what I'm saying here, there is a lot of space on this first floor. So instead of getting just 2 bedrooms, let's just get 3 bedrooms. That is including a master bedroom. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to simply replicate these 2 rooms at the rear on this floor too. So I'm just going to click on this wall and just follow it. So if you're wondering what is this space going to be, this space, I'm going to break it from this point here. And this is going to be the convenience for this master bedroom. So I'm going to click on split this wall here. Click on this trim extend single element, select this wall here and just trim this. Then click on this normal trim tool and trim this here. Okay, so this is going to serve as the closet and also the WC for this master bedroom. Okay, I think the master bedroom, actually, I think I should close this, drag this and close this here. Then I can click on this one and delete. So since the master bedroom will be accessed from this launch, so I think this space can be fully a convenient. So in some people design, you can also design a madam's bedroom. But personally, due to my own personal values, I don't see a necessity for that. So we're going to go to architecture, click on wall. Then we're also going to now continue drafting. Okay, so I made one very big mistake. When creating all these walls in this first floor, I didn't set their constraints right. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to highlight everything on this floor. Click on filter, click on uncheck this grid here, click OK. Then make sure the top constraints of these walls are set at roof level. So I think that fixes it. Yeah. So I'm going to click on wall, but this time I'm going to make sure I set the top constraint at roof level. So I'm just going to continue drafting as I was doing. Box room. Okay, so now we're going to, okay, let me just do this one as well. Okay, we're not doing any bedroom on that floor. So now we're going to now start using the 150 walls to kind of segment the convenience. So I'm just going to click on this drop down and select the 150 wall. That is 6 inches thick wall. Do this as well. Then let's just break one part here. All right, so I think that is good. So I'm going to click on escape. You can see that most of our walls are matching the grids, unless like a few that we just broke out of the grid lines, which is still fine for this design. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go and start adjusting the some space size. So since this is a master bedrooms convenience, you can't get too big with the closet. So the closet being 6 meter by 4.5 is fine. So we're just going to make this toilet 3.6. 3.6 meter, and the closet 7 meter by. So whatever, we're still going to see the actual size once we come to creating areas and creating the room. So we're just going to do some modifications. We're going to go to annotate first, click on detail line, draw a line from here up to 1.5. Sorry, I did 1.6. Draw a line up to 1.5. Then draw another line to this point. Draw another line to this point. Draw another line to this point. Then basically offset it by 600. Then click on annotate, detail line, draw another line. So one thing about big closet like this, we can also make like a closet island. So this closet island can serve as a table in the middle where they keep jewelries, valuable, just valuable. So I'm just going to click on another offset of these lines to represent it and offset it by 1.2 meter. That is 1,200. Offset here 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Then simply click on trim and just trim these lines here. Then go to detail line. Then draw a line here. Then trim this. So you can see the kind of space we are creating. So we're now going to go to annotate detail line, and I'm going to use this detail line to kind of indicate that these are wardrobes. So I'm going to click on modify. I'm going to click on split. Then I'm going to split this wall here. Click on escape. Click on this wall and drag this here. Then click on this and drag this to this point here. So I can click on this line here and click on delete. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go to the first floor, and we're going to copy some things that I feel we don't need to start doing a lot of drafting for, since we've already basically done the same things on the first floor. So we're going to go back to first floor. We're now going to select these lines here. Hold Control, even these room separator lines. Hold Control, select these ones too. Then what we're now going to do is we're going to also hold Control, select this room separator. We're going to click on copy to clipboard. Click on paste, align to selected views, then select second floor. So we're now going to go to second floor, and we're just going to see basically almost the same thing. Even though some things like this line here, cutting this place, didn't copy, it's fine. So I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to click on detail line, and I'm going to use a line here to just complete this. Okay, so we can now go to architecture, click on room separator, and separate this here, and separate this here. Okay, so now this is done. What we're now going to do is we're now going to now use the room tool to kind of name this room. So we're just going to call this, click on rooms, and basically place these rooms here. Okay, so another thing before, sorry, I'm rushing, so it's my bad. So we need to set constraint of all these rooms. So I'm going to set it, instead of upper limit second floor, I'm going to set the upper limit to ceiling level, then change this limit offset to 0. So I'm now going to use it to place these rooms here. So this is 68 meters square. This is the closet. This is the master bedroom. This is the master lounge. For this one, it's going to be an open terrace, but for now, the reason why I'm not creating any walls here is because of it's going to be part of the facade design. So I'm going to create this as a room here. Create this here. Okay, so let's just name it. So I'm going to just name this master bedroom. I'm going to name this master lounge. I'm going to name this closet. I'm going to name this bit/WC. So I'm going to hit Ctrl C, copy this text to this point here. Then I'm going to also copy this closet text, Ctrl C. So I'm going to call this a box room. Then this is going to be a stairway and a lobby. All right, so okay, let's call this, since we have, if we go to ground floor, we have, okay, sorry, first floor, we have bedroom 3, 2, 3, 4. So if we go to second floor, this one is going to be bedroom 5 and bedroom 6. All right, so if you count the total number of bedrooms in this building, I think it's a 7-bedroom, which 7 really big bedrooms. So this is really massive. So another thing I'm supposed to check is the total length of this building. So I'm going to go to annotate, click on align, and just check the total width of this building. which is 30.72 meter. So standard demands that after 30 meter, I create an expansion joint, but since it's just slightly above 30 meters, I'm just guessing it could fly, but I might still decide to just add an expansion joint, maybe somewhere here. So if I want to do that, what I'm just simply going to do, an expansion joint is basically a construction feature of a building that gives provisions for expansions and contractions due to maybe change in temperature. So it's usually a standard when you are dealing with a big building. But for this one that just barely went over 30 meters, I'm still contemplative, but just for the sake of tutorials, I'm just going to do it. So I'm going to go to ground floor and we're going to kind of create an expansion joint here. So what we can do simply, since we didn't add it from the initial onset of the design, we can just add it to a convenient place along the middle of the building. So we're just going, not necessarily perfectly the middle of the building, but just somewhere visually close to the center. So I'm going to be using this grid G, this grid D. So we're just going to select all the walls here, including this one. And we're going to click on copy. So the whole standard of expansion joint is there should be 25 millimeter in between them. So for that, I'm going to need to copy this wall from this point by 250. Okay. So we're now also going to click on these walls here and adjust it to this point. Click on this one, adjust it. So we can still adjust the size of this wall here. Let's just first change this to 150 wall. Then I'm going to just click on escape, select this wall here, drag this dimension point and just bring it here. So I'm going to make this 1.8 or 1.9. I think 1.9 is balanced. Okay, so since this is an expansion joint, we are going to need to create a new grid here. So what we can do now is to just basically move this grid. So I'm going to click on this one, click on move, and move this to this point, naming this, making this grid A. Then I'm going to click on this grid A, click on move, and just simply move it to this point. Then we're going to click on this grid F, click on move, and move it to where this grid E was before. Or we can just click on this and click on this grid here and delete this. So we're just going to name the grids properly. So I'm going to click on this one, click on move, and move it from this point here to this point. Then click on this one, click on move, move it from this point to this point. Then I'm going to click on architecture, click on grids, new grids. Then I'm going to create another grid here. Then because we kind of changed the nomenclature, it's going to follow it. So we're just going to return it back to the normal alphabetical. So E, F, G, H. Then we're going to click escape, click on architecture, click on grids, name this H since I goes after H. Then I can click on this grid, drag it to this point, click on this one and just drag it to the rest here. So I think we have kind of resolved the whole grid issue and we've added an expansion joint. So of course, what I just did now, if two grids are graphically clashing, we can click on one, click on this zigzag icon, just like levels, and just displace it. So let's go to first floor and make sure our adjustment goes through all the floors. So what we're going to do now is I'm just going to click on this wall, select this wall as well, hold Control, click on copy, and copy it from this grid point to this grid point. Then what I can do now is to click on these lines we did, hold Control, click on all of them, click on move this from this point to this point here. Then simply click on this line and adjust it manually. So we can, if the line is not snapping, we can click on tab to make it adjust. So you can click on these walls here and just drag this manually here. So let's go to the second floor and make sure these changes are there. So second floor, the same thing. We don't need to double the expansion joint wall here since here is a terrace. It's not necessary. So the expansion joint doesn't necessarily mean the wall must be there. It just means the structural element must be designed with the expansion. So we're just going to hold Control, select these lines here. Or let me just copy the walls first. Select this wall, click on copy, copy it to this point here. Select this and drag this here. Then hold Control, select this line work, move. Then click on this line here, drag it to this point. Click on this, click on tab, click on this wall here. So basically, I think we have drafted the ground, first and second floor. So now the next floor we're going to be drafting is the basement. So before we do anything, we're going to just click on this image, click on copy to clipboard, click on paste, align to selected views, and place this at the basement level. So we're just going to click on this minus floor plan basement level minus 20, then click OK. So we're going to go to this basement level, double click and go to it. So what we're going to do now is the first thing, we're going to go to this NGL. Then we're going to select these elevator shaft walls that are supposed to go down. So once you select this elevator shaft and also this mechanical room, we're just going to set the base constraint from NGL to basement level. That is the first thing to do. So after doing this now, if we go back to the basement level, we're now going to see those basic walls. So the same way we did in all the other floor plans, we're going to select this topo solid and hide in view by element. Okay, so we're now going to be working with. So in the basement, what I had in mind was to have 2 car parking spaces for the basement design. Okay, then the stairway and maybe just this elevator and maybe. So what we're going to do now is we're going to turn on this underlay and we're going to set it at ground floor. Okay, so I'm just going to click on architecture. I'm going to click on walls. So mostly in this basement, the walls are usually going to be retaining walls. Okay, so what we're going to do is now we're now going to click on this drop down and just select these concrete shaft walls here. Or let's just use normal wall for now. Okay, let's not overcomplicate things. Okay, let me just use the concrete shaft. So now we're using the concrete shaft wall. We're going to use it to draft basically. So we're going to continue this space of the staircase or the stairway space. So remember that this basement is mostly underground. So it's just a portion of the building that is going to be there. So we're just going to basically draft out this lobby and this elevator shaft. Then we're also going to maybe include maybe a small space here as storage. Then I think that should be all for the basement. So we're not going to dig underground and start putting like all these other parts. It's just basically only a few spaces. Then a corridor here. Remember, you can see how we're just following the grids on the already existing wall. So we can create a close here. Then in this place, you can now add, let's say, a basement car park. So just under, I think on the ground floor, there is a private lawn here. Just under this private lawn, there is a basement. So if you go to 3D view, we are going to see something just like this. Let me rotate this to the front. So we can see the walls here. So basically, the vehicle can just come park here and the occupants can, maybe through the elevator or the staircase, access any part of the building. Okay, so let's just go back to this basement level and we're now going to kind of set up the wall. So I rushed again. I didn't set a wall constraint. So I'm just going to hover and select everything here. Click on filter and make sure it's only the walls I selected. Then I'm going to set the top constraint from, I'm going to set it to ground floor. So normally I'm supposed to set it to ground floor, but I'm just going to set it to NGL, that is natural ground level. So I'm just going to click OK. So after setting it, I'm just going to go to the 3D view and I'm going to just rotate it to look at whether everything was set well. So I think so far it was set very well. Okay, then I'm now going to go back to NGL, or sorry, the basement level. Then I'm now going to kind of add the room spaces. So I'm going to click on this and place a room here. So I'm going to use Ctrl Z. So I'm going to set the room parameters, right, from basement level to NGL and set the limit offset to 0. Or set, I think the thing should be from basement level to DPC, or that is GFL. Then place this here. 2, 3, 4. So we're going to name this basement park, basement car park. We are going to call this lobby stairway. Then we're now going to call this utility room. Okay, so I think now that is done. We can now click on this underlay and turn it off. No. Then we can now go to this second floor and also turn off the underlay. Okay, so basically this is the what we have. We have drafted the basement level, the ground floor, the first floor, the second floor. So let's go back to the basement. So there's actually a funny thing that happened. So if I click on these walls, when I was setting the wall height of the basement, I actually reset some walls. So I'm just going to select all these shaft walls and click it as the top constraint to roof level back again. So I think it's going to fix it. So if you go to first floor, I think it's resolved. So you see, this is why it's always good if you're working on big project like this. It's always good to cross-check all the floor plan to make sure you didn't cause any issue maybe while trying to solve another one. Okay, so I think we are now going to start bringing in the images of what we had in the elevation. So we're going to be simultaneously designing the elevation as we're adding the openings, the doors, the windows, and curtain walls and all those stuff. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to start by placing the doors first. But before we place any door, we need to open our template file and copy some things. So what we're going to do is to simply click on the File Explorer, then just simply go to Recent Files. If you have opened the template recently, you should see it. If not, you can just click on Open File manually. Then you can search for the template file wherever you kept it. Okay? Okay. Just sorry for this, an urgent interruption, and I'm sorry for it. So there's actually an issue recording. So while I was recording this video, and at the point before I switched to this recording you are seeing now, there was actually an error. So I didn't even know till I started editing the video. So I had to, this is the end product of this tutorial. I had to go back and bring the file just to see if I can just kind of show you what I was doing in that section of the video. So I'm going to be trying to replicate the steps I did. So even though this plan is looking more refined, I just ignore these balconies and just focus on this main layout. So I'm just going to continue, because since we are placing doors in the videos, I'm going to continue placing those doors as well as some just different type of doors. So what I was supposed to do was I was supposed to open the template file. So if you are watching this, open your template file. So I'm just going to go to File Explorer and open the template file. All right, so now the template file is open. What we're going to be doing is we're going to be copying some doors from the template file. So to do that, we're going to go to the ground floor dimension plan or ground floor presentation plan. Anyone is fine. Then we're just going to select the walls along with the doors, because if you select the doors in isolation, it's not going to be copied because it's hosted to the wall. So we're going to copy the walls where the doors are. So I'm just going to select this wall and also hold Control and select this wall as well. So we have these two doors and this one. So we can also hold Control and select this wall too. So after doing such, we're just going to click on Copy to Clipboard. Then I'm just going to go back to this. I'm going to go back to this first floor and I'm going to hit Control V and click on OK. So I'm just going to paste these walls anywhere outside the floor plan. Okay, so what I can do now is I'm just going to select everything here and delete. You must be wondering, why am I deleting this stuff when I just copied it? The thing is, if you copy a model from another project to another project in Revit, it actually, even if you delete those models you copied, it actually saves within the inventory of the file, and I'm going to prove it to you. So now you have copied it. If you click on doors here and you scroll down, you are going to see D1 and D2, which are one of those doors we copied. So I'm just going to click on D1 here. So D1 is the 900mm single swing. We are going to click on edit type to kind of edit the height. I'm going to click OK. Then I'm just going to place the door here. Okay, so if you are placing doors, in order to edit the swing, once you hover around the wall you are placing it, just click on space on your keyboard to edit the swing direction of the door. So I know this floor plan may be looking different from what you have here. So if you can carefully just monitor this, you are just going to scan and see the adjustment. So the adjustment I made, I think it was in the part of the video that had an error, but the adjustment I made was kind of continuing a wall here to create this box room and kind of just creating a small extension here, a small space here. So there will be this wall securing this lobby and also separating this door lobby from this stairway lobby. So I don't know if you can really decipher it well, but I'm going to give you a bit of time to just take a look at it and just see how you can go about it. So even though your own layout is a bit different, it's fine. But I think continuing the video, you are going to see some other things I did that is kind of going to unify everything. Okay, so what we're now going to do, I'm just going to click on door now, and I'm going to click on this drop down, and I'm going to change this door to D2. So D2 is basically a small door. So it's like the single swing door, but it's 750 millimeter in weight if you click on edit, and we're going to click OK. So this 750 millimeter door, you can just place it in the convenience here. Okay, so this part of the video when I placed all these components it didn't have any issue, so you're still going to see it. So I'm just going to place some doors here. So now for this one, I think I need a big door in this stairway. So we are going to click on this drop down. Remember that we copied a door named D3. So I'm just going to click on this D3 here. Click on edit type, and I'm going to just change the width of the D3. The height, I think the width is 1.2. Okay. The rough width is 1.8, which is big. I'm going to change it to this D3B, which is an edited version I just duplicated and created. So the width of the D3B is 1.5, which I think is ideal for this door. Then I'm just going to click on space to change the direction and place it here. So I'm going to be placing a door here in this box room, a door here. Then I'm now going to place an elevator here, and I'm going to show you how to get an elevator. So I'm going to go to architecture, click on click escape, click on door here, click on this drop down, and I'm going to be selecting this D1. Okay, then I'm just going to place a D1 door here and place another one here. Click on space to change the direction. For this mechanical room, I'm also going to be placing, this time I'm going to change it to D2, which is a smaller one, and I'm going to be placing a door here. Okay, so we're now going to place a sliding door here. So remember, in the template file, the wall we copied from the template file had a sliding door on it. So we're going to see that sliding door. So you are going to go to door, click on this drop down. Then we're just going to scroll down to this D4, which is a sliding door. Then we're going to have to edit it. So while editing it, we're going to make sure the height is 2.4 and the width is depending on what you want, but I feel the width should be 2,250. Okay, so I think it's a 3 panel. So 2,250 divided by 3 is 750 millimeters. So I'm going to click OK, and I'm just going to place this door. So I think this one is small, so I'm going to hit Ctrl Z. I need a bigger sliding door, so I'm just going to change this to this D4 to click on edit. Okay, this one is 3.6 by 2.4. Click on OK, so you can edit your own to match that size, and just place this sliding door here, place another one here, and place one here. Okay, so that is basically how to place doors in Revit. Okay, so all this juicy stuff you are seeing, we are still going to get to it. You are going to see it in the video. So now we are going to now place an elevator. So to do that, what I'm simply going to do is I'm just going to use Blocks plugin. So Blocks plugin is a nice plugin. Trust me, if you want to get some nice Revit components and updated new models every time, use Blocks plugin. Your Revit models and components will be updated. Just check out, follow the link in my description below, and you're going to get Blocks plugin. So I'm now going to go to in add-ons. Then I'm going to click on blocks. Then I've already logged into my email. Then I'm just going to open it. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to hover around here, left click and hold and drag to kind of extend it. Then I'm going to left click, hold and drag to reduce this project browser. Then I'm just going to search for elevators. Okay, so this is just a quick way. So I'm just going to click on this elevator and it's going to download. So now I'm just going to place it. Then I have an elevator here. Okay, so now another thing I did that kind of got recorded, that kind of had an error and cleared, was how to change the graphics of these room separator lines. Remember, at the last point of the video, the room separator lines were orange and bulgy. So what I did was I simply went to manage. Under manage, I went to click on additional settings. I click on line styles, then I click on plus. Then I just scroll down and look for room separator line. So you're going to see it as room separation. Then I simply change this projection to 1, the value as 1, and I change the color to black. Then I left this as -3 mm, clicked on apply and clicked on OK. So I hope you got it. So this is basically what I think all I did in that part of the video. So if I notice anything, I'm still going to record it and add it. Okay, so in the same fashion that I did a lot of door placements, another thing I was supposed to do was to show you how I did the door placement for the ground floor, which is important. But the first thing I did was, of course, you might be wondering, how did I get to these nice graphics? So I'm just quickly going to show you. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to quickly reset this. So you don't need to follow this. I'm just going to show you. I'm going to reset this now, and I'm going to build up to this kind of graphics. So we are going to go to view template. I'm going to click on apply, and I'm just going to change this back to architectural 00. So this is as close as it gets to what you have now currently at this stage in the video. So what I'm going to do now is to click on VV, that is visibility graphics. So remember, click on VV on your keyboard. This is going to come out. Then I'm going to hover around this scroll, drag it down. Then I'm simply going to go to this wall rules. So under this wall rules, I'm going to click on this pattern here and click on override. Then I'm going to click on this drop down and select this solid fill. Then I'm going to click on this color override and drag this and make this dark but not completely black. Then I'm going to click on OK, OK, appearance, and OK. So that is how you get to this stage. Okay, so further in the video, you are going to see how I'm going to add shadows. I don't want to go into that yet. I don't think there's any need for that. Then we're also going to click on this icon here and change this to fine. So in this ground floor, you wouldn't notice, even though you placed an elevator shaft on the first floor, you are not going to notice it on this ground floor. So you need to select it from the first floor. Let me just delete this one and show you how to do it. Go to the first floor. Click on this, click on copy, paste, align to selected levels, and simply select the ground floor level and click on OK. Then if you go to ground floor, you're going to see it. So we're going to place some doors, including, I'm going to show you how I got this interesting looking door. So I'm first going to click on this door and click on delete. So how I got it is you simply open your browser, then you're just going to go and look for beam objects. Just type beam objects on your browser. Then you're going to see this icon, beam objects free download. Then after going there, you're going to sign up. Me, I'm already logged in. Then you're just going to search for pivot doors. Click on enter. Let me just click on OK. I think there's an error on the website. Let me just click on pivot doors. Okay, so even if there's an error on the website, I'm sure on your site. Okay, so the website has opened. So you're going to download any one of these alu-proof doors, anyone that looks appealing to your eyes. So I'm just going to go with this first one. And before I click on download, I'm going to click on deselect all and select only this Revit one and click on download. So once I download, it's going to download as a zipped file. I'm going to click on show folder, so it's going to open the folder. I can just right click, cut this, and carry this to maybe an isolated folder. I'm just going to carry it to pictures and paste it here. Okay, let me go back and just cut it again. Right click, cut, pictures. Then after pasting this, we're just going to right click, hover around. If you have WinRAR, extract here, so it's just going to extract it. Then a folder is going to appear. Once you double click on the folder, just minimize your, okay, since I can't minimize it, I think, let me just open this file explorer. Let me just click on it and drag it small, make it smaller. Okay, so now it's much compact. I'm going to minimize the browser. Then I'm simply going to select this Revit file, drag it inside here. Then it's going to show model upgrading depending on which version of Revit you are using. So we are just going to place this simplified version of the door, which is like this. Then the thing we're going to do now is to edit this pivot door. So I don't want to go to 3D because I don't want to show you how this building looks. That will be a spoiler. So just let's focus on the plan. We are going to click on edit type. I'm going to scroll down. We are going to change this height to 3.6 meter, 3.6 because it's a very tall pivot door. Then we're going to change this width. I think they have clear opening width. Okay, this clear opening height, so I'm going to, okay, this rough height is 3.6. Then the width, we're just going to change this clear opening width to about, let's say 1.2 or 1.5. I think 1.2 or 1.5 should be fine. Then I'm going to click on OK. So this door is not yet big enough, so I'm going to click on edit. I'm still going to edit it, and I'm going to make it 1.5 in width. It has to be so I think 1.5 is a good size of a door. So I think this makes sense, 1.5 meters. So even though I still feel it could be more, but this is just how I did the door. So this is how to place the pivot door, how to get it. So we're just going to, in the same fashion, click on doors, and we're going to place some regular doors in this ground floor. So we're going to be placing, for this pantry, I think here needs just a regular door, or okay, for this pantry to the kitchen, instead of using a regular door, we're going to be using this D3. And we're just, okay, this D3 is too big. We're going to be using this D3B. That is the 1.5 meter version. Place a double swing here. This foyer space, I'm also going to place another double swing here. Okay, I'm going to hit Ctrl Z. I think this double swing should be here. Another double swing here. And click on space. Another double swing door here. Then this is a bedroom. I'm going to click on this drop down, change this to D1 and place a door here. For this laundry, we're going to be placing this D3B. So that is a 1.5 meter double swing door. This pantry, let me just place a normal D1 pantry door here. Click on space and place this. From the kitchen to the terrace, I think the kitchen should have a direct access to the terrace. So I'm going to place a single swing door here. I think this laundry too, I'm going to click on space and place another single swing door here. I think this needs a double swing door here. So I'm going to click on this, look for D3, the main D3, and place this one here. So this is a big door. So this one too, I think it should also be the main D3. That is the big 1.8 meter double swing panel door. Then we're going to put a small sliding door. So remember that small version of the sliding door. We're just going to click on those, click on this and scroll down and select this D4 too. Okay, let's make it D4. So the thing is, just make sure that the width is 2.250 and the height is 2.4. Click on OK and it should fit in here. Okay, so I think so far we have covered everything I covered in the part of the video that had error. So all these other furnitures, you are still going to get to it. So just chill out and just hopefully there is no gap in this tutorial. But if there's any gap, feel free to drop it in the comment section. I'll always answer you. Thank you very much, and I'm sorry for the error in the recording. Okay, so now this is done. I think we can now simply create our staircase, okay, in Revit. So to create staircase is basically simple, but I'm kind of feeling that I will need to create the floors first. So let's first create floors. So floors are very straightforward in Revit. You simply go to architecture. You are going to just click on floor, click on this drop down and click on floor architectural. Then you are going to the same way you can create your own walls in Revit, you can create your own floors. But due to the template file, we already have a floor. I'll just suggest you can use. I just created it. Is a 150 mm thick floor. I just assigned the material for presentation and for this rendering workflow. So this GFL, so the level is already set at GFL, which I intend to draw it. So we're just going to start drafting. So normally if you are doing architectural documentation and you want to draft floors, it's usually at the peripheral, because that is how floors are constructed in actuality. The floor starts from the edge, exterior edge of the wall. But for this visualization process and this quick Revit to D5 workflow, I would just suggest you do it within the wall, so you will not need to go around the building painting the part of the floors that are intercepting with the walls. So I'm just going to draft this within. So remember that we have a basement, so we might actually not need to cover this whole place, the whole staircase with floor. So we're just going to still adjust that. So I'm just going to draft the walls, the wall, terrace, the floors up to this point here. So for this entrance, I'm just going to bring out the entrance by 1.2 meter. For the staircase, I still have an idea of how I want the entrance steps to be, but we're still going to get into that. Then, so after doing this, we're also going to make some void openings for basically all the void parts of this project, including this elevator shaft, which we're just going to click on this box too and just draw a box, creating an opening here. So we've already created an opening for this duct. Then we're now going to click on line work and we're going to draw some lines from this point here and stopping it somewhere here. Okay, so since we have a basement under this ground floor, it's appropriate that we leave provisions for an opening because the staircase is still going downstairs. So I'm going to click on trim and trim this here as well. Click on escape, select these two lines, delete it and click on finish. So now I'm going to quickly show you how to draft your staircase in Revit. So to do staircase is very straightforward. You go to architecture, you are going to click on stairs. So the first thing to do in staircase is to set your constraint light. Oh, sorry, the first thing to do, not to set your constraint, is to click on the type of staircase, which in this case I'm going to suggest M monolithic stair. Then after you set the type of staircase, you will now set your constraint. We're going to set it from ground floor. Since we are taking the staircase from ground floor to first floor, we're going to set it in that manner. Then after doing so, we're going to make sure that this riser calculation is accurate. The aim is to actually make the actual riser height 150. So the more number of risers you put, the lesser the riser height is. So let's just say we make this 27. It's still not up to 150. 150 millimeter is the standard. Let's make it 28. Okay, so it's 155 millimeter, which is fair. So we're now going to make this actual thread depth 300 millimeter, which is the standard. So we're now going to, instead of using any of these stair tools, which these staircase tools are nice, I usually recommend using Create by Sketching. So I think this Create by Sketching gives you some versatility. So I'll pay attention in this staircase creation. We're going to start with these boundary lines. So these boundary lines are like pathway lines. So we're first going to draw one from here. Since this is a dog leg staircase we're creating, to this point, down to this point here, and back to this point where our floor stopped. So this is a big house, so we're going to give it a very wide staircase that people can, like 3 people can walk at the same time, or 2. So I'm going to click on this offset tool, and I'm going to be putting a value of 1.8 meter. At least that is the experimental value I want to start with. I'm going to offset from here, make sure this copy is checked on, offset from here. Then I'm going to click on trim and just trim these lines like this. So you can see I've basically created a pathway. Note, very important, don't use boundary line to cover this. If you use boundary line to cover it, it's going to give you an issue. Just leave it like this. The boundary line is just at the sides of the staircase flight. So I'm going to click on riser now, and I'm going to draw one riser here. And okay, I can just draw one riser here. So you're going to see that if we create one riser and you zoom out, you're going to see a grayed out text showing the risers, the number of risers created and how many is left. So currently we can see one riser created. If you zoom in very well, you are supposed to see somewhere one riser created, 27 remaining. So that is like a guide of how many risers you need. So we're just going to click on offset, and we're going to be offsetting 300 millimeter for each of the threads, and just be offsetting copy. So if we zoom back now, we're going to see 17 risers created. So I don't think I want one wing of the staircase to be up to 17. So I'm going to take 3 away from here. 3 risers. So if we zoom out now, it's now 13 risers created. So I can just click on offset and just give it one more. So making it 14 risers created, 14 remain. So I'm going to click on trim and just trim this here, trim this here. Then I'm just going to select all these risers here, click on copy, select this point and just copy it downward here. Then I can click on trim and just trim this here, trim this here. So what I can now do finally before we click on finish is to click on stair path. Then this stair path, we're going to be drawing a line with it in the middle of this stair travel. So we're going to draw one to this point. We're now going to draw one to this point. Then for this one, we can simply change this offset value to minus 900, since 1800 divided by 2 is 900. So we're just going to click on this point and draw it to this point. So the line is going to appear here in the middle. This is just a shortcut to get the middle point. In fact, it doesn't even have to be in the middle point. If the line was here, it will still work. You get, but I just want to be clear. So I'm going to click on trim this line here, and trim this this stair path line. Remember, you see all the stair path lines are connected. So if all the circumstances are met, we can now click on finish, and we have our staircase. So this staircase is showing it starts from here and lands here, okay, which is fine. But I actually like it this way, that the staircase starts from this point and goes all the way upstairs here. So we can click on finish, and we have our staircase. So another issue that the template file has is that it has a problem with the railing. So I think due to some things I was doing on the template file, the railings actually have curbs as the handrail. So let's just fix that. We're going to click on this rail, click on edit type, click on this use top rail, type, click on this type, click on this 3 icon. Then change this profile from curbs, click on it and change it to, let's say, square handrail 20 mm. Apply, okay, then it's going to fix it. And click OK again. So we have our staircase. So since our staircase actually went back, extended beyond the reach of the floor, we're just going to click on the floor, edit it, and we're going to drag it to meet this staircase. So now we have a staircase. Instead of basically having, instead of basically doing the staircase again and again in each floor, what we can do is to select this stair, click on copy to clipboard, click on paste, align to selected levels. We need another staircase in the first floor, and yeah, only the first floor. Then click on copy. So we're just going to cut a quick section here. So we're going to see how this building is looking sectionally. Or let's look at the 3D first. So if you go to 3D, of course, you won't be seeing much now. But if you rotate it, if you have followed this to this point, you're supposed to see the staircase coming to this point here. So you can see the first and the second one. So let's just go to section and just try and cut section and see what we're doing. So I'm just going to go to view. I'm going to go to section. Then I'm just going to draw a section line here. and try and click on the head, double click on the section head. So you can see the staircase created well. So what we can just do now is just to create the subsequent floors, and you're just going to see how it's going to make sense. So another thing I want to do is some of these walls in this basement are kind of disjointed from the DPC. So let's say, for instance, you can see these basement walls here, these concrete walls. Actually, these basement walls, you see why it's good to like look at some things from section. But when we go to basement, we're going to fix it. I think that is the best place to explain it. So we're now going to go back to this ground floor, and we're still going to touch some little door stuff I want to fix. So we're just going to go to this point here and go to architecture and click on door. Then place this one as D2, right? Or place this D1 here. Click on space, place this door here. Click on the door, click on move this door to this edge. So we have our door here and our bedroom here. So now let's go to the basement now. So we're going to go to this basement floor. So the first thing we're going to do is to click on this view, click on view template, click on apply template, and apply this our temporal template here. So the same stuff is going to apply. So the first thing to do for this basement now is to create a garage door. Okay, so to get a garage door, we can check blocks plugin or we can check beam object. So let's first try blocks plugin. So I'm going to click on add-ons, click on blocks. Hopefully you can just take your time, go and try and install blocks plugin. Even though to get the premium full library, you will have to subscribe to it. I think it still has some nice free models you could use, 1 or 2 models you could use. So I'm just going to click on search, and I'm going to search for garage doors. Garage. So I don't know if I spelt it properly, but I think it's supposed to. I think that is okay. Garage. Okay, so I'm not seeing anything that is reasonable here. So what I can do is to just select this text, right click. Okay, I can't even right click. So I'm just going to open my browser and go back to Beam. So I can just Beam object, click on garage door. Okay, so I'm just going to click on this regular garage door. I don't think it needs to be too complicated, or this one. I think I like this one. Then I'm just going to click on door. I'm going to click on the selector, and I'm just going to look for the Revit family. So I'm just going to click on this Revit, click on download selection. It's going to download, click on open file location. Then just simply drag this into the project. So it's upgrading the model, so I can wait for some time while it's doing so. So it has this. So I'm just going to place this here in the middle here. Then I'm going to click on escape. I think I can close this blocks plugin page, drag this project browser back. Then I'm just going to click on this and edit the size. So I'm going to click on edit type, and I'm going to change the width to 6 meters, that is 6,000. Then I'm going to change the height to 2,700, and I'm going to click on apply, and I'm going to click on OK. So now I can just put this distance here to be 600 or 750. So it will balance out. So we have our garage. So we're going to put a garage door here, and we're going to now design a staircase. So I'm just going to go to architecture, I'm going to click on door. Then I'm going to click on this drop down, and I'm just going to give this click on this drop down and select, let's say, this D3B. That is the 1.5 meter variant. Click on space and make sure the longer swing is facing here. Click on escape. Then I'm going to click on this and change this to fine. So the reason why I'm not deleting this wall here, like I did for the ground floor, is because this garage door is another access. So I think for you to access this, this has to have a door. So just to improve security. Okay, so I'm going to click on this and click on move, and just move this from this point here to this point. Okay, then I'm going to go back to this ground floor. Then I'm just going to select this elevator shaft, click on copy, paste, align to selected levels, and I'm going to click on basement level. Okay, so if you go back to this basement level, okay, it's showing can't place wall out of host. So what I'm going to do now is, this is tricky. I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to go to components, and I'm just going to place this elevator here and place this. So why didn't it copy? Okay, anyways, we're just going to click on door, click on this drop down, and we're going to put this D1 here for this utility room here. So I'm going to click escape, click on select, click on move, and just click on this and move this to this point here. Okay, so I'm also going to put another door here. So the first thing I'm going to do now is I'm going to go back to this GFL. So what I'm going to do now is to select this staircase, click on copy to clipboard, then click on paste, align to selected levels, then click on basement level and click OK. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to this basement level. Then I'm going to select this staircase here. I'm now going to click on edit stair. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'll have to reduce the number, set the constraint, right? So I'm going to set this from basement to ground floor. Change this top offset to 0. Then I'm now going to change this desired number of heights to, let's say, 20. Still too much, 18. Okay, so I'm going to make this 18 risers. So I'm going to click on this staircase now. Click on edit type. Then if you zoom out, we're going to see 28 risers created, minus 10 remaining. Yeah, I think that is what it reads, minus 10 remaining. So we're just going to select 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going to select, let's say, 10 from one side. So the reason why we're not going to divide it into 5 on one side and 5 on one side is, one thing you need to know is that on the subsequent floor, the subsequent slab on the ground floor, the slab stops at this point. So the point in which this staircase climbs from will have to meet at that same slab point. So we cannot just say we are just dragging it, pushing it back, or changing it like that. So I think we need to factor that in, or we'll still need to edit the floor footprint of the ground floor. So let's just start by doing it the balanced way. So I'm going to select 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think 5 of them. Yeah, this is 6 actually. I'm going to select 5 of these risers, delete, and select 5 of these risers here, delete. So I'm going to click on trim and trim this here as well. Then click on this, trim and extend, select this and trim this here. So it's showing 0 risers remaining, 18 created. So I'm just going to click on finish. So what I'm going to do now is, since it starts from here and it meets up to this point, I'm just going to click on finish first. So what we're going to do is, now we're going to go back to this GFL. Then we're now going to click on this and click on edit boundary. So with this edit boundary, we're now going to go back to this basement while this edit boundary is still turned up. Then we're now going to edit the boundary in such this way that we're going to click on this and start this boundary from here. So what this does is that, so the slab is going to meet where the staircase starts of the basement, so it's going to actually work. Okay, so if I click on finish now, if we go back to this section view, you are going to see what I did. So you can see the difference now. So we have this floor here. So I think we need to edit the graphics of this staircase. So let me just change this to fine first and click on this staircase. Click on edit type. I'm going to edit this material here. I'm going to go over to this cut pattern and change it to concrete. Click on apply. So what I just did now is to change the graphic setting, in the sense that the part in which this section is cutting through will show as concrete. So you can see that the thing makes sense now. You can see this staircase rises to this floor here. Then on this other side of the staircase is now where you can now start climbing here. And you now have this one. So I don't think these railings here are necessary, so I can delete them. So we just need the main railings. These ones are not necessary. Okay, so you can just see how that makes sense. So let's go back to GFL, or rather go back to the basement and see what is left. So we can still also put a door here to this mechanical room. Go to architecture, click on door, and put this mechanical room here. All right, so now I think this is done. I think we have done a good job. So if you go to this section view, just to make sure, you can see all the elevator shaft here and all this wall. So what we can now do is, if you go back to basement, all this internal wall, one thing if you notice during the section was, most of these walls here did not attach to like the ground floor. They stopped at the NGL. So the reason why I did it like that initially was just to avoid any clashes initially. So what I can now do now is to just make sure that all the internal walls in this basement floor plan stops at the ground floor instead of the NGL. So I'm just going to click on split here, and I think this one is already separate. So what we can now do is to select this wall here, select this one, click on split here, split this one here, select this wall here, and make sure to change this top level from NGL to GFL. Select this here, change this from NGL to GFL. So if we go to this, we can now see. Okay, so I think it makes sense. So you can now see that this stuff actually is making sense. So if you go back to ground floor now, I think we're done with placing the doors in the ground floor. So we are now going to go to the first floor and start placing the doors. So as usual, we're going to use our temporal graphics setting. I'm going to click on view. I'm going to click on view template, apply, click on temporary. Okay, so now we're going to place some doors. in this place. So the first one is I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to click on door, and I'm going to place a big sliding door for this family lounge. So I'm going to click on edit type, duplicate this sliding door. Then I'm going to put the width of this one at 3600. Then I'm just going to try and place it in the middle of this. So you have a sliding door to this. What we want to do is already set in place. So what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to go to architecture, click on door, change this to normal single swing D1 900 millimeter. Click on this and change this to fine. Place this here. Remember, I used to click on space to change the direction of the swing of the door. Okay, so we can go to architecture, click on door again, place this one here. Click on escape, click on this, click on move this here, click this. So we can go over here. So I was actually contemplating on something because I was just thinking of it. I was thinking of actually extending this wall to this point and kind of just breaking this place open. So the door is just going to be here. So I think what I can do now is to go to architecture, click on door, click on this drop down and put this double swing, sorry, this D3 1.5 meter variant here. Then I'm going to click on escape. So in order to solve this design issue, what I'm going to do is I'm going to shift this whole stairway. So I'm going to be shifting everything, including the staircase, this wall, and this grid line. So we're going to have some allowance here for the landing. So what I'm going to simply do, I'm just going to select the grid line, select this wall, hold Control, then left click and select this wall as well. Select this staircase and just click on it. Then simply click on move. And we're going to be moving this by 600 millimeters. So we are going to get about 1.2 meter here. So I'm going to click on move and move this up to, once the value is 600, I just left click again. So I've moved this staircase, but I've not moved the staircase under. So I'm going to also select this one, click on move and move this by 600. Okay, so now we have done this, we have created at least some breathing space here, so we can comfortably put our door here. Another thing I want to adjust is this place here, this bedroom. We need an access from this lobby direct to this mechanical room. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to architecture, click on walls, then change this from concrete shaft to 225 main wall, set the level from first floor to second floor. Then maybe I think we should just draw a wall here, then click on this wall and drag it back. So it's going to create allowance here. So we have all this place for our lobby. Then we're going to click on doors and simply place some D1, that is 900 millimeter door. Place this here. Place this here as well. Okay, so if you notice one little detail, if you see the placement of these doors, I placed it in a way that there is at least a little bit of privacy. If you open the door, you will have to walk a bit before you can see the bedroom in full. So I'm going to click on this and click on move and just move this to this point here. Then I'm also going to click on that for this door. I'm also going to place doors here as well. So I'm going to also place door in this toilet. So I'm going to go to architecture, click on door. I'm going to be using the same D1. If I don't like the direction, I can click on space to change it. Place this here, place this here, and also place this here. Okay, so I'm going to just click on these doors and I'm going to just move each of them respectively. I just pray that I covered every step and nobody is lost. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to go back to ground floor level because I want to confirm the kind of door I placed here. So I placed a 900 millimeter door. So I'm also going to place another door here just in case, since I already placed access here. I'm going to click on architecture, click on door. Even though I feel skeptical because it kind of leaves a lot of doors to lock to secure this building. So I'm just going to place this for now. If I see need to remove it, I'll remove it. So now I'm going to go back to first floor. I'm still going back to ground floor for some things, but for now, let's just continue working on the first floor. Then I'm going to go to architecture, click on door. Then I'm going to place a door here. Okay. So after doing this now, we need to place a door access to this game room. So I'm going to place a door access here. So I'm going to go for architecture. I'm going to click on door, click on this drop down, and I'm going to select this D4 and place this. Okay, I'm going to select this D4 too, the bigger variant. So we have a big sliding door to our game room. So now I want to create a balcony here. Okay. So this balcony is going to serve in the sense that people can come from this family lounge and just view, access a staircase to the living area. Okay, so let's go back to first floor. So now we're going to create this balcony. So this is important. I want you to pay attention in this part because I've seen many people I used to teach. They usually have this issue of my balcony style. And I'm going to try and explain it as best possible as I can. So when I want to create balconies in Revit, I usually use walls. So I use these walls to create dwarf walls. You know, in a balcony, in many cases, you see a wall before you now see the railing. So it's basically that. I also use these walls to mimic the beams. So let me give you an example. So I want to create a single straight balcony here and put a railing on the balcony. Just ignore these void lines. We are still going to adjust it. So I'm going to go to annotate, click on detail line, and use lines to draw the usable extent of my balcony. So that is, let's say 1.2. So it's going to be a 1.2 cantilever here. So after using the walls to do that, the lines to do that, I'm going to go to architecture and I'm going to click on wall. Now pay attention and understand. So currently, the wall constraint is set at first floor to lintel 2 now. And I want to create a beam using the walls. So I want to create or mimic a beam in the sense that I want the wall to go below the first floor a bit. So what am I going to do? I'm going to put a base offset of minus 600. Since this is a very big span, I'll use very deep beam. So a 450 or a 600 millimeter deep beam, I think should be appropriate for an engineer. So I'm not doing the structural design. I, as the architect, I'm only giving provisions for it. So if the engineer decides to put a deep beam, it's not going to affect the design using the basics I know of structural knowledge. So now we have set this. The total height of the wall is 3000, which we don't want. So as a dwarf wall, I told you is going to be, I want it to rise 150 millimeter above the floor or above the first floor level. So what am I going to do? I'm going to set the top constraint as first floor, then the top offset as that 150 millimeter. So after we do that, I'm just going to change this from wall center line to finish face exterior. Then I'm going to draw a wall from here to this point. So I took my time to do this slowly. I hope you understand. So now let's click on section, create a section and see how it looks. So if you go to view, we're just going to click on section. Then we're going to draw a section here. Okay, I'm still going to delete this section, but then I'm just going to double click on the section head. If it doesn't work, I can just go to the view, the project browser, look for section, I think here, then click on section 2, the second section I've created. So have you seen what I'm saying? You can look at it. So for you to better understand this, we are going to create floors on this first floor. So we are going to see how it relates to this. So we are going to go back to first floor. We are going to draft some floors. I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to floor. We are going to be using this our floor main. We are now going to draft. So I'm going to be drafting from inside the wall for now. Even though I don't like drafting floor at this point because I've not yet created the balconies or started designing the facade. But for the sake of showing this thing, which I feel is very important, I'm going to draft floor. We are now going to edit it later. So I'm just going to be following the interior peripherals of the wall. So now for this point, once I get to this point, I will stop here and connect to this balcony. Remember, this is a void, so I'm only doing a floor over the balcony. I'm going to continue to this game room, to this massive bedroom. I wonder what it feels like to live in this kind of bedroom though. Then I'm just going to continue it here, get to this point here, and get here. So what I can do is just to click on pick line to select one part of the end of this staircase. Then just connect this here. Then click on trim. Okay, so after doing this now, we're now going to create some openings for this elevator shaft. So I'm always going to click on this box to pick here to this point and click on finish. Don't attach. So now let's look at the section again. We're going to go to section 2 and we're going to see what it has created. So in actuality, you are going to see that this serves as the end of the wall. This can now be the beam. So if I'm doing a section, I can go to annotate, click on field region. I'm still going to cover this, but if you can learn it now, fine. Click on this drop down, select maybe concrete, and just draw the concrete floor here. I'm going to connect the concrete to the beam, draw the floor beams too, the slab beams. So I just want to show you how this stuff works. then you can see this is how it is structurally and this is how it looks. So you can see the beam carrying this balcony here. Some people might decide to not put any beam here, to just put only vertical beams carrying it. Fine and good. It just depends on the structural details. But this is just the standard I use to create balcony walls during design and facade element. So I hope you understand. If you understand, like the video. Okay, so let's go back to the first floor, and I'm just going to delete this section now. I don't need it. So we're going to continue doing what we are doing. So we are basically trying to refine this floor so a bit. So we're going to put a door here. So this door is going to be linking this family lounge to the, just so people can come to this balcony and look, and someone can overlook at the living room if necessary. So we're going to click on this door. We're simply going to mirror it. We're going to click on mirror draw axis. Then we're going to draw a diagonal axis from this point here to this point. Then it's going to mirror perpendicular. Okay, so the door is just here. So there's a reason I put the door here. So it's not going to be interfering with the spaces in the family lounge. I just like circulation being concise, even though ironically I used a very big lobby, but that is by the way. So I'm going to go to architecture and I'm going to go to railing, click on this drop down. Then we're going to be using this minimalist railing. So this part of the good stuff on my template file, I think I modeled it in the tutorial I was using to create the template file. So it's a nice railing. I think you can use it, glazed railing. So we're going to add an offset of 150 millimeter, and I'm just going to draw a railing. So the railing is just going to latch on top of the dwarf wall. So I'm going to draw the base offset 150 and click on finish. Okay, so we have our railing here. If the section was still there, you'll have done. But if you can do it, you can go and do the section again. I don't think I need to do it again. Okay, so let's go to the second floor and just add the doors, because I can't wait to get to the facade design. So we're now going to, now we're in the second floor. The first thing, we're going to go to view. We're going to click on view template, apply, and we're going to go. So I think one of the good advantages of doing these tutorial videos or doing this kind of long course videos is that I repeat things I do. So if you missed it the first time, you always have a chance of learning it again. So what I'm going to do first is to click on this wall like I did on the first floor, join it to this point here. Click on modify, click on trim, then trim this wall here, trim this wall to this wall. Then click on this wall that is not yet on the grid, click on move and just extend it like we did the others. Okay, so what we can now do now is to just go to first floor. Since a lot of the rooms are identical, we can just select this door here, select this door here, select this and select this. Click on copy to clipboard, click on paste, align to selected levels, click on second floor, click OK. So some won't place because some walls are missing, like this one here. So you can just click on this and just drag this to this point here. Click on this wall and drag this back. Okay, so now we're just going to add a door here. So let's go back to first floor and select this door, copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected levels, second floor, SFL. Okay, so after doing this now, we are just going to change a little thing. We're going to click on this and change this to fine. Then we're going to place a door in this master's lounge, because this master's lounge is the main access to this master bedroom. So where I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on doors, click on this drop down and select this D3 version 2, or the smaller variant of this double swing door. So I'm going to use this D3B and I'm going to be placing this door 600 millimeter from this wall here. So once it hovers, highlight 600, I'm going to place this. Then I'm now going to place the main door to the room here. So we have a massive 90 meter square master bedroom and a 32 meter square closet with a 60 meter square bedroom. Some people might not still even consider this very big, but everybody has what they like. So we're going to use this D1 and just place at this toilet door. So this is not, I'm not just going into details. Normally I feel if you are doing this kind of big scale project, it's actually ideal to get a specific door for the toilet, get a specific door based on what you want to specify. But if I start searching for that, then it might take the whole day. So I'm just using this door, so keep in mind that. So we're going to also place some doors here. So we can simply go to the first floor instead of stressing ourselves. Select these two doors we have already placed, click on copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected levels, second floor level. Let's just name this mechanical / electrical. I feel this space is actually important, not only for maintaining these elevators, but the mechanical circuits of the building and the electrical circuits. So all this stuff are fine. So remember, I just used style to avoid this balcony. I don't want to touch it. I don't even want to create an access to it because it's going to be part of the facade design. Okay, so let's go back to this first floor and just copy this box room door and just place it on this. So the box room door is actually essential because if you notice in many buildings, once they have a balcony, over time the balcony becomes a storage because they don't have a dedicated storage space. So that is what this box room serves for. It's basically an utility space where they can store things and jargons. So we're going to select this door, click on copy to clipboard, click on paste, align to selected levels and select the second floor level. Okay, so I think now that is done. Let's now go to the facade. So for the facade, we're going to just go to one of the elevation, most likely the north elevation, because the north elevation or the south elevation, since the south elevation is where the front of our building is. So we're going to select this topo solid, hide in view by category. So you are not going to be seeing it. So what we can see now is we can see the garage doors, which is very big. We can see this entrance door. So basically, our facade is just a box. There's nothing interesting about it, but that is going to change. So what we're going to do is we're going to open our folder and we're going to bring in the image of the elevator. So you can check the image of the elevation. So what you're going to do now is you're going to open the folder where these images are. Okay, don't mind my sketch image. So we're just going to drag in the two images. Okay, so what I can do now is I can click on this view range and simply click on do not crop view. Okay, or I can click on this view range. I can first go to this scope box, click from this view overall to none. Then I can now click on do not crop view. Yeah, do not crop view. So this image, I can place this anywhere here. So I'm also going to click on this and drag in this image too. So these are my two shabby elevations. Don't mind them, but I think I'm leaning more towards this one. It was just me trying to, because I don't think I can really visualize creating 3D forms. I used to just start with 2D forms. So I usually sketch the elevation, the front of the building from 2D. Then the other parts just come with, as I'm working on the project or sequentially, I'll just be creating those ones to form a comprehensive, nice facade. But if you can sketch in 3D and create very nice forms from it, I mean, why not? Who's holding you? Nobody. So of course, you can see from this facade, one of the key elements is a slanted wall or a slanted panel that goes from this point here and goes to this point here. So what we'll have to do in order to achieve that is, of course, we have walls here already, which we can work with, but we also need to create a beam that goes this way, from this top point to this way. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to 3D view now. We're going to click on save to save this project. Then what we're now going to do is we're going to use the tool called section box. Since we don't want to be hiding this thing every time we view, we can simply just go to this properties panel and check this section box on. So once we check the section box, you're going to see this box will appear over the project. So we're going to rotate it. Then we're going to start moving the edges or closing in the edges on the building or where we want to focus on. So we're just going to simply do that. So our project is going to be more manageable moving forward. Okay, I mistakenly selected the wrong thing. So let me just hit Ctrl Z. So I'm just going to hit Ctrl Z again, select this section box, click on move and close it in. Sorry, my mouse is having a bit of issue. I think I over tapped it the other day. So I'm also going to select this side and just crop it. Okay, then crop it here. Crop it here. So we only have the building. So I can just click on this 3D gizmo, click on center and drag this center to the center of this building. Click on this X to remove the circle. After we place the circle at the center, then close this, then rotate it. Then I may need to get a new mouse. Okay, so while we have done this, if you can look at this, you can now see that if you click on this section box, we just need to crop this here. Okay, then you can see our project. So what we're going to do now is we're going to be working simultaneously from this elevation, that is the south elevation, and the 3D views. So what this is going to do is going to just make us to be working side by side and seeing how we can achieve all these elements. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to try and get this first. So in order to get this, I'll need to go to this 3D view and actually think. So I'm going to look at this and say, I'll need to create a beam connecting this side of the building to this portion. So I know there's going to be a big terrace here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to rotate this building from the top here, and I'm going to draw a wall from a wall from the roof level to the ceiling, from the ceiling level to the roof level. So that wall is going to serve as a beam, connecting this point to this portion of this building and also connecting this portion as well. So the only thing I'm considering now is whether I will also need to make this wall here flush with this one, which I don't think is necessary. I can still just create a balcony. So I already have an idea of what I'm going to do. So the first thing to do is we're just going to draw a wall from here and a wall from here. So I'm going to first go to I'm going to go to this NGL, this ground floor, and I'm going to do something. I'm going to draw a wall on top of this wall here, just to form like a base here. So I'm going to go to annotate first. I'm going to click on detail line. Then I'm going to draw a line from this point here up to 3.7, up to 4.5 meters. Or is 4.5 enough? Let's go back to this because I want this element. Let me just go back to the facade. I want this element to be very prominent, this lantern one. So I'm going to go back to this NGL here. You see that in designing, the plan works with the elevation. You can't just design each of them in isolation. So I'm going to go to detail line. I'm going to draw a line from here. 4.2 meter. Click enter. Then draw the line up to 600 millimeter. Okay. Or we can even, okay, I don't want to waste material. So let's just start with 600. So I'm now going to go to architecture, click on walls. Then I'm going to set this wall from NGL, change the base offset to 0, the top offset to 0, from NGL to roof level. Or let me just start with NGL to parapet level. Then I'm just going to draw this wall from here to here to here and here. Okay, then we're going to go to 3D and we're going to see this first element. So like I said, I want to draw another beam here connecting these parts of this building to this point here. So that is that. So I'm going to go and rotate this to this top view, or I can go to this ceiling level. So now this is our ceiling level. I can now click on wall, but this time change it from finish face exterior to wall center line. Draw it from roof, from the roof level. Then I'm just going to pick this point here. Note that this wall here might still shift depending on what we decide in future. Stop it here. Then draw another wall from here and catch this here. So if you go to 3D view now, we're going to see something like this. Okay, but I'm not still feeling satisfied. I actually want this place to bulge out more. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually modify the plans. So I'm going to go to this ground floor here. And I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to drag this backwards. So what I'm now going to do, I'm going to click on this wall and I'm going to make this space more prominent. I'm going to make this space 5.1 or 4.5 meter into in. Then I'm going to click on trim and trim this place to here. So after doing this, I'm going to click on this and I'm going to make this 900 millimeter at the interiors. So this wall is going to pop out, or I'm even going to go further than that, making this 1.2 meter. So even though this kind of spoils the flow of this simple shape, I think we can use this space, since it's prominent and big enough, we can use it for an actual functioning space in the building. So I'm now going to click on this one. I'm even going to extend this to 5.1 meter. Okay, so I'm going to click on this floor here and click on adjust and just adjust it. Complete this profile, drag this line here and just trim it. Then I'm going to click on finish. Okay, I still need to complete this. Don't attach. So let's go to first floor. Since the first floor is a void, it's not an issue. We can just trim this here. Then we're now going to go to second floor. Okay, this is a master bedroom. We can still use this space for something. Okay, it's a prominent space. That is the whole point. So if you go back to 3D view now, you are going to see this wall, since it's attached to this point, is also going to adjust. Okay, so now what I'm now going to do now is I'm just going to just select these walls first, and then change this back to, instead of parapet, change it to roof level first, because I'm kind of having a second thought. But let's continue. Or let me hit Ctrl Z, leave it back at parapet. Then I'm going to select these walls here. Then I'm now going to select it. Instead of the top constraint being at roof, I'm going to change it to parapet level. So you can see just from this, we already have a very bold element here. Okay, so this is not even the main stuff I want to do. The main stuff I want to do is to actually create those slanted walls. So what we're now going to do is, since we've already done the design ramifications of this element, we're now going to do the modeling part, the artistic part. So we're going to go to natural ground level, and I'm going to go to architecture. So once I'm in architecture, I'm going to click on this jump down, and I'm going to select model in place. So this is a very good tool in Revit. You are going to use it a lot if you are mastering Revit. It's a very nice tool. You can use it to create different kind of unconventional shapes. So this time we're now going to be using casework because I want to model some panels. Okay. So after selecting this casework, what I'm now going to do is I'm going to click on sweep. Okay. Then I'm going to go to 3D view. So after I click on sweep, sorry, my mouse is not very good. I'm going to click on sketch part. Then I'm going to click on set, pick work plane. Then I'm going to pick this face as the part I want to sketch. So I'm now going to draw, rotate this to the front. Then I'm going to draw a line from here down to here. So once I've drawn this line, you remember that we're using sweep. So sweep basically means to sweep a profile and create it. So to basically sweep a section through a part, and it's going to create a solid block. So what does that mean? Now we have drawn this sketch line. You can see an axial point in the middle. So this axial point have 4 axial lines. So what this means is that this is a plane we are going to be drawing our profile on. So to draw our profile, since it's just facing the plane is horizontal, we can select any of our plan views and draw it, or we can even draw it from 3D view if you want. So let's just draw it from 3D view for this first one. So I'm going to rotate this to the top. I'm now going to click on line. Before we start sketching any profile here, we need to click on finish. Then we're now going to click on this edit profile to be able to draw the profile. So I'm going to rotate this to the top. Then I'm going to pick here and draw a line from this point up to this point. Then draw another line up to 900 or 1.2 millimeter. I don't want to be eating too much distance, but let's just use 1.2 millimeter. So it will actually balance out. Okay. Then after doing it, we're now going to click on offset. Since this is just a panel, it's going to be hollow. We're now going to be offsetting 25 millimeter round. Okay. So after doing this, we're now going to make sure this copy is checked on. Offset 25 from here. Offset 25. Offset 25. Then click on this trim icon here. Then we're just going to trim this profile here. So we're not going to assign a material. So I'm just going to click on this. So I'm going to show you how to create materials if I've not done so. So we're going to create a material named white panels. So I'm going to select this white, right click, duplicate, and call this white cladding panels. Okay, so we're going to click OK. So now, before we just click on finish yet, we are going to create something. So in all this kind of elements, I like creating provision for LED light. So I'm going to draw a line from here, maybe 600, it doesn't matter, about 1000 should be enough. So what matters is now the horizontal distance I'm going to set. I'm going to set a horizontal distance of about 1.2 meter, or let me just use 900 to play safe and draw it to meet this point. So this point is going to be the start of where we're going to put our LED light strip. So it's a very nice aesthetic element in contemporary facade designs. So I'm going to draw a horizontal line from here up to 100 millimeter, and I'm just going to join it with this top line. So all these lines I used to locate where I intended to locate, I can delete them. Then click on offset, the same 25 mm here and here. Then click on split these diagonal lines at this point. Then just trim this to this, this to this, this to this, this to this. So we're going to click on finish. So I hope this works out. So if you click on finish again, the 3D view should appear. So if you rotate this to the front, you are going to see the first form of this element, which is like this. Okay, this is not bad, but it's still not what I want to get. Okay, so what we're now going to do now is we're now going to do the other one that is meant to be here. So we're going to rotate this to the top. We're going to go to create. We're going to click on sweep, and we're going to do sketch part. So now, instead of picking the part, we're going to click on set. We're going to click on set work plane. We're going to click on this drop down, and we're going to set it at this parapet level. Remember, I want to draw on top of the building. So setting it at the parapet level is ideal. Then I'm going to draw a line from here up to this point here and end at this point here. Remember, this thing might extend just depending on what we later do in the building's facade. Then I'm going to rotate this to the side and click finish. So if you notice, if you remember the part we drew, let me click on sketch part. You can see the part we drew. So where this point is going to determine where I'm going to rotate to once I'm sketching the profile. Okay, so I'm going to click on, so currently is at this part, so it means once I click on finish, I'm going to rotate this to the left to be able to draw a profile here. So I'm going to click on finish, and I'm going to click on edit part, or edit profile, profile. Then I'm going to rotate this to the left. So what I'm going to try and do, I'm going to try and merge two different kind of profile. So I'm going to draw another triangle shape from here to this point, but I'm going to do it that is going to match this point here and meet this point here. So that same thing I did for this other part of the project, in which I created provision for this LED light. I'm going to do the same thing here with the same dimension from this point. So I'm just going to click on this and draw a line, maybe 1900, it doesn't matter, up to 900 millimeter, and bring it to this point. Then draw a line from here up to 100 mm, and just basically like that. Then I'm going to delete these tracking lines I'm using. Okay, let me just set this my mouse. My mouse is having some issues, please be patient a bit. So I'm going to click on this split, and I'm going to split these lines here. I'm going to click on trim and trim these lines here. So if you notice, unlike the other one, I did the trimming before I did the offset, which is fine. Anyway, you can do it as faster, better for you. So I'm going to click on this offset here, and here, and here as well. Then do some trimming. So since we set the material as white cladding before, once it's the last material we use, it's going to be appear here. So we're going to use it again and click on finish. So let's rotate to this front and see what it looks like. And I like it. I actually like it. It came out well. So if we want to be perfectionist and we want to refine this stuff very well as it is now, what we can now use now is what we call the void forms. So in these void forms, we are going to, inside this model in place, cut this place. So this shape is going to follow this part. So how are we going to do that? We're going to go to create void forms. We're not going to use void extrusion. So extrusion basically means to draw a shape and extrude. This is a void form is the inverse. So we are going to draw a shape, extrude it, but the void form is going to cut through. If you know, like, anyway, let me now bring anime reference. So I'm going to click on set, pick plane, and I'm just going to pick any of these walls here, a flat plane. Just by walls, I mean these walls in front, these walls here. Or maybe what I can do now is to just, since we pick this one, since it's the front wall, it can still work. So we are going to rotate this now, and we're now going to draw our void form. So the first point is I'm going to draw from this point up to this point here, and up to this point. And I'm not going to draw a line from here up to here. So what I want to do a void form to actually cut this element here, this sweep we created. You can see since the two of them are intersecting each other. So I'm going to put the void value as start 0 and extrusion end minus 5,000. If you know, do you know why I'm putting minus 5,000? The reason why I'm putting minus 5,000 is that since I put the work plane on a plane that is inside the building, if I put, let's say 5,000, it's going to still go further inside the building. So if I want it to go outside the building, I'll need to put minus value. You understand? So I'm going to click on finish. Then what I'm now going to do now is the void has decided to cut both of them. So we can select what element we want the void extrusion to cut. So what we're going to do is we're just going to select this one, and we're going to click on, hover around this cut, click on this drop down, click on cut geometry, then select this void form and select this lower or first geometry. Then it's going to uncut it. Let me rotate it and just confirm what I want to cut. I want to do a void form cutting this horizontal element here. That is this vertical element. That is the first one we created. So I'm going to rotate this to the front, and I'm going to draw a line from here up to here, up to here, and draw another line from here up to here. So another thing I'm going to do, just to know what I'm cutting, I'm just going to click on this and draw another box here. So the reason why I'm drawing this box is so it is just going to serve as a guide. So if it doesn't cut, I'm going to know. So I'm going to click on finish now. So of course, the thing also cuts this element here, which I don't want. So I'm just going to select this, click on cut, this drop down, click on uncut, select it, then uncut it from this one. So you can see the thing has cut perfectly now. So I'm just going to click on this, click on edit extrusion, move around this extra box, click on tab, select it, then just delete it. So what I did, let me just hit Ctrl Z. So it seems I went too fast. I just hovered around this profile. Once I hover around it and it highlights blue, I can now click on tab, select the whole 4 lines, click on delete, then click on finish. So you can see we have created an almost perfect geometry. The only reason why it's not perfect is just because of this LED light here that didn't connect very well. which I'm honestly thinking of how I'm going to modify it to match. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to rotate this to this point here, and I'm just going to click on this, and I'm going to click on edit sweep. So the reason I'm editing this sweep is I just want to try and match these two LED lights here. So I'm going to click on edit profile, edit profile. So I'm just going to select this line here, and I'm now going to click on move. So what I'm targeting is actually this point here. So I'm just going to move this from this point to this point here. So the reason why I'm doing this, I'm just trying to match this same line, this same pocket we created for this LED light on this first element. So I'm going to click on finish, and I hope it works. So if I rotate it, you can see even though it's not perfect, I think it works just fine and is good enough for what I wanted to do. Then I can click on finish model. So you can see we have created the first element of this project. I'm even having some skepticism, but I think 1.2, yeah, I think this makes sense, and I like the way it's coming out so far. So this is the first element. So we can go to this south elevation. Since we have created this first one looking like this, I think this is fine. So the next one I want to create is this balcony here. I think it's very important. So this balcony actually comes from this point here and extends all the way, I guess, to half of this point here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to, since the balcony seems to be on the first floor, so I'm going to go to first floor. So the first thing now is I'm going to examine which space is here. So this is a balcony room. So this balcony room, I actually think a balcony can come here. So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to draw a wall from here. I'm going to go to architecture, click on walls. Then remember, now I'm not going to set that balcony wall. Or before we do wall, let's just do some lines first. So of course, I'll need to create a very big glazing window here. So I'm going to go to annotate and give provisions for that. Draw a line from here up to 3 meters. I think 3 meters is fine. Then draw a line just to match this point here. So it should just connect. So we have a grid line here already. So we'll just follow this grid and follow this point to create our walls. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to wall. I'm going to set this first floor base offset -600. Remember, it's dwarf walls you are creating. I'm going to click on this drop down, and I'm going to change this to first floor, and I'm going to put the top offset as 150. So we're going to set this as finish face exterior first. Then we're going to draw a wall from here up to this point. Why is it showing unjoin elements? Why is it showing can't keep elements joined? Sorry, it's just my mouse again. Click on wall, draw another one here up to this point. Then click on wall again. Then change this from finish face exterior to wall center line. Just follow this grid line here and just draw a wall here. So we have created this balcony here. So if you go to 3D view now, we're going to see something like this. And if we go to this south elevation, that I'm just following this facade I sketched as a guide, we're going to see something like this. Okay, so now I will start creating my window simultaneously. Now I've created this balcony. I'm going to start creating the windows simultaneously. So we're going to create a curtain wall panel here that is going to go from the ground floor up to this ceiling level. Okay, I think, yeah, it's up to the ceiling level. So we're now going to go to the ground floor level, and then I'm now going to select a wall. Then I'm going to show you how to create curtain walls in Revit. So it's very simple. We're going to click on this drop down, and we're going to select this curtain wall non-defined. So this non-defined is like the default curtain wall. So we're going to click on edit type, duplicate, and we're just going to call this 00CW main. Okay, so we're going to click on OK. So usually what we're now going to do is we're going to just make sure this function is set at exterior, automatically embedded is checked on, system panel is make sure it's glazed, or you must find glaze. Just scroll down. If you don't see it, you'll see system panel glaze. Join condition non-defined. The vertical layout none, the horizontal layout none, the vertical munion we're going to change this to main munion, and all of them for horizontal we're going to be changing it to main munion. If you have transferred from the template file, you're going to see the main munion. Then I'm going to click on apply and click on OK. Then I'm going to go back to click on escape first. Then I'm going to go back to that first floor. Then I'm just going to select this line here we created, demarcating the 3 meter gap. Click on copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected views, and select ground floor GFL. Then we're going to go to this GFL, and we're going to use this as a reference. Just click on it and drag it to this side. Click on walls. We're now going to set this curtain wall constraint. We're going to set it from GFL to ceiling level. Then we're now going to set the top offset as 0, the base offset as 600. Then I'm going to draw it from here to this point, 3000. So it's going to say element have duplicate mark values. It doesn't mean anything. Don't bother. So we're now going to go to this 3D view here, and we're going to see. So currently I kind of feel that this element kind of covered a lot of potential windows here, but don't worry, I think in the other view we are going to put a lot of windows. And if you check it, this 3 meter is quite wide, so we can still put a lot of windows here and achieve proper cross ventilation. So if you go to this 3D view, we're now going to go to cutting grid, and we're now going to add some demarcation because this is just plain glass. So usually I will want to put the cutting grids in the middle, but just to make it a bit interesting, I'm going to put one side 1 meter and the others panels 2 meter. Then once I click on one panel, you're going to see munions are going to create automatically. That is because those settings I did kind of made provisions for that. So the horizontal grids, I'm just going to be following the level. So I'm just going to select this one. I'm going to select this first floor level, lintel level 2, this one too, this first floor, and this lintel level 1. So what I can do now, especially once it pertains to creating openable windows, is to actually go and click on this cutting wall one segment. So I'm going to go to the floors where the floors where the cutting walls need to be openable, like the second floor and the ground floor. Then I'm going to hover around this part here, and I'm going to click on this and create another munion here. So what I'm going to do, since once a munion is here, you can't really create another, once a cutting grid is here, you can't really create another cutting grid on it. You can simply click on this one here, click on add segment and add another segment. Okay, sorry, Ctrl Z. Click on this and add another, click on add segment and add another segment on this ground floor. So what we can now do now, in order to make this make sense, is to hover around this cutting grid here, since this one is on the second floor, and we can now have a window, an openable window starting from the second floor to the lintel level. So we're going to hover around this cutting grid, click on tab, select the cutting grid, then reduce this to 1.8 meter. Okay, then if you go to on the first floor, if you rotate this building now, sorry, my mouse error issue. If you rotate this building, on the ground floor, we have 3 possible openable window panels, and on the second floor, we also have the same. So even though we have not put any floor here, we have not adjusted the floors to match this balcony, you already see the idea and where we're headed. So basically, what I'm going to do now is, I think that I kind of have a change of heart in terms of the position of this glazed window here. So what I'm going to do for now is to click on this, and I'm going to change this top constraint from ceiling level to first floor. So please just follow and do the exact same thing to 0 for FFL. Then after we change it, we're going to click delete elements to delete all those grid lines we created on top. So what we're now going to do now is, since we have kind of an issue here in the sense that you can see that basically the way I designed this thing, or the way we set the levels, or the way I'm creating these beams, that these cutting ones, it will be ideal if they are on the surface of this beam. So if any beam structurally is chaining or connecting to this one we created for this balcony, we are going to make provisions for that as well. So I'm going to click on this cutting wall and click on the top offset as -600. So it just matches this. So the reason why I actually deleted this is that I kind of had a change of heart in this balcony. I think I want to extend it to here, to this end pointing. So I'm going to go to first floor. Then I'm just going to click on this wall here and click on move, and simply just move it from this point here to this point. So it's going to start and stop here. So I can click on this one now and click on delete. Then I can just click on this and attach it to here. So yes, extending this balcony up to this end. Okay, so if we go to 3D view, we're going to see something like this. So now we are going to adjust the floor for this element we created here. Then we're just going to also put some railings. So I'm going to go to first floor. I'm going to click on this floor slab. I'm going to click on edit boundary. Then I'm just going to continue it at this point. Note that this is not going to be the last editing we're going to do for this floor, as we are still going to add other balconies, okay, while creating other elements. And we might still even adjust this balcony depending on what I feel should come next. Okay, so now I'm now going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on railing. Let me just click on railing, use this minimalist railing, leave the base offset at 150, and just draw our railing from this point to here, from this point to here as well, and click on finish. So if you go to 3D view, you can see that this stuff is more refined. So we're now going to go back to the south elevation where we kept this view, and we're going to look at the next element. So the next element is a balcony at this highest floor. Okay, so this is a major element. It's going to go from here and connect to this, and basically start from this point of the building and go straight down to this point here. And just basically create an effect like that. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go to first floor, because this is a very big element, is connected to the first floor, so we need to create that for the first floor. And I also have an idea to make the walls slanted. Okay, so let's go to the first floor. Let me not talk too much. So I'm going to go to escape. I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line. So the first thing I want to do is to actually create a cantilever here. So I want to push some portions of this wall out. So I'm going to go to detail line, draw a line 1.2, or let me just match it with this. Yes, that is 1.3. Should I do it like that? Yeah, I think so. I think doing it like that will make sense. So I'm just going to draw a line from here, matching the internal soffit of the wall. Okay. Then I'm going to draw another line up to this point here. Once it matches this external part, then I'm going to draw another line from here. Let me just start with 1.5 or 1.2. Or I can draw a line from this point here just to create some consistency. Then I'm going to click on modify. I'm going to click on trim. Then I'm going to trim these two lines here. There's a reason I like using line work. So it just gives provisions for error and editing before we finally create the element. So remember that if we go back to this out, this element I want to mimic actually stops just somewhere here, just before the door. Okay, so if you go back to first floor, I think the thing should just stop here and stop with this expansion joint. So I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to click on detail line, and I'm going to draw a line from here matching this. So I'm going to click on trim and just trim this here. So another interesting thing I want to do is I want to slant the balconies. So what I intend on doing is to actually, most of these balconies, especially the ones going, anyway, let me not do too much. So I'm going to talk too much. I'm going to go to detail line, annotate detail line. Then I'm going to draw another line from here, 1.2 meter from here as well. Then I'm now going to draw a line diagonally, catching this one at this point and clicking on this line here to click delete. So this is what I intend for the balcony. I'm also thinking of slanting this side. So if we go to the sketch file, I'm just going to try and quickly find the folder where I kept the sketches. So you can open the your sketch folder and your template folder. Okay, so I'm just going to bring in another image. Okay, so I'm going to be dragging this image 5 in the plan view for now. So this image 5 actually represents the sides of this build. So this side I wrote left is actually this side of this building. So I'm just thinking of creating an element like this. So I'm still considering slanting it or just leaving it straight. Okay, because the whole idea I have for this building is to use a lot of diagonal elements, a lot of slanting forms. So that just makes it more interesting. Okay, so now while I'm still pondering on that, we're just going to make another adjustment. So I feel since I'm slanting, let me just go back to this facade to confirm something. But I'm still going to slant it eventually. So the question is just, where are we going to slant it to? Okay, let's just be working on the other ones for now. So back to the first floor. What I'm now going to do is we're going to now create some dwarf walls. But remember that this one is actually a bit different. It's not going to be so simple because this element, if you go back to this south elevation, you're going to see this element is kind of connected here. So it's not like it's just dwarf walls all through. So we're going to go back to first floor and we're still going to do some drafting. So I'm going to go to detail line here and I'm going to indicate that this section of this, let me just use a line to separate it. This section of this cantilever I want to do is not going to be a balcony. It's actually going to be part of the space of this room. So the only thing I'm considering now is whether I should also cantilever. Looking at this, okay, I don't think I should cantilever here. Or what I can do now is to simply click on this and reduce this cantilever to 600 millimeter. Okay, so it's off this grid here, so it won't be too much because I feel that if we cantilever here, it's going to kind of extend the length of this bedroom. So that aside, I'm still going to go to detail line and I'm going to draw a line from this point up to a random number, let's say 1.5. Then draw a line from here up to 900 millimeter. Then just once it's 900 millimeter horizontally, I'm just going to attach it here. Then what I'm going to do from this point, I'm going to draw another line here. So this line is going to be at 45 degrees to this building here. So it's just going to meet this wall here. Okay, so I'm now going to click on this and click on delete to delete these lines I used to kind of catch this. Then I'm going to start drafting the dwarf walls. So I'm going to go to architecture, click on walls. Then I'm going to click on this drop down and select this 2254. So the first thing I'm going to do is to set the base constraint FFL, set the top constraint FFL, put the base offset as minus 600 and put the top offset as 150. Remember, the two constraints are still first floor level. So I'm also going to click on this and change this to finish face exterior. Then I'm going to draw or finish face interior in this case. So depending on how the thing is showing, you can switch from finish face exterior to finish face interior. So now I've drafted these two dwarf walls. So I think that is where our dwarf wall is supposed to end. Then also, I'm just going to change this from finish face interior to wall center line. Then I'm going to draft from this point, kind of making the expansion distant, the expansion joint consistent. So I'm going to click on trim, select this wall here and select this one, trim it. So this wall is not necessary since this is the foremost wall of this point. So I think that is where it should stop. So I'm going to click on this line and delete these two lines. So now we have created this part. That is the first part. This is a good job we did. We're now going to create the solid walls that are going to go up to the second floor level. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on walls. Then I'm going to remove this. Okay, I'm still going to leave this minus 450, minus 600 since this is a cantilever. But I'm going to change this top constraint to second floor. So in this second floor, I'm going to leave this top offset 150. You are going to see the reason why. But for now, just leave it there. So we're going to change this from wall center line to finish face exterior. We're now going to click on this line, pick here, pick here, pick here. Then now we're going to click on escape. We're now going to go over here and we're going to remove this value since we're now drafting the internal walls. So we're going to remove this minus 600 and 150 here. So I'm just going to draw a line from here, continuing this wall. Then I'm going to click on escape, click on this wall here and just drag it back to match here. Then click on this wall and drag it back to this point and click escape. Okay, so I'm not currently satisfied with this because I feel this space will be useless. So what I can do is to go to annotate detail line. Since this was the point I drew this wall from, yeah, I think this is the point. I'm going to just draw a line from here up to this point, kind of matching this floor here. Then after doing it, I'm just going to, from here, from where I'm going to go to detail line. So I'm going to draw another line from here to match this. Then I'm going to click on this line and go to detail line again and draw a line on top of it to reach about, let's say, 3.6 meter. So after doing this, I'm going to just draw a line downwards just to kind of make sure I know where this point is. Then I'm going to click on this wall. I'm going to pick this blue point and I'm just going to manually hold left click, hold and manually move it to this place. It's going to ask to delete room, but don't delete anything. Just click OK. Then I'm just going to click on modify. I'm going to click on trim and I'm going to trim this wall here to this wall. So I think this space now can be more usable with adjusted furniture. So we're going to go to 3D view and we're going to see what we did. So look at what we did on 3D view. I think this is making sense and it's kind of coming out well. So what we can now do now is we can now go back to this facade. This our facade is coming out, but it still has some elements to go. So if we go back to this south elevation and we basically look at what we have on this sketch and look at this, it's kind of forming, but we actually need this balcony on top to continue up to this point, thereby reaching from here to this side. So what we're going to do is simple. We're going to go to 3D view. We're going to select these two walls here, these two dwarf walls we created on the first floor that we set these values, and we're going to click on copy to clipboard, click on paste this drop down, align to selected levels and select second floor SFL and click OK. So the thing perfectly copied. If you rotate it to this front, it kind of replicated what we have here, but this is not what I want. Remember, if you go to this south elevation, this upper element actually extend to this point. Okay. So the thing I always encourage is that in design and all this facade play we are doing here, if you really want something, you try as much as possible to get it or get something at least close to it. And I feel that way you'll be proud of what you did later. So if you now go to second floor, we're not just going to go to second floor. Then I'm just going to click on this balcony, this wall here, and kind of unjoin it with this one here. So there's something I want to do. So after doing it, what I'm not going to do, I'm not going to use the align tool, which is AL. Then I'm going to select, I'm going to basically select this face here. Then select this face, inner face of this balcony wall. So it's going to extend to here. Okay, so what this means is that the line, the wall consistency maintains across this floor. So you can see how this attached to this point here, which I think is nice. So if you go to second floor, what we're now going to do is to click on this and simply join it to this point here. Okay, so on the flip side, I was just thinking, I don't think there is need to keep this master lounge small like this, but I think the master lounge, does it have to be too big? That is up for debate, but I think it's fine this size. I was thinking of dragging this wall and extending it here, so it will just form one very comprehensive. But I feel the terrace being big is no problem. That the master's lounge is big enough. So I'm just going to click on trim, and I'm going to trim this here to just create. But actually, I think this terrace is too big, so I can click on this wall, click on copy, and copy this wall to this point here. Then click on escape, then click on this, delete this wall here, click on this and just enclose this here. So it just forms two big space, master lounge, master bedroom. So if you go to 3D view, I think we have something like this. But actually, I was just thinking, I think I would have preferred if this element was segmented. So I'm going to go back to second floor. I'm going to hit Ctrl Z. And I'm just going to leave this master lounge small for now. So we're going to go to 3D view and it's going to appear something like this. Okay, that said, we're now going to go back to this window here. So remember that I told you that this particular curtain wall actually broke it because of this balcony. So what we can do is just to select it, click on copy to clipboard, click on paste, align to selected levels and set it at first floor, sorry. So what we're now going to do is we're now going to reset the constraints a bit. So apparently the offset from the ground is 600 mm, which I think is kind of standard, but in this case I'm just going to change it from 600 base offset to 150. So these curtain walls, we can manipulate them how we want, so it's going to just match the top constraint of this 12 wall. Then I'm going to click on it and change this top constraint from SFL to ceiling level and change the top offset to 0. All right, so now this is done. We're now going to add some cutting grids as we did before. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on cutting grid. I'm going to place a grid on this second floor level, place a grid on this lintel level. Then I'm going to click on escape. Since this is a space, this is basically a bedroom space, I want the windows to be actually realistic, and I'm still going to put some cutting wall embedded windows here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on tab. We cannot have 2.4 meter long windows. I don't think it's practical. So I'm just going to reduce this to 1.8, even though it's quite big, but I think that is more manageable than 2.4. 2.4 is basically 8 feet. Okay, so now that is out of the way, we have settled for this curtain wall. We're now going to go back to looking at our facade. We can just do some refining touches. Go add the floor, edit the floor to match this and add some railings here. Okay, so we're going to go back to this first floor. We're basically going to select the floor footprint. We're going to click on edit boundary. Then I'm just going to draw some lines here, or I'm going to use this pick line to pick here, pick here, pick here, then maybe pick here. So I'm going to do some careful trimming. I'm going to click on trim and extend. I'm going to trim this line to this. I'm going to trim this line to this point here. Okay, I'm supposed to click on pick line to and pick here. I'm going to also trim here to here, trim this line to this. Then I can click on escape, select this line and delete it. So I can click on trim and just trim these two lines together. So I think we have a comprehensive floor. So I'm going to click on finish, don't attach. So this bedroom is redundant. What I can do is to hover around this bedroom space and just drag it back into this place. Then click on this label and uncheck this leader so it will go back to where it's supposed to be. Then I can just manually delete these lines. Sorry, I know my voice is cracking. If I talk for a bit of time, I start having these cracking voices. I'm not involved. Please bear with me. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on railing. We are going to place our railings here. I'm going to click on pick line too. I'm going to pick here as well, and just click finish, and our railing is there. So if you go back to 3D view, we're making some progress. So we're going to go and do kind of the same thing, but we're going to go to this our south elevation again. The reason why I'm going back to this sketch is just to make sure that we are on track following the facade form. So actually there's also an element here. So if you notice, I sketched an element. So this element actually goes through this part here and forms here and forms here. So the whole idea was for it to be actually slanting in the opposite direction to from where this one is. So the whole point was at some point it's going to break this space, this balcony here. Okay, so I'm going to continue from there, and we're going to create that element I was just talking about. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to NGL. Okay, then after going to NGL, oh sorry, I'm going to click on Save Project. I'm actually going to go to DPC. So I'm going to go to that is GFL. So after I go to GFL, I'm just going to do some design work here. So I'm going to go to Annotate. I'm going to go to Detail Line, Annotate, sorry, Detail Line. So after clicking on Detail Line, I'm just going to do some line works. So I want to create a balcony here. So this balcony is going to be the element that links this private lounge to this pool area. So it's going to also serve like an alfresco. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw a line from here, and I'm going to draw it up to 2.4 meter. Okay, so after drawing it up to 2.4 meter, I'm now going to go up to this point here, and I'm going to draw another line from here up to 600 millimeter. Then I'm going to draw a line from here up to 2.4 meter, or draw a line from here meeting this point here, extend it to this point here, then click on Detail Line and draw a line from here, this point here, up to 2.4 meter. Then I'm just going to connect it to this line here. Okay, so thereby creating this element here. So another thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to extend this line from this point here where this wall is and draw it up to here, or rather click on Escape and just shift it to this point, then retract this line back. So basically I have what I want to do here. I hope you follow this. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go to Architecture. We're going to click on Walls. So once we click on Wall, we're going to click on this drop down. Okay, for some reason I was using this 225 wall main, so I'm going to change it back to 225 wall. Okay, so I'm still going to work on it because I noticed that it's actually an issue. So I'm just going to click on Escape first, go to 3D to quickly resolve it. Then I'm going to select the last wall I created is this 225 wall main, which I didn't want to be using. So I'm going to right click, select all instances in entire project. Then I'm just going to click on it and change it from 225 wall main to 225 wall. Okay, so hopefully, and I think that is good, just to avoid that kind of issue in future, because it's better if I'm using one wall, let it be consistent. So now I've done this, now I'm now going to do some wall work. So I'm going to go to wall again. I'm going to click on this drop down, select this 2254, click on edit type, click on duplicate, then call this 00225 wall gray. Okay, then I'm going to click OK. So I'm going to click on edit type, edit. So I'm just going to click on this material, and I'm going to be looking for a gray material. Okay, so after clicking on it, a material dialog is going to open. I'm just going to search dark. I think I should have a dark gray material here. So I'm just going to click on this gray material, click on use render appearance. I'm basically going to click on this icon here, go to appearance, and I'm going to be looking for light gray color. So under appearance, I'm going to click on wall paint. I'm going to scroll down and look for light gray, or let me just use normal gray. Then I'm going to go to graphics, identity, everything is checked, apply, and click OK. So after now we have created this wall, we're going to set the parameters, and I want you to pay attention as we set these parameters. So what we're going to do first is we're going to change this from ground. Okay, so now we're just going to change this, leave this at ground floor, but we're going to put the base offset as minus 750 or minus 600, sorry. Then after putting the base offset that way, we're going to go to this top constraint, and we're going to change it up to second floor level, and we're going to put the top offset at 150. Okay, then I'm going to change this to leave this as finished face exterior. Then I'm going to draw a wall here, up to here, and up to here. Then I'm going to click on escape. So if we go to 3D view, you will see why the thing made that sound. So the reason why the thing made that sound is because this is kind of interfering with this wall. So I'm also going to, I just realized that this second floor constraint I set it at is not appropriate. Then I'm just going to rotate this. Then I'm going to hold control, select these three walls, and instead of second floor, I'm going to change this to ceiling. Then I'm going to remove this top offset to change it back to 0. So after I've changed this back to 0, you are going to see this kind of vertical element will come out. But we are not done yet. So we're now going to go back to this ground floor, and we're now going to continue this this cantilever up to this point. So what we're going to do is I'm going to click on walls. Then I'm now going to go here. So another thing I noticed is that since this wall is coming from here, what I'm now going to do, since this is facing the exterior, and I actually want to start drawing a wall from this inner part. So just basically what I'm going to do is to click on annotate, detail line, modify, and offset it by impute the offset value to 225 offset. Then I'm going to click on offset and offset this line here. Then click on escape and delete this line here. So I'm going to click on trim and trim this line to this point here and click escape. So I'm going to go to architecture, click on walls. Then I'm now going to set the constraint for a dwarf wall. So I'm going to leave this JFL as minus 600, leave this SFL, then click on this and SFL and change this to ground floor. So it's ground floor to ground floor, base offset minus 600, top offset, just like our typical balcony dwarf wall. So I'm going to set this as finished face exterior to make sure it works. Then just click on these walls here, on these lines, and create the wall. So now this is done. I think this is looking nice. So remember that we are still going to leave an opening here. So I'm going to click on this wall. I'm going to click on annotate, detail line, and I'm going to draw another line from this point here, from this edge here, okay, I'm going to draw a line from here up to 900. Then I'm just going to click on modify, click on split. Then I'm going to split this wall here. I'm going to click on this wall and drag it back to this point. Then what I'm going to do now is I'm going to now click on these two walls here, and I'm just going to increase the top offset to 900 millimeter. Okay, then I'm going to go to annotate, detail line, and I'm going to draw a line from here. So this line is going to be up to, let's say 3 meter or 4 meter. Let me just impute the value, 4000. Click enter. Then draw a line going this way. So I'm going to click on this wall, drag it to this point here. So now we have something like this. Thing is just like an opening. So we are going to connect a staircase to it. So we're now going to create some railings. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on railing. Then I'm just simply going to click on pick line tool. I'm going to pick the middle of this wall and the middle of this one. Then I'm going to click on finish. So if you go to 3D view now, you are going to see that what we are creating is coming out well. So you can see this element. So if you go and slant it like this, you can see the kind of effect is given on the facade, this sloping effect. So I think we have an issue which I want to address quickly. So the issue is this garage door. So originally I didn't have in mind that this garage access from outside will only be about the distance of this basement to the NGL, which is not much. So if you go to, let's say, the south elevation, which by the way, you can see the elevation is kind of coming out. So if you want to have a clearer view of this elevation, you can click on this and change it to shaded, then click on this and change it to fine. So you can see that the elevation is kind of coming out to a good extent here. So now, if you go to annotate now and go to align, we're going to see the distance between this NGL here and this thing is 1.95, and 1.95 is not enough for, it's not enough for a car to enter. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to lower this level, this basement level. So I'm going to click on this and I'm going to change this value, or simply click on move, or change this value here to from 1500 to, let's add 600 to it, making it 2100. Okay, so of course the error it showed is concerning the staircase, but we're going to still work on it. So I think this is 2550. So I still feel we still need to increase it to 2700 from NGL to. So I'm just going to change it to 2700. Okay, so I think this is nice. So you can see that this is the garage door, and I think the garage door makes sense from the garage up to the natural ground level. So you can see this is a well suited and well designed garage door. So what we can do is to go back to 3D and save this. We are just going to save the project. So the first thing I'm going to do is, after rotating this, I'm going to align this wall to this wall here. So I'm going to click on AL. Then I'm going to select this face of this wall and select this face. Okay, sorry. AL. Select the face of this wall and select the face of this wall here as well. So after doing it now, we're now going to go back to basement level. So now we're at the basement level. We're now going to click on this staircase. So it's currently showing 22 risers and the riser height is 177, which is as a result of what we did. So I'm just going to increase this riser number till this height becomes 150. So I'm going to put 26. Okay, so 26 makes it 150. So I'm going to now click on edit stairway, click on this and click on edit sketch. Then I'm just going to click on offset. 300 millimeter and add some risers. So let's say 1, 2, 3, 4. So if I zoom out, they say 22 risers created, 4 remaining. Then let me just click on trim and trim this here first. So I'll see whether it's still showing that. Then click on this and trim here. So if I zoom out, it's still showing 22 risers created, 4 remaining. So I'm going to click on offset and get more risers in. I'm going to zoom out. Okay, it's 26 risers created, 0 remain. So I'm just going to click on trim. So I'm going to click on finish, and I think I've resolved the staircase. So I'm also going to place a door here. Since there is no door here, I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to doors. Then I'm just going to place this D3, the smaller variant, that is D3B, I think. Yeah. Then I'm just going to place the door here. So I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to select this door, click on move, and move it to this point here. So after doing this, I'm now going to create a floor for this basement. So for this basement, I'm going to be using a concrete floor. So I'm going to go to Arch File. I'm going to go to Architecture. I'm going to click on Floor. Then I'm going to click on this drop down, and I'm going to be using this concrete 150 mm. So I'm going to click on Edit Type, Edit. Then I'm going to click on this concrete material. I'm going to go to Graphics, and I'm just going to look for this the regular concrete material. I'm going to be using this concrete cast in place, and I'm going to be clicking on OK. Okay. So I'm now going to click on this line tool to kind of draw the footprint. So since this is the basement, I'm going to be covering every portion, including this elevator and maintenance room points. Then click finish. So after doing this now, we're now going to go back to this ground floor level, and we're going to adjust the floor footprint. So I'm going to click on this. I'm now going to click on edit boundary. Then I'm just going to extend this to this point here. Then simply click on align AL, select this face here, and select this line here to match this face. So after doing this now, I'm going to click on line work, and I'm just going to try and enter part of this point here. Then click on trim and trim this, and click on finish, don't attach. So now I'm going to go to first floor level. Then I'm now going to kind of adjust some things. So I'm going to click on this wall here, since it's clashing with this wall. Then I'm going to drag it to this point. I'm also going to click on this railing, click on edit part. Then I'm going to click on this and drag this here and click finish. So another thing I was really considering is kind of making this place a cantilever up to this point here. So let me just do it. So I'm going to go to annotate, detail line. Then I'm just going to draw a line from this point here up to this point and join it here. Then I'm just going to click on this line here and join it to this point. Then after doing so, I'm going to click on AL. I'm going to select this line here and select this inner face of this wall, thereby adjusting it, and click on escape. So now I'm going to click on this line so it will not confuse us. I'm going to be deleting all these lines. Oh, I mistakenly deleted the floor. So I'm going to hit Ctrl C. I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click edit type. Then I'm going to now basically adjust this floor to fit this balcony I created now. So after doing this, we're now going to click finish. I think, yeah, don't attach. So I'm now going to click on railing, this line here. Let me just click on this line first, delete it. Click on railing, edit type. Then click on this line and delete this. So I'm going to click on pick line tool and pick in between this line here, these walls here. Then click on trim and trim this here. So this facade is just experimental. Okay, so since this is a tutorial, of course we can express ourselves here, or rather I can express myself here and go out. But this is just the possibilities can do. I believe this thing is 100% constructible, but it just incur some cost, a lot of cost implications actually. So if you go to 3D view, we're now going to see what the facade is currently looking at. Then we're going to go to this second floor, and we're going to kind of make some modifications here. So we're going to basically mainly complete this balcony here. So the thing we're going to do is we're going to go to this second floor. So once we go to the second floor plan, what we're going to be seeing are these dwarf walls here. So we're going to create another dwarf wall here, but this one, we're not going to put any minus 600 because do you know why? If you go to 3D, there is already a wall here. So there is no need to put minus 600. If not, it will interfere with this wall. So if you go back to this second floor plan, we're not going to click out. Then we're going to click on architecture, walls, select this normal 225 wall, remove this offset of minus 600 at the base, then change this top constraint to 750 to SFL and put 150 top offset at the top. So we're just going to change this from finish face exterior to wall center line, and we're going to just create a wall here. Okay, so now this is done. Now we're going to click on escape for now. So now we're now going to create some railings. Okay, so we're going to use this point here to create some railings for this second floor. So I'm going to go to railing. I'm now going to simply draw the railing part from here following this wall, dwarf walls. So I'm going to click on pick line 2. I'm going to pick here and pick the middle of this wall here. So I'm going to click on finish. So of course, the railing is not complete, so we need to actually chain it here. So we're going to chain it together and click on finish. So after doing this now, I think we've made some progress, but we need to create floors for this second floor plan. So what we're simply going to do is we're just going to copy the floor from the first floor, then we're just going to modify it. So we're going to go to FFL. We're going to just select this floor here, and I'm going to click on copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected levels, SFL second floor level, and click OK. So after doing this, we're now going to go to the second floor level and we're going to click on this floor footprint. Then we're just going to edit it. So we're mainly going to be changing this section of it. So the first thing to do is to just select all these lines here and click on delete. Then we're just going to click on this line tool and just manually draw our line up to this point here, to this point, to this point, to this point here. Draw it down here and draw it to this point. So I'm noticing some little discrepancies. So the discrepancy, if you can see, this wall and this wall are not very aligned, and it's because of the main reason why it's causing the discrepancies is because of the fact that we changed the walls. We used those 225 wall mean. So I'm going to click finish and I'm going to try and be manually manually resolving these discrepancies. So I'm going to select this wall, unjoin it here first. Then I'm going to click on AL, that is align, select this soffit here and select this wall soffit just to kind of align them, and just click on escape, select this and drag it back. So I'm also going to click on this railing, click on edit part and make sure this railing line is on a grid line perfectly in the middle. Okay, so these are just like the consequence of kind of using two different type of walls at some point. So sometimes it can create some mix-ups. So I think there's no mix-up here, so I think this is fine. For this, I'm not detecting anything significant. So now another thing is we'll need to actually close this wall here, because although realistically a furniture can actually be designed here, so it's fine. I can just leave it like this. So now we're going to actually create a beam. So the beam is going to flow from here up to this point and flow from here up to this point here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to 3D view. Okay, so currently if you rotate the 3D view, you can see this wall here, it goes up to this. So what we can do in order to get a better view of this is to just simply click on this and click on HH, that is for temporary height. Click on this bigger beam, click on HH2, click on this one, click on HH, so we can get a clearer view of what is going on here. So the first thing, I'm just going to select this wall here and hold Control, select this wall, select this slanted wall, select basically these inner walls here. Then after selecting them, I'm just going to put a top offset of minus 150. So they are not going to be clashing with this floor here. So this floor is just smooth. So if you rotate this to the top now, after hiding this, the beam I was necessarily referring to is this one here, from here to this point, from here to this point. So this beam is not going to be from ceiling to roof level. It's going to be from lintel 3 to ceiling level, and maybe some offset under lintel 3. So I'm going to go to wall. I'm going to select this 225 gray wall. Then I'm going to be setting the constraint. The top constraint is going to be ceiling level, offset 0. Then the base constraint is going to be lintel 3, that is directly under ceiling, but the offset, let's say 1.2. Oh, sorry, let me use 1050 millimeter. Then I'm going to make sure this wall center line. Then I'm going to draw it from here to this point here. Then I'm also going to draw this from here. I'm going to make sure it's aligned with this slant of this wall here. and just flow like this. So if you look at this, we are going to now create something like this. So if you click on HR, that is the opposite of HH. You're now going to see the kind of effect I was aiming for. So you can see this going like this. You can see this flowing like this. You can see this going this way. And if you rotate it to 3D, you can just see all these diagonal crossing and stuff. Just makes it look very nice. So another thing, we're going to go back to this south elevation. Then we're now going to try and compare and contrast it to what we have here. So looking at this, I think the door, even though it's kind of a bit different, and I was thinking of adding an element here, but I feel there's no need at this point. Then I was now looking at the possibility of just another little element here. But I think at this point, these major elements are fine now. So what we can now start doing is the minor elements like the glazing, the woodwork, and the material selection. So we're going to go back to 3D and I want to make a change. So I'm going to change this walls here. So the first thing I'm going to do, like this walls here. So you know, in facade design is always good. I always look at things in 3D blocks. So I look at this whole stuff. If you look at this front now, you can see this element flowing like this. So I look at it as one element. I look at this as one element. I look at this as one element just to create the composition for this 3D design. So what we are going to do now is we're going to select all these walls here. Or we are going to go to each floor and split it at this junction. Then we're going to change this to a stone wall. So I'm going to go to NGL and I'm going to go to this section where we want to change. I'm going to click on modify, split. Then I'm going to split this wall here. So once I make sure I split, good. I'm going to go to first floor and I'm going to do the same, modify, split this wall here. So I'm going to go to second floor as well. I'm going to now click modify, split this wall here, and I'm going to split it here. So I'm going to click on escape and I'm going to go to 3D view. Then I'm just going to try and select all these walls individually. Hold Control and select all of them. So once we've selected all of them, we're going to click on this drop down and look for any stone wall. If not, we're going to create. So I'm going to click on edit type, duplicate, and I'm just going to call you 00225 masonry stone walls 1, because we are going to be using 2 different type of masonry stone. So I'm going to click OK, click on edit type, simply click on the material, then just look for this stone here. I think this stone marble is fine for Revit. Remember, this is a full Revit to D5 workflow, so we are still going to select the appropriate material in D5 render, and we're going to click OK, apply, OK. So we have something like this. So you can see this is already another element on its own. So now we are going to start. I'm going to properly introduce you into cutting walls, windows, and placing windows in cutting walls. So let's talk about windows first. So if you go to ground floor now, I think I'll need to create a big glazed window here, just from this point to this point. Okay. So, and this window is going to cut across each floor. So I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line, and I'm going to draw a line from this point first. And I'm going to draw a line up to, let's start from first floor, since I want it to be consistent with the first floor. So another element of facade design is always good that, for example, if you create a window here or a cutting wall here, if you replicate the exact same thing on this floor, it's going to look nice, and it will be better than if you use a different longer cutting wall here and a shorter one here. So kind of that organization in disorganization is actually making sense. So you can see that in this facade, there is quite a lot of disorganization here in quotes, but when there is synergy of disorganization with organization, it kind of creates a very wonderful effect. So we're going to rotate this back to the front, and we're going to go back to first floor, as I said I would. Then I'm going to click on annotate detail line. Then I'm going to draw a line from this point here up to 225. Then draw it vertically up. Then draw another line from here to this point. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on walls. Then I'm going to click on this drop down, and I'm going to be looking for CW main, the CW main we created. So just pay attention to this parameter. So this parameter, the base offset is going to be 0, because this cutting wall are from ground and there is still a door going to be embedded within this cutting wall. And I'm going to change the top constraint to second floor, but I'm not going to put an offset of -600 to give allowance for those drop down beams I talked about earlier. So I'm just going to click on this cutting wall and draw it to this point here, and click on it. Look, don't mind these elements have duplicate mark value. So if you go to 3D view, we're going to see something like this. So I'm simply going to go to cutting grid, and I'm just going to be placing some cutting grids, probably at intervals of 1.2 meter. So I can place it at random intervals first, then I can edit it. So now I've placed this horizontal one at random intervals. I can hover around this, click on tab, select this cutting grid, change this distance to 1.2, go to the next one, 1.2, go to the next one, 1.2. So after doing this now, we're not going to place the horizontal grid. So I'm just going to go to cutting grid and I'm going to place this horizontal grid at this lintel level here. So what we can now do now is to kind of edit this cutting wall now. Now we have placed this cutting wall. We're not going to hover around any of the panel or hover around any panel we want to select. Hover around where the edge is, then click on tab. So once the panel highlights blue, we select it. Then we can now click on pin. So if you click on this drop down, normally you're not meant to see anything here, but we copied a cutting wall from our template file. So I'm just going to redo it. So you're going to see how this thing works before we change anything. So I'm going to click on escape first, then I'm going to click on file explorer and I'm going to open the template file. So now the template file is open. We're just going to go to this NGL, that is the template file. So we're now going to go to the 3D view of the template file. So if you rotate this building to the front, you're going to notice that we have a cutting wall that has a cutting wall embedded door, and it also has a cutting wall embedded window. So we're just going to select that whole cutting wall. So remember, the same way that if you select the wall that has a door attached to it, the door is going to copy as well. That is the same way if you select the cutting wall with the cutting wall embedded door and window, it's going to copy with it. So we're just going to click copy to clipboard. Then we're going to go to 3D view. I'm going to click on save this project. Then I'm just going to randomly place the cutting wall we created somewhere here, Ctrl V, click on OK. Then I'm just going to paste it somewhere here. Okay, so apparently I don't know where it pasted, but let me just do it again. I'm going to rotate this to the top. I'm going to hover around here, hit Ctrl V, and just paste it around here. Okay, so now I've pasted it here. We have this cutting wall embedded window and this cutting wall. So the first thing I want to do is to edit this cutting wall embedded window. So I'm going to click on it and I'm going to click edit type. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to select this panel here. I'm going to click on this material and I'm going to make sure that the transparency, the foreground pattern is set at none. Then I'm just going to use transparency or uncheck this use render appearance and increase transparency to about 50 or 60. Then I'm going to click on apply and I'm going to click on OK. So once it's set like this, I can click on this panel and just simply change this to frame munion, which is fine. Then I'm just going to click on file. I'm going to click on save as. Then I'm going to save as family. Then I'm just going to call this cutting wall CW embedded. Then after saving this as a new family, I'm going to load into project. I'm going to be loading it into this luxury mansion project. Then so now once I've loaded it in, if I go back to 3D view now and I just select this window here, if I click on this drop down, I'm going to see this embedded cutting wall embedded aluminium, and I'm just going to select it. So apparently the graphics didn't change, which is annoying. And sometimes this kind of issue happens, especially when you're editing a cutting wall embedded window. The graphics will always be for some reason stuck. So I'm going to hit Ctrl S to save it here. Then I'm just going to load it into project, then click on OK. Then I'm going to override the existing version. So just the same annoying issue. I used to always notice this thing when I edit cutting walls. For some reason, the material just doesn't change. Okay, so what we can just do now is to select this cutting wall, click on delete. Then remember what I told you about cutting wall saving in the inventory or component saving in the inventory of a file once you copy it. So the same applies here. So we're just going to hover around this, click on tab, select this panel here. Then we're going to click on this unpin it. Okay, if it's already unpinned, we're just going to, which we did before, we're going to click on this drop down and look for this single glass door. Okay, so these are cutting wall embedded door. So what we can now do is to create some pockets for a cutting wall embedded window. So what we're going to do is to go to architecture. We're going to click on cutting grid. So we're going to click on this one segment. Then we're just going to create a segment at 1.5 meter here. till this is 1.5. Okay, then we're going to click on escape. So I'm going to hover around this, click on tab till I select the cutting grid, then click on add or remove segment, then click on this segment to create a segment here. Okay, so we're just going to kind of use these two pockets here to create cutting wall embedded windows, but I still feel that this each of a window that is swinging 1.2 meter is not realistic. So I'm going to go to cutting grid and I'm going to click on one segment and I'm going to create another segment here and create another one here. Okay, so after doing this, I'm going to click on escape, then I'm going to click on tab, select this panel here, click on tab again, select this panel, click on tab, select this panel here, click on tab, hold Control, select this panel, make sure we unpin it, click on this drop down and change this to this embedded cutting wall window. Okay, so for one last time, I'm going to try and edit this. So I'm going to click on edit. I'm going to now select this panel here, click on this tinted and remove this and change it to none. Then I'm just going to click on make sure this is uncheck this use render appearance and make sure the transparency is about 50. Click on apply and click on OK. So after doing this now, I'm now going to hit file, I'm going to hit save as, I'm going to hit family. Then I'm just going to change this to CW window. Then I'm going to click on save. So after doing this now, I'm going to close this file. You get, then I'm going to now click on insert. I'm going to click on insert family or click on architecture, click on components, and so I'm going to instead go to insert, click on load family, go to documents where I kept or wherever you kept the CW window. So this edited one, I'm going to click on it and click on open. So it's going to load into the project. Then I'm going to select this cutting wall embedded window, click on this drop down and select this CW window. So for some damn reason, this thing is not still editing. So this is just the one annoying stuff. I think I've noticed this problem a lot in Revit. So I'm still going to try and see how I can. It's still the same issue. It's still the same. So I'm just going to select this and click on this material, right click, duplicate, and just call this glass or glazed. Click on this, go to appearance, glass. Or if this doesn't work this time, I'm going to close this Revit file and open it again. So I'm just going to be using this glass medium color. Click on graphics, uncheck this user render appearance, reduce the transparency to about 48, click on OK, apply, and click on load into project. Okay, click on override. Okay, so I think this worked. So what I can do is to click on this, click on edit in place, select this, click on this material, and let me just change it to a darker material. Go to appearance, go to glass, and look for this, maybe this smoked gray. Click on graphics, apply, okay. Okay, this color, I'm just going to make it darker. Reduce the transparency, click on apply. Then click on load into project, luxury mansion, click on no. Then I'm just going to select this CW and just click on this drop down and change it to this CW embedded window. So I think this one is now transparent. Okay, so I think this is better overall. So if we rotate this to this point here, you're going to see this door and this cutting wall embedded window, and it also creates a kind of interesting design. So we're going to select this cutting wall overall. We're going to click on copy to clipboard. We're going to click on paste, align to selected levels, and select GFL and click OK. So you're going to see just the fact that we replicated this like this. You can see how it makes sense. So what we can do, since we don't want the door of this launch area to be here, we can select this cutting wall embedded door, click on this drop down and change it back to glazed panel, solid glazed, system panel glazed. So it will just be normal glass again. So it's just be this window. But you can see the whole synergy in the design by creating these two similar curtain walls. So if you go back to ground floor now, what we can now do now is, since actually in actuality this doesn't make sense, so what we can do is to select this curtain wall and simply click on move and move this to this point here. So the reason why I move this to this point is because this place is a duct, so it's unavoidable that we are going to have to change the position of this curtain wall here. Okay, so I don't think we can avoid that, so we just have to change it there. So now we are going to select this curtain wall and we're going to mirror it to this side of this project. So we're just going to select this curtain wall, click on mirror, draw axis, then click on this point and mirror it to this point here. So the only difference is we're going to click on it and we're just going to extend this from this point to this here. So it's a curtain wall stretching this whole place. So we're going to click on this and we're going to extend this wall here, this curtain wall, to about, we're just going to leave a distance of 900 millimeter left here. Okay, so after doing this, if we go to 3D view, we're now going to rotate this to the left, and then we're just going to add some cutting grids. Okay, so we're just going to go to architecture, we're going to go to cutting grids, and we're just going to add some more here. We're going to add one here, one here. So what we're going to do is we're going to be following the same system of setting it at 1.2 meter. So you know that this last one wasn't 1.2 meter. So what I'm going to do is just to hover around here, click on tab, select this cutting grid, 1.2, hover around, change this to 1.2, hover around this, click on tab, change this to, shift this dimension to this second grid, change this to 1.2, click on tab, select this grid line, 1.2, click on tab, select this grid line here, 1.2, drag it to this grid, 1.2, click on tab, select this, 1.2. Okay, so if you don't realize what I was doing that time, I'll just, on this temporal dimension, I'll just click on this point and just drag it to any grid, cutting grid I want to drag it to. Okay, so now this is done. We're now going to go and adjust this, at least supposedly cutting wall embedded windows. So what I can do here is I'm going to actually make this a double wall. So I'm going to just click on tab, select this and delete this grid line. So this is going to be one big comprehensive grid line. Then I'm going to click on this and make sure this is 600. I'm going to click on this grid and just move it to around here. Then this is 600 balanced. So I'm going to select these two cutting wall embedded windows. I don't want them to be here. Then click on this drop down and just simply change them to single glass. Oh, sorry, change them to glaze, system panel glazed. Okay, so now this is like this. We can now click on this grid line, click on add or remove. So we're going to remove this segment here. We're going to also remove this one here. We're going to remove this one here. So we're going to be leaving this big one here. So I'm going to click on tab, select this panel here. Then I'm going to unpin it, or I can unpin it from up and unpin it from here. Click on this drop down. Then I'm just going to change this to double glass door. So if you rotate this like this, you are going to see this is a massive cutting wall here with the glass door. So if you go back to this ground floor, you are now going to see that we have a private lounge, the door to this private lounge, and just this place is just glazed and just full of light bustling in. So I'm just thinking that the glazing might be a bit too much. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go to 3D view. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to click on align AL. Then I'm going to be selecting this edge of this cutting wall and aligning it with this edge of this one. Then click on delete element to kind of delete whatever element is left. So the whole aim of what I just did now is I just noticed that this is a lot of glass on, especially on, if you go to this ground floor on this space. So I'm just kind of trying to control it. Okay, then I can go even from plan and click on this grid line, which is not looking balanced, and just simply drag this to this point here. Or what I can do is to go to annotate, click on detail line, click on this line work here and draw it up to 3.6 meter and draw a line here. Then simply click on this cutting wall and drag it to this point. Click on delete element. So the same thing, I can go back to 3D view. Since I've shifted this one a bit, what I can now do now is to align this one with this one here. So I'm going to go to AL. I'm going to select this face here and just align the edge with this cutting wall here. So I can click on this and change this to, let's say, 450 and see how it goes, or change this to 500 or 550. Okay, so I think it's fine this way. So I just think it's fine. This is still looking balanced. Okay, I can even click on this tab, select this grid line, and actually select this temporary dimension, extend it to the end, and make this 1.2. So if there's any cutting grid that is kind of deficient, to be this one in the middle, then I'm going to click on escape, select this cutting grid, and change this to 600. All right, so I think that is nice, and we are gradually solving a lot of our issue. So the most basic thing that I know you have expected me to say is how to create windows. So windows are very simple in Revit, but we are just going to go to architecture. To place windows, you go to architecture, click on windows, then we can select from an option of windows. So the kind of windows I want to be placing now, we are going to be using windows for this toilet. So based on the complexity of this design, I don't think windows will be convenient for me to be using throughout the project. So that's why I usually prefer cutting walls, because most of the glazing or the openings are big, very big openings that say something on the facade. So for that reason, I used to use cutting wall throughout. But for spaces like the windows, the toilet, I think we can create some windows. Okay, so we're just going to go to the template file, open the template file, NGL. Then we're going to go to this ground floor presentation, no dimension, sorry. Then what I'm simply going to do is we're just going to select this wall here. It has three types of or two types of window. Click on copy to clipboard, then go back to the NGL of, or go back to the ground floor of this our project, and just simply hit Ctrl V and click on OK. So after we do it, we'll place the wall. If you go to 3D view, and we rotate it to this way, you are going to be able to see some windows and distance. So we're just going to select this particular window, and we're going to be using it for the toilet specifically. Okay, and maybe we might use this W1 window. If you click on it, the name is W1. You can use it in some parts, but we're mainly going to be using it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to select this window, click on edit type. So the first thing I'm going to do is to change the dimension. So I'm going to change this default head height to 2.4 to match that of our lintel. I'm going to click on this width, and I'm going to change the width to 1.2. Okay, then I'm going to now change the height, leave it at 900, click on apply and click on OK. Also, this is how the window is. Okay, so I can even click on this, and I can even increase this width to 1.5. But I think 1.2 meter is big enough. But let me just for scale and proportion, let me increase it to 1.5 and click OK. So now, after doing this, I can simply click on this wall and click on delete. Then I'm now going to go to ground floor, and I'm going to be placing some windows in this toilet. So I'm going to be going to architecture, windows. Then I'm going to click on this drop down and select this W2. That is the windows we just edited. Then I'm going to place one here, and I'm going to place another one here. So you must be wondering, this window is looking kind of weird. Why it's looking kind of weird is because we have not yet set our view range right. So remember what I told you about floor plans being horizontal section and just imagining you slicing breadth with levels. So it down plays into this. So now those this view range kind of controls at what level your floor plan is being cut through. So if your floor plan is being cut through a lower level down the base of the window is not going to show properly. But if you increase that range of your floor plan, it's now going to be showing. So if you go to this view range and click on edit, you are now going to see the cut plane offset 1.2. So we're going to change this to 1.8, click on apply, and click OK. So we are now able to see this window. So we're going to click on AL, that is align, select the face of this wall here, then select the edge of this window, do the same again, and simply do this. So now you must be wondering, how are these people going to basically see anything that this place is dark, which is very correct. So what we're going to do is we're going to be placing a duct here. So the reason why I put this pocket here is because this is the entrance of the building. You can't just have windows facing the entrance, the first thing you see in a building. Okay, even though I know these WCs here are very essential. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to click on annotate detail line. Then I'm going to draw a line from here and draw another line from here. Then if you go to architecture now, we are now going to go into walls now. Then we're going to now create some grill panels using wall cutting walls. So if you have transferred the template file, you should see this grill panel. Then we're going to set it from GFL to first flare level, offset -600, base offset 300 millimeter. Then we're just going to create this here. So since this is a duct, we are going to just indicate it with a void signal. Go to annotate detail line, draw a line from here to this point, draw a line from here to this point here, and draw another line to this point, draw another line to this point. So these are voids. Okay, so now another important thing to do that I didn't do it earlier in this project was creating duct. So ducts are actually very important. For example, I don't think this project is facing the back of the building, so I don't think a duct is too important here. They can still pipe within the wall. But places where, like if you go to first floor, so you can see places like this where there are major windows here. So and there are major bedrooms here. So these bedrooms, there is even bedroom on the first floor, and there's bedroom on the second floor. Okay, there's no bedroom on the second floor. So I think the only point where there is bedroom across floors is this bedroom 6. So if you go to first floor, we still have the same bedroom, and if you go to second floor, we still have the same thing. So what we can do now is we're going to go to the second floor, that is the highest level, and we're going to create some ducts going to the NGL. So ducts, we're going to go to architecture, click on wall. For ducts, we are going to click on this drop down, and we're going to be using this 150 mm wall. So we're going to set all the offsets to 0. Then we're going to set the top constraint to roof level, SFL to roof level. Then we're just going to draft the walls here. It's not going to be a big space, just a small pocket where is enough to carry all the pipes. Okay, so if you click on escape now, we're now going to click on these walls here, and we're going to change this depth to 375. Click on this and attach this here. Click on this one, drag this dimension to this point here. So we're going to make this 600 or 450. I think 450 should be enough. Click on this too, drag this temporary dimension to this point, make this 450. Then we're now going to select these 4 walls, hold Control. Then we're going to change this base constraint to NGL. So after changing it, we're now going to go to first floor to confirm the design is not obstructing anything in the design. After first floor, we're now going to go to ground floor. So in ground floor, we are seeing something like this. You can see that it has already affected our design in a way. So what this means is that we're now going to kind of make some provisions for this. So the first thing to do now is we're going to click on this, and we're going to change this to a normal D1, that is normal single swing door. Then we're going to adjust this here. So after doing this now, we're now going to select this wall here, this expansion joint wall, and just drag it to this point. Then we're going to select this, click on mirror, make sure this copy is checked on, click on this point and just mirror it to this point here. So after doing it, it showed an error. If you look at the error, if you click on 3D view and you rotate this to the back, you are now going to see the error here. The error is basically is clashing with this space here. So what we're going to do is we're just going to select this wall here. Then we're going to put a top offset of minus 600. So it's not going to cause any clashing again. Perfect. So now we have done this, we can click on this floor, go back to ground floor. We can click on this floor here, click on edit boundary, then just simply adjust it. So since this is a duct, we can exclude it as part of the slab because it's going to be basically connecting to the waste control system of the building. Okay, so you can click on finish, don't attach. So another thing we're going to be trying to resolve is basically how to also go to, if you go to first floor, there's also a window, a toilet here. So, and I think there's supposed to be a duct to that toilet. So I'm actually thinking of a creative way to be able to solve it in the sense that we can create a duct from it and at the same time not compromise the design in any way. So what we can do is to, I think it's fine. What we can do here is just to adjust this cutting wall. So I'm going to go to this ground floor here. I'm going to click on this cutting wall and I'm going to drag it out a bit. So what I'm now going to do is I'm now going to go over to, I won't want this duct to be facing here or being accessed from here or this pipe, but somehow the pipe has to go down somewhere. So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to put a wall here, pocketing it, but I'm not going to as well create a duct here. So the servicing will now maybe come in the basement. So what I'm going to do now is I'm now going to go to this as well in this, we're going to go back to first floor. So I'm going to go to architecture the same way, click on walls now, then use this to 150 walls, change this top constraint to second floor, then FFL to second floor, then simply draft a small wall here. So since this is a single convenience, this duct can be smaller. You can change this dimension to 300. We can click on this and change this to 300 as well. Okay, or make this 375. Then we're just going to select these two walls here, change this from this base offset from FFL to basement level. So if you go to this ground floor level, what we can now do is to click on this cutting wall and extend it till it matches here, or click on AL, that is aligned, select the soffit of this one and select this place here. So if you click on this cutting grid now, you're going to see the dimension left here is 1.5, which is reasonable. So we can also go to annotate, click on detail line and just indicate that these are duct. Okay, so now we're also going to do the same for this. So we're going to try and fix the vents here. We're going to try and create the vent. So we're just going to simply go to architecture, click on walls, click on this drop down, and we're going to just select this. Sorry, we're going to be selecting this grill panel. So we're going to set the top constraint. We're going to set it from GFL to lintel 1. So we're just going to be making a type of, we're going to be making the duct, then we're going to be copying it across each floor. So I'm going to go to annotate detail line and just draw a line here and draw another line here. So if you notice, I'm not paying much emphasis at the back of the house because the back of the house is the back of a house. So I don't think that it should be embellished with much aesthetic elements. It should just be simple. It's only on the front and the sides of the building we can just work on the facade to create what we want to create or the effect. Okay, so we're just going to go to architecture. Unless in some exceptions, maybe the back of the building is facing an access road or something. In all those cases, yeah, I guess you can be able to play with whatever stuff you want to play with. So we're going to go to architecture, walls, then we're just going to draw our grill panels here. Okay, so now we're going to go to 3D view, then we're going to rotate this building to the back. So once we rotate this building, you can see how the back is just clean and empty. So after doing this, we're now going to go to the side elevations and we're just going to be working on it as we're placing the windows. So we're just going to select these grill panels and we're going to go to copy to clipboard, click on paste, align to selected levels, select first and hold Control, select second. And click OK. So we have our duct here servicing all this part. So we're also going to go here and we're going to, I don't think we need to create a duct here, but I'll just create one. Okay, I'll just leave it for now. Okay, so now we're now going to go to the south elevation. And so far, I think on the south elevation, we have done some good work. So another thing I want to do is to create some windows here. So the same way I try to create kind of unified windows, I'm going to try and do the same here. So I'm going to go to ground floor and click on save project. So I'm going to be using some cutting walls here at this entrance. So I'm just going to go to annotate detail line. Then I'm going to draw a line from this point here. That is from the start of this wall up till 2.4 and draw it here. Then I'm also going to draw another line here to this point. So I'm going to go to architecture, click on walls, then click on this drop down and select this CW main. Then I'm going to select, draw the cutting, set the top constraint at first floor, set the top offset as minus 600 and this base offset as 300 or 150. Let me just use 300 or let me just use 150. Then I'm just going to click on this and draw a simple cutting wall 3.6 meter here. Then I'm going to go to this 3D view and rotate this to the front of the building. Then I'm now going to do some cutting grid. Okay, so now I'm just going to go here. I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to cutting grid and I'm just going to place 3 cutting grids here, then 1 here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm now going to click on this one segment and kind of create a segment here where there's going to be the main window itself, the openable window. Click on escape, then create another segment dividing it into 2 panels. So that is 600 by 1.5 meter panel, which is realistic. So I'm going to click on tab, select this panel here, hover around this one, click on tab, hold Control, select it. Then I'm going to unpin this, click on this drop down and change this to CW window embedded. So after doing this now, I think we have created a very nice window. So I can just select this cutting wall here, click on copy to clipboard, click on paste, align to selected levels, select first floor and hold Control and select second floor and click OK. Okay, so this is nice, but some of these cutting walls will change. The cutting walls on the first floor and second floor will change a bit. So what we can do now is to just click on this one on the second floor. Instead of changing much, we're just going to change this top constraint to ceiling level, and we're going to put this top offset of 0. Or we're going to put this top offset as minus 600, sorry. So it's just going to match, or minus 750. So it's just going to match with this element perfectly. Okay, so we're going to go to this one. This one makes sense, but if we go to this first floor, we're going to see that this space here where we created this is a game room, and we need an access to this balcony. So I'm just going to go to 3D view here, and what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to select this grid, click on tab, select this grid at this bottom here. Okay, I'm going to leave it since this is a space. Then I'm going to hover around this, click on tab, and select this panel here, unpin it. Then I'm just going to click on this drop down and change it to a single glass door. Then I'm going to click on this curtain wall. Since there is a door connecting to this balcony from here, I'm going to change this base offset to 0. Then I'm going to click on this, click on tab, click on these grid lines and increase these grid lines, or drag this curtain grid back to the lintel level. So I think this is so what I can do now is just to go to an elevation. I'm going to go to south elevation. So I'm just going to drag this till it matches this lintel level here. You can see lintel 2. So I think I can click on this. Somehow this thing even created an interesting element. I'm just going to click on this cutting wall and delete. So it was the cutting wall we copied from the template file. So I'm also going to go to this one. I'm going to go to second floor, SFL. Then I'm now going to check something. So this is also a space that kind of need access, but this space, I think I want the access to be from here. So, okay, actually, the access can actually be from here with just one window here. The reason being that this place is a lounge, so I also need a space where the TV is going to be. So if the access is here, the chairs can be arranged this way, facing here. Then, okay, sorry, don't mind this, my pondering. I'm just planning on looking into foresee. So I'm just thinking of the furniture arrangement of the chair placements and the television console placement in respect to circulation as well. So I think this is fine. So there can be a curtain wall here. Okay, no problem. So now what we're going to do now is we're going to go to this ground floor level. Then I'm just going to select this curtain wall here. Then click on copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected level, second floor, and click OK. Then if you go to this second floor, of course, this thing is going to be out of place here. So I'm just going to click on copy, and I'm just going to copy it from this grid line, from this point here, and just place it here first. I'm still going to edit this, just allow me cook. So we're now going to select this one here, delete it. Then we're going to now adjust this one, okay? So we're going to click on this. We're first going to go to annotate, click on detail line. Then we're going to draw a line from here up to 600 and stop it here. Or I think it should be more. We're going to draw a line from here up to 1.8 meter and stop it here. So I'm now going to click on this curtain wall and drag it to this point here, deleting all these grids here. So if you go to 3D view now and we rotate this to this side, we're now going to see how it's looking like, which I think I appreciate and I like. Okay, so this is nice and good, but we need to now start working on this side elevation, since I think we have kind of created a definite flow for this front or this approach part of this build. So another thing is we need to create a kind of nice wooden panel element here. So I'm going to show you how to create a type of element that I usually really appreciate. So, okay, I noticed something, that this curtain wall here is kind of, let me just confirm. So let me just go to south elevation and confirm something. So I'm going to go to annotate detail line. Then I'm going to draw a line from here. Okay, so it's actually this one that is going off a bit. So I'm going to go to this first floor and I'm going to try and see why. Okay, it's because of this joint here. So what I think I can do is to go to this 3D view, click on AL, select this edge here and try and align it with this one. Or go back to this first floor level, select this point here, right click on this point here and click on disallow join. Then go to 3D view again and try the align again. Click on AL, select this edge here, then select here. Then it's going to allow. So now the next thing I'll now want to create is actually a trellis, wooden trellis element that is just going to be above this space, going through from here, just above this entrance space, going from this door to up to this ceiling. So what we're going to do now is we're going to do a bit of advanced modeling stuff. So, but it's nothing too serious. It's just to create a cutting wall panel system that has that kind of properties. So the first step we're going to do is to go to File, then we're going to click on New, or we're going to click on Family. Sorry, File, New, Family. Then it's going to, instead of using English metric, since we are working with English Imperial, since I'm working with the metric system, I'm going to switch it to English metric. But if you are working with the English Imperial, you can just use this Imperial library. But we're just going to go back and just simply click English metric. That is the one just named English. Okay, so what we're going to be looking for, whether you are using Imperial or you are using metric, is we're going to be looking for metric cutting wall panels. Okay, so we're just going to scroll down and look for cutting walls. So we're going to be using metric cutting wall panel, not this metric cutting wall panel pattern base. We're going to just be using this metric cutting wall panel, and we're going to click OK. So the first thing we're going to do is to edit this reference planes. So we're going to click on this one. Since these two are set at equal dimensions, we're now going to change this one to 150. Or we're going to change it to 75. So it means if it's 75, it will be 75 for this other side, and 75 plus 75 is 150. Then we're now going to go to this elevation, let's say the interior exterior elevation. Then we're going to click on this top one, and we're going to change it to 900 millimeter. Okay, so after we have done that, we're going to go back to this reference level here, and we're going to do some model in place. So we're going to go to create, we're going to click on extrusion. Then we're going to set the extrusion end at 900 millimeter, and we're going to edit the material. We're going to click on these three dots here, and we're going to right click duplicate, and we're just going to call this trellis panels or WPC panels. Then we're just going to click on this icon here, and we're going to go into appearance. Then we're going to go under wood. So we're just going to be using this and the rubber wood. We're going to go to graphics, make sure we set this as use render appearance, apply OK. Then we're going to do some drafting. So the first thing we're going to do is we're first going to draw a line from here to this point. Then we're going to draw, I'm going to click on Ctrl Z. Let me do it again. Draw a line from this point to this point. Click on Escape. Then draw a line from here up to 10 millimeter, and draw another line draw another line here up to 25 millimeter. So do the same thing here, 10 millimeter, then 25 millimeter. Then we're now going to draw a line upwards up to 50 millimeter and just match this here. So we're going to click on offset, and we're going to be offsetting 10 millimeter each from this side, and this side. Then we're going to click on split. We're going to split here, and we're going to just trim this here, trim this here, trim this, and trim this. So after doing this now, what we're now going to do is we're going to click on this fillet arc tool. We're going to select this line, select this line. It's going to create a random curve. Just at any number, just place this here, click on this, and do the same thing here. Then we're going to click on escape, click on this curved line, change it to 5. Click on this, change it to 5 if you are using the metric system. So after doing this, we're going to click on AL, which is the shortcut for our line. Select this reference plane, select this line, then lock it in place. Do the same, select this one, select this line, lock it in place. Do the same, select this reference plane, select this line, lock it in place. Select the reference plane, select this one, lock it in place. Click on escape, then click on finish. So if you go to this elevation, exterior elevation, we're also going to click on AL. We're going to, AL, select this reference plane, select this top, and lock it in place. So if you click on escape and we move this up and down, it's going to adjust with it. Okay, so we're just going to leave this at 900. So after doing this, we're going to hit Ctrl S, and we're just going to save this. I think it's better we save this in our folder, but I'm also going to drop this in the template file folder, so you can also just load it in if you are not able to create this. But I believe with all this instruction, you should have done it. So we're just going to save it in a good place in our file explorer. So I'm just going to call this trellis panels. Then I'm just going to click on save. So after I click on save, I'm going to click on load it into project. I'm going to be loading it into the luxury mansion. So we have finished the first part of the panels we want to create. So now the next thing is the next part. So we're going to go to first floor plan. That is, we're going to be using this point to this point. Then we're going to go to architecture. We're going to click on walls. Okay, after clicking on walls, I'm going to click on edit. I'm going to just close this, click on this drop down and select this non-defined. So I'm going to click on edit type, duplicate, and I'm just going to call this 00 trellis or WPC panels. So WPC means woven plastic composite. So I'm going to click on OK. Then I'm going to leave the exterior as function as exterior. I'm going to uncheck this automatic embedded. I'm going to change this from cutting panel system to trellis panels. The joint condition non-defined. I'm going to set this vertical grid as fixed distance, and I'm going to set the vertical grid at spacing 150 millimeter, just like the width. Then the horizontal, I'm going to set it as fixed distance. I'm going to be setting it at Instead, I'm just going to experiment. I'm going to set this horizontal as none. Okay, so after doing this now, this is currently showing these vertical munions. I'm going to leave them as none. Then I'm going to click on apply and click on OK. Then I'm just going to click on wall and just draw this cutting wall panel up to this point. So I'm going to click on escape. So if you go to 3D view, we are going to see something like this. So now, as you can see, this is making sense. So what you can now do is to edit the constraint of this wall, which I didn't do. So I'm going to set the top constraint to SFL and set the base offset as minus 600. Okay, so this minus 600 isn't enough. I'm just going to select this door here, click on edit type, and kind of increase the height to 3750 and click OK. So it's just going to match this trellis. So what I can now do now is, since we have the trellis here, I'm thinking of extending the trellis up to this point here. So I'm just going to go to this NGL now, or sorry, this first floor level. Then I'm just going to select this trellis and I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to pick this point here and copy it to this point here. Okay, then I'm going to click cancel. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to click on architecture wall again. So I'm just going to set the constraints like I did before, but this time I'm going to leave this base offset as plus 150. So it's going to rest above this dwarf wall. Then the top constraint, I'm going to still set it as second floor level. And I'm just going to draw it from here to here. So if we click on escape, I think it created perfectly. So what we can now do now to make things quicker is to just select this cutting this WPC panel, click on copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected levels, and select second floor and click OK. Then what you can now do is to go to this second floor, change the constraint from minus 450 to minus 750. So it's just going to match with this. Then go to this second floor and just kind of adjust this to this point. Then go to 3D view, and I think we have created something very nice. So now we are now going to be, I think we have done at least a bit of justice to this front approach elevation. We're still going to come to this entrance step, especially when we're working on landscape. But I think it's time to now shift focus to this our left elevation. Okay, so in this left elevation, we're going to also involve setting off the parapet walls for the roof, as well as creating balconies for these bedrooms on these wings here. Okay, so now let's go to the left elevation. So I think the left elevation should be the west elevation. Okay, so as usual, what we're going to do is we're going to go to this north-south elevation and we're going to set some parameters. Okay, so we're going to click on this and crop this to this extent here. After doing this now, what we're now going to do is we're going to click on these grid lines here, and we're just simply going to drag it, change it back to 3D, click on it and drag it down. Okay, so now after doing this, we're now going to do some graphic settings. So I'm going to click on GD, then I'm going to leave this show edges, click on smooth line, click on shadows, cast shadows, show ambient shadows, click on lighting, leave the lighting at 80, increase the ambient shadows a bit, reduce the normal shadows to about 5, click on appearance, click on apply, and click on OK. So I think graphically this makes more sense. So I'm just going to click on view, and I'm going to click on view template, and I'm just going to click on create template, and I'm just going to call this 00 temp elev, that is temporary elevation, and click OK. So we have an elevation template now. So if we go to this west architectural, we can click on view template, apply, and just click on this temporary elevation. So it's going to be set a bit. So we are going to be bringing in the view of the west side or the left side elevation. So we're just going to use it as a reference while creating this elevation and creating the elements, just like we did for the approach. So I'm going to go open our folder, sketch folder, and I'm going to drag in this image here. So this image is the sketch I made for, I'm going to click on this do not hide crop region. Sorry, I'm going to click on this. Then I'm going to select this crop region. I'm going to go over here to scope box, click on this view overall and change it to no. Then click on this do not crop view. So I'm going to click on this image and reduce the size of this image. Okay, so now we are going to be looking at this. So this is the left elevation. So this is what I intend for it. I'm going to click on GD. So what I'm going to do is to kind of reduce this sun amount. So I think it's too bright. So I'm going to reduce it as much as possible and click on OK. So we can be able to see the thing well. Or click on GD again, that is graphics display. Go to lighting and maybe change this ambient light to 5 and click on OK. So it will be a bit brighter. So I think it's more visible now and it's not too bright. So we're going to be using this and be creating it. So as you can see, we have two major elements here remaining aside from this one, which we're still going to work on. We still have what they call it again. We still have this element here to create and this other one here. So let's start by trying to create this kind of window we have here. So this window, I actually just intended it to be like a sci-fi like window, and I'm going to use double walls to achieve this. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to go to 3D view. I'm going to click on 3D. Then I'm going to go to this first floor now. Then I'm just going to add a curtain wall high level window here. Since this is where the bed is going to be, I needed to put a high level window so it's not going to interfere with the bed design. So I'm just going to go to architecture and I'm going to go to walls and I'm going to click on this and change this to curtain wall main. Then I'm just going to click on escape first, click on edit view range and make sure this view range is 1.8 meter because the curtain wall is actually going to be high. Or let me just make it 1.9 just to be certain. So after doing this now, I'm going to click on walls now, this curtain wall main, and I'm going to set the top constraint at lintel level, lintel 2. Change this top offset to 0. Then now change this base constraint FFL, correct? And the base constraint to 1.8. Let me see what is left. So now this 1.8, we're just going to draw a simple curtain wall from here to here. So we're also going to click on escape. Then we're going to go to annotate. We're going to go to align and we're going to just use a dimension to kind of mark out and know the size from which this wall to this particular point here. So we cannot select this wall since it's not on the same plane with these other references we have selected, but we can select this point here. Okay. Then just place it. So what we're now going to try and do, or we can even dimension from outside here. So if you don't know how to dimension, let me do it again. I went to aligned. Then just select this face, select this edge, select here and hover around this point and select it. So the first thing I want to do is to just make this curtain wall a simple, a kind of number that is reasonable. So I'm going to click on it and I'm going to reduce the size to, let's use 3 meter. So after using 3 meter, I want to centralize it on this facade. So I'm going to click on it. Then I'm going to change this to 2.1 first. So this 2.6. So I'm going to change this to 2.4. Okay, 2.4 is too much. So I'm going to change it to 2,350. So I think it's relatively equal now. So if we go now to this, left elevation and we click on this, we can see that this window is actually looking like white. So let's go to this west elevation and see how it's looking. So you can see that this stuff is already coming close to what I want to do, but I feel the width is still too small. It's not high enough. It's too high, like it's too narrow. Let me just try and reduce it, add 300 millimeter depth to it by reducing the base offset to 1.5. And I think this is looking much better. So what I'm not going to do just to add some other design feature is to click on this, click on edit profile. Then I'm simply going to draw a diagonal line 45 degrees here and draw another diagonal line 45 degrees here. Then I'm just going to click on 3 and I'm just going to trim this here and trim this here. So I'm going to click on escape, select this and click on delete. So after doing this, I'm going to click finish and delete elements. So it's going to delete those munions, those horizontal munions. So now I've created something like this, even though this is kind of looking like an outlier of the design, but I'm still hell bent on achieving this. So I think if I click on this cutting, we're thinking of it, I'm going to change this base offset back to 1,800. So I'm just going to, or let me hit Ctrl Z first, cancel this, then change it back to 1,800 and make it 600 millimeter. Then click on this, and I think I should reduce the size. So I'm going to go to this first floor and I'm going to reduce this to 1.2. No, 2.4. Then I'm going to go back to 3D. I'm going to click on this, edit profile, then draw the slanted lines I wanted to do. Then simply trim this here. Click on this, delete this line, and click finish. Delete element. So another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to go to cutting grid and kind of divide this in the middle now. Okay, so after doing this now, we're now going to go back to this first floor. Then I'm going to select these 2 dimensions. I don't think I need them anymore, and delete it. So I'm going to select this wall now, and I'm now going to click on copy. And I'm just going to copy this wall by 225 millimeter. Then I'm going to delete this second cutting wall here. Then I'm going to click on this wall, and I'm going to click on this drop down and change it to 150 millimeter wall. Okay. Then what I'm now going to do now is I'm now going to click on trim, and I'm just going to select this wall here and trim this here, and select this and trim this to this wall. Then I'm going to go to this view now. I'm now going to click on this wall we did here, and I'm going to click on edit profile. Then I'm going to be going back to this west elevation, and I'm going to try and follow this design I did. So I'm going to click on pick part 2. I'm going to pick here, pick here, pick here, and pick here. So I've picked these 4 lines. So I'm going to first click on this trim extend, select this edge here, select this profile here, and then select this line. Then I'm also going to do something similar, but the only difference now is looking at this, I'm going to click on this and draw another line here, or click on another offset and offset this by 600 millimeter downwards. So I'm going to offset this now. Then click on this extend line, trim and extend, select this line here, trim it to this. Then we're going to use this normal trim, and we're going to trim here to this point here, here to here, and here to here. So now we have created this pattern. We're now going to click on offset, but this time we're going to be using 150 millimeter. So we're going to offset here, here, and offset here. Then I'm going to click on split, and I'm going to split here as well. Then I'm just going to click on trim, trim here, trim here, trim here, trim here, and trim here, and also trim here. Then I'm going to click on finish. So basically, I think we have what I wanted to create here. So if you go to this 3D view, we're going to see something like this. Okay, so which I think, is it nice? I'm kind of questioning it. I might change it, but for now, I think it's good to go. So if you go back to this west elevation, I think we have created this first one, which I'm thinking, to be honest with you, I'm thinking is a bit childish and out of place. But what can I do? Okay, what I can do now is instead of just slanting it, I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to click reset profile and click on delete element. Then after resetting this profile, I think it's 3 meter now. Yeah, I'm going to click on this, click on edit profile. So instead of doing this the way I did, I'm just going to click on AL, select this edge here, select this line, do the same thing here, select this edge here, select this line here. Then basically click on escape, delete this second slanted line, click on offset 150, and basically now trim this here and trim this here. Let's use a box and see how it looks. So I think this one, it kind of goes more with the design, but let's continue working on another part. So I think this part is settled then for me. Then we're now going to create this element here. So this element is kind of a bulge from this staircase part. Is going to kind of extend to this point here. So we're going to go to first floor to start doing our sketch. So now we're in first floor. We're now going to create a annotate detail line. Then we're going to draw our dimension for this. So we're going to draw a line here up to 2.4 meter. Okay. Then we're now going to draw a line from here up to 600. Then we're going to try and connect the 600 to this 2.4 meter. So currently, I'm just looking at this and thinking that, let me go back to this 3D view. I'm just thinking if I slant this, I actually need to extend. If I go back to this first floor, I actually need to extend this balcony very well before it can create the kind of like slanting effect we have here, since already this place is kind of pushed forward. And it kind of questions me, is it really worth it? Well, this is a tutorial video, so I think if there's any time we can express ourselves is here. So I'm going to click on this line and I'm going to extend this up to 3 meters. So I think the slope is going to be more generous there. So I'm now going to go to detail line and I'm just going to draw a line from here and I'm going to catch it to this point here. So what I'm now going to do now is I'm going to click on offset, modify offset, and I'm going to be offsetting 225. So I'm going to offset 225 here, 225 here, and 225 here. So what is now going to happen, since this is at the interior, I'm just going to select these two lines, click on move, and just move this to this point here. Okay, so now we have this. Now we're now going to also click on annotate detail line, and I'm now going to draw just like the way we created an element like this. I think the length of this element from here to here, if I go to dimension, annotate, aligned, from here to here is 2.3 meters. So what I can now do is to create something kind of a similar effect. So I'm going to go to detail line, and I'm going to draw a line from here randomly to any distance, and I'm going to draw another line here up to 2.1 meter and bring it to this point here. So now I'm going to click on modify. I'm going to click on this trim extend element, select this line and trim it to this point, then delete these lines around it. Okay, so now I'm now going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on walls, then I'm going to select, click on drop down and select this normal 2254. Then I'm going to set this base constraint at FFL, base offset minus 600. Then I'm now going to set the top constraint, click on this drop down and set the top constraint to up to ceiling level for now. Then just leave it at that, or change it up to roof level. Or I think it should go higher. I think it should go parapet level and maybe even more, but let's just leave it at parapet level. Then I'm going to change this from finish face exterior to finish face interior. Then I'm just going to pick this line. Okay, let me change it back to finish face exterior. Then I'm going to pick this wall here, follow this part and close this here. So we have created this wall. So now it's now time to create the balcony here. So we're just going to be doing that. So now I'm going to go to wall here. I'm going to click on this drop down, and it's still going to be 2254. Then I'm going to click on this and change this top constraint to first floor level. Then I'm going to add a top offset of 150, just to like the other dwarf walls. If you notice something, all the dwarf walls in this project are consistent. So I think it's a nice stuff. So we're just going to pick from here, or we're going to pick from this internal part, pick here, and pick here. So now we're just going to also create the railings for this. So we're going to be doing just that. So we're going to go here, we're going to go to architecture, we're going to click on railing, and we're going to just click pick two. We're going to pick here and pick here. Then we're going to click finish. All the railings are already set at 150. So we're just going to continue like that. So we're still going to design the curtain wall panel we're going to put here and put the curtain wall embedded door. So we're going to go to 3D view, and we're just going to rotate this to this left elevation and see that actually we have created this element here. So another thing we're supposed to do is to actually draft the parapet walls, and this parapet wall is kind of going to connect to this point. So let's go back to this west architecture. So now we have this one created. This whole void business we have here, I'm still going to work on that. It's no big deal. We're still going to work on it, but for now we have this element created, at least this major one. So now we're also going to create this one here. So this one, I want it to be quite unique. So we're just going to see if we can slant it the opposite way from this one. Okay, so let's go to this first floor and just try to edit the floor to kind of fill up this place here. So I'm just going to click on this, and I'm going to click on edit boundary. Then I'm just going to click on this boundary line and kind of extend it here, extend this here, extend this here, and up to this point. Then I'm going to delete this line here separating it. So this is going to form one comprehensive balcony, don't attach. Okay, so now we're now going to go up to the second floor. So in this second floor now, the whole aim now is to create another balcony, but this one is going to be attaching to this point here, but stopping here. So I'm just going to go to annotate, do detail line. Then I'm just going to, the thing I'm going to do now is to click on escape. Then I'm going to have to go to this underlay, click on this drop down and turn on and change the underlay view extent to first floor. So we're going to be seeing this balcony. So I'm going to go to detail line now, and I'm going to draw a line from this point here. And I'm now going to see if I stop, let's say I start from here as my line here, or I draw a line from here up to 1.2 meter. Then I extend it up to this point here. How is it going to fit in? Okay. So if I go to 3D view and I look at this from this view angle, how is it going to look if I do the inverse here? I think it will look interesting, and I think with this kind of stuff, we can just explore possibilities. So like the whole idea of this video is just to see Revit as an explorative tool and see how we can use it to achieve whatever we want to do. So now we're not going to try it out. If it doesn't work, well, I'm just going to follow the whole pattern that I've already set out on this other view. So we're just going to go to second floor level. Then we're just going to do exactly as I said. So, but before we do that, we're also going to go to detail line, and we're going to draw another line from here up to the same way we created an elevation part 2.1 from here, a solid block wall. Like, let's just go to the south elevation. Let's just go to the west elevation. The same way we have this one going this way, we also want to create something like this going this way. Now, I'm just thinking of making this heavy like this element here heavy like this on this side. I think it should be smaller. So I'm going to go back to second floor level. Then I'm going to go to detail line. I'm going to draw a line from this point up to 1.2, then extend it upwards here. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on walls. Then I'm going to be using this white walls, but this time I'm going to set it from SFL up to roof level. Then after setting it at roof level, the offset, I'm going to change it to 0. Then I'm just going to click on this and just draw a wall from here up to here. So after doing this now, I'm now going to also change this from SFL, this top constraint from roof level to the SFL second floor level. Then I'm going to add 150 on top to kind of create that our dwarf wall we are creating. Then click on it and go this way. So if you go to 3D view now and we look at this, it's kind of looking like something like this. So if you go back to this west elevation and look at this, I think it kind of makes sense. So if you notice in this west elevation, it didn't extend to this point. It kind of stopped here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to the second floor level. Then I'm just going to go to annotate detail line. Then I'm just going to draw a line from here, extending to this point. So what I'm now going to do is to click on escape, then click on architecture, click on walls, then do another dwarf over here, catching this. Then I can click on trim and just trim this here. So another thing I could do is to just select this wall, disjoin it from here, then simply click on move, then move this further in by, let's say 600 millimeter or 750. Then extend it here. But the only thing is that it's kind of going to limit the width of our cutting walls we are going to put for this staircase, which I'm just debating, but let's just look how it looks, okay? So looking at this, I think actually you can leave this thing like this. I think it makes sense. So what we're now going to do is we're now going to hover, rotate this way. So we're going to just continue in this kind of pattern for this element here. Then we're going to select this dwarf wall here, and we're going to also select this here, or just select this dwarf wall. Then we're going to click on copy. We're going to click on paste, align to selected levels, set it at ceiling level. So then we're going to select this and we're going to now change the constraint. We're going to change the top constraint from this ceiling level. Currently it's ceiling level to ceiling level. So we're going to change it from ceiling level to roof level. Then we're going to change the top offset to 0, base offset to 0. So what we're now going to do is we're now going to go to this ceiling level here. Okay. Then I'm just going to go to view template, apply 00 temporary. I'm going to apply the template. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to modify, going to click on this trim extend single element, select this one and just pick this face, or rather click on trim and just trim these two together. So it's going to match from this point. Okay, so if you go to 3D view, I think this joins with this place, and I'm just going to look at how it's looking from here. So if I rotate this to this point, I think it's kind of cool. I think I like it. Yeah. Even though if I made it flat, it will still be nice, but I think it's still kind of cool. So now after doing this, I'll just kind of experimenting to see how far this will make sense. So after doing this, I can rotate this to this top, and I don't like working from 3D because I feel you guys are going to be confused. So now I'm going to create some parapet walls, kind of guarding this place. So I'm going to segment where we are going to cover with roofs and where we're going to use concrete slab. So we're just going to go to this roof level. So we're going to also go to view and use the same apply and use this temporary template. So in this roof level, in order to see what is going below us, we're going to just click on this underlay and set the underlay at ceiling level. So we're going to be seeing what is happening on the ceiling level. So now I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to click on walls, and I'm going to set the walls from roof level to parapet level, change all these offsets to 0, change this finish face exterior to wall center line, this placement. Then I'm going to draw a wall from here, joining these two, draw another wall from here, joining here, draw another wall from here, and end the wall here. So this is just basically the parapet walls. Or what I could do is to kind of extend this wall here, then click on this wall here and drag it back here. So we're also going to slab this part of this roof, but the only thing is that it's going to be on a higher slab than this one. So I'm going to show you what I mean. So if you go to 3D view, you are going to see something like this. So I feel for you to understand what I'm trying to create here, we need to actually complete the other part. So we're going to go to this second floor and we're going to floor it and put the railing here. Okay, so let's go to this second floor here. So we're going to click on second floor. We're going to click on project. We're going to click on this and click on delete. Then we're simply going to go to this underlay, click on this drop down and change it to none. So we're going to click on this slab here. We're going to click on edit boundary. Then we're just going to add some lines and just draw it. So I'm going to stop this slab here because this part of this wall is kind of redundant. So we're just going to add an extra wall here, demarcating it, then put maybe a ceiling board on top. So maybe a flower pot can be there. So I'm going to click on it and delete it. So it's just going to stop here and click finish. Don't attach. So like I promised, I'm going to select this wall here. I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to click on this point and copy this to this point here. Click on escape. Then what I'm now going to do is I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on railing. Then I'm just going to follow this and draw a railing from here up to this point here, up to this point here, and click finish. So now we have this point, at least this aspect created, and I think it's fine. So now we're now going to create some concrete slabs for this top part. So we're going to go to the roof level, as I said, and we're first going to create the first concrete slab. So I'm going to go to floor. I'm going to click on use this concrete floor concrete and click on this profile line to kind of draw the profile here. Then I'm going to click on finish, don't attach. So if you go to 3D view, we're now going to see this concrete slab here. We have successfully slabbed this roof. So we're now going to rotate this to this top level. Then we're now going to create another concrete slab here. So I'm just going to go to architecture floor. Then I'm going to set the level, since we're drawing from 3D, to parapet level. Then I'm just going to click on this box too. Or since it is kind of a bit complicated, I'm just going to follow this shape here. Don't attach. So I think we kind of resolved this part of this building structurally. Okay, so now we have done this, we're now going to place some cutting walls on the ground floor, place the necessary cutting walls going from this first floor to this second floor. Then we're also going to place some cutting wall kind of window design at this side that is just going to go across these rooms. So if we go back to this west elevation, you are going to see that the west elevation is already kind of looking like what we envisioned before. So I think it's making sense. So also, I told you about this line in the middle. We are still going to work on it, and I'm going to show you exactly how we are going to do it. So we're going to go to ground floor. I think ground floor, let's start from the ground, and we are going to create a cutting wall for this. So for this cutting wall, I feel this ground floor cutting wall in this staircase should be a bit different. So I'm going to go to annotate detail line. Then I'm going to draw a line from this point here up to 900. Enter. Then cross it here. So eventually, after we have worked on this project very well, I'm going to go through all the floors and select all the lines and delete all of them. Okay, so these lines are just for drafting accuracy. So I'm just going to draw another line here, 900 mm, and into this place. So I'm going to click on escape. Then I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on wall. I'm going to click on this drop down, and I'm going to be selecting this cutting wall main. Then I'm going to set it from GFL to first floor level, top offset -600, then base offset 300. Then I'm going to hover till I snap where that line we drew here and stop it at this line, making it 2.7 meter. So now I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to go back to the 3D view. Then I'm going to rotate this to this view. So I feel this is kind of narrow, so I can click on this and make it just simply 3 meters. Then I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on cutting grid, and I'm going to create 3 cutting grids, 1 meter each, and 1 horizontal one on the lintel level. So this is now an openable window. This is a staircase opening, so it's a simple cutting wall. So now we have done this, we're now going to go to this space here. So we're going to go back to ground floor. And so in this kind of space, I'm just thinking what space would be necessary for a guest bedroom. So in as much as I like to be throwing cutting wall here and there, I don't think a cutting wall is really necessary here, since this is just a guest bedroom. So no problem, we're not going to overdo it here. So I'm going to go here, I'm going to click on walls. Okay, so like I told you before, is windows. I'll be using windows for the toilet, but most of the main spaces I'm using cutting walls. So I'm just going to create a kind of cutting wall system of window. So what I'm going to do is we're going to set it from the ground floor up to lintel 1, then change this top offset to 0. So after doing so, it's going to be 2.1 meter. So we're just going to draw a window that is 1.2 meter in width and click on escape. So I'm going to go to annotate, going to go to align, then I'm just going to dimension from this wall edge to this point. So it's going to serve like as a guide of dimension. So I'm going to select this window cutting wall, and I'm going to change this to 900, because it's always good to be keeping dimensions in divisions of 3. Okay, dimensions that can be divided by 3 to give a whole number. So it will be very easy to to kind of construct using masonry block. So if you rotate this, if you click on 3D view again, you are going to see just this simple opening. So what I can now do is to go to architecture. I'm going to go to cutting grid. Then I'm going to put one grid line in the middle. Then click on this one segment and create another one here. Then I'm going to click on escape, select this cutting grid here, and change this value up to 600. Then I'm just going to hover around this, click on tab, select the panels, the 2 biggest panels here, hold Control, select it. I'm going to unpin it, click on drop down and select this cutting wall window, embedded window. So it will be looking like this. So we're going to go back to this ground floor, and I'm just going to select this here, and I'm going to click on copy, and I'm just going to copy this up to 3.6 here. Okay, so we have these 2 windows here. So if you go to this 3D view, what we can now do now is to just select these 2, and okay, I think instead I'm just going to create glazings here. I think glazings will be better on this first floor, because if I select these 2 cutting wall windows, click on copy, click on paste, align to selected views, first floor. I kind of feel it doesn't do justice to this area here. So I'm going to hit Ctrl C. I think the windows will just be for this guest bedroom. So, but for this upper bedroom, we're going to go to first floor, and we're going to create our own cutting wall system for it. So the only thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that it kind of aligns with this wall here, kind of keeping things geometrically accurate and looking nice. So we still have to place a window here, but we'll still do that. So after doing that, we're going to go to first floor now, and I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to walls. Then this time I'm going to be setting it from FFL to SFL. Top offset -600. Change this base offset to 0. So I'm going to draw the cutting wall from here down to the edge of this wall. So after doing so this way, we're going to go to 3D view now, and we're just going to click on AL. We're going to select the edge of this cutting wall here, or this window here, and just align it with this. So now after doing this, I'm going to go to architecture, cutting grid, and I'm just going to place the horizontal grid first. Then I'm just going to place some grids from here of, let's say, 1.2. So this last 3, I'm going to click on tab, select this, make sure this is 1.2. Click on tab, select this, make sure this is 1.2. Okay, so after doing this now, what we can now do is to now create provisions for cutting wall embedded windows by going to architecture, cutting grid, clicking on this one segment, then just create one segment here. Click on escape, click on tab, and make sure the thing is 1.5 meter. Then click on add new segment and add another one here. So we have space for 2 windows, then we have 1 door here. So I'm going to go to architecture again. I'm going to click on cutting grid, one segment, and create another segment in between here, So we're just going to replace the necessary panels. So I'm going to hover around this, click on tab, select this, unpin it, click on drop down and select this single glass door. Hover around this, click on tab, select this, hover around this again, click on tab, hold Control, select it. Hover around this, remove your hand from control. Hover around this, click on tab. Once this highlights, hold control, select it again, remove your hand from control. Hover around this, click tab, hold control, select this. Then we're just going to go over around here and click on unpin to unpin all of them. Click on this drop down and change this to curtain wall window embedded. So now we have created this nice curtain wall system. We're just going to select this whole curtain wall, click on copy, click on paste, align to selected levels and set it to second floor level and click OK. So what we're going to do now, since we need more height here, so we can just change this top offset and remove this and change this to 0. So it's going to extend up to this ceiling level. Okay, so as you can see in this building, there's a lot of glass panels and that is just how I intended it to be. So we're now going to go back to this ground floor. And what we're going to do now, these simple windows here, we're just going to select it and mirror it to the rear of this building. We're still going to come to this side. This side is another elevation work on its own, but it's always like, let's work on one elevation first and then before we now go to this other one. So we're going to select this window here, click on mirror, but mirror with draw axis, then draw a line from here to here, mirroring it to the back. So we're going to select this, click on copy and copy this to here, making it 2 windows. But I think 1 window might just be enough here. So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to click on this one and click on delete. Then I can just select this 1 window here, click on move and just move it by, let's say 2.1. So this place is going to be properly ventilated. So what I can now do now is to click on this and click on copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected levels, first floor, FFL, and click OK. So we are going to go to the first floor and we're just going to adjust the position since the first floor and the ground floor windows are not the same and these bedrooms are much bigger. So we're going to need 2 windows here. So I'm going to click on this and I'm going to change this from 3.3 to 900. Then I'm going to click on copy and copy this by 4.5. So if I click on this, I think 900 millimeters should be left. If I click on this dimension here and change this to here, I think it should be 900. Okay, so I'm going to click on this zigzag to just push it in. So after doing this now, what I'm just simply going to do is I'm just going to select these 2 windows here. I'm going to click on copy, click on this point and copy it to this other bedroom. So now what I'm going to do now is I'm going to select these 4 windows, 1, 2, 3, or these 4 curtain walls. I'm going to click on copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected levels and select second floor and click OK. So if you now go to 3D view, you are going to, if you rotate this to this right side, you're going to see that we have already placed and the windows are aligned and it's looking very nice. So we already have windows for these spaces. So if you go to the second floor, first floor level, you have your windows here and second floor. So we are going to go back to ground floor and I'm going to try and place all the toilet windows like I said I would. So now the toilet windows are just simple and straightforward. So I think they're just 1 toilet remaining. So I'm just going to go to architecture, going to click on window and I'm going to be placing this W2 here. Click on escape, click on AL, select the edge of this wall and align it here. Then I'm going to go to first floor. I'm going to also place 2 windows here. I'm going to go to window again. I'm going to place this one here and this one here. Click on AL, select this edge here, select this wall here, select AL, select this edge here, select this windows. So since the windows in these 2 rooms are identical on the second floor, we can select this window, select this window, click on copy to clipboard, click on paste, align to selected levels, then select second floor and click OK. So we're also going to place a window for this. We're going to go to architecture, window, we're going to place this one here, click on escape, click on AL, select this and align this here. Okay, so I think we're making progress and I think we should be almost done with this other elevation. So now we're going to also create the curtain wall for this staircase on this first floor and we're going to change the material of this mass here. So I think this mass should be a different material from this one. So what we're going to do is we're just going to select this and I'm thinking of changing it to dark. So what I'm going to do, let's go back to first floor. So I'm going to split this wall here. I'm going to go to modify. I'm going to click on split and split this wall here. So I'm going to go to second floor too. Click on modify, split, and just split this wall at this point. Then I'm going to go to ground floor. Going to click on modify, split, and split this wall at this point. Okay, so now what we're going to do is I'm going to go to 3D view. So the first thing I'm going to do is to select this base wall here, this 4, 1, 2, rotate this and also select this one here. I think it should be selected. Hold Control, select it. I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to be changing it to stone walls. Okay. So after doing this, what I can do for this is I can select this. I can click on top offset minus 600. So it's going to kind of blend with this one. Then I'm going to click on this, click on split. Let me see if I can split from 3D, split here, or click on cancel, go to first floor, click on modify, click on split, split this wall here, click on it, go to 3D view, select it again, and set this base offset at minus 600. So I think it just makes sense perfectly. So you can see this is consistent here and it makes sense. So now we can rotate this here. What we can now do is to select this wall here, hold Control, select this one, select this one as well. Just carefully hover around it. Hold Control, select it. Select this one too, and this one too. Then we're going to click on this drop down and we're going to change it to gray walls. So I think you see what we're trying to do here. So you can see how this makes sense now. So we're now going to create the cutting wall here. So this cutting wall is going to start from the first floor to the second floor. So we're going to go to this first floor and we're just going to create the cutting wall. Or let's go do it, start from the second floor, since we have where it's supposed to stop here. So what I'm going to do now is to go to annotate detail line. I'm going to draw a line from this point to this point here. I'm going to also draw another line from here to here. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on walls. I'm going to now use this cutting wall. I'm going to set the top constraint at ceiling level. Change the top offset to 0 and just draw the cutting wall from here to here. Then I'm going to go back to 3D view. I'm going to simply click on this and change the base offset from the base constraint from SFL to first floor. Then I'm just going to put a base offset of 300 or 150 millimeter, just to make sure it matches here. So now we have this. I can now go, you can see how the composition of this facade is gradually building up. So I can now go to cutting grid. So we're just going to go to cutting grids and we're just going to click on escape. So I'm going to click on cutting grids now. Then I'm just going to, architecture, cutting grid. Then I'm just going to try and make it more interesting. So I'm going to create a cutting grid in the middle at first. Then I'm going to click on escape. So I'm going to click on tab, select this cutting grid and reduce one side to 450 millimeters or 600 millimeters. So after doing so, looking at it, I think it's the other way around. Is this side that should be 600 millimeters, then this side 1.2 meters. So I'm just going to hit cutting grid and I'm going to be using this one segment. So I'm going to create a cutting grid here, then create another cutting grid. Let's say here. Then I'm going to be creating another cutting grid here. So it's just simply 3 cutting grids. So it's going to create something like just a simple glazed pattern stuff. So you can see the staircase within, and I think it's making sense. So now we are now going to create the void form I was talking about here. So what we're simply going to do is to just hover around this wall. We're going to go to architecture, component, model in place. We're going to click on casework. I'm going to click on OK. Click on OK again. Then I'm going to see void formed, void extrusion. Then I'm going to click on set, pick work plane, then pick this wall here. So after picking this wall, we're going to try and find the central point by, once the middle is highlighted, we're just going to carefully try and select it down to this point here. So we're going to click on this edge here and draw a line from here to here. We're also going to do the same for this point here and draw a line from here to here. Then I'm simply going to click on offset of 150. I think 150 should make sense here and here, but I think 150 might be too big, but let's just use 150 millimeter offset on this side. Click on this line, delete the middle, then click on trim and just trim this to form a simple rectangle. We're going to put the void extrusion value to be, let's use 75 millimeter, yeah, and click finish. Then what we're now going to do is, after creating this, we're just going to click on cut geometry, select the void form and select this wall to cut it. Then we're just going to click finish. So what we can now do now is to go to modify. We're now going to click on this paint icon. click on paint and look for this gray material we use. Click on gray, then simply paint the inner part and click on escape. So another thing I would have loved to do is to kind of create a sweep pattern within this. So I think it will make sense. Okay, well, let's just leave that to when we're doing the ceiling and the lighting. So I think we can leave this for now. So if we go to this west elevation, let's just look at what we have done with the elevation. So I think so far we have done a wonderful work. So, and also the same way we kind of created a void form, we can now create an extrusion, kind of creating a dark band within this wall. So I'm just going to go to architecture, components, model in place, casework, enter, extrusion, pick a plane. Then I'm just going to go to 3D view. So the plane I'm trying to pick is the second wall within this wall. So I'm trying to pick that wall inside of this wall. So I can even go to first floor plan. Then what I can just do is to click on set, pick work plane, then just select this wall as work plane, go to 3D view to edit it. So now I'm going to rotate this to the left. Then I'm just going to zoom in and we're just going to draw a profile here. Then I'm going to change this value to 5. Click on this and simply search for the gray. So we're going to click on this and click on OK. Then we're going to click on finish. Okay, so for some reason it's not showing. So what we're going to do is we're going to select this. Instead of putting 5, we're going to now put -5 because it seems it's of extruding the other way around. So we can just change the value to negative and click on finish. So we have our element here. So you can see the kind of geometry. If you rotate this, you can see how the sloping geometry play of elevation is kind of making sense and it's looking interesting. Don't worry, we'll get to a point where we're going to create the landscape, create the ceilings, and this project will just be one of a kind. Okay, so I hope you are following up to this point. Even if you can follow it, I really want to credit you. This stuff is not a joke, even for me that is doing it. So now we're not going to go to this other side of the elevation. So let's just look at this our west elevation one last time and look at how it's looking. So it's kind of looking fulfilled and nice. So what we're going to do is we're just going to go to this other elevation and we're going to try and do something like this. So if you can see from this other one, you can see the way it's looking here, and I think it makes sense. So I think the first thing we can do is to kind of copy some things that will make sense, copy some things from this left elevation that we can replicate in the right one. So the first thing I think we can copy is this element here. So we're going to go to this ground floor first. So the thing I want to copy to this side from this ground floor is actually these 2 windows here, even though I'm still going to modify them to the kitchen, and this curtain wall. So I'm going to select this curtain wall here, select these 2 windows here. I'm going to click on copy, and then I'm just going to pick from this point here and go straight. So I'm not going to move up or displace it. Once I'm going to make sure the movement is linear, and how you know it's linear is from this dotted line that is kind of putting you on the right path. So we're just going to place it here. Then we're going to click on this icon to shift this. Then I'm going to select these 2 here, hold Control, select these 2, click on move, and just move it from this point to this point here. So now, since this is a kitchen windows are kind of different from normal bedroom windows. Kitchen windows, their sail height has to be at least 1 meter. So we're going to select these 2 windows here, and we're going to not only change the base offset, we're going to change the top offset from lintel level to first floor. Put the top offset -600, then put a base offset here of 1 meter. So if we go to this 3D view now and we rotate this to this other side, we are going to now see the way it looks. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're just going to click on this, click on tab, select this cutting grid here, and we're going to see how we can increase it. So I think we're just going to try and reduce it till it matches the lintel at 1004. So another thing I feel will be necessary for this kitchen window is to make it wider a bit. So we're going to click on each of them, make it 1.5 meter. Click on this one, make it 1.5 meter as well. Okay, so now we have done this, we'll need to actually go to this other elevation to start working on it. All right, so we're going to just start trying to mirror some things that are on this side of this elevation, especially this element here. We're going to try and mirror it to this other side. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go to first floor level. Then we're just going to do some line work. So what I'm going to be doing, I'm going to go to annotate detail line. Then I'm just going to draw a line from here. Go to annotate, draw a line from this point here, this external of this wall here, down to this point here. So the reason why I'm drawing this line is I want to actually get the center point. So once I hover around the line and the center point highlights as a triangle, I'm just going to draw a line vertically from it. Okay, so now what I'm just going to do now is I'm going to hold Control. I'm going to select this element here, hold Control. Okay, I have a lot of line works here, so I'm just going to delete them first. Then hold Control, select this wall, select this wall as well. Select this wall here and select this wall here. Sorry, too much line work. I'm just selecting a lot of lines. Then after doing this, selecting all of them, I'm just going to click on mirror. I'm going to make sure this copy is checked on. I'm just going to use this line as reference and it's going to mirror perfectly. So it's showing highlighted walls overlap. So we're just going to go to 3D view. We're going to rotate this to this other point and we're going to see what exactly is the issue. Okay, so currently, I think it's kind of extended a bit. So what I'm now going to do, I'm going to click on this wall here. I'm going to go to first floor and I'm just going to try and adjust this wall. Okay, so apparently these two spaces are not exactly equal. So what I'm going to be trying to do now is I'm going to try and see if I can go, let me just go to west elevation. Okay, then I'm just going to click on view. Going to click on view template. I'm going to create a new template and call this 00 temp 11. Then click on OK. So they said this template already exists. Do you want to replace it? I'm going to click on yes, I want to replace it. So I'm now going to go to east elevation. That is the opposite of west. Then I'm just going to be clicking view template, apply, and be using this temporary LF. So now we have this here. What I'm now going to do is I'm just going to open my folder again, and I'm going to drag in this image 5 again. Then I'm just going to go over, click on this crop view, crop region, click on this drop down here and change this to none. So I'm now going to click on this do not crop view. I think I made a mistake, so I'm just going to hit Ctrl-Z to fix it. Let me just click cancel. I mistakenly dragged something. So I'm going to drag this image file away. So now what we are dealing with now is we are looking at this upper one, which is the right elevation, which is just facing here. So basically this element, we have already copied it. So what I just want to do now is to kind of create this upper element to form this. But before I do this, I'll need to create a cantilever on this floor. Okay. So I'm going to go over to second floor and I'm going to try and do some line work. So I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to click on detail line. Then I'm just going to go from this point here and I'm going to basically give some distance here. I think let me just go to the east elevation to confirm. Give some distance. Okay, let me just look at this. Okay, I think it's something like this from here. So what I'm going to try and do now is actually something a bit tricky, but I think it might just work. So I'm going to go over to this point here, this second floor level, and I'm going to do something opposite from this. So I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line. Then I'm going to draw a line from here up to this point here. Okay, then draw another line up to this point here. So somewhere here. So I'm just going to draw a line from here just to make sure that I get the box perfectly. So after doing this now, I'm now going to click on this and extend this by 1.2 meter. Then I'm now going to draw another line here. Okay, so basically I actually want to do an interesting stuff on the facade, even though I'm kind of questioning the possibilities, but let's see how it goes. So now I'm now going to click on escape. So I'm going to draw another set of wall, but this time I'm going to be drawing using the dark wall. So I'm going to go to architecture, click on walls, click on this drop down. Then I'm going to select this dark gray wall 225. Then I'm going to set it from second floor to roof level. Yeah. So after setting it from second floor to roof level, I'm now also going to go over here and I'm going to change this to add a base offset of -600. Then I'm just going to click on this and change this to finish face exterior. I'm going to click on this point, hit here, and draw a wall like this joining here. So this is kind of complicated, but I think let me just give this a try. Then I'm going to click on this wall and delete it because I don't think I need it. So I'm going to now click on this floor. I'm going to now click on edit boundary. Then I'm just going to draw a line here. So the disadvantage of this slanting stuff I'm doing is that it's going to kind of affect the space, but I just want to try it out. Then I'm just going to trim, click on this line and delete this here. So now I'm going to click on finish and I'm just going to click on don't attach. So if you go to 3D view now and we rotate this here, we're going to see something like this. So what I'm going to do now is I'm now going to rotate this to this top view and I'm going to be drawing a wall from the roof level. Okay, so I'm going to go to roof level now. If this doesn't work, I'm just going to simplify it, but I'm going to go to roof level. Then I'm just going to hover around here. So remember that if you go to 3D, these walls you are seeing here are the walls that came from here. So I just want to kind of continue this element to form the, will I call it S shape? This S shape stuff we have here, just like that here. Okay, but the only thing difference is going to have is that these two slants are kind of moving in different directions. So I'm now going to go to this roof level. Then currently the underlay is showing the ceiling, which is exactly what I want. Then I'm just going to click on walls. I'm going to change this back to 225 white wall. Then I'm going to change this from, remove this offset of this base offset to 0. So from roof level to parapet, then I'm going to draw a wall. I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to click on wall center line. I'm going to click on this wall here. So I'm going to make sure the thing matches and snaps with this wall here. So once I'm sure, I can click on AL, align to select this wall here, then select it just to make sure. Then what I'm now going to do is I'm now going to click on this trim extend single element. I'm going to select this face here and then select this. So now what I'm now going to do, I'm going to click on architecture wall again. Then I'm now going to draw a wall here, just kind of completing this place here. So if you go to 3D view now, we're going to see something like this. So another thing I think I should do is this wall here is not necessary. So I'm going to click on it and reduce the thing from parapet. If you don't know the wall I'm talking about this wall here. I used to kind of create this push out here that I used to place this facade element on. So I'm going to click on it, change it to click on drop down and change it to roof level. Okay, so now currently this is what we have here, and I think it's making some sense. I think you can see the whole idea I was trying to create when doing this thing. So now we're now going to go back to this east elevation. So in this east elevation, we also have an element just directly under this here. Okay, so even though this one kind of bulged out a bit from here, but looking at this, I'm not seeing ways I can actually do it. So what I can do instead is, instead of just attaching this here or stopping this here, I can rotate this to the top view or go back to this roof level. Click on this and simply detach it from here. Then simply click on copy and copy it from this grid to this point here. Then I'm going to click on trim and trim this wall to this and trim this to this. Then I'm going to click on escape, click on this wall here. I'm going to delete it. Okay, I'm going to hit Ctrl Z. I think that is a keyword. The thing starts from NGL, and I'm going to reduce the top constraint to roof level. So I'm now going to click on this wall too and delete it. So we just have something as simple as this. So if we go back to 3D view, we can also go and kind of rectify some other stuff here. So I'm kind of thinking of just continuing this slab here to this point. Let me just look at how it is. So I'm just thinking of the roof level. So what I'm going to do for now is I'm going to click on this wall and I'm going to reduce the top constraint to roof level as well. So it's going to stop here. So if you look at this left elevation, you can see the whole idea coming out to some extent. So we're just going to make some little adjustment. I noticed some errors here. So I'm just going to click on this and drag this back. Click on trim and just trim these two walls together. Click on this, select this and just kind of rectify that issue. All right, so I think we're making progress. So we're going to go and create the other balconies for this upper floor here. And I think it's just going to be similar to what we have on this place, but just minor differences here and there. So let's just go to east elevation and we're going to just see what the sketch are. So it does have kind of something similar, but just like this and like this, simple stuff. In order to be able to achieve this element quickly, what I'm going to do is I'm going to mirror some element from the other elevation of the building, that is from this west side. So I'm just going to mirror some things, then kind of modify it to fit what we want to create on the east elevation. So we are going to go to second floor, then we're just going to draw a line from this from the reference point where we want to mirror it. So for example, if you go to annotate, we'll click on detail line. So since the balcony starts from this point and I want the balcony in this side of this building to start from this point, I'm just going to draw a line from the respective point here. Remember, we are going to go in each floor and delete all these lines. So now I've drawn a line from this point to this point. I'm now going to find the middle of that line and draw it. So we'll have a reference line to do our mirror. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this dwarf wall, also select this one too as well, select this railing here, and select this wall too, select this wall as well. Then I'm just going to click on mirror. I'm going to make sure this copy is checked on, then just mirror it to this other side. Okay, so you can see that it's kind of a bit different here, which is fine. So what we're just going to do is we're going to go to annotate, click on detail line, then draw some lines here, because the reason why it's different here is that the distance from this wall here is kind of different from the distance from this wall to this wall here. So you can see this wall is deeper than this place, so that is why there's some space left here. So what we can just do is to simply just click on this wall and just extend it. Okay, kind of maintaining this element. So this whole gap here, we're still going to take care of it like I told you when creating ceiling. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go back to this east elevation and we're going to compare it. So it's looking similar, but remember that this east elevation is a bit different from the west elevation. So what we're going to do is we're just going to try and merge it with what is looking like here. So what I'm going to do is to select these two walls here. Then I'm going to change the top constraint from roof level 2 to lintel level 3, and I'm going to put a top offset of minus, or I'm going to change this from roof level to second floor level. Then I'm going to put a top offset of 1200. So it's just going to form something like this. Okay, so what we're going to do for here is that we're now going to go and copy this to this ceiling level to kind of create or mimic something like this. So instead of going and using walls and trying to follow it, what we're just going to do is to select this wall, hold control, select this wall, hold control, select this, hold control, select this. Remember, say the walls are selected. Then simply click on copy to clipboard, then click on paste, align to selected levels, then select ceiling level. So now this is on ceiling level, we're just going to select all of them again, especially these three that are similar in terms of constraints. Then we're going to change the top constraints from ceiling level to roof level, top offset to 0, ceiling offset to 0, or sorry, ceiling offset to 0, top offset to roof level, not parapet level. Okay, then what we're going to do is we're going to click on split and split this wall here in this junction. So after doing this now, we're now going to go to this top view. Then what we're going to do is to click on, or we can go to ceiling level so it won't be confusing. Then what we can do is to kind of just drag this, make sure it's still on the same line, on join element, click on trim and just trim this box here. Then select these three walls here and go back to 3D view. Oh, okay. Since in 3D view it is selected, we're just going to select the three of them from 3D view, and we're going to set the base constraint from ceiling level to lintel 3. So have you seen? It's going to create this. So we're also going to click on this wall and we're going to change the wall top offset to 0, then change the constraint to roof level, change this base offset to 0 as well. So we're now going to do some trimming. Then we're going to click on this trim tool, select this wall and trim this here. Okay, so if you go to this east elevation, you can see that we have already created something similar to what we wanted to do. So another thing I'm going to do, since I feel that okay, I think I can leave this as white. So what I'm going to do now is to kind of do the same material things I did on the other side to this side. So basically I'm going to change the material here, and I'm going to change the material of this mass here. So we're going to go to 3D view here, and I'm going to look at this and kind of conclude on what the roof is going to be like, because the parapet walls are going to kind of define the roof. So we are going to go to roof level. So in this roof level, we need to understand that all these walls that are extending to the parapet level are where the main roof is going to be, apart from this side, because this side I'm kind of going to do a special kind of, it's just a special ceiling work here, so it's not going to be just normal roofing sheet. So we're just going to as well go to wall, click on wall here, do a wall constraint from roof to parapet level, then draw a wall from here to this point here, then close it up here. So after doing this, we know we have this remaining portion left. So we're now going to decide on how our walls are going to be. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to do a kind of unconventional solution. So we're going to click on this wall and change it to dark wall 2 to 5 gray wall. Then I'm going to just click on this wall and kind of continue it. Just make sure the thing aligns with the part of this wall. So I'm just going to move it around. Once it aligns with this wall, this dotted line is highlighted. I'm just going to create a small bulge here. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to click on AL, which is align, and I'm going to select this face here. Then select this face here of this. Okay, I think there is an issue. So what I'm going to do now is to click on this trim extend. I'm not going to use align. Then I'm going to select this face here. Then just extend this wall to this point. So what this basically means is that we are basically going to have a roof extending like a cantilever here. So what we can now do now to kind of balance this stuff out is we need to create a beam that is going to be able to link these 2 points together, kind of. So I'm just simply going to, let's just go to 3D first and see what it's looking like. So this is kind of what it's looking like now. So what I can do now is to simply click on this trim and extend, select this wall here, then select this wall as well. Or simply go to top view and just click on this normal trim and try and trim them to be kind of on the same level, even if just kind of extending this beam here to kind of catch on with this wall resting on top. So I'm going to go to AL. I'm going to select this face here and select this. Okay, I think it kind of displaced it. So I'm going to hit Ctrl Z. I'm going to use this trim and extend and just try to just get this wall resting on this. Then I can click on this wall now. So if you go back to roof plan, it's only this wall now that will be in the way of having a simple roof design that is just a simple shed roof. So I'm going to mono pitch roof. So I'm going to click on this and change this from top offset from parapet to roof level. Okay, so we have everything clean for our simple roof design, our concrete slabs wherever is necessary. So we're just going to go back to this 3D view. Then we're now going to start modifying some elements. So before we do that, we'll need to actually create splits in each floor. For example, this wall here that is connected here. So I'm going to start from first floor. Then I'm going to go over here. I'm going to click on split. I'm going to split this wall here. Split this wall. Going to go to second floor as well. I'm just going to click on split. So this master bedroom, I think one of our biggest challenges here will kind of be arranging the furniture, but I still feel it's something that we are still going to figure out. Okay, I don't think it's something that is not possible. All right, so what we're now going to do now is we're now going to go over here and just click on modify split and click on escape. So we're now going to go to 3D view. We're now going to select this wall here, rotate this to this view here, select this wall as well, select this one here, select this one. So we're carefully going to select them, click on drop down and change it to gray wall. Then we're going to select these ones here at the bottom. Then I'm going to click on this and change it to 225 masonry stone walls. So for this masonry stone walls, I'm also going to click on this wall here. I'm going to put a top offset of -600, just like the way I did on the other side, and click on this and put a base offset of -600. So the material stays consistent. Then this wall, it doesn't necessarily need to drop down. So I can just change this base offset to 0. So we're just going to have the necessary. So we're going to go to each floor and edit the floor to kind of suit this new balconies. So I'm going to go to first floor first. Then I can also, while in first floor, select this cutting wall here, click on copy it from this point and just paste this cutting wall here. Click on this. So now I can simply click on this floor element. I can click on edit boundary. Then I can just simply extend it from here to this point here to here. Then I'm just going to trim this here and click on escape, select these 2 lines, delete. Then I'm going to click on finish, don't attach. So we're going to go to second floor. So there's actually an issue here. I can't have a very big window like this being in a bedroom. So I'm still going to edit this cutting wall. So I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to click on edit boundary. Then I'm going to draw some lines here. and just create this balcony here. So we're now going to go to this, we're going to go to this, basically going to go to this 3D view. We're now going to rotate this here. So we're just going to kind of start modifying some things. So the first thing I would like to modify is this this glazing here. So I'm going to click on this glazing and I'm going to change the top offset, the top constraint to second floor minus 600 as offset. So the reason why I did this is basically because of I don't think it will be necessary. I don't think it's appropriate to leave a window like that, a big glazed window in a toilet. So what we can now do now is to put a simple window, then put some exterior glazing panels on top to kind of mimic the curtain wall. So I'm going to get to that. So what I can do now is for this wall, I feel there is a bit of misalignment here. So I'm going to rotate this here. Then I'm just going to drag this back first on this same line. So what I'm going to do is to hover around this dot, right click and click on disallow join. Then I'm just going to click on it and I'm going to drag it to this point and stop it here. So I'm going to rotate this. So what I'm going to do now is to click on this and drag this wall back. Then click on this and just join this here. Click on this and stop this here. Okay, so I think it's better like this. This way is better aligned. So what we can now do now to kind of increase the depth of this face is to just add some extra double walls here. So what we can simply do is to select these walls here, or simply click on offset, select the value as 225. Then in 3D, we can just offset these walls outwards, hit Ctrl Z and rotate this to the top. Then offset this wall here, offset this wall here, and we can go to first floor, offset and offset this wall here. Then we're now going to click on go back to 3D. So what we are now going to do now, we have offset this wall, is click on escape and select these three walls we just offset here. Then we're now going to change the value from 225 wall to 150 wall. Then we're just going to click on escape. We're going to click on AL, align. Then we're going to select, we're going to just select this wall face here and select the inner face, aligning it. Okay, let me just hit Ctrl Z. I think doing it more manually will make sense. So I'm just going to select these walls here, the three of them. I'm going to rotate it. Then, okay, let me just unjoin some of them. Okay, I think this might be difficult than it seems. So let me just click on AL, select this face and align this, or click on escape. Click on this wall here, or separate it from this. Click on this wall, separate it. Then simply click on AL, select this wall here. Then what I can now do now is to go back to this first floor. Then I'm going to do some trimming. So I'm going to click on modify, trim this wall here to this one here to this one as well, to this double wall layer. I think this one fits well. This wall here, going to click on escape, select these lines, delete it, click on trim this wall to this wall, go back to 3D view. Okay, so let me just click on trim. Okay, so I think the thing I was meant to do, let me just hit Ctrl Z, was after I aligned everything together, I was just supposed to use the trim tool. So I'm just going to use this trim tool here. I'm also going to use this here. And so what I can do now to fix this discrepancy is to go back to the second floor or first floor level. Then, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to click on this wall here. Then I'm going to click on a split. Then I'm going to split this wall at this point here. So this particular wall here, I'm just going to drag it back a bit or hit Ctrl Z since it's still separated. Then I'm going to go to 3D view, select the wall here and increase the top constraint to parapet level. So I feel doing that way it kind of fills this whole place as one single block without necessarily affecting the parapet. So we're now going to add some deck slabs. So the deck slab we need to add are just at the roof level. So if you go to roof level, So where we need to add slab is just this part that is exposed, this little concrete part, and maybe this part here. So I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to click on floor, and we're just going to use the tool to kind of draft the shape. So we're going to go to 3D view and see what we've done. Okay, so now like most of these modeling aspects are ready. What we're now going to do is I'm going to show you how to create roofs in Revit. So we're going to be using the roof tool to create a mono pitch roof. Okay, but before we create this mono pitch, let me just quickly show you how to create normal roofs, normal ceilings using Autodesk Revit. So if you want to create ceilings and you just want to basically place ceilings automatically, I would suggest you go to your ceiling level you created. So once you're in the ceiling level, you are going to see, because of most of our walls run from ground to roof level, you are going to be seeing the part of all this our roof. So in the places you want to have generic ceilings, you can just go to architecture. You are going to see ceiling beside roof. So you are going to see ceiling here. Then you are just going to change this. The level is currently at the level we are, but we're going to change this height offset to 0 since we are already on a ceiling level. Then we're going to click on edit, duplicate. Then we can call this 00. Let's just call this white ceiling. So whatever kind of ceiling you want to create, you can just click on this material and just change it. Let's just use this white material. Then click OK. So after doing this, you can now use the tool called automatic ceiling. Then this automatic ceiling will just create ceiling as per each created space. So we're just going to click this space. It has created a ceiling. Click this space, this space, this space, this space, this space here. Okay, I think we created a ceiling there already, so that's why I showed an error. So in this view now, we can also go to 3D view and we can select the ceilings that we created twice, like this space here. Can select this ceiling, delete one, select this one as well, delete one. So you can see we have our ceilings created. The reason why I left here, I did it on purpose because I want to create a kind of peculiar ceiling effect here. So we are still going to do that for when we are working on the ceilings proper. So back to the roof now. Now I've just shown you the basic ceiling creating tool. So these ceilings you created automatically, you can still always edit them however you want. So we can also select from different ceilings here. This is the basic ceiling since it's just one material. If you want to create a layered ceiling, you can click on compound ceiling. You can click on edit type, edit the structure, then you can add different layers. So you can see this one have gypsum wallboard, metal stud layer. So you can edit and create all those layers anyhow you want to do. So I just changed this one. So I can click on this and just change this back to basic white ceiling. So after doing this now, we're now going to just create our roofs in Revit. So I'm going to click on roof, this roof level, or we can also sketch the roof from 3D, but I think for this tutorial, I'm just going to use the roof level. So I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to click on roof, then I'm going to select a roof. So currently, in this tutorial, in this template file we transferred, we don't really have a created roof for a specific purpose, but we're just going to start with this white roof. Then we're going to click on edit type and edit it. So currently this roof only has one layer, which is the white roof layer. So the reason why I just created this layer is kind of like to just serve as a kind of representation, even though it's not structurally accurate, but a representation of a simple roof with facial board. Okay, so what we can just do is to click on insert and add another layer, then click on up so the layer goes on top. Then we're going to call this finish, and I'm just going to call this roof material, or look for a material called roofing material. So I'm going to click on this roofing sheet, click on use render appearance, click on apply, click on thickness, change the thickness to 5 mm, and click on OK. Apply. Then we're going to draw our roof profile. So we're going to click on line 2, and we're just going to follow within this parapet wall here. So remember that the parapet wall kind of just guides. It will be not economically efficient if you use concrete slabs around this whole building. It will increase not only the weight but just the overall cost to slab concrete like that in this big span. So I always suggest, just even though you are doing some crazy stuff, just try and reduce the amount of concrete. So normally if you draw a profile like this in Revit and we just click on finish, it's going to create a heat proof. Okay, so you can see what it has created. The reason why it's cut at this top is because of simply the section box. So if you click on this section box and drag it up, you should be able to see the top of this roof. But of course, this roof is very flawed because all this water is going to pour and jam these walls. This is not the kind of roof I intend in mind. So I'm going to click on this roof and I'm going to click on edit footprint. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to first, because identify every roof had a design, and this building actually had the roof design in mind from the beginning. So I just wanted to be a mono pitch, the parapet wall covering most of the front aspect of the building, then all the water falls to the back. So in order to achieve that, the first thing we need to do is to create an eave at the building, the backyard of the building. Okay, then after creating an eave, what we're going to create it is to click on offset it by, let's use 900 since this is a very big building, and make sure we uncheck this copy. Then we just offset it backwards by 900. Then we're now going to select all these lines here apart from this line at the place we want the water to pour from. Then we're going to click on uncheck this slope. So what it means is that the only slope in this building is going to start from here. So we're now going to edit the slope height, and I think ideally is 5 degrees. That is the minimum before it's considered a flat roof, or I think it's 10, but let's just use 5, and I'm going to click finish. So even looking at this, even the 5 degrees kind of came out of this building. Okay, but at this point we can't really start changing the whole design, so we're just going to click on this roof and reduce it to 4 degrees. So you can see that 4 degrees entered this parapet, and we have a simple roofing, at least at this way of this building. So you can see the reason why I kind of extended this parapet to go this way. Okay, so now we are going to go back to placing some windows here, and basically placing some windows in this space and kind of designing it. Okay, so for every action in architecture, there are possible consequences. So it's now you that to weigh based on the priority of the design. So this design, like I said before, we are basically just having fun here. So it's not everything that is actually structurally well thought out, in the sense that is the thing economically viable, maybe very questionable, but this whole stuff is just exploring creativity with Revit, okay, with a bit of consideration and planning aspect. So let's go back to second floor. So the thing about this second floor now is we will need to consider how the furnitures are going to be arranged. Obviously, I can't place a bed here because the bed will have to be slanted. So let's say the bed will probably go here, and here is going to be like a lounge. Actually, it can work depending on just the interior design. Okay, but what we're going to do now is just, okay, I think it can work, but I'll need to also place some windows here. Okay, so I think some windows are very important in this space. So usually I will have tried to get this, if you look at this east elevation and look at this sketch I made, let me just click on save and look at this sketch here. And I was just planning, and by the way, we haven't put some windows here, some curtain wall or glazed windows for this living area, and I think it's fine. We are still going to, I was thinking of doing something slanted before, but I think at this point let me just simplify things. So for this, I was also thinking of this window, but I just grabbed the idea. I'm already, I'm already a bit tired, so let's just simplify things. So we're going to go to ground floor, and we're going to just create some big curtain walls here. So the first thing to do is we're going to be considering what is above us. So I'm just going to go to this underlay, click on this drop down and change it to second floor. So we're going to be seeing what is going on there. So I'm going to go to annotate, I'm going to click on detail line. Then I'm going to draw a line from here up to 2.4. Then I'm going to do kind of a bulge in here up to 600. Yeah. Then draw a line here up to 5.1 meter. Or I can just draw a line from this point here up to 2.4 here. Then drag this line here. So let's look at this distance. This is 4.2 meter. I think 4.2 meter is a big space to place a cabinet. So what I can do now is to just simply go to architecture, click on walls, go to drop down, select this masonry wall. Okay, then I'm going to set the base constraint from GFL, that is ground floor, till second floor level. Okay, then I'm just going to put a base offset of -150. I specifically did that for a reason. Then I'm going to click on this drop down and click on finish face exterior and just simply draw our walls here. Then what I can do is to now click on modify. I can click on split, then split this wall here, then kind of do this. So what this space can serve for is basically, this space can serve for a TV pocket here. But even though I think of a house of this kind of caliber, this should be wider. So I can just simply select these two walls here, or click on offset and offset them by 300 each. I'm going to uncheck this copy, offset this by 300. See why sometimes I hate working with lines. It's this kind of stuff. So I'm going to click on trim and just trim this here. So I think now is 4.8 meter. It's still quite small, but I think we can manage with that. So I'm going to go to 3D view, and another thing we did in the expense of creating this pocket, we actually deleted the walls at this natural ground level. So we're going to go to NGL, and we're just going to go to architecture, walls, click on this drop down, select this 2254, change the reset all the offsets to 0, then just change it from NGL to GFL. Maybe put minus 150 as top offset. Then we're simply going to draw a wall here, or let's just pick here. Then we're going to go back to ground floor. We're going to click on this floor, click on edit boundaries. Then we're simply going to draw the boundaries here. Click on split here, then trim this. Don't attach. So after doing this, we're then going to create some cutting walls here. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to wall, click on this drop down. I'm going to select cutting wall main. I'm going to, from GFL up to second floor, minus 600. So to make provisions for potential beams. Then I'm just going to click on this cutting wall. Okay, this cutting wall started from 600. So I'm going to go to wall again. Then I'm going to change this base offset to 600 millimeter. Then I'm going to draw a wall from here up to 2.1 here. I'm going to click on this cutting wall and switch it to facing wall. Then I'm going to go to the 3D view, so you can see the cutting wall here. So looking at this, I'm just my prayer now is I'm just hoping this building comes out beautiful from all angles. So I'm just going to select this cutting wall. I'm going to click on cutting grid. Then I'm just going to divide the cutting grid into 3. That is 700 millimeter each. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to click on one segment, and I'm going to be creating segments here. So click on all segments. So I'm going to be drawing one segment here at the ground level, that is at the lintel level. Then I'm going to go draw another segment here at the first floor, and the last segment here at the lintel 2 level. So now I'm going to try and create some interesting patterns using this cutting wall. So normally simple things like this, I don't just like it. So I'm trying to get a bit creative here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to click on tab, hover around this grid line, click on tab, select this, click on add or remove segment, remove this segment here, and then remove this segment here. Then I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to hover around this one, click on tab, select this, click on add or remove segment, and remove this segment here. So you can see the kind of cutting wall pattern. Then we're now going to replace these 3 panels here with cutting wall embedded windows, since they are livable space, so they can open the windows at those points. We're going to select 3 of them, hold Control, click on unpin, click on drop down, and select cutting wall embedded window. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're now going to go to this ground floor again after editing this cutting wall. Select this cutting wall here, click on copy, select this point here, and copy this one to this point here. So what we can do now is to click on this cutting wall, right click at this end of this part and click on disallow join, so we can just split it to match this wall face here, so it will be 2.1 meter accurately. So after doing this, I think so far we have done an amazing work. Then let's go back to 3D view, and we're just going to see. So what we're now going to do now is we're going to now copy some windows, especially these cutting walls, from this wing of this building to the other wing. So what I'm going to do is to select this cutting wall here, also select this one here, go to first floor level. It will still be selected if you selected something in 3D. Then click on copy, pick this grid line here, and just simply copy it perfectly. We're going to try and maintain horizontality, okay? Or what we can do now is to just, after it's selected, click on escape, go to 3D again, hold Control, select the 2 cutting walls, go back to first floor. Then we're just going to click on copy. We're going to select the middle of this wall at this point here. Then simply move it to this point here. Then we're simply going to click on the cutting wall, click on this 2-way icon, so it's going to flip back. So we'll go to second floor. We are going to see the same thing is there. Click on it and flip this back. So if you go to 3D view now, we can see that if you rotate this to this other side, we can see a very wonderful piece of work here. So finally, we're just going to create the simple windows for this side, like I promised. I told you I'm getting tired. Let's not go too much with crazy creative or unconventional stuff. So we're now going to go to second floor. And for this, I just want to create two long horizontal, vertical windows that are long. I think it will be nice. So I'm going to go to detail line. I'm going to draw a line from this point here up to, let's say, 1.5 meter from here. And just draw a line here. Then draw another line here up to 900. Okay, so in order to see these lines well, we can simply click on VV, Visibility Graphics, scroll down, click on these patterns where we had the wall footprint, click on color and make it light gray. So we can see the lines clearly. So I'm just going to go to architectural walls, cutting walls, set it from second floor to ceiling level, change the top offset to 0, change the base offset to 300. Then just simply draw a wall here. Click on this and change this direction here. So I'm just going to go to 3D view and we're just going to be seeing how it looks. Just a simple window opening. Then I'm going to click on cutting grid and I'm just going to place one at the lintel level here. And I think that is all. So I'm just going to leave it at this. So I'm going to go to second floor. I'm going to go to annotate detail line. Then I'm going to draw a line from here up to, let's use 7.5 meter. I think 7.5 meter is too far. But I'm just going to select this, click on copy from this point here up to 5.1. Let me just make it 5.4 meter and place the second window here. So what we're now going to do now is I'm just going to select one line, right click and select all instances in entire project. Okay, if I select all instances in entire project, that is too risky. So what I'm going to do now is, in order to, because some walls, some lines, I'm still using them within the project, like these wardrobe lines. So I'm just going to hold Control and select the regions where I feel those annoying lines are, especially in the balconies. So I'm just going to be selecting, holding Control and selecting around the balconies. I mistakenly did something I'm not supposed to do. So I'm just going to wait and click on Escape and cancel. Okay, so we're just going to try again. Hold Control, select around the balconies carefully. Try not to select any other thing. Then we're simply going to click on Filter, check None, and look for lines, thin lines. Click OK, then delete them. So the same thing, we're now going to go to first floor and do the same thing. We're going to hold Control, select around the balconies. Filter, check None, lines, thin lines, click OK. Okay, see some lines. I'm going to hold Shift to deselect some of these lines, like these ones I don't want to delete. Then delete the remain. So what I can now do now is to see this wall here. We have not even split this wall, so I'm going to click on split this wall here, trim. So now I'm now going to use some lines to redraw some essential lines. Like I'm going to go to annotate detail line, then use detail line to indicate things like these ducts here. Also this duct as well. So let's go to the ground floor too. Then let's select, hold Control, and just select and try and remove the inessential lines. All right, so I think we have deleted all the lines. So what we can now do is just to Like in the case of this space, we can copy some other windows here. So we'll cross ventilate this kitchen. Select this curtain wall, click on mirror by draw axis, draw a line here. Then simply copy this window here from here up to, let's say, 6 meter. And I think we're good. So now to create the entrance steps. So I didn't want to come to this entrance steps till I came to the landscape. So I think we might still suspend it. So I just remember that in the second floor, we have not yet placed window for this toilet. So I'm just going to go to architecture window and I'm going to place our window here. Okay, so remember the reason why it's not visible. We have not yet edited the view range. Okay, so we're still going to work on that. So concerning this master's launch, I'll need to adjust this door here, or I'll need to adjust this curtain wall. I'm going to select this curtain wall, click on move, and just move this by 900. So there's going to be some allowance between these two doors here. But for now, I'm just going to go to annotate detail line, and I'm just going to draw lines indicating these are ducts. So now, one of the interesting parts I like doing is the ceiling works. Okay, so the ceiling works is actually a key aspect of my design because I usually like designing part of the whole building is the ceiling, the lighting, and all those stuff. Okay, so we're going to be taking time to kind of place the ceilings, do the nice LED light configurations and effects we want to create. Then let's just see how it goes from there and let's see how things play out. Okay, so to create ceilings, in this case, I've showed you how to create basic ceilings using the basic Revit ceiling tool. But in this time, I'm not going to show you how to use how to basically use model in place tools to create nice ceilings, to create very nice contemporary facade feels. Okay. So the first thing I want to do, I feel this view is too dark. I'm going to click on graphics display. I'm going to click on lighting and I'm going to increase the ambient light to 20. Okay, let there be light so we can see what we want to do. Then I'm simply going to go to architecture, component, model in place. Then I'm just going to click on ceiling. Then I'm going to click OK. So we're going to be using extrusions and we're going to be starting from the lowest ceiling before we get to the highest. Okay, so for ceilings that are very low like this, I would have wanted to keep it simple, but I think we still need to create some elements of design there. So I'm just going to click on extrusion. Then I'm just going to click on set. I'm going to click on pick work plane. Then I'm just going to pick this as a work plane. So after we pick just underneath the surface of this slab as a work plane, we're just going to click on pick line tool. So we're just going to pick the most external perimeter of the walls associated with where we want to create ceiling. We can even rotate this to the bottom self. Then we can see how it is. Select this part, select this part too. Then we're just going to trim. So I'm going to click on trim this line here, trim this line here, trim this line. So another thing we're going to do before we click on finish, on every ceiling model in place extrusion you're creating, you also have to check, is there any other similar level to this, or is there any other balcony exactly like this that we can still draw a profile from? So I don't think there is. So for now, I think this is the only one in this level here. So we're now going to click on offset and we're going to be creating pockets for LED light. So LED light field designs are actually a nice stuff. So I think, especially if you are modeling a building to present, even though they are still going to detail it and provide all the specifications, but I feel it's a very nice element. So we're going to first click on the extrusion and set it at 15. Okay, so we're going to click on this material and we're going to be using this white, or right click and duplicate and call this 00 ceiling white. So after giving it this name, we're going to click on OK. Then we're just going to click on offset and we're going to be offsetting 225 millimeter. Make sure you check up. So we're going to offset from here, 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 and here. So what I'm doing now, after offsetting the 225, we're now going to offset 75. So we're now going to change this value to 75. Then we're going to offset 75 here, 75 here, 75 here, and 75. So these are basically creating pockets for the LED light. Okay, we're still going to model the LED light, but for now we're just creating the pocket. Then I'm going to click on split line. I'm going to split here. I'm also going to split here as well. Then I'm going to click on trim and trim this profile here. Then I'm just going to click on finish. Then we have the first ceiling we have created for this place. Remember that this place is a bit complicated. We're still going to work on the landscape. So after doing this now, we're now going to click on another extrusion. We're going to click on extrude, create extrude, extrusion. Then we're now going to click on set, pick work plane. Then we're now going to pick, I think the next work plane we are supposed to work on is this one here. This place here. This pocket for TV we recently created. So I'm just going to click on set, pick plane. Then I'm going to pick beneath it. So for this one, we don't need to create any LED light. We're just going to simply draw a box from here to this point. Then click on finish. So after doing this one, we're now going to go to the next one. We're going to go to the first floor level. So we're now going to be creating a ceiling for all the first floor balconies. So we're going to go to create, extrusion, set, pick plane. Then we're just going to pick beneath any of these ceiling wall beams or walls imitating beams. So I'm going to click on pick line tool, pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here. So if you are confused, you can rotate it under so you are going to see it. Then we are also going to pick the most exterior part of the wall, which in this case is this one since it's a double wall. Then rotate it back. Then we're now going to click on line again and just drag a line up. Then we're going to click on trim and just trim this. Okay, the question is, should LED light be everywhere? Yes, most of the place. Unless, so in this kind of project, there is no restriction or there is no budget restriction. So I think we can just create as much LED light as possible. So when we are creating an ambient view, it's going to look dreamy. So we're just going to put an offset first of 225. Then we're going to offset from each edge. Then we're going to click on trim. Then offset again 75 to create a 75mm wide pocket for potential LED light. Click on split, break it here. Then trim. So now we have done this. We remember that we still have first floor balconies on these other wings and even the front of the building. So what we can do now is, if before we start sketching all of them, since this one is already obstructing our view, we can click on finish first, finish model. Then what we can now do is to rotate this to the front, click on this section box now and drag this section box up to just beneath the first floor. So what we're only going to be seeing are the remaining first floor balconies. So what we can now do now is to simply click on this now, then click on edit in place. Then we're now going to rotate this to the bottom view. Then we're now going to be drafting on each floor plan. So what drafting, we are just going to be working on the ceilings of beneath the first floor. So we're just going to click on this extrusion, click on edit extrusion. Then we're now going to go and start. So remember, in the first floor we have this ceiling that goes from here to here, and this one that goes here, and we also have this one here. Okay, so now we're going to just draft from there. We can just simply use pick line tool to make things faster. Then we can click on trim. Then we can click on pick line tool here. Then trim again. Then we can now click on offset. Okay, we can also click on pick line tool. There is a third one here at this side. Then we can click on trim. So after doing this now, I think we have created all the balcony bases. We're now going to click on offset and create the LED light pockets. So we're going to start with 225. So most of them, I'm just going to go like from here to this point. So they are going to stop at the walls where they hit walls. At least, even though this one hit the wall here, but I'm still going to continue to this point. This one as well. This one too. Then I'm just going to click on offset again, but this time 75. So we're going to click on split this here. split this here as well, split here, split here, split here. Then we're going to click on trim, and we're going to trim all the loose end lines here. Then we're going to click on finish. Okay, so there's actually a loop that is not yet closed. So I'm going to click on show. Do not show message again. So it's going to just zoom into it. At least in most cases, it's supposed to. But sometimes Revit can be annoying. Okay, so now we have created the ceilings for the first floor, and I think we have covered all of them. There's also one remaining. We need to create a ceiling for this terrace here. So remember there is a terrace here. So we're going to click on this, click on edit extrusion. So for this terrace, it's at the back of the house. We don't need to put some LED lights there. I think some normal bulbs will do, or some normal light spot, point spotlight. Then we're just going to draft a box and just fill up the terrace. So if you don't remember, if you rotate this, there's a kitchen terrace and basically an outdoor terrace at the rear of this building. Okay, so now we're just going to rotate this too. So currently we have created the ceilings for the beneath the first floor. So we are going to now create the ones beneath the second floor. Okay, so I'm just going to go to create extrusion, then we are going to click on set, pick work plane, then we're just going to pick this one here. So as usual, we're going to draft one first, then we're now going to click finish, then adjust the section box to be able to view it properly. So we're going to click on pick line tool. We're just going to pick here, pick here. We can even draw anything, even if it's inaccurate at this point. Let's just draw something to kind of complete a loop. So we are just going to connect this line at this point. So it doesn't need to be perfectly accurate. We just need to get something on this plane here, so we can click on finish. Okay, so I still need some trimming. So after doing this, we're just going to click finish for now. Then we're now going to rotate this, and we're going to click on this section box, and we're going to drag it up a notch. Okay, so we're now going to rotate this here, and we're now going to work on the ceiling beneath the second floor. All right, so I'm just going to continue. So we're just going to click on this ceiling work. We're going to click on edit type. So we're now going to be drawing the basically drafting the ceiling for beneath the second floor plan or floor level. So I'm going to click on this first one and click extrude extrusion. Then I'm going to rotate this. So currently we can see the ceilings clearly. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here, and I'm going to draw a line from this point here up to here. Then I'm going to click on trim and trim this. So I can click on escape and delete this diagonal line. And I can also go to this point. Since this point is not actually enclosed, this wall here, we can just click on line and just draw a line from here. Then we can trim this. Okay, so now we have done that. We're now going to also go rotate this here. We're also going to draw ceilings here and here. So I'm just going to rotate this to the bottom. Then I'm going to click on line work, then simply draw a line here, meet it at this point, and here. Then I'm just going to do the same here to kind of capture this balcony. Okay, so I'm going to hit Ctrl Z first. Then I'm just going to rotate this to 3D. So I think I'll be able to see what I want to do well. Then I'm going to pick line, pick here, and pick here. Then rotate it underneath. So I'm going to click on trim and just trim these basic shapes first. So you can see I'm just trying to capture the basic shape first. So after capturing it, we're now going to create the pockets for the LED light. I'm going to rotate this here, and I'm going to go here as well. So now I think we have basically covered or the ceiling beneath the second floor. So we're just going to start creating LED light pockets by using the offset 225 first. Here as well. Also here. I'm thinking of, okay, I think it should stop here. Then here too. I think for this one, I'm going to kind of continue the LED light here at this point instead of going like and making it hit here. So these two, I'm going to kind of offset here. So I'm going to click on escape. Then we're going to just click on trim this to this, and click on escape and delete this one. We're also going to go to this one too and click on trim this to this, and I think for now, so far we're on point. So I'm going to click on offset again, and I'm going to be offsetting 75 millimeter. Then I'm just going to offset 75 here, here as well, here. So I'm also going to offset 75 millimeter here. So the LED light is going to extend to this point. Here. So after doing this, we're going to click on split elements. I'm going to split here as well, split here too, split here. We don't need to split anything here. Split here, split here too. Also split here. Then we're going to click on trim. We're going to trim here as well. We're also going to trim here and here. Okay, then we can trim here and delete this line here. So we're going to click on trim and trim also this point. Then we're going to click on finish. So after creating this ceiling now, we're now going to go to the next one. So, but before we go to the next one, we're going to kind of create some intermediary ones. So the intermediary ones are the ones that are not on the ceiling level but are higher than these ones we just created. So we're going to go over here, like this level now, we're going to create the ceiling to kind of copy this place. So I'm just going to click on create, extrusion, set, pick plane. I'm going to pick here. Then I'm just going to click on this box too and draw a simple box. Then I'm going to click on AL, align. I'm going to select this face here of this wall, then select this line, then it's aligned. Click finish. Modify, finish. So just a quick one. If you don't see the modify or this finish key, just click on this modify. You are going to see it. Okay, so we're now going to also click on finish first, or rather click on create, extrusion. Then instead, we're now going to set this beneath this wall as work plane. So if you don't remember, this wall was actually the wall we kind of used to create this element here. So it's kind of lower than the ceiling level, but higher than the lintel level. So we're just going to create its own ceiling for it. So I'm just going to go to create, extrusion, set, pick work plane. Then I'm just going to pick the surface here. So for this one, I'm going to draft the ceiling from this top view here. So I'm going to be kicking pick line, and I'm just going to pick this wall here, pick here. Then I'm just going to rotate this, pick here. Then what I'm simply going to do is I'm just going to draw a diagonal line to meet here randomly. So the reason is I'm just trying to just create something for now, then click finish. So the reason why I want to create something is so I can click on finish, then go and adjust the crop view or the section box, then kind of optimize it to like drag it up so we can get a better view. So now I'm going to rotate it now, and I think we have a better view of the ceiling. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on it. I'm going to click extrusion, edit extrusion. Then I'm going to click on this and click edit extrusion. Then rotate this to the bottom. So now we have a better view. I can simply edit it properly. So I'm going to click on this line, delete it. Click on this diagonal one, delete it. Then I'm going to draw a line from here, this point here, up to here, then up to here. just basically following the parts of the wall that I'm supposed to follow. Then I'm going to click on trim and trim these two together. So now for this one, I'm guessing that there should still be LED lights, but I'm just going to put the LED light like a band from here. So I'm just going to click on offset, but this time I'm going to be offsetting 600. Then I'm going to offset 75. Then I'm going to offset 600 again from this side. Then I'm just going to click on trim and trim this here. Then after doing that, I'm going to click on finish. So we have created this ceiling. So now we're now going to create this open terrace space. So now we're just going to click on another extrusion. So we're going to click on create, click on extrusion. Then we're now going to be creating ceiling for this open terrace. So we're going to click on set, pick work plane, and we're just going to pick the soffit of this wall here. Then we're going to rotate this to this bottom view. Then we're just going to draw our ceiling profile. So we're going to start from this point here. We're going to draw it up to this point here, up to this wall. Then we're just going to follow this line, stop it at this place where this slanted element meets this point. And we're just going to click on pick line tool. Then I'm just going to pick this line here. So I noticed something funny. I'm just going to click on this trim single element, select this trim and trim this. So I noticed that actually this wall here is not aligned with this wall here. So I think it's a big issue. So I'm going to click on cancel, yes. Then I'm just going to click on finish. So what I'm going to do now is after I click on finish, I'm just going to try and resolve that. So I'm going to go over around there. No wonder the thing was kind of showing a bit separate. So I'm going to click on AL, which is the shortcut for align. Select this plane here and select this plane to try and make sure that they align. So on doing so, we kind of changed this, we kind of displaced this from the ceiling edge, from the ceiling profile a bit. So we're going to click on it. We're going to click edit in place and we're just going to select the ceiling and click on edit extrusion. So after doing this, we're just simply going to click on AL. Then we're going to just select this plane here and select this line here to align it. Then simply click on modify and click on finish. Okay, so after doing this, we're going to continue with creating this our ceiling for this terrace. So I'm going to click on create. I'm going to click on extrusion. Then I'm going to click on set, pick plane. Then I'm just going to pick here. So after picking here, I'm going to rotate it to this point now. Then I'm just going to draw the ceiling from this point here down to. Okay, so another thing I was just thinking is I'm just thinking of this space now is a very big span and I think it needs a support. So we are still going to put a support in this, or rather let me just cancel this extrusion and create the structural support first. In terms of the structural distance, in terms of the structural aspect, there's no load on top of this place. The only thing I could do is to kind of replace these materials here. Instead of making this a concrete beam going from this point to this point, I think I'm just going to make it fully prefabricated. So I'm going to drag this wall back to this point here. On join element, then drag it back to join it, then do the same here. So I think this part of this terrace can be fully prefabricated instead of adding major structural walls that is going to imply structural load here. Okay, so I think it's still nice like this. So what we're going to be doing now is we're now going to pick this point for our ceiling. Yeah, I think so. Then I'm just going to rotate this here. So I think I can see some funny activity here. So what I'm going to do is to just click on modify. I'm going to click on split and split this wall at this point here. Then click on this and change this base offset to ceiling level. Then I can click on this one, rotate this to the top and drag this back to here. So everything kind of fits in very well. So we have the ceiling here, and and another thing we are going to adjust, since this beam and this ceiling are kind of lower, so I'm just going to click on this cutting wall and reduce this by minus 1050. Yeah, I think, oh sorry, make it minus 900, minus 600, minus 750. Yeah, so I think that is what it's meant to be. Okay, so now I think we have a good idea of how this structure is going to be. Since there is no major concrete element, I think we can span this long without the need of columns anywhere. So it's one of those design and structural consideration stuff. So we're going to go back to our ceiling since we have concluded on that. And I'm just going to click on this section box and then drag it upwards. So I'm going to rotate this beneath again. I'm going to click on this ceiling, edit type. Remember, this ceiling also, this model in place also contains the other ceiling. So you have to be very careful when working with it. So because if you delete it, you are going to delete the other ones kind of. So we're going to now click on create again, and we're going to click on extrusion. So this time we're going to set the soffit as the soffit of this wall here. Okay, so I think we have come to the conclusion that this part is not going to be many major structural elements, so it's not going to kind of spoil the effect we created in the facade because of structural considerations. So it's important to note that even while we're having fun with facade design, we should also consider the structures and at least make it something that will possibly be buildable. Okay, so we are going to use line work, and we're just going to follow the path for this terrace. Then we're just going to meet it here, this one here, up to this point and here. So after doing this now, we're now going to start designing the ceiling work for you. So the ceiling work is not just a simple headlight. I actually wanted to make this place like open with skylight, but the skylight to be kind of indicating different colors, so it can give this kind of very nice effect, daytime effect once you are there. So in order to do this, we're going to be using the hexagon shape. So the first thing I'm going to do is to click on offset, and I'm going to set an offset value of 1.8 meter. So I'm going to offset 1.8 this way, and I'm going to offset 1.8 from the bottom. Okay, so after doing this now, I'm now going to go to annotate, and I'm going to draw a line crossing this box to form an X here. Then I'm now going to click on this indescribable polygon. Then I'm going to click on this point here. Then I'm going to pick the middle and draw a simple polygon up to 900. Okay, so after doing this, I'm going to hit Ctrl Z first. So instead of 900, I'm going to draw a polygon. This is 900, so I'm going to draw a polygon up to and impute the value of 750. So there's going to be 150 mm space left in between. So after doing this now, I'm now going to select these two lines and delete it. That is these two cross lines. So after I've created this opening now, I'm still going to leave this grid box because it's kind of what I'm going to be using to copy this. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to select this, and I'm going to click on mirror, and I'm just going to pick this line and draw a line here, mirroring it here. So after doing this now, I'm now going to go over to this point now. Then I'm going to click on annotate. I'm going to click on this line work. I'm going to draw a line from this point here to here. Let me hit Ctrl Z to make sure it's straight. This point to here, straight line. Then draw another line to this point. Then find the middle of this line and draw it to this point. So I'm going to hover around this polygon. Sorry, I'm going to hover around this polygon. Yeah, click on tab, select the whole profile line, click on copy. Try to get the middle. If I can't get the middle, I'm going to use some line works to kind of intersect and to get the middle. Then I'm just going to select this here, click on copy, click on this point and paste this here. So it's going to show overlapping lines, so we can delete the overlapping lines, the short ones we created earlier, and delete all these lines here. So after doing this, what I'm going to do now is to click on tab, select these whole lines, then click on move and move this by, click on this and move this by 600. I think 600 is too much, so I'm going to hit Ctrl Z, hover around this, click on tab, click on move and move this by, let's say 450. Okay, so now what we're now going to do is I'm just going to select this and delete. Then I'm just going to select this profile here, hold Ctrl, select this profile as well. So we have selected these two lower ones. Click on mirror and mirror it to this point. Click on mirror, but this one, instead of clicking on this draw axis, click on pick axis and mirror this one too here. So what we can do now is at this edge, we can click on outside, click on this line, delete it. Click on this trim single element and just trim this here and trim this here. Ctrl Z, trim this one to this one. So we have something like this. So after doing this, I'm just going to click on tab, select this one here, click on copy or then basically select this point here and copy it across this point. Okay, so after doing this now, we are just going to hold Control from the left and select everything here. Then I'm going to hold Shift and deselect these lines, these horizontal lines. So it's only the polygons we are going to be copying. So I'm just going to click on copy, and I'm just going to, I'm going to click on escape first. I'm just going to select all these ones from here, hold Control and try and select all the lines here. You say, if you notice, I tried as much as possible not to select these ones here. I'm going to hold Shift and deselect, hold Shift while deselecting these horizontal and vertical lines. Then I'm simply going to click on mirror, draw axis. I'm going to make sure this copy is checked on. I'm going to find the middle of this line and just mirror it here. I'm going to click on this particular line since I forgot to mirror it too. Then just click on mirror again and mirror it to this side. Okay, I think I did it twice. So I'm going to click on this one here, click on mirror and mirror it to this side. All right, so after doing this, what we're now going to do is we're just going to hover around this polygon here, click on tab, select it, click on mirror and mirror it to this side. Then I'm going to click on this line, delete, and kind of repeat what I did here. So since this one just met at this point, we're just going to select this line and delete it. So now what we're going to do now is we can now select all these grid boxes here and delete them, because I don't think we need them anymore at this point. So what we can be doing now is to just be selecting these polygons and be mirroring it. So before we do it, we need to actually check something. So what we're going to check is if we don't have any overlapping lines. So in order to do that, we're just going to click on trim first and just trim this one here. Click on split line, split here, split here. We're just going to try and finish up this we're going to try and finish up this ceiling we are sketching. So we're going to click on trim, trim this, Ctrl Z, select this line and trim here, select this line, trim this here. And I notice there is a little gap between this place and this place here. So I think I'm just going to zoom in and shift it here. Shift this here. Okay, so we'll just maintain pinpoint accuracy. Okay, actually, yeah, we were correct before, so I think it's supposed to be here. Okay, so we're going to do the same here. Click on split, split here. So currently, I think we have an issue of overlapping lines, so I'm just going to try and resolve it. And I notice something. If I click on split, it's going to, let me click on split here. Okay, let me hit Ctrl Z. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to click finish first. So if the 10 was able to create, it means we're on the right track. So I'm going to click on this and click on edit extrusion to continue mirroring this profile. So what I'm going to do now is, since we already have this one here, we already have like this thing set into, we have created like 3 layers of it. We're going to select these first 2. Okay, we're now going to hold Control and select these minute ones we couldn't select by just holding the whole thing. Then what we're going to do is we're going to click on copy. Okay, yeah, then I'm just going to, if I pick this point here, okay, I don't think we can copy this now. Okay, in actuality, what we're going to do now is to hold Control from this point, select everything here. Then once you're holding Control with your mouse, keep your hand on the left click icon, then use your other hand to hold the scroll button and just move it and just zoom out, zoom in with your other hand. I think I'm using 2 hands for this. Then select all these lines here. Then what you can now do, since we already have a duplicate of this here, we can use this other one as a reference point by simply clicking on copying, selecting the top of this one here, and place this in this top like this. So we're going to do this one more time, and the reason why we're doing it one more time is just to fill up this place here. But what we can do now is this extra redundant ones, you can select them and just delete it. You can even select these ones here and delete it, so it should just be these ones remaining. So now we are now going to start the main work, splitting and trimming. Okay, so now we're just going to click on split. We're going to split here, 1, 2. This one we don't need to split it. Split here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then click on trim. We're going to trim these ones carefully. Then go here, trim these ones. Okay, so now we have done this. I think this makes sense. So what we're now going to do is we're now going to create some provision for LED lights. And these LED lights are not going to be so simple. So how are we going to do it? We're going to click on offset and we're going to be offsetting 75 millimeter, or let me say 100 millimeter. We're going to offset this here, 100, 100. Then we're going to also go over to this one here and offset this 100, 100. We're now going to go to this next after this one here. Then we're going to jump to this one here. So after doing this now, we're now going to go from here and offset 75 from this one. Do the same here. So what I'm trying to do is to kind of optimize this LED light so it won't be too much. So after doing this now, we can now click on this and use and kind of close these loops. Okay, so after doing this now, I'm just going to hover around this, click on tab, hold control, click on tab, then hold control, select it, click on tab, hold control, select it. So I'm now going to click on copy and I'm just going to simply copy it from this point here to this one, to this next one here, and this one here. So I also want to create something similar on this level here. So I'm just going to try and select some of this and just copy it to this place here. So I think it will make sense that way. Or yeah, I think. So I'm just going to hover around this, click on tab, select this, click on tab, hold control, select this as well. Click on tab, hold control, select this. Then I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to pick this point and copy it to this point here. So after doing this now, I can now click on copy, select this point here, copy this one, a copy here, another one here, and another one here. Okay, so I just think this is enough LED lights for this work. So now after doing this, all these ones that are kind of intersecting, we're going to click on split and just rectify it here and do the same here. Okay, so now we're just going to I'm just considering creating some LED lights here. I don't think it's necessary, but I think we can do it. So I'm just going to click on pick line 2. I'm going to pick this line here and this line representing these walls under it, but it's not like the walls really mean anything. It's just an easy reference for me. Click on offset, set profile as offset at 225, offset here. Click on trim and trim this to this point. Click on single element, trim this here. Then simply click on offset and offset it at 75 millimeter. Then I'm going to click on split and I'm going to split this line here, split this line here. Click on trim and just trim this to kind of fill up well. Okay, so after doing this, we're just going to click finish and our ceiling has been created, at least the first stage of the ceiling. So the next stage of this ceiling is now to create some protrusions. So these protrusions are basically going to serve as a space where the trusses or the structural steel members are going to connect the ceiling are going to be. So in order to do that, we first need to create some like pockets of windows for these openings here. So I know you don't yet understand, but we're just going to go and click on create extrusion. Then before we do this extrusion, we're going to click on cancel first. Then we're just going to, let's just click on create, click on extrusion, set pick work plane, then pick behind. So we're no more working with the bottom. We rotated this to the top and we're going to pick from this top part of it, then select it. Then we're going to rotate this to the top. So since we already have these profiles, we're just going to click on pick line 2 and we're going to hover around these hexagons or polygons. Click on tab, select this, then simply click on offset and offset 25 millimeter or 15 millimeter. Then hover around one of them, click on tab or offset one, then hover around the second one, click on tab. The rest are going to offset. So we can now click on trim and trim this at this point here. So after doing just one of these, we're going to select this, click on copy. We're now going to copy to this point, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and 5. So for these ones now that are these edges, we're just going to click on pick line tool. We're now going to pick this line here. Okay, then I'm just going to also click on split here, then click on trim and just trim these lines like this. Okay, click on escape and delete this too. So after doing that for this first one, we're now going to just select this profile here, click on copy, pick this point here, and just pick this for this inner one, or for this second row. So after selecting this second row now, what we are going to do now is to select all these lines here and delete this. Then simply click on line, draw a line from here, and just do it like this. So now we have done these two rows. What is remaining for us is now just to copy all of them. So I'm going to select all of this. I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to pick this point here, and I'm now going to copy it here. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so after doing this now, it's now remaining this side. We need to work on this ones. So we're just going to select everything here. All these lines, not everything, just these foremost ones. Click on it and delete it. Then click on pick line tool and pick this line here. Then click on space and, click on split and just split every place in between all of them. Then we can click on trim and just manually trim all of them. Okay, I know this is taking time, but don't worry, you are going to love the results once we finish. Then after doing this, we're just going to go over to this extrusion end and set it to 8, or let's just use 900 millimeter and click finish. So if you rotate this like this, you're going to see that these are the pockets I was referring to. So now, after we have created this pocket, we're now going to now model the top. That is the top soffit. So the top soffit is going to be similar to the initial ceiling we did, but it's still going to be a bit different in the sense that it's not going to have the pocket for the LED light. So what we're going to do now is to click on extrusion, set, pick work plane, then select the top plane of this pocket we created. Okay, then rotate it to the top. Then what we're going to do now is we're going to click on pick line tool. With this time, we're going to pick this wall here, pick this other wall here as well. Pick this wall here, click on this second line inside and delete it. Then click on pick line to pick this line here, pick this one here, and just basically pick this edge here, pick this edge here as well, and pick this edge as well. So after doing this, we're going to hover around this one, this inner part of this pocket, click on tab, select it, then select all of them, click on copy from this point, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so after doing this now, we're going to just do some trimming. We're going to first click on these major trims, trim this one to here, trim here to here, then click on this one and trim it to here. Then we're going to click on split and we're going to split here, click on trim and just trim this here and trim this here. So after doing this, we can now click on this line and delete it. Then we're just going to select this 5, hold Control and select this 5, click on copy, select this point here and just copy it to this one here. So we have one more here. For this one, we can use this pick line tool. Just basically pick 1, 2, 3. Then we're just going to hold Control and select everything and start copying across this ceiling work. So after selecting all of them, I'm going to click on copy, select this point here, copy it here, 1, go to the next 2, 2, and the last one, 3. Then we're going to click on escape. I'm now going to select all these parts again and click on delete. Then I'm going to click on split and I'm going to split here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then split here as well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, then I'm just going to click on trim and start trimming everything. Then I'll just click change, go over to this extrusion end and change it to 15 like the normal ceiling, then click on finish. So you can see what we've done, and I think it's looking very nice. But we are not yet done yet. We have just created the carcass for it. Okay, so I think there is actually a big error here. So what we are going to have to do is, actually it's not really a big error because this kind of hexagonal ceiling, I didn't intend it to get up to this point here. So what we are going to do now is to just click on this one, this final one we did, since there's kind of a chasm here because of we already have a different ceiling for this section. So what we're going to do in order to unify it, we're going to click on this top one, that is this one we just created, click on edit extrusion, rotate it to this top part, and we're just going to click on extend and extend this line to this point here, trim. So we can click on delete for this line, and then what we're going to do now is we're going to delete all these lines here, the lines in between these last panels. Then draw a line here from here, this point to this point. Delete this one in between. Select this line here, click on copy, and just copy this line on this part here. Then click escape and click on finish. So you can see we have resolved that one. So now we are now going to create the glaze panels here. So these glaze panels, I'm going to use them to these openings here. I told you I want to use them to create a kind of light effect in the building. So this light effect is going to be light passing through here, is going to reflect different patterns of light. So we are going to rotate it to the top and we're going to start doing another extrusion. So this, we're going to go to create, we're going to click on extrusion, then we're going to click on set, pick work plane, then we're going to pick the top of this. So after picking the top of this, we're going to rotate this to the top. Then we're now going to go over to, my system is already hanging. This project is getting heavy. So we're going to go to this extrusion end and we're going to change it to -15. Then we're going to click on this material and we're going to create a new material. So the first kind of color we are going to be creating is right click. We're going to right click, duplicate, and we're going to call this 000 gold glaze or gold skylight. Then we're going to click on this icon to access the material library. We're going to click on appearance. We're going to click on glass, and we're just going to scroll down and look for any gold looking color. So let's just click on gold, click on graphics, use render appearance, apply, okay. Then what we're going to do now is we're going to click on pick line here, pick line here, and pick line. Then we're just going to click on escape after picking just 1, 2, 3, 4, and select this line here, click on copy, select this and copy it to this point. So we have something like this. So what we're now going to do is I'm now going to select this here, I'm going to click on copy, and I'm going to copy another one here. But this time I'm going to click on escape, I'm going to select this one, and I'm going to click on rotate, escape, select all of them, click on rotate, pick this point, pick here and rotate it 180 degrees. Then I'm going to click on move and just move it to this point. So after doing this, I don't want the gold color to be every single place. So I'm just going to select this profile, click on move, and move it, let's say 1, 2, and just move it after 1 and 2. So we're going to be placing it. So I'm going to be using 3 colors or maybe even 4 colors, gold, blue, and white. Okay, gold, blue, and white, and maybe green. So we're just going to pick this one and copy it here too. So, or I'm going to delete this one, delete it, then select this one here, click on copy, copy it to this point here. So I'm just going to be placing them sparingly like this. So I'm just going to go from this one to this one to this one here. So I'm going to select this one, click on copy, and copy this to this one here. So after doing this now, I'm just going to select this here, click on copy, select this point here, copy this here, 2, 3. Then for these ones, as usual, we can just click on line and just fill this here up. Select these lines, these 2 lines or 4 lines, delete, click on trim and trim this. So we are just going to click on finish. And so we have the gold skylight created. So now we are going to use the second color. So what I'm simply going to do, instead of stressing myself, I'm just going to select this, click on copy, pick this point and copy it to this next one. Then after doing this, I'm going to click on this material, click on edit type, right click, duplicate, then call this 000 blue skylight. Then I'm going to click on this, click on appearance, go to class, look for any clear blue, graphics, use render appearance, apply, okay. Then we're just going to click on edit extrusion, then we're just going to delete these ones that came out of what we wanted to do. Then click finish. So after creating the blue, the next one we're going to be creating is the green. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to select this one here. I'm going to click on copy, but I'm going to copy this to this point here. Then after copying this, I'm just going to select this and basically click on mirror. I'm going to uncheck this copy and pick this point and just draw a line here. Then click on move and just move it to this point here. So it's going to look something like this. Then I'm going to click on this one. I'm going to click on edit skylight. From sky blue, right click, duplicate. I'm going to call this green 000 green skylight. Okay, then click on this icon here. Click on appearance, look for glass, then scroll down and put this clear green. Click on apply, okay. Then click on edit extrusion. So we're just going to be looking for the ones that are off element here. So I'm just going to click on pick and I'm just going to draw a line here. Okay, so you can see how I was just using this to play with colors here. So when we enter D5, you're going to see the kind of nice effect this is going to give. We're going to select this, delete this, then click on trim and trim this here. Okay, so you can see how this is looking. Even though this green is not greening well, so we're just going to click on this, go to appearance, glass. Okay, so we're just going to click on this green glass, graphics, use render appearance, apply, okay. Okay, so even though the green is not so green like that, I think it's fine, and I can just click on it, maybe edit the material, click on this use non-use render and reduce the transparency, click on apply, and I think it's going to come out green and all. Okay, so now after doing this one, I'm going to create the white glass just to fill up this remaining space. So we're just going to click on create, extrusion, the same thing. This time we're going to click on this and right click, duplicate, and call this 00 white skylight. Okay, then click on this icon, click on appearance, click on glass, and just select any clear light. Let's just say clear frosted. Click on graphics, use render appearance, apply, okay. Then we're just going to click on pick line to pick here. Yeah. For this one, we can hover around this, click on tab, or just pick the lines individually. Then trim this here. So I think what we can do is after picking on this one, we can select this 5 here, click on copy, pick this point, copy it here, copy this one here, here. Then we can now select this one at this edge here, hold Control, select all the lines. Let's not miss any line. Click on copy. Pick this point here and just copy it across. So after that, we can go to this one, select these lines here, click on copy, pick here, one. So we can zoom in just to be accurate because we have a lot of model in place here. So if we're not careful, we can get some inaccuracies. We're not going to click on pick line to pick here. Click on trim, delete this line here. So we have something like this and click on finish. So this is exactly what I had in mind when creating this. So if you look at this, we are still going to put the LED light. You can see the pocket. You can now see the skylight and what they are going to do. Okay, so you can just only imagine how this is going to look. So now we have created this. We can just go on, click on, just simply, we can even click on this and just simply copy it out. Click on copy and just copy it out here. Then we can just click on this, click on pick work plane, edit work plane, pick work plane. Then rotate, click on escape, rotate this to the rear, click on this, click on edit extrusion, delete the whole profile, click on set, pick work plane, then just pick beneath this balcony here, rotate it to this bottom, and we can just continue creating balcony ceiling for this our design. So we can also go here. Then after doing this, we can create pockets for our ceiling 2 to 5. For this one, it's going to be quite peculiar because if you look at this, let me just rotate it. Okay, and rotate it this way. If you look at, let me rotate it to this other side. If you look at this side, we can't just put LED light here because most of them are not going to be visible. So we're just going to click on offset here, another offset here, and an offset here. Then we're going to click on this trim extend single element and do it for this. Then click on this normal trim tool and just trim here to here. Trim this back to this. Trim here to here. So if you are not seeing this well, we can click on TL to turn on our tick lines. Okay. Then we can see the tick lines. So I'm going to click on offset again. Put the value of 75. Offset here, offset. Hover around this, offset. Offset this. Offset this. Click on split. Split here. And split here. Hover around here, split here, and split here. Then click on trim and just trim this to this to this here, and do this as well. Then we're just going to click on finish. Okay, so after doing this now, wait, kind of confused here. Okay, I was just confused for a sec. So after doing this here, we can now do, I think, the final ceiling, which is going to be at this level here. We're just going to fill this place up with ceiling. So I'm just going to go to create extrusion, set, pick plane. Then I'm going to pick beneath this wall here. Change this to 15. Click on this and look for ceiling white. White ceiling white here. Click on OK. Rotate this to the top. And we're just going to, this one is just a kind of fill in the box thing. Pick here, pick here. Pick here. Then you can click on finish. So now after doing this, I think we have basically covered the main ceiling of all the floors. Okay, so we can click on finish. So normally I will have created the LED light in this model in place, but I think we'll have to create a new model in place as this one is becoming very heavy. So we're just going to save this project. And what we're now going to do is we're going to click on this section box and we can drag it back to the bottom again. So if you rotate this now, you are going to see the amount of ceiling work we've done. So other ceiling works we could do are ceiling works like, let's say, like this one here. So what we can simply do if you want to edit any ceiling work is to click on this model in place, because it will select everything across the project. Click on, as we created it in one model in place, click on it, then click on edit, click on create, select extrusion, set and pick plane. We're just going to pick on top of this. Then what we're simply going to do is to just click pick line to pick here, pick here, pick this line and pick this line. Then we can just trim it here. So remember I told you that this place is going to be for like a flower pot. So I'm just going to rotate this to this other view to see if we have some spaces like that. So yes, we of course we have. Pick here, here, here and here. Then click on trim to just cover this void here and click finish. Okay, so now I think so far we have done a very nice job, but there's still work to do and we need to create some LED lights. Okay, so we're going to click on finish. So because all these ceiling works, they are not going to really pop without LED lights, especially when we are still going to carry this to D5 render. Okay, so now this is done. We're now going to go to architecture, model in place again. So right now we are going to click on components, model in place. We're just going to save the project. Revit reminds us to save on intervals. We're going to click on ceiling and click OK. So this time we're going to click on extrusion. Then for this, what we're going to be doing is we're just going to click on set work plane and pick, like, let's say we're going to start from this ceiling. Of course, I'm going to click on TL to turn off the tick lines, so I'll have a better view of this. So after doing this, we're now going to set some parameters. The extrusion start is going to be at -5. Then the extrusion end is going to be at -15. Okay, so take note of this. Then we're going to click on these materials. Then we're just going to search for if there's any LED light material. So if there's no LED, we're just going to right click on this gray, duplicate, and call this 00 LED light. Okay, so of course, if you are wondering that how or why are we using a gray paint for this light, it doesn't make sense. No, because we are not actually doing the luminous material in Revit. We are not planning to render in Revit. So we just need a material that is going to contrast the ceiling. So the best color to contrast white is the dark color. So that's why I'm using a duplicate of this gray. So I'm going to click OK. So what we're going to do now is we're now going to go over to this plane we picked, and we're just going to click on this pick line too. We're going to pick here as 1, 2, 3. So we're just going to be picking the opening or the chasm we created for the LED light. Okay, I mistakenly selected, so I'm to hit Ctrl Z. Select this one. Then what we're going to do is we're going to select this remaining line here. We're not going to be selecting this long line. So we're just going to do something similar for this. We can select this one. It doesn't matter. So we're just going to click on trim this here, and trim this here. Then after doing such, we're going to go to this side and just simply trim it. Then we're going to click on finish. So you can see the LED light here. So apparently this LED light, it kind of inversed. This is not what I wanted it to be like. The thing kind of like, if you select it, it is -5, actually inversed it. So I'm going to set this extrusion start to 5 instead, since it inversed it, and set this extrusion end to 15. So it's going to like get the effect, which is this in-depth effect, like it's kind of recessed a bit. So after creating this one, we're going to go to the next level of ceiling where we have LED lights. So the next level is the first floor. So unlike the creating the ceiling, I don't think we need to be using the adjusting the section box, because most of these LED light pathways have already been modeled with the ceiling. So all we just need to do is to pick line, to kind of pick the path instead of sketching it afresh, which we need more convenience to do. So we'll just easily pick it. So I'm going to click on create. After clicking on create, I'm now going to click on extrusion. Then I'm going to click on set, pick work plane, and set the ceiling as work plane. So remember, this constraints are already set. The material is set. So you just click on pick line 2. We're going to pick here 1, 2, 3, 4. So we are just picking those openings we made while we were sketching the profile at that time. And we're going to pick here, so we can use it to trim it and close the loop later. Pick here too. We're going to go here, pick here, and pick here too. This as well. Okay, so we have to be careful. So we'll pick exactly what we want to pick. So we're going to go here to pick here. Then we can rotate this here. Rotate this a bit. Then pick here too. Pick here. Go over here and pick here. Then we can pick here too. And pick here. So now we can start trimming. So we can just click on trim. We can go to this one and trim this here. We can trim this here. Then we can simply click on finish. So if you look at this, we have created LED lights for this one. So actually, we'll need to actually edit this. Since this is -15, you see that issue I talked about of this constraint. So we're going to set it at 5 and 15 instead of the opposite way. So you can see how we set, and it's looking almost perfect. So now we are now going to go to the next one, which is beneath the second floor. So we're going to click on extrusion, create extrusion. Then we're just going to set this initially to 5 and 15. Then set pick plane. We're going to pick this ceiling. Then we're just going to click on pick line and just be picking the chasms or the openings for the LED light. I'm just going to rotate this here and also pick here and here. Then pick here. Then I'm going to go here, pick here, and pick here. So this LED light actually extends to this point. So I'm just going to pick here too. So I'm just going to trim it down here. Then I'm going to pick here, this edge here. So I'm going to go over to this side too. And I'm going to be picking here. Pick here. And pick here. So what we're going to do now is, after doing all this, we're now going to click on trim. And we're going to trim this here. Trim this here. Rotate this. Trim this here. Go here. Trim this to this. And trim this to this. Trim this here. Rotate this to this point here so we can see it better. Trim this. Trim this. Trim this. Then we're going to click on finish. Okay, so you can see we have our LED light. So we're going to now create for the next one. So the next one is actually going to be this one here. That is this, will I call it penultimate ceiling here, this one here. So we're going to click on create, extrusion, set, pick work plane. Then we're just going to pick this ceiling here. So what we're going to do, since this one is already enclosed, this chasm we did for this ceiling in this second floor, penultimate one is kind of enclosed already. You can just hover around one edge and click on tab. Then it's going to select the 4 edges. Then we're going to click on finish. Then we have our LED lights there. So after creating that one, we are now going to create for this one here. That is this terrace or this pent floor. So we're going to go to create, extrusion, set, pick plane. Then we're now going to be picking this. So what we're simply going to do is we're going to start from this one here. We're going to pick here, unlock this, just basically pick this opening here. So after picking this, we're now going to pick here and pick here. Then we're going to click on trim and trim this first. Then we're going to trim this as well. Okay, so after doing this now, we're now going to go over here and we're going to click on this pick line tool. So what we can do now, if we want to make things faster, we can hover around, we can click on finish first and go to a reflected ceiling view if we want to see this. So we're just going to click on finish first. We're going to click on finish model. So after clicking on finish model, what we are now going to do is we are going to click on views. We are going to click on plan views drop down, click on reflected ceiling plan, and just select maybe this second floor, or select all of them, all these floors here. Hold Control, select all of them, and click OK. So the reflected ceiling plans is going to be showing. So we're now going to go to this second floor level. So in this reflected ceiling plan, we are basically seeing from the floor, seeing what is above. So we're going to click on this LED light, or we can go back to 3D, click on it, click on edit in place, click on this one we created recently, click on edit extrusion, then go to this reflected ceiling plan second floor level. So click on pick line tool, so we can have we can just easily pick the part of the LED light. So I'm just going to hover around this, click on tab, select it, do the same here. Do the same, double click on tab to the just highlight everything. So after selecting this one, we can just select everything here. We can now simply click on copy, pick this point here, copy it to this one, copy it to this one here, and copy it to this one. Okay, so I don't think there are LED lights here, so I can select these last ones and delete it. Then for these ones here, I can simply click on pick line tool, hover around these ones, and just pick this manually. Pick 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then use a line to close this loop here. Then click on escape, select this profile, click on copy, pick this point here, and place this. Then we're going to click on finish. So if you go to 3D view, we're going to see we have created the LED lights for this open terrace. So we're going to rotate this, and we're now going to create for this balconies here on the second floor. So we're going to click on create, extrusion, set, pick plane. We're now going to pick this here. Click on pick line tool, and we're just going to pick here and pick here. Then we're going to go to this other wing too, and we're going to do the same thing. So after doing this now, we're just going to rotate it a bit, then pick here. So we're going to click on trim and trim this here as well. Then trim this here, trim this here. So we're just going to rotate this to this side, then trim this here and trim this here. Okay, so after we have done this, I think that is all for the LED lights now. But we're going to click on finish, and there are still some LED lights we can create here. So what we're going to do is we're going to create an LED light to kind of highlight this line here. So what we're simply going to do is to click on create, extrusion. We're going to set pick work plane. This time we're going to pick this surface here. Okay, so we are still going to do it for the other elevation after we have created this void form here. So we are just going to rotate this to left view. So what we are going to do now is we are going to click on pick line tool. We are going to select 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so what we're now going to do is to click on offset and offset 25 millimeter or 50 millimeter inside. Make sure copy is checked on. Click on tab. I think 50 is too much, so let's make it 35. And copy, offset it from inwards. Then click on trim and just trim this here. So now, since the depth of the void form is 75, we're going to make this extrusion start at -75 and extrusion end at -50, and click on finish. Okay, so with this now we have the LED lights placed within, and it makes sense. Then we're going to click on finish. So we're quickly going to go to the other elevation and create this kind of void depth in the facade. Then we're now going to come and fill it up with a LED light. So we're going to rotate this to this view here. Then we're going to go over here. We're going to click on architecture, component, model in place. We can select walls or even casework, anyone at this point. Click OK. Click on void forms, void extrusion, set pick plane. We're just going to pick this as plane. Then we're going to rotate it this way. Then we're just going to draw a line from here to here. Then we're going to draw another line from here to here. Then after doing that, we're now going to click on offset, and we're going to be offsetting 150 millimeter from here and here. Then we're going to draw a line from this point here, closing this, and draw another line from here, closing this. Then we're going to click on trim and trim this here, trim this here. Then we can delete this line in the middle and delete this one here. So I'm just going to rotate this and look at this other one. Okay, I think what we did matches it. Then I'm just going to click on 0, extrusion start 0, extrusion end 75. Click on finish. So now what we're now going to do now is, after you rotate this, we're now going to go to cut geometry, select the void form first, then select this wall we want to cut and click on finish. Then what we're now going to do is to click on this, click on paint, and use this gray paint and just paint inside of this void form and click this. Then after we have done this, we're now going to click on this LED light here. Click on edit in place. Then we're now going to click on create, click on extrusion, click on set, pick work plane. Then we're going to pick this top surface. There's a reason I'm not picking this internal one, so just do as I do in this case. So after doing this, we're now going to set the material to LED lights. Okay, then set the extrusion start to minus 75, extrusion end minus 50. Click on this box to draw a box from here, and then click on this offset minus 35. Then simply click on this point again and draw another box to this point. It will be faster that way. Then click on finish. Then we have a LED light on that side and click finish. So this is a lot of work. My system is even screaming it. So now I think we are done with at least the main model of the building. That is the exterior facade and exterior modeling. So what we are going to be doing next is the landscape. So for the landscape, we are going to go back to NGL. So it's in NGL we had a draft sketch for this our landscape. So we are now finally going to kind of refine this sketch given what we already have in this design. So the first thing we're going to do is to remember this was a pool. You can click on this dimension and delete it. So we have a pool here, we have a buffer zone here. So we're going to click on this pool and we're going to just click on align, annotate, click on align. Then we're just going to dimension this pool. So this pool is currently 10 meters. I'm just going to click on it and reduce the width to about 7.5 for now. Or let me just make it, okay, 7.5. Let's start with 7.5. So the reason I made this 7.5 is that I want to create enough allowance here because there's going to be a staircase coming from this place to this zone. So in short, I'm going to just click on this and just make this 6 meter. So I think a 6 meter wide swimming pool is big. Well, okay, let's just make it 7 meters. Okay, so I think it still keeps enough distance from the building. So we are going to think of a creative staircase design for this kind of thing. So we'll be able to easily access this private part of the building. So we'll be able to access the private zone of the building from this point of the project. Okay, so we're going to start that now. All right, so we're back at the natural ground level. So where we had these initial sketches we used to plan this site. But due to some considerations, I'm just going to alter these sketches a bit to kind of fit some specific needs. Okay, because number one is that there is not enough space here. So because we are going to have a ramp down. And the thing about ramps is you can't have a ramp that is too steep. The ramp has to be a bit gentle, so it's not going to be too difficult for a vehicle. So the first thing we're going to do is, these are lines now, and it cannot translate to different floors. That is, we can't see them in different floors. So what I'm going to do now is to kind of modify this site layout using this sketch, like modify this line work. So once we have finished modifying it and we have altered and set it how we want to be, I'm now going to copy it from NGL to intermediate level and also the basement level. Sorry, the intermediate level is the pool level. We're going to copy it to the pool level. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to highlight the height of each part of this site. So this site is divided basically into about 4 sides. We have this entrance zone, we have this parking zone, and we have this pool and backyard. So I'm going to go to annotate first. Then I'm just going to click on annotate, and I'm going to go to text. So I'm going to be using this text to write some values. So I'm going to hover around here. I'm going to click on escape first. This text is not big enough. So I'm just going to click on this text, edit type, duplicate, and just make this text. Maybe change the text font to Bebas Newer or whatever one you have on your system. Then change the size to 6 or 5. And click OK. So I'm going to click here and I'm just going to hit +1. +1. Okay, so this text is still too small. So I'm going to click on this, click on edit, and change this to 9 and click OK. So it's big enough now. So this side, I'm going to call this, instead of +1, sorry, +0. Okay, so this at this level. So I'm going to go to annotate again, text, And I'm now going to call this minus 1200. So what does this minus 1200 represent? If you go back to any of these elevations and you take a dimension from this, click on align and take a dimension from this ground floor level to this pool level, you are going to see the distance is 1.2. Okay, so actually we're not supposed to take from ground floor to pool. We are supposed to take from natural ground level. So I'm going to go to east elevation. I think in east elevation the natural ground level is visible there, so I think there's an issue here. Okay, see, so this is the ground floor level. So what we are going to do now is we're going to try and see if we can get why the natural ground level isn't showing on these elevations. So we are going to go to 3D view. So once we go to 3D view, we're going to click on this natural ground level, and we're just going to try and see what is keeping it from showing. So I'm just going to click on it. I'm going to go over here and I'm going to change this from grid levels to instead of scope box, and I'm just going to change this scope box to none. Okay, then let me just go back to this elevation. Okay, then we can now see this NGL again. Then I'm just going to drag it to this point. So we are going to see that if we click on align and check a dimension from this natural ground level to this pool level, the distance is 450. So instead of minus 1.2, we are going to change this. So the repercussion of this is that we'll have to reduce this pool level. So I'm going to click on this pool level and I'm going to change this from -1, or I'm going to click on annotate, click on a dimension and just dimension here. Then I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to select this pool level and change it from 450 to 1 meter. That is 1000. So it's going to be kind of lower than we initially created it to be. So after doing this now, we're now going to go back to NGL where we have these sketches. So we're going to change this instead of minus 1.2 to now be minus 1000, representing that this portion of the site is going to be on that pool level. So as we said, this is the pool area. So obviously this is still going to be at minus 1.2. So we're also going to click on escape and we're going to click on this one, click on copy and copy it to this side. This side is also going to be on this level, but this side is going to be like a sloping area. So we're just going to do, after this terrace, well, I'm going to do a ramp somewhere here. So I'm still going to put this +0 here. So people can come from this terrace here. We're still going to create the entrance steps here and do a ramp down to this pool area. Okay. So now first thing is first, we're going to click on create some demarcations. So I'm going to drag this line up to this point here. Okay. Then I'm going to drag this up to this point. So I'm going to try and match it with this entrance wall edge. So after doing so now, I'm going to go to annotate detail line. Then I'm going to draw a line from here and draw another line from here. Okay. So after drawing this line, I'm going to click on this diagonal line and delete it. Then I'm going to draw this line and extend it up to this point and drag this back here. Then I'm going to go to annotate detail line and I'm going to draw another line to this point. Okay, at this point, I'm going to kind of restart because I actually had, during the recording, I actually had a catastrophic accident where about 40 minutes of recording just had a frozen screen. Basically a technical issue, but so I'm going to be starting the site plan. I had to go and dig up an older version of the file so I can start the whole site plan process again. So hopefully now this one will be quicker since I've done it before. So let's start. So the first thing we're going to do now is we're going to click on this section box and we're going to extend it. So we are going to grasp more of the sides of this building. So we're just going to extend it to just get some context. So after doing this, we're now going to go to we're first going to click on this. Since this NGL is missing, look at this natural ground level, we're going to select it. Then we're going to go over to this extent, click on this drop down and set this extent to none. Okay, so once after setting this extent to none, we're now going to go to any of our elevations. We can go to north elevation or even south elevation since we've worked on it. So one thing we're going to be adjusting is the height of this pool level. Okay, so I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to click on align and I'm going to dimension from this natural ground level to this pool level, and I'm just going to click escape, then select this pool level and change this dimension here to 1000. So after doing this now, we're now going to go to this NGL and we're going to modify this site plan. So we're going to do some changes because we want the site plan to actually be able to make sense, like functionally, in the sense that we don't want some crazy slopes that are impossible, because we cannot just come from this level NGL and just slope downwards to this basement. So we need to work some stuff up. So the first thing we're going to be doing is we're going to click on this diagonal line and delete it. Then I'm going to go to detail line and I'm going to draw a line from this point, that is this external of this wall here, and join this point. So another thing we can do to make things look better is to just click on view. Then we're going to click on view template. I'm going to click on apply and apply this 00 temporary in this NGL. So our walls are going to be darker. Then I'm going to click on this line and I'm going to extend it to this point. After doing so, I'm going to also click here and drag this line to this point here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to break this site into 3 parts. The part that is on the NGL, which I'll call +0. The part that is at the pool level, which I'll call -1000. And I think those are the only 2 parts basically. So we're going to click on this dimension and delete this first. So I'm also going to click on annotate detail line, and I'm now going to draw another line from this point here. So this line is basically going to mirror this line in front here, but it's going to just go towards the back. So you are going to see the use of the line later. Okay, so after doing this now, we are now going to draw another line here and draw another line here. So this line is basically going to indicate the ramp to this level. So before we even do this, I can click on this line and delete it. Then I can simply click on this line, click on move, and move this by 2.4 meter. Okay, so there's going to be, or move this by extra 600. So it will just be 3 meter. Then I'm going to click on annotate detail line. I'm not going to draw a line from this point to here. Then I'm now going to draw another line, like indicating that this is going to be a ramp. Okay, so now let's just demarcate this and annotate it. So I'm going to click on annotate. I'm going to click on text. Then I'm going to click on this drop down or click on edit type. Simply make this text big. I can change the font style to Bever's New. Depending on whichever text you have, it doesn't really matter. Put the text size as 9. It's opaque, and click on OK. Then we're going to click on this section of this project and call this +0. Okay, then I'm going to go to this part and put -1000. Then I'm going to go here to -1000. Then I'm going to go to this section +0. So after doing this part now, we're now going to work on this part. So this part, I also want a ramp to be here. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to click on this line here and I'm going to drag this here. Then I'm going to click on this line here and I'm going to drag it to this point here and click on delete element. So this space is going to be like one single space. So I want this place to be a green area and some stamped or some concrete slab walkways on top of this green area linking to this space. Then I want them to be a vegetation table here. So I'm going to click on detail line now and I'm going to draw a line from here to 1.5 meter. Draw another line here, 1.5 meter. And draw another line here, 1.5 meter. Okay, then I'm now going to go over to this part, click on offset. I'm going to be offsetting 150 millimeter. Then I'm going to offset from here and offset from here. Then I'm now going to change this offset value to 600 millimeter, not 6,600. Then I'm going to offset here. Then I'm going to go to annotate detail line. I'm now going to hover around till I reach up to 2.4 meter and draw a line closing this here. Then I'm going to click on trim and just trim this to form a simple box. So I'm going to select this box. I'm going to click on copy and I'm going to pick this point and copy it here. Then instead of just leaving this concrete slab simple like this, I'm just going to make it complex a lot by clicking on this offset, on checking this copy here, leaving this value, changing this value to 900 millimeter, then or leaving it at 600. I think 600 makes sense. Then offset here and offset here. Then after doing this, we are now going to select these 2 boxes. We're going to click on copy. I'm just going to pick this point and just copy it continuously like this. Okay, so this part ends here, so I can just click on this line and delete it since there's already a line here. So we have our walkway, we have green area, and we have a ramp, and we have 3 ramps here. So there's this ramp 1, ramp 2, and the 3rd ramp is going to be here. I'm going to click on detail line and I'm going to draw a ramp here. Okay, so this ramp actually, I want it to extend outside because you know this, there is actually a road supposed to be here. So if you click on this reveal hidden element, there is actually a road here. So it's kind of connecting to this road. So what I'm just going to do now is after drawing this line, I'm going to kind of, go to detail line, click on this start end arc line, then click on this point and draw a line diagonally at 45 degrees, that is 135, and just curve it here. Then I'm going to click on this icon to turn off this hidden element. Then what I can do is to select this line, click on mirror, select the middle of this, and just, okay, click on mirror, make sure this copy is checked on, and select the middle and mirror it here. Then I can click on trim and just trim this here, trim this here. Then click on this line here, delete, click on this line, delete. Okay, so after doing this now, we have ramp on. So I'm now going to start beveling these edges here, because we can't just have straight edges everywhere, especially where cars are going to move. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to annotate, detail line, modify. Then I'm going to be using this fillet arc tool. So in this fillet arc, once I click these two perpendicular lines, I'm going to create an arc from them. Then I'm just going to create an arc randomly for now. So the reason why I'm just creating it randomly, so our sequence of actions will be making sense. Then after creating them randomly, I'm now going to click on each of them, and I'm going to change the value to 3000. That is 3 meters. That is standard turning radius for a vehicle. So if you already see, we have some parking space here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this green area. I'm going to click on move, and I'm going to just make it match this one here. So everything is going to be consistent. Then I'm going to go here. I'm going to click on annotate, detail line. Then I'm just going to draw a line from this point here, this penny point here on this facade, up to 2.4. Then I'm going to click on this line here, click on move, and move this back here. So I don't want to waste much space, so I'm going to delete this line since it has served this purpose. Then I'm going to click on trim and trim this here. Going to go to annotate, detail line, click on fillet arc, then fillet this place here, click on this and change this to 3 meter. So after doing this now, what we're going to do next, in order not to stress ourselves too much, or before we finish, we are going to just quickly design this swimming pool. Okay, so the first thing about this swimming pool, you need to know that this area is going to be like a pool changing area kind of stuff. Let me just take the distance. I think this is 4.8. It's kind of small, but I think it can still serve as a pool, shower, and just a small changing area. So people that want to swim can just do their stuff, change, and come and swim. Then we're going to click on this pool here, and we're going to make sure the distance between this and this place is 4.5 meter. So by creating a safe, clear way of 4.5, let me just make it 5. Okay, I think 4.5 should be enough. We'll have enough area for the pool, and the other, just enough area for a pool viewing spot, a relaxing spot from the pool, and other stuff. So let me just make it 5 meter. So everything will just make sense. So after doing this now, we're going to now quickly just, let me click on this dimension and delete, and quickly design this pool. So this pool currently is about, let me just drag this blue dimension to this point, is about 15.9 meter, which is quite a big pool. So I'm going to go to detail line. I'm just going to draw a line from the middle of the pool here. Then I'm going to click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting 2.4 meter from each side of this middle line. So this 2.4 is to kind of create a space, a transition space that is going to separate the two pool areas. So one pool is the adult pool, one pool is the kids pool. Okay, so I just like creating these two pools. So it's going to kind of just create a space for everyone. So the children's pool obviously will be shallower and safer. So I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to click on detail line. Then I'm going to draw a line from here to kind of create a kind of safe walking up to 3 meter, a safe transition walking area. Then I'm going to click on this middle line. I can delete it. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to click on modify. I'm going to click on offset. I'm going to be offsetting 150 millimeter. I'm going to offset it here. Or the first thing I'm going to do is to click on annotate, click on detail line, click on this box too. Then I'm going to click on an offset of 225. Then I'm going to click on this box, or an offset of minus 225. So it's going to offset inward. Then click on this point and click on here. So this is going to basically be the pool walls you get. So I think the whole thing I wanted to design is actually meant to be for a very large pool. So what we're going to do, we're just going to make a shallow part, a transition part, and a deep part. So I'm going to go to annotate, detail line, and I'm going to draw a line from here up to 4.5. Then draw another line here up to 5 meter. Then so basically, this is going to be the pool, the shallow side, the transition side, and the deep side. So I'm going to show you how we're going to use floors to model all these things and make it look as we intend for it to be. Okay, so now we have done with these sketches now. These sketches is an important phase. I'm going to select everything in this view now. Then I'm going to click on filter. I'm going to click on check none. I'm going to click on lines, and I'm just going to click on OK. So once I select all the 10 lines, I'm now going to click on copy to clipboard. Then I'm going to click on paste, align to selected views. Then I'm going to click on this pool level, hold control and select this basement level as well. Then I'm going to click OK. So if we go to any of those levels, we are going to see this. So I'm going to hit Ctrl S and I'm going to save this file. Now we are at this stage, I think we can start modeling proper. So the first thing we're going to do is, remember in the context, when we were modeling the context of the project, we used Topo Solid. But for this side plot, I usually like using floors and I'm more flexible with floors. And for the curves, we're not going to be using curves the traditional way. Because of this slope side, I feel it to be better to use walls. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to go to architecture. We're going to click on floors. Then we're going to click on this, maybe concrete floor, click on this floor main, then edit type, duplicate. Then we're going to be creating our first landscape floor, which I'll call 00, maybe one more 0, paved area. Then I'm going to click on OK. I'm going to click on edit. I'm going to click on this material floor slab. Then I'm just going to open the material library by clicking on those 3 dots, right click, duplicate, and call this 00 paved area. Then I'm going to click on this icon to open the material library, click on appearance, double click on it, click on site work, scroll down and look for any paving of your choice. I'm going to use this P stone brown, go to graphics and click on apply. I can go to this cut pattern and just change it to none since this is just modeling work. Then I'm going to click on OK, apply, OK. So now we have done this, we're going to start, since we're on NGL, we're going to start from this 0, this part that are 0. So I'm going to click on this pick line tool. I'm going to pick here, 1, here, here, up to here. Then I'm going to pick this line here. I'm also going to pick this line, pick this wall edge here, pick this wall edge here, 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 here. Okay, since this one is hanging in the air, I'm supposed to just run a line straight under it up to this point here. Then I think we can now start using the line tool to just draw the line path up to this point here, up to here, and back to this point. So for the remaining, we can just click on trim and trim this here. Then we'll click on finish. Okay, there's still a small issue. Let's trim it. Click on finish, then click on don't attach. So another thing we can do to see what we are doing well is to click on this box and change this to shaded. So we are going to be seeing the colors of what we're doing. So if you go to 3D view, we are going to see the paved area we created at NGL 0. So the next thing we're going to be creating, we're going to go back to NGL and we're going to be creating the green area. So we're going to be creating all the green areas on this level 0. So that includes, it includes up to even this one here. So I'm going to kind of extend these lines to this place. I think it's supposed to extend if I'm not mistaken. Okay, actually I'm going to hit Ctrl Z. So it's going to be that this whole place is going to be a high level green area. This place too, high green area on this NGL. Okay, so I'm saying high, it might be confusing, but you are going to see what I mean soon, shortly. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on floor. Then I'm going to click on edit type, duplicate, and I'm going to call this 000 green area 1. There's a reason I say green area 1 because we might need more than one type of green area. I'm going to click on edit. I'm going to click on this material. I'm going to right click, duplicate. Then I'm going to call this 000 green area 1. Then I'm going to click on this icon here. I'm going to click on appearance. I'm going to go to site work. I'm going to scroll down and I'm going to select this grass generic. Then I'm going to click on graphics, click on apply, OK, click on OK, click on OK. Then I'm going to put a height offset from NGL to 150, sorry. Then I'm just going to click on pick and I'm just going to be picking these green areas here. Then I'm going to trim this first part we picked. I just left this part here. I'm still going to work on it. Then I'm going to go to this part here and create this green area. Draw a line from here up to here. Here. Draw another line from here. 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 Click on pick. Pick here. Pick here. Click on trim and trim here. Then click on finish. So we're going to click don't attach. So after doing this, if you go to 3D view, we're going to see how it's looking. So it's kind of looking very weird, like some stuff are disconnected and hanging in the air, but we are still going to resolve all of that. Okay, like I said, it's a gradual process. So we're going to go back to this NGL now, and we're going to start doing some things. So we're going to understand that to be able to create, we're going to start creating walls that are going to be like retaining flower bed walls. So these walls are going to be the things that is going to segment these green areas, and it's just going to be the thing that is going to blend them to this lower landscape. You're going to get what I mean. But I'm going to click on tab, select this green area, click on edit profile. Then I'm going to create another one that I forgot to do, which is this one that is a box. I'm just going to pick from this point here to this point here and click on finish. Don't attach. Okay, so after doing this now, we're now going to start doing some wall works. So we're going to go to wall first. We're going to click on this drop down, select 150 wall. Then we're going to click on edit type, duplicate. Then we're now going to call this 000, or let's just call it flower bed wall, or flower bed retaining wall. Then I'm going to click on OK, edit type, click on this, right click, duplicate, and just call this 00 flower bed arrow wall instead of spelling everything. Then I'm just going to click on this icon, click on appearance, scroll down, and I'm going to go to site work. Then I'm going to scroll down and I'm going to be looking, or rather I'm going to go to stone. I think I can see what I'm looking for in stone. So I'm just going to go below site work, go to stone. Then I'm going to scroll down and look for this small rectangular gray. I like it. Click on graphics, click on this pattern model, and just select maybe these big bricks here. Let's use this one. Click OK, apply OK, then click OK. So what we're going to be doing now is, before we start drawing any wall, we're going to click on escape. We can't draw walls in these levels because it's going to always, if we set a wall at pool level to ground floor, it's going to reset it. Because we're on the natural ground level, it's going to reset it to natural ground level in the next time we click it. So it's just a lot of headache. So what we're going to be doing is we're just going to click on paste. I think our paste used to be on. Click on modify, click on paste, align to selected views, and select the site plan, floor plan site. So what we are pasting now is still these lines we copied. So the reason why I'm pasting them is because I want to work in the site plan. So the site plan is just under floor plan. Click on this plus under floor site, then click on site. Then you're going to see this. So what we can do to help ourselves is to click on view. I don't want to just save the view template of a floor plan to this. So what I'm just going to do is to click on this and change this to shaded. Click on this box, change this to shaded. So we are going to be seeing everything. So now we are now going to do the wall works from this site plan. I think most of this site work, we can do it from this site plan, because just creating your site on the site plan is basically the easiest way. So what we can do in order to see to reduce the cut plane, because currently the cut plane of this site plan is 60 meters, which is even above the building. That is why we are seeing the roof of the building, but we can reduce that to 1.2 meters. So it will be, we'll be seeing the ground floor. So we can click on edit range. Then we are just going to change this offset to 1.2 or 1.1. Let me just make it 1.2. Let me not be lazy, and click on OK. Then it's going to look similar to the ground floor plan, but it still shows everything on this side. So let's start and continue our creating wall. Then I'm going to click on architecture. I'm going to click on walls. So now I'm going to set the wall base constraint from pool level, because remember that okay, another thing I just have to do is I'm going to go back to this NGL. I'm going to select this text here. I'm now going to click on copy, paste, align to selected views, and select floor plan site, and click OK. Then we're going to go back to this site now, and we're going to be seeing this number. We can adjust the scale back to 1:100, so it's just going to look the same size. You can click on this section, hide in view by category. We'll still come back to it later. Okay, so we're just going to click on wall. Then we're now going to set this, since this is at -1000, aka the pool level, we're now going to set the base constraint from pool level. Okay, because we are still going to create another floor here. Okay, but we'll still come to that. Then after setting this to pool level, we're now going to set the top constraint as NGL. Then put a top offset of 175. So it's going to like serve like also as a curb for these green areas. So we're going to set this wall center line to finish face exterior. Then we're going to click on pick line 2. Then once we zoom in, you are going to see this blue line. Once we click on pick line 2, this blue line is highlighted inside. If we just move our mouse a bit without clicking, you see it will outline, it will highlight outside the green area. Then we can just select it and create our walls. So for this point, since this point is actually, this floor we created is actually from the NGL, we can now go here. Okay, I think we made a mistake. So I'm going to hit Ctrl Z. I'm going to try and set this thing again. Pool level to NGL 175. Then I'm going to place one. I'm going to place another one here. I'm going to place this third one. Then I'm now going to go here and I'm going to set this from pool level to NGL because this floor here is already on NGL. So we don't need the walls cutting in this section to start from NGL. So we're just going to place this here, place this here, place this here. So the reason, normally I can easily go and put curbs here, but the reason why I'm putting this wall is because, let me hit Ctrl Z, I think I made a mistake. The reason why I'm putting these walls is because I want it to be consistent and the elements to be consistent. If we're using walls, those walls segments for the green area, I think we should use it continuously throughout. So if you click on escape and we go to 3D view, you are going to see how this is looking. So you can see how this looks. It makes sense. So when we start creating the ramps, you're going to see how this is just going to blend in very well. So another thing we can do, since this is kind of leaving a gap here, we can also go back to this site. We can click on this wall and set the base constraint back to pool level. Click on pick line 2. Then click on tab to select the edge of this wall here and pick it there. Go over here, click on tab, pick here. Go over here, click on tab. Just hover, click on tab to select the edge of the floor, then pick here and click escape. So if you go to 3D view now, okay, we didn't set it well. So I'm going to hover around this and I'm going to click on tab, or just manually hold Control and select these last 3 ones we created. Then we're just going to set the constraint right. So it's important to always remember to set your constraint right. I even think from what I'm seeing here, we are supposed to set this from pool level to this basement level. I think that is what works for this external wall, because it's kind of like most of this building is on a pedestal. So I set this one from, instead of pool level, I set the base constraint to the basement level. So that is by the way. So let's go back to this site plan and let's now do the walls for this part here. So I'm just going to click on architecture, walls. This time for this one now, I'm still going to set the wall base level to pool level and the top level to NGL. Then I'm going to click on pick line 2. I'm still going to make sure I set it back so we don't make a mistake. I'm going to pick here, and pick here. Then I'm going to also pick here as well. Then for this side, I'm going to be setting it from pool level to basement level. The reason why is that this ramp goes down to basement, so this should be in basement level. And I'm going to click on escape. Okay, so now what we're going to do now is I'm also going to click on wall and I'm going to set this to NGL or set this to pool level. Click on this drop down and set this to NGL. Click on pick line 2. Then it's going to reset. Then we'll have to reset it again. Then just pick here. Okay, so the reason why I just picked here is because I want to actually create an element here. So this element is going to be on this 0. So it's going to be a kind of concrete footing, just to indicate that there's going to be a space here. So we're also going to do something similar for you, but on a lower floor. So I'm going to go to floors now. Then I'm going to click on this edit type, duplicate. Then I'm just going to call this 00 asphalt. Then I'm going to click on OK. Then I'm going to click on edit. I'm going to click on this material. I think we have created asphalt before, so we're just going to select it and place it. Or just for safety, I'm just going to click on it, right click, duplicate, and I'm just going to be calling this 00 AS asphalt 2. Then click on this icon, click on appearance, site work, then look for light gray asphalt. Click on graphics, use render appearance, apply, OK. So this asphalt, we're going to be setting it not on NGL, we're going to be setting it on pool level. Then we're going to set this height offset to 0. So we're just going to click on this line work, pick line 2. Then we're going to be picking the soffit of these walls here. I'm also going to pick this line here, pick this plot here, pick here, pick here, pick here, here, and here. Then I'm just going to quickly trim this. I'm also going to pick here too. Then I'm going to click on trim and trim this here. Trim this to this point here. Trim this here. trim this here, trim this here. If you are not seeing the lines clearly, you can click on TL. That is for thick line. So we are going to see the thickness of the line, so it can help us with the visibility. Then after doing this, I think we are now going to click on finish. Okay, there's an issue, so let me just trim it. So we're going to click on finish now. Then we have the asphalt route. But before we click on finish, before we are done with this, we're going to go to 3D view. We're going to select this asphalt road and click on modify element. Then we're going to go back to this site plan. Okay, let me just click on this line and delete it and do it again. Select this, click on modify element. Then what we're going to do first is to add split lines. Then we're going to draw a line from this point to this point. We're also going to draw a line from this point to this point as well. We're now going to go here and draw a line from this point here to this point. Then finally, we're just going to draw a line somewhere around here. It doesn't need to be definite, but just from here to here, just something like this. Just use your visual prowess. Then we're going to click escape once. So what we're going to do now is we're now going to click on this and we're going to change this from 1000 to 0. So this is now going to automatically ramp it up. So for this one here, we're going to actually, in this case, reduce this height. So what we're going to do first is, before we go to this side, let's leave this side first. We're going to click on this one and change this one to 0. So if you go to 3D view now, we are going to be seeing something like this. So you can see this ramp here. Going to this one. So what we can now do now is we can just click on this one here, click on modify element, click on this line here, or rotate this kind of just slightly, then click on this line here, then just manually drag it down till once the thing reach the bottom of this basement, it will snap. Then we're now going to take the value here, minus 3150, select it, hit Ctrl C, copy it, that's to copy. Select this second split line we created, select the value and hit Ctrl V. Then it's going to create a ramp directing to the basement. Then we're going to click on escape. I hope you got what I just did now. So if you rotate this, you can see how this thing flows. So what we're now going to do now is we're now going to go back to this site plan. Then we're now going to be creating this green area. So this green area is going to be on this pool level. So we are still going to use some walls to kind of protect it. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to go to architecture, we're going to go to floor, then we're going to click on this drop down and select this green area 1. Then I'm going to click on this line work and I'm going to draw a line from here to this point, following this first one, draft to this point here, continue here, and continue here. Then I'm going to click on pick line. I'm going to hover around one of these boxes, click on tab, select it, hover around this one, click on tab, select this as well, select the both of them, click on copy, copy this here, 2, 3, 4. Then click on escape, hover around this one, click on tab, select it, click on copy, pick this point and copy it to this one. Then we have this green area. We're going to set the level at pool level. Make sure it's at we're going to make sure it's at 0 for this pool level. Then we're going to click on finish. Then after doing this, we're now going to start creating this outdoor concrete slab. So I'm going to go to floor again. I'm going to click on this drop down, click on this green area, edit type, duplicate, and I'm going to call this 00 outdoor concrete slab. Then I'm going to click on OK. I think I turned off my caps lock. I'm going to click on edit. I'm going to click on this material, right click, duplicate, and I'm going to call this 00 outdoor concrete slab. Then I'm going to click on this material, click on appearance, simply go to concrete, then click on this icon here, graphics, apply, OK. So the first concrete slab I'm going to be creating is this one at this gatehouse, which is still going to be at this 0 level. So I'm going to put it at NGL, but I'm just going to raise it slightly above NGL by 25mm. So I'm going to click on it and draw a box here. Click finish. Don't attach. So the next concrete slab I'm going to be creating is going to be on this pool level, and I'm still going to create another one to fill up this box. So I'm going to go to architecture, floor, then I'm going to set it at pool level. Click on this box here, draw this concrete box here. Then basically click on finish. Then I'm also going to do for this concrete slabs here. I'm just going to simply edit this one here, then click on this box too and just simply draw these boxes here. Then select these profiles here, click on copy, select this one and just copy it across. So after doing this, I'm just going to click on finish. Then we have these concrete slabs here. So what we're going to do now is, since I think we only need a retaining wall here because there's kind of a gap here since this is a ramp. So I'm going to click on wall. So this time I'm going to set the wall from basement level to pool level, and I'm going to leave the offset as 175. Then I'm just going to click on pick line to. Okay, since I click on pick line to a reset, so we're just going to set it again, basement to pool, and we're going to just pick it. Okay, then we're going to stop it here. Yeah, I think we can stop it here. Then for this, we're going to kind of create something peculiar. So we're just going to be creating some segmented green area. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to click on walls. We're going to set it from pool level to ground floor. Okay, then we're going to set this at 175. Then I'm just going to draw a wall from here to this point here. Okay, so this one is even higher than this one here. So I'm just going to click on wall again, and I'm going to draw another wall here, kind of just creating a whole box. So if you go to 3D view, we're just going to see that this, because I actually wanted to use this green area here to kind of buffer, to kind of create like a landscape barrier and preventing visibility from vehicles entering from this portion of the building. So it's just going to be like, you have to just, I'll still design a small fence here, maybe a timber fence here, that we can use some vine design later, but I think a timber fence will make sense here because I believe that pool should be a private area. Okay, so now another big fish in the room we have not solved is this basement. The door is kind of off, so we're just going to go to this basement level here, and we're going to adjust this door to fit this design. So I'm going to click on it, click on edit type, and I'm going to reduce the door width to 5.4. So with this 5.4, I think 2 cars can enter a door width of 5.4. The width of a door, the parking width of a car is 2.5. So 2 cars is 5 meters. So that 400 is some extra provisions for allowance. Okay, so we're just going to click on move and move this by 900. So I'm not comfortable drafting with this thick line, so I'm going to click on my 10 lines back. But if you are good with thick lines, carry go. So we're just going to modify one thing. We're going to go to 3D view. There's actually an inaccuracy here that I was supposed to do. So I'm going to click on this road, click on edit boundary, then go to this site plan. Then after going to this site plan, I'm just going to not just extend it, because I was meant to extend it up to this point here. So I'm still going to break this walkway later. Or what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to click on line work. I'm going to draw a line to this point here, connecting to this road here, draw another line here, joining this. Then I'm going to click on this line here, click on delete. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to click on this arc line tool here, select this arc from here up to this point and curve here. Then select this one, click on mirror and mirror this to this side here. Then simply trim this and trim this here. So what we're going to do now is I'm still going to click on finish, then don't attach. Then I'm now going to click on modify shape. Then I'm going to click on add split line and create a split line here. So I can go to 3D to do this. I think this is very important. So I'm just going to rotate this here. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is this section box is kind of preventing me from viewing the full scope. So I'm going to click on this section box. I think this will be it, then extend it a bit. So we'll be able to see this access road. Then I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on modify elements. I'm going to rotate this to the top. Then I'm going to, since I've already added a split line here, add split line. I'm just going to draw and add a split line here. Then I'm just going to click on this. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to click on this split line here and change this to 0. Then click on this one too and change this to 0. So I think by that, this is supposed to be what I envisioned, in the sense that I can just click on this line here and just drag it up. Click on modify sub elements, and we're just going to manipulate this to kind of match the landscape a bit. Reduce this here. Then click on escape. So I think it looking something like this, kind of Makes sense. Okay, I think this is too high, so I can click on this, click on modify, then just drag this down a bit. Click on this, still drag this down. Then click on escape. So looking at this now, I think this should be better. But what we can now do is to add some walls here to kind of create a segmentation here. So what we're going to do is we're now just going to go to this site plan. Then we're just going to click on architecture, click on walls. But this time we're going to click on pick line 2. Then we're going to set the base of this wall to pool level. Then we're now going to set the top level to NGL. Then, but instead of clicking on 175 as offset, we're going to click on minus 450 as the offset. I think we can start from that. Then I'm just going to pick this edge, pick this edge, pick this edge, pick this edge, and pick this one, pick this one. So let me just delete these two here. Then if I go to 3D view now, we're going to be seeing something like this. So I think this is much better, and I prefer this to what we had before. So I think this kind of gives a reasonable entrance to this building. Okay, so I hope you are able to get this. I just wish I nailed the explanation. But with that, we are still going to go here and we're just going to do some walls here. So we're going to be doing some, just like what we did here, we're going to be doing some walls to kind of encompass or kind of serve as retaining walls for this site on this other side. But I think before we conclude with that, we should actually finish this landscape first before doing that. So we'll continue. So we're going to go here and continue the flower bed idea I wanted to do. So I'm just going to click on this, hover around this wall here, click on tab, select all of them, then change this from GFL to NGL. So it's going to match this. So I'm now going to start from here and increase this grass in steps of 300 mm, increasing up till we get to this point. All right, so we're now going to go back to the site plan level. So what we're now going to do is we're now going to click on wall. So I'm going to click on wall here. Then I'm going to set the base constraint of the wall to pool level because we are starting from here. Then I'm going to set the top constraint to pool level as well. Then I'm going to put a top offset of 300 millimeter. So I'm simply going to draft from this point here, or sorry, draft from this point here, draft to this point here, click on escape, then draft from this point and close this. Then I'm going to go here and okay, I think this reset. So I'm going to hover around this wall, click on tab, select this. This is annoying, this resetting thing, but we're just going to try and rectify it. So I'm going to change both of the base constraint and the top constraint to pool level. Then I'm going to click on walls. I'm going to also set it to pool level again, both of them to pool level. Then I'm now going to change this top offset to 600 millimeter. Then I'm going to start drafting from here to this point up to here. Click on escape. You see the thing reset again. Then I'm going to set it back to pool level. Then I'm going to draw another wall here. Click on escape. It reset again. Click on this and change this back to pool level. Then do this. So instead of stressing ourselves on doing all this, I'm just going to click on tab. So basically hold Control and select these 4 walls. Click on copy and copy this from this point to this point. Then I'm going to change this top offset to 900. So it's going to create that gradient I'm looking for. Okay, so if we go back to 3D view, we're going to see something like this. So I'm now going to place some green areas in all this flower bed. So I'm going to go over to, but before I do that, I'm going to create some adjustments. So remember that the offset I put was 300. So in order to make this actually make sense, I'm just going to select these 4 and just add 25 to each of them. So this will now be 325. Select these ones here and make this 625. Select these ones here and make this 925. So after doing this now, we're just going to go back to this site plan level. Then I'm going to go to architecture, click on floor, select this drop down and select green area. Click on this box too, then set the level to pool level. Height offset 300 for the green area. Then draw a box here and click finish. Don't attach. Then we're going to go to the next one. This one, we're going to make the offset 600. Okay, sorry, this 300. I forgot we are still selecting the first one. Then I'm going to click on floor. I'm just going to click on tab to select this floor. That is this green area floor we created. Click on copy. Select this point, copy it here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then in each of these things, I'm now going to adjust the height. So I'm going to click on this one, click on tab, select this one, and make the height offset here 600. I'm going to click on tab, select this third one, and make the height offset 900. Then I'm going to click on tab, select this one here, and change the level from pool level to NGL to make sure the offset is 0. So if you go to 3D view now, we're going to see it's going to create, and I think we've done a nice work. So I can just click on this one and make it a bit higher and put a height offset of 150. So it's just going to be on the brisk of this, like this one. So after doing this now, we're now going to go over to this portion of the building. We're going to go back to this site level, and we're going to start designing this pool area. So the first thing I'm going to do now is I'm going to go over to this point now, and I'm going to create the floor areas or the pool tiles that we're going to use. I'm also still going to create a staircase from this private living room balcony to this place now. So it's going to kind of link the building to this pool area. So what we're going to do now is I'm first going to click on this wall here, and I'm going to delete it. Okay. Then I'm going to click on AL here, and I'm going to select this face here and align this wall here to this face. So the staircase is going to like start from here, come down, and just go downward. So people are going to come here and land here and just move around this. So I just hope after creating the staircase, there is still enough space at this point here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to do a bit of some interesting stuff. So I'm going to click on this floor. I'm going to click on edit boundary. Then I'm going to start this boundary from this point here, and I'm going to draw a line up to 3 meters here. Then I'm just going to click on trim, and I'm going to trim this here and trim this here and click on finish. Don't attach. So after doing this now, I'm now going to go over to the appropriate level to create this staircase. So I'm going to go to pool level. Okay. Then once I click on this pool level, what I'm seeing here is this ceiling work we created. So I'm going to select the ceiling work. I'm going to click on hide in view by elements. Select this LED light, hide in view by elements. Then what I'm going to do is to now click on this underlay and set the underlay at NGL, natural ground level. So we're going to see this pocket we created. So what I'm now going to do now is I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on stairs. Then I'm going to be using this monolithic stair, and I'm going to set it from pool level to ground floor. Then I'm going to set the number of desired risers to be 12 or 11. Okay, I think 11 makes sense. The thread depth 300. So I'm now going to click on this create sketch. Okay, now we have set the levels, right? Then we're going to draw our riser from here. Then we're going to draw a distance up to 1.5 from here. Then draw another distance down to 5 meter, 5.1. So I feel this should be enough to create our staircase. Then I'm going to now draw another one from here down to this point here. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to still reduce this distance to 2.4 because I don't feel a bigger width here is necessary. Or should I just reduce it even more? So let me just make it 1.8 meter. Okay, then I'm now going to click on riser now, and I'm going to draw a riser from here, and I'm going to draw another riser from here. Okay, so this is actually 1.25. So what I can do is to click on this and just make this 1.5 meter. So this is going to leave 1.6 meter here, which I think is considerably small, but we are just going to adjust the size of the pool to just create at least get up to 2.4. So we're going to reduce the pool just a bit. Okay, so after doing this now, we're now going to go and click on riser here. And okay, since we've already drawn the riser, we're now going to click on offset, and we're going to be offsetting 300 here. So we're going to offset 1, 2, 3. Then for this one, 1, 2, 3. Okay, let me hit Ctrl Z. I think I overlapped it. 1, 2, 3. So this is showing 2 risers remaining. So we're just going to offset 2 more times. So since I even found out that we don't even need to elongate these stairs up to this point. So I'm just going to select this, click on move, and just move to this point here. Then now our stair is created. I'm now going to click on riser, stair path, and I'm going to draw a line from the middle here. Then draw another line from here. Then I'm just going to click on finish. So this staircase starts from pool level to the ground floor. So I'm just going to click on finish staircase. So now after we're done with this, we're going to go back to this ground floor. Okay, so we're just going to adjust it. The first thing I'm going to do is I'll need to edit this ceiling work. So I'm just going to select this ceiling here. So if you go to 3D view, we're going to rotate this and see how it's looking. Oh, so I actually did the staircase inversely. So I'm going to select this staircase. Click on edit stair. I'm going to click on this and click on flip. So it's going to change this direction here. Then I'm going to click on finish. So it's going to start from here and go up to this point here. So what we can now do now is to simply click on this ceiling work here. I think I can rotate this to the bottom. Click on this ceiling work. Click on edit in place. It is going to take long because remember the ceiling is already heavy. Select this, click on edit extrusion, then rotate this to the bottom. Then we're just going to try and carve out this, just create provision for where this staircase is up to here. So I'm just going to click on trim this here, trim this here. I think, yeah. I'm going to hit Ctrl Z first. I'm going to click on split. I'm going to split this line here. Then I'm going to create this trim here and just trim this here and trim this line here. So I'm going to click on split again and split in between these LED lights. Click on trim and trim this here. Trim this here. So I'm just basically cutting an opening for it. Then click on finish. Then I'm going to select this LED light here. Okay, let me click on finish first to finish the ceiling. Then I'm now going to select the LED light under it or beneath it. So I'm going to click on this LED light, click on edit extrusion, select the LED, click on edit, then simply just cut it at this point, stop it here and stop it here as well. Then click on trim and just trim this. Then I'm going to click on finish and click on finish model. So we have kind of cut an opening in the ceiling just to accommodate this staircase. So if you go back to ground floor, we're now going to see something like this. So what we can now do is to click on this floor, click on edit boundary and drag this floor to this point here. Click on finish. Then click on don't attach. Then we're simply going to now click on this wall here and drag this wall up to this point. Then click on this railing, click on edit part, select this railing and drag it to this point here. Then click on finish. So if you look at this, if we go to 3D view, we're going to see something like this. And I think this staircase created like this is perfect. So if we go back to this side plan, we're now going to create the surrounding floor. So the first thing, of course, I'm going to do is to kind of increase the spacing between this here and here. So here won't be tight. So I'm just going to click on detail line and I'm going to pick the edge of this staircase and draw a line up to, let me just make it 1.8. Okay, so I think by just moving this swimming pool by 225 mm, I think it should create enough space here. So I'm going to click on move pick here and just move it by 225. Then I think there's 1.8 meter here. So I think it should be enough for a passage. Then as we're also going to go to annotate, go to detail line. Then I'm just going to kind of draw and fill here with green area. So I'm just going to draw a line from here up to this point here. Then I can bevel it here and just create a nice green area here. Okay, so after doing this down, another thing I thought in mind that I will still need to do is to kind of create a kind of stepped green area following this facade element. So we are going to get back to that after we are done with this pool area. So the pool area, we are simply going to go to architecture floor. We are going to start from the green area and we're going to set it at pool level. Then change this height offset to 0. Okay, or I think we are supposed to change it to 150. Then we're just going to click on pick line tool. I'm going to pick here, 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 and here. Okay, then I'm going to pick here and just simply trim this. So another thing we need to consider is we need an access to this, because remember that there is a beach here, like a beach distance, a beach area. So I'm going to kind of create an opening here. So this opening is going to be basically the link between occupants of this building to that beach resort area. So I'm now going to click on split and split this here and also split this here. Then I'm going to click on trim and just trim this together. So after doing this now, I'm just going to also trim here as well. I'm going to click on, okay, I'm going to also go here, click on escape, because I want to kind of create a ramp here, like the ramp linking this side to this portion here. So it's going to like slant downwards. So I'm just going to click on finish first. Okay, so after creating this green area, okay, I've not yet finished. So I'm just going to click on edit profile. Then I'm going to fill in the green area here. Then I'm going to click on trim. Then click on finish. So now I'm not going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on floor. Then I'm going to select this paved area. Then I'm just going to draw another floor. I'm going to set the thing at pool level and change the height offset to 0. Then I'm going to draw a simple floor from here. I mistakenly selected the wrong point. Then hover around this point and select here. Select here as well. Then click finish. So after doing this now, we are now going to create the pool tiles. So this pool tiles is actually important. Another thing I felt like is necessary to do is to click on this green area, click on edit, and just bevel these edges here. And sorry, use the fillet arc tool. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to select this value, click on Ctrl C to copy, and make sure the value is consistent. Sorry, I meant to hit Ctrl V to paste. Okay, so after doing this now, I think we can now click on finish. Then another thing I'm going to do, I'm going to click on don't attach, is I'm going to add a split line. So this split line, I'm going to pick this point where this line intersects with this floor, or I'm just going to pick from here and pick this point here as split line here. Then I'm going to click on escape. I'm still going to show you why I created the split line here, but for now, let's continue. So I'm going to click on this line and click on delete. So since we are almost done with the drafting, I'm still going to delete all the line works, but let's finish with the modeling. So I'm now going to click on floor. I'm going to click on edit type, duplicate. Then I'm just going to call this 00 pool tiles. So I want to create like pool exterior tiles. Let me just call this pool exterior tiles because I'll still create the actual pool tiles that will be within the pool itself. Then I'm going to click on edit type, click on this material, right click, duplicate, and call this pool tiles. So these tiles are basically the tiles that are going to be used like around the pool area itself. So it's not going to be like normal paved area. So I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on appearance and I'm going to look for a wooden material. So after looking, I'm just going to select any dark wooden material. I think any dark one would do. I'm going to, or let me just use a mahogany wood. So these materials I'm using in Revit, don't take it too seriously because when we get to the visualization software, we're still going to just apply the appropriate material. But for now, I'm just looking for materials in Revit that kind of looks like what I have in mind. Okay, then we're just going to click on this and click on pick. So this tiles is not actually wood itself, but it's like a wood lookalike Turpentine tile. So it's kind of nice for this pool area. So we're just going to draft around the pool area here. And that includes under this balcony. Because if you remember, this is kind of a cantilever and the actual wall stops here. So it's going to extend to that point. I'm going to pick around this and pick here too. So what we can do now is to click on split and we can split this line here. Then click on trim and just trim everything to perfection. Then we're going to click on finish. Don't attach. So after doing this now, we're going to now set the levels right to pool level. Yeah, for some reason it wasn't to pool level. Then we're now going to model the actual pool itself. So for this pool, we're simply going to be using some wall work. Then we're going to use some ceiling work. So I'm just going to first click on architecture, click on walls. Then I'm just going to set the walls first. So I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on duplicate. And I'm just going to call this 00 pool walls. Pool wall white. So I'm going to be creating two different pool walls and I'm going to show you the reason why. The first one is the white one. I'm going to click on edit, select this material, right click, duplicate, and call this pool tiles white. Then I'm going to click on this icon here and I'm going to go to appearance and I'm going to just look for a simple, let me just go to ceramic and I'm going to be using this white ivory. I'm going to click on this pattern and change it to none. I don't need any pattern for this and click OK. OK. Then I'm going to also click on the wall and make sure the thickness is 225. So after doing this now, we're now going to set the levels, right? So I'm just basically going to set the base constraint as basement level and the top constraint as pool level. But for this, I'm not going to put a top offset of 300 millimeter. So the 300 millimeter is basically to buffer the pool from this green area here. So I'm just going to, I'm going to click on escape, then reset the level to basement to NGL. Yeah, to pool level, sorry. Then click on an offset of, let's use 450 instead. Then pick this point here up to this point here. Then I can click on this and extend this here. So now, after doing this now, we're now going to go here and we're now going to click on wall again. But this time I'm going to click on edit type and I'm going to click on duplicate and call this 00 pool wall main. Then I'm going to click on OK, edit. I'm going to select this material here, right click, duplicate, and I'm going to call this pool tiles blue. Then I'm going to just click on this. I'm going to go to appearance and I'm going to be selecting this 10 square mosaic. Click on appearance, OK, click on OK, OK again. Then for this, I'm just going to set it from basement to pool level, and top offsets, I'm going to use 25 mm. So I'm just going to draw from this point here to this point here, down to this point and to this point. Then I'm going to click on escape. So now we have done this now, we're now going to create. So if you go to 3D view, you're going to see something like this. If you rotate this, you're just going to see something like a box like this. So if you rotate this to this side, you're going to see this wall. The reason why I made it high like this is basically just to prevent activities from, maybe just to create like a buffer between this pool and this green area for safety. And we can even go further by clicking on this and raising it up. So things like a fountain, a wall fountain can be from here. So I can just make this 900 millimeter or even 1000. Okay, so now this is done. What we're now going to do is to create the pool floor. So I'm going to go back to, I can even go to pool level for this. So what I'm now going to do now is, okay, so I'm going to click on this and change this to shaded first. So now we're now going to be creating the pool level. So I'm going to go to floor. I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm just going to select maybe this pool exterior tiles, click on edit, duplicate, and call this 00 pool tiles. Then I'm going to click on OK, click on edit type, click on this pool tiles and select this pool tiles blue. Click on OK, OK here, OK. So I'm first going to draft a floor like this. Then I'm going to click on finish, don't attach. Then what I'm going to do, I'm going to add split lines. So I'm going to add a split line here and another split line here. I'm going to click on escape. So after adding these two split lines, I'm now going to click on this floor here and I'm going to now change the height offset as -900. So this -900 is like the base, this is the shallow part. So we're now going to select this floor here, click on modify sub element. Then the first one we're going to do is to select this edge here and impute a value of -900 plus, okay, -900 minus another 900 is -2.8. Yeah. Then we're also going to click on this and make this -2800. So we basically have the shallow part transitioning to the deep part here. So what we can now do now is to rotate this to this point here. Then we can click on this topo solid, click on HH to hide it for now. Then select these walls here. Then simply click on edit profile. Then click on pick line tool. Then we're just going to pick the profile of this floor here. Then simply trim this wall to fit it. Click on escape. Select this line on beneath, delete it, and click on finish. Then we're going to also rotate this a bit. Then select this other pool wall here, swimming pool wall. Rotate it to this point. Click on edit profile. Pick on pick part and just do the same thing. Click on escape. Select this line here, delete. Then click on finish. So we're just going to rotate this to this side and click on this wall. What we're simply going to do is to drag this wall up till it meets the bottom of this, or we can just round it up to the offset of 1050, or we can click on AL, which is align. It's asking us to save. I'm quickly going to save this project. Select this face here, then select this soffit here. We're going to select this face again, then select this soffit here. So it's going to create a perfect pool. Okay, so now I think this is looking nice. So we can click on HR to undo the temporary hide we did for this topo solid. So what we're now going to do, we're going to create a retaining wall here because we need a retaining wall to kind of continue in what we are doing here. So I'm going to go back to this site plan. Then from the perspective of the site plan, this stuff looks almost done, but not yet. We're just going to select this wall here, going to click on mirror. We're going to draw a line from here at 45 degrees, then it's going to mirror perpendicularly. Then we're going to drag this wall here back to this point just to create a retaining wall here. Okay, so now we are just going to draw a simple box with a wall. So this box is going to indicate the shower room and all. So I don't want to really take too much time in designing it, but it's just a simple shower and closet. Okay, so okay, let me just design it. So I'm going to go to architecture, click on walls here, click on this drop down, then select this 225 wall. Then I'm going to set the base constraint from pool level, base offset 25 because we're on this 25 slab. We are going to set the top offset as ground floor, then put the top constraint as ground floor, then put a top offset of let's use 550. So I just want to add enough height to make this this value here 2.4. So let's just say 675. Yeah. Then I'm just going to click on finish face exterior. Then I'm going to draw a wall from here, meeting this point here, meeting this point here, meeting this point, and click on escape. So now we click on escape, the constraint reset. So what we can do is to select this wall, click on mirror, draw a line 45 degrees and just get another wall here. So if you go to 3D view now, you are going to just see something like this. And yeah, this is just a simple box. So we can just go back to this NGL, or we can go back to this pool level. I think, yeah, let's go back to pool level. Then what I can now do now is to click on this wall here and just get the constraints, right? Or just click on copy and copy it inwards. Okay, so once we copy it inward, I'm just going to select this and I'm going to change this to 150 wall. I'm also going to do the same thing here. Select this wall, click on copy and copy it inward. Then I'm going to click on this wall here and I'm now going to change this to 150 wall. Then I'm going to drag this to this point here and drag this to this point. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go click on this wall, select this wall too, change this finish face exterior to, or location line to wall center line. Then just adjust this wall. Then I'm going to click on this wall and I'm going to make this dimension here 1.2. So this is going to be, or make this 1.5. So this is going to be like a shower, while this is going to be a closet. So I'm going to click on this and make this 1.8. So what I'm going to do now is I'm now going to click on architecture. I'm going to click on door. Then I'm going to click on this drop down and select this single swing D1 and place this here. Put the sail height of 25 millimeter. Place this one here and click on this. Okay, so for this, I want it to be a sliding bundle, but I can just put this D2, that is this 750 D2 here. Click on space, place this here, and place this here. So I can click on escape. So basically, this is going to be a convenience here. So I'm just going to add some windows here. So it doesn't, so this can now be, if you go to detail line, this can now be like a wardrobe or a shelf for maybe to arrange towels and stuff. So B is basically like a little shower room here. Okay, so I won't go deep into it like that. So basically this is what it is. So what we're going to do is we're going to select this door, click on edit, duplicate, and D1 to click OK, then change the height to 2.1. It doesn't have to be 2.4 meter like the door inward. So I'm going to select these two doors here, click on edit type, duplicate, click OK, and make this 2.1 as well. Then after doing this, I'm now going to rotate this to this top or go to this side plan. Then I'm simply going to create a slab here. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on floor. Then I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm just going to be selecting outdoor, or I'm going to be selecting this concrete 150. Then I'm going to set the height at GFL, change the height offset to 675. So it's going to match the height of these walls. Then just draw it. Then I'm going to click on finish. For this type, I'm now going to click on attach and click on OK. So basically, you can see we have created the shower room. Although I still need to ventilate this stairs. So what I can do is to simply click on windows and just simply create a narrow but long window. So I'm going to create edit type, duplicate. Then I'm just going to edit the width of this window to be 600 and the height of this window to be 12. Then I'm going to click on this default sail height 2.1 and click OK. Then I'm just going to place this here. Then I can click on this window here and put the sail height as 900. So it's going to just match this. So we have a small shower room here and we have this pool area here. Okay, so other things that could kind of aid the pool is also the things like let's say a bar and all those stuff, which we can design. But if I continue this video is going to be a day long. Okay, so I'm going to click on this and I'm going to click on modify sub elements, then drag these sub elements here and just match it here to create this ramp. Then I'm going to click on escape. So I'm also going to select this green area, click on modify sub elements, select this one and drag it up to this point here. So we have something like this. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on escape. So if you notice, there's kind of a chasm here. So we will need to create retaining walls beneath this floor. So we're going to create a basement plan and create some, or pool level and create some retaining walls kind of blocking here. I don't know if you get. So we're just simply going to go to this pool level here and we're now going to go and simply draw some retaining walls under this from this point here to this point. So even though these walls are showing here, if we draw a retaining wall from the pool level to the NGL, it's not going to overlap this wall. So I'm going to click on wall, click on this drop down and select these concrete shaft walls. I think that was with the walls we use. We're going to set the base offset to 0 and we're going to set the top constraint to NGL and change the top offset to 0. Change this from pool finish face exterior to wall center line. Then simply draw under this here to this point here, down to this point here, up to even this point. Yeah, let me just stop it here. So after doing this now, if you go to 3D view now, you are going to see something like this, and this is a perfect retaining wall, like lifting this whole structure. So now we're now going to create the wall work, something like this, similar to this, but we're going to now do it for this other part. So we're going to go to the pool level for this. I believe in the pool level, this should be easier. Or let's go to this site plan. Then what we're going to do is we're now going to draft some walls from this basement level to the pool level. So I'm going to click on wall, click on this drop down and select this flower bed retaining wall and change this base constraint from basement and change the top constraint to pool level. Then after doing this, I'm going to put a top offset of 175. Okay, then I'm simply going to pick line 2. It's going to reset. Okay, let me just do draft first, then reset it again. Basement, pool level. Then I'm going to draft from this point here. I'm going to change this from wall center line to finish face exterior. Then I'm going to draft from here to this point here, down to this point. Click on escape. I'm going to also click on this point and do the same here to this point. So let's do it again. Basement, pool level, and draft from here to this point. Okay, so after doing this now, we're now going to go over to this portion now, and we're going to be using this pick line too. So we're just going to click on it and change this to basement and to NGL. Then we're just going to pick here. I think I actually got the constraint wrong, but let's just pick the part first, then we're now going to do it. So I'm going to go to escape. I'm going to go to 3D view now. So currently I knew something was off. So what I'm going to do now is to set this constraint right. So I'm going to leave like this wall here, but I'm going to reset this one. So I'm going to set this one, hold control, set this, select this, basically select all these ones that are looking funny. Then I'm even going to even select these ones here. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to change their base constraint to not basement. I'm going to set it at pool level. Then I'm going to set the top constraint to pool level as well. So it's going to be like 150 band, and it's going to just, I think it makes sense now. Then I'm now going to click on this one. I'm going to click on edit profile. Then I'm going to rotate this building to the rear. Then I'm just going to click on this line work here. And I'm going to pick from this point here and draw a line up to this point, getting this point here. So it's just going to follow the slope. So I'm going to now click on this and join it here. Then I'm going to click on trim and trim this here. Click on escape, select this wall here and delete. Then I'm going to click on finish. So you can see how I'm using walls to kind of create this element. So it just shows that Revit has a lot of tools. So sometimes, especially when you're modeling with creativity as a pivotal aspect, it's always good that you just explore things, and you can see that we can use different tools to achieve unconventional purposes. So now we are going to be drawing these retaining walls, filling this portion of the site. Okay, so these retaining walls are basically going to follow what we have already. So I'm just going to select this wall here. I'm going to rotate this to the top, and I'm going to select this one, click on copy, pick this point here and copy this here. Then after copying this, I'm just going to select it and extend it to this point here. Then I'm just going to simply click on mirror and select this point here and mirror it by hold Ctrl Z. Select it, click on mirror, then draw a line 45 degrees here. Then I'm going to click on this wall and just drag this back. Okay, so now we're not going to talk about this one here. So I'm just going to select this wall here. I'm going to click on copy, and I'm going to copy this wall to this point here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to select this wall and set the base constraint to be basement, then drag this wall up to this point and drag this to this point here. So if you rotate this to this other side, you are going to see how it's looking. So what I can do now is to select this wall here, click on this base constraint and change it to basement. So you can see how we are kind of merging this and creating retaining walls to kind of merge this landscape to this whole site context. Then what we're going to do is I'm going to select this wall here, and I'm just going to rotate this to the top again. Then I'm just going to click on copy, and I'm going to pick this point and copy it here. Click on escape. Then we have something like this. So what we can do is to click on this, click on edit profile, then just drag this and extend it to this point here. Remove constraints and click on finish. So after doing this, we're going to click on this wall here, rotate this to this top, click on copy, pick this point here and copy it here. Then click on escape, select this and drag this to this point here. Drag this to this point. Then we're now going to select this wall and change the base constraint to basement. Okay, so now what we have here is how are we going to come from this portion of the site and kind of enter this beach. So we're simply going to use a staircase. So for this, I'm going to go to NGL here. I'm going to go to this basement level here, and I'm going to try and draft a staircase from outside this site to this particular site. Okay, so now what we're going to do now is we're just simply going to go to architecture. We're going to click on stairs, click on this drop down. Then we're just going to click on and edit, click on duplicate, and we're just going to call this 00 outdoor stairs. So the reason why I'm creating an outdoor stairs is just because I want to use a separate material for it. Then I'm just going to click on this run type monolithic. Then I'm just going to click on this monolithic material, click on duplicate, and call this 00 outdoor. Then click on OK. Then select this material, monolithic material, and just I'm going to be using the paved area. Or I'm going to just use this material called paved and click on OK. Then we're now going to set the constraint of the stairs. So I'm going to, of course, it's going to be from basement to pool level. So we're going to click on sketch. So I'm going to draw a line from here up to, let's say, I'm just going to do a line from here, straight line up to 4.5 or 4.8. Then draw another line from here up to 4.8. Then I'm simply going to click on risers, draw a riser from here and another riser here. Then I'm going to be offsetting 300 millimeter from each side. So these three remaining. So I'm going to make this 1, 2, 3. So I think we've created all the risers. So I'm going to click on edit stair part. Then I'm going to draw a stair part here, and I'm going to click finish. So currently it's going from here to this side. We're going to click on flip direction, making it go from here to this side. Then we're going to click on finish. So if we go to 3D view, we're going to be seeing something like this. So another thing we could do is just to add more flair to this. We can add some walls to this side and just use walls instead of these railings to kind of create a segment. So what I can do is to go over to this site plan. Then I'm just going to click on this wall here, and I'm going to click on mirror. I'm going to draw a line from here to this point. Then I'm just going to unjoin this wall here. Then click on move and move this to this point here. Then drag this back here. And also drag this back here. Then I can click on AL select this edge of this stair and select this. Then I'm now going to go to 3D view. I'm going to select this wall here, click on edit profile. Then I'm simply going to pick parts. I'm going to pick here, and pick here. Then I'm going to click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting 900 millimeter here. Uncheck copy, offset 900 here, offset 900. Okay, I think I need copy. Make sure I check this copy, offset 900 to 3. Click on escape, then delete this line here. Then I'm going to click on trim this here, trim this here. Click on escape, delete this line here, then click finish. So we have something like this. So I can click on this railing now. I don't think we need it, delete. Click on this railing, delete. So we're going to go back to this site plan. We're just going to select this, click on copy, pick this point and copy it here. Then we're going to click on escape, go to 3D view. So basically we have this landscape created. So now another important thing we have now done is we have now created the entrance step and the landscape pertaining to this entrance and place the parking. So we're going to do that now. All right, so what we're going to do now is we're now going to go to the ground floor level, or we're going to go to the natural ground level. Let's just save this project. Let's not ignore Revit. So I'm just going to click on NGL. Then we're now going to do some line work. So currently you can see we have this element here, this facade element we did before. So what we can now do now is to simply click on annotate, click on detail line. Then I'm going to draw a line from here. So after drawing this line, I'm going to draw another line from here up to, let's say 1.5. Or 1.8 is fine, or 1.7. It doesn't need to be too serious. Then we're going to draw a line up to 3 meters, then slant this line here. So I'm now going to click on trim and trim this. So it's going to show unjoin elements. We're going to unjoin the elements. So basically what I want to do is to kind of raise another green area wall here. So this is going to kind of just raise this part up, and I think it's going to make sense. So I'm going to click on modify. I'm going to click on split on this wall here. Then I'm going to click on this wall and raise the constraints up to ground floor level. Then I'm going to drag this here, drag this off this wall here, drag this wall here, then click on this and drag this here. Okay, so after doing this, we're now going to select, let me just delete this line here. We're going to select this floor here. We're going to click on edit boundary. Then I'm going to click on pick line tool, and I'm just going to pick this boundary here, kind of cutting off the green area from what it was before. Then I'm going to click on trim and trim this here, trim this here. Then I'm going to click on escape, click on this and delete this. So I'm now going to click on finish. So after doing this now, I'm now going to create another green area. This green area is going to be on the ground floor. So I'm just going to click on architecture, component, model in place. Then, okay, not component, model in place. I'm going to click on floor. Then I'm going to click on this and select this green area one. Then I'm going to click on pick line tool. I'm going to pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here, and pick here. Then I'm going to click on trim and just trim this. Then I'm going to click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting 150 millimeter. Uncheck this copy, hover around this edge, click on tab and offset this. Then I'm just going to click on escape, set this level to ground floor and change the offset to 0. Then I'm going to click on finish, don't attach. So what I'm going to do is this wall here. Okay, sorry, I'm going to click on this, click on edit boundary, then drag this since we already have a wall here, and click on finish. So now I'm going to basically replicate this wall here. This wall that is 175. I'm going to replicate it around this. Okay, so I'm going to click on this and make this 150, not one, or height offset 150. Then I'm going to click on architecture, click on walls. Then I'm going to set it from NGL to GFL, but I'm now going to put the height offset of 150. Then I'm going to click on this and change this to finish face exterior. Then I'm going to draw a wall from here, 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 and here. Click on escape. So if you go to 3D view now, we're just going to check out what we did. So you can see this kind of stuff, and I think this makes sense and it's looking geometrically nice. Okay, even though it kind of cut the flow I was trying to create here, but I think the flow still exists if you just rotate it and look at it from this point of view. So after doing this now, we're now going to create the entrance steps. So the entrance steps for this project, I wanted it to be very big and broad. So what I'm going to do is I was planning to use the model in place tool instead of the floor tool, even though we can use the floor tool. But I think the model in place might just be easier for us to use and be faster. Okay, so we're going to go back to this NGL. Then I'm just going to click on component model in place. I'm going to be using floors instead of casework. Going to click on OK. Then I'm going to click on extrusion. So remember that the difference between our NGL and DPC is 750. So we're going to put that in mind. So we're going to change this from extrusion start to 0. Then we're going to change this extrusion end to 600 since it's the step after this one. So I'm going to draw our box from here. Then I'm just going to put it this line to 1.5. Then I'm going to draw another line to 1.5 here. Then I'm going to extend it to this point. So I don't know if 1.5 is too much, but I think I can just make this 1.2 instead. So I'm just trying to make this entrance grand. So after doing this, I'm going to click on this material here. Then I'm just going to change it to floor. Look for floor material here. So I'm going to use this floor slab, which is consistent to what we have inside. Then I'm going to click on finish. Now I'm going to go to create again, extrusion. This time it's going to be 450. Then I'm just going to draw a line from here to here to here to 1.2. 1.2. Then I'm now going to draw another line here up to this point here. Then I'm going to click on trim and trim this here. Click finish. Then I'm going to click on create again, extrusion. Then this one is going to be up to this point here. This is another 1.2. Then this 1.2. Then I'm going to click on trim. And I'm going to change this value to 300. Then we're going to click finish. So we have these three here. So we're going to now create the final one. Okay, sorry, I'm supposed to click on this, click on edit place. Then, so I'm going to go to create. I'm going to click on extrusion. Then I'm going to change this to 150. Then I'm just going to create the last step. So my only fear about these steps is that I'm just going to create it to reach this point. Is that basically I don't want it to extend. I don't want it to extend to this walkable or vehicular part of this project, which I think it doesn't. So I'm just going to extend it to here. So design wise, another thing I can do is to kind of create an interplay of green area, especially on this side. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to click on this line work here. Then I'm just going to draw a line from here. Then create an opening here up to 900 and do the same here. Then I'm going to click on trim and just trim this here. So I can click on this line and delete it. Then click finish. So I just created a pocket here. So I'm going to do the same thing here. Select this one, click on edit extrusion. Then the first one I'm going to do is I'm just going to create an offset here of, sorry, let me just check what is the length of this. This is 1.2. I'm going to click on this line and make this 1.2. As well as click on this point here and draw another line here up to 900 to 1.2 here. Then kind of click on trim and trim this here. Then click on finish. So after doing this, we can now click on this one here. Click on edit extrusion. Then just simply do the same thing. And click on finish. So I think this one may be kind of redundant. So I'm just going to click on this and I'm just going to fill this back up here. So I think just creating these green areas here is enough. Then I'm now going to click on create, click on extrusion. Then I'm going to change this material from floor slab to green area. Green area 1. Then after selecting this green area 1, I'm now going to click on this box tool, but I'm going to be setting the height depending on this step. So this step is the 150 step. So I'm going to set the height at 125. Okay, then click on finish. Then I'm going to click on create again, extrusion, click on this box tool. Then this one is the 300. So I'm going to set the height at 275. Click on this point here. Then this next one is 450. I'm going to click on create, I'm going to set this extrusion at 425. Draw this box here. Click on finish. So I'm supposed to also do for this one. So I'm just going to click on this, click on edit extrusion. Then I'm simply going to extend this, make this 300 here. So just toss it to create this box. Click on finish. Then I'm going to click on create extrusion. Click on this box, make this 600 minus 25, 575. Yeah. Then draw a box here. Okay, so if we go to 3D view now, we are going to see something like this. So I feel like I might be overdoing for this, but I still feel it's worth it. So I'm going to click finish for now. So before I click on this edit, because I'm still going to put some LED lights here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to rotate this to the top. I'm going to click on this section box first. Then I'm going to rotate this to the top. Then I'm going to crop this section box up to this point, so I can have better visibility of these entrance steps. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to rotate this now. I'm going to click on this and click on edit in place. Then what I'm going to do then, I'm now going to rotate this to the front. Then I'm now going to create the void forms. So I'm going to start from this one and click on create void forms, void extrusion. Then I'm going to rotate this a bit. After selecting void extrusion, then I'm going to click on set, pick work plane. So the first one I'm going to be picking is this one here. So after picking this one, I'm going to now draw a line. I'm still going to do a void for this first step, but I'm going to draw a line from here up to this point here. I'm going to draw it up to 75 millimeter. Click enter and draw it reaching this edge here and reaching this. So I'm going to rotate this to the front here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on offset and I'm going to be offsetting it at 600 millimeter from this edge here. Then the void extrusion, I'm going to set it at 50 millimeter. Then I'm going to click on finish. So it's automatically going to cut through this one. So I'm going to click on create again, click on void forms, void extrusion. I'm going to now set the work plane. Instead of this first one, I'm going to, let me just click on escape. I'm going to rotate this and I'm going to just click on create, modify void extrusion, click on set, pick work plane. Then I'm going to pick here. Then I'm going to rotate this to the front and I'm just going to click on this box profile. I'm going to draw from this point here. I'm just going to fill in this shape here that we created before. I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to select this profile. I'm going to click on move this plus one here. Then after moving this, I'm going to click on offset and offset 1.2. Since I was moving the steps by 1.2 meter. So I'm just going to offset this 1.2 meter up to this point. Then I'm going to click on finish. So I'm basically going to repeat the same process, but in the end, I'm now going to now create the LED light that is going to be embedded in all of them. Okay, so the only one I'm not going to place this LED light is this one, because, you know, if you place it here, the elements, water and stuff, it will kind of be problematic. So I just think that placing it up to this one will be fine. Then I can now also do some kind of nice geometric play in these entrance steps to kind of make it more iconic. So we're going to click on create, click on void forms, void extrusion. Then I'm going to click on set, pick work plane. Then I'm just going to pick this step as the work plane. I'm going to rotate this to the approach. Then I'm going to click on this box too. I'm going to pick here and just create a box to this point here. Then I'm going to click on escape. I'm now going to select this profile here. I'm going to click on move and I'm going to move it one step down since it's on this plane. I'm going to click on offset and I'm going to be offsetting 1.2 meter from here. So I'm going to click on finish. So now after doing this, on the second thought, I just said, let me just create this void form anyhow on this last one, just for the sake of modeling. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to click on create, not extrusion, create, void forms, void extrusion, set, pick work plane. I'm going to just be, I'm just going to go to this edge and pick this work plane. Then I'm going to click on this profile and sketch from here up to this point. Then I'm going to click on offset and I'm going to offset 1.2. Then I'm just going to select this whole profile, click on move and move it by one step down. Then I'm going to click on finish. So after doing this now, what I'm now going to do is I'm going to click on this normal extrusion within each of these voids. So I'm going to click on create, extrusion, set, pick work plane. Then I'm just going to select this first one as the work plane. Click on tab to select it. Select this. Then set the extrusion end at 25 or set it at 5 or 10. Click on this material and look for this LED light. LED lights. So apparently this building is going to have a lot of LED lights. Then I'm going to click on this and just fill this up here. I think I did it the wrong way. So I'm going to click on escape. I'm just going to drag this down to this point. So now I'm going to click on finish and you're going to see the LED light embedded here. So I'm going to click on create again. Click on extrusion, click on set, pick work plane, hover around this, click on tab till I select this plane inside, click on box and draw this box here. Finish. I'm going to go over to this one, click on create, click on extrusion, set, pick work plane, click on tab, select this and draw this box from here to this point. Then click on finish. Then next, we're going to click on create, extrusion, set, pick work plane, click on tab, select this, click on this box and draw it from here up to this point. Then I'm going to click on finish. So now, finally, we're now going to go and create another void form, but this time I'm going to try and create a void form for this step. So I'm going to click on create, void forms, void extrusion. Then I'm going to click on set, pick work plane. Then I'm just going to pick this face here. So I'm going to rotate this here. Then I'm just going to zoom in here and I'm just going to click on this box too and draw a box from here to this point. Then I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to click on this box and change this to 75. I'm going to click on offset and offset it by 600 from this side. Then I'm going to now click on escape and change this end to 75 or 50 and click on finish. Then what I'm now going to do, since it didn't cut automatically like this other model in place, so I'm just going to select this and I'm going to click cut geometry and I'm going to select this floor and it's sorry, I'm going to click on cut geometry, then I'm going to select this void form, then select this floor, then it's going to cut it. So what I can do for this now is just to click on forms like this, extend this form a bit inward so this gap is not going to be showing. Also click on this form here and just rotate this to the top or go to this NGL and just extend it a bit inward. Then go to 3D view. Then we're going to see that we have kind of filled it up. Okay, so now what we're now going to do now is I'm now going to click on create. I'm going to click on extrusion. I'm going to click on set, pick work plane, but I'm going to pick this face here. I'm not picking the inner one for this floor. There is a reason for that. If you pick the inner one, this model in place is going to show an error. So I just picked the normal floor surface. Then I'm going to click on this box and just draw a box from here. Okay, for this, it can't really snap. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to click on line work. I'm going to draw a line from here up to 75 and draw it up to this point here, up to 75 again. Close this loop. Click on offset and offset 600 from one side. Then I'm going to set the extrusion parameters to extrusion start -40, extrusion end -50. I'm going to click on this material and I'm going to select LED lights. Then I'm just going to select it, click OK and click finish. Then I'm going to click finish. Then it's supposed to create. So I'm going to click on save project. We're going to save our progress. Then we have these entrance steps here. So I'm quickly going to create the LED light for this place. Then I'm going to go to the back of the house and I'm going to now create the terrace staircase. Okay, so I'm just going to go to architecture, component, model in place. Then I'm going to hit casework, okay, and click OK. Then I'm going to click on sweep. I'm going to click on pick part. I'm going to click on pick this part. So I'm just going to draw everything as one unit. So I'm going to pick here, then pick here as well. So after doing this, I'm going to click on finish. Then I'm just going to go to this NGL and I'm now going to sketch the profile. So I'm going to click on edit profile. Then I'm just going to draw a LED light at 10 millimeter or 5 millimeter up to, should I leave it at 100? Okay, let me just leave it at 100. Then I'm going to click on this material. I'm going to search for LED lights. Then I'm going to put LED lights, click on this and click on finish. So if you go to 3D view and we click on finish, we are going to see how we created. So you can see the thing created one single comprehensive element and it's looking very nice. I'm really enjoying this project. So we're now going to go to this rear side. We're going to go back to 3D view, and we're just going to rotate this building to the back. So we need to put a terrace here, a staircase here from this terrace to outside the building. So it's going to be very simple. We're going to go to NGL, and what we're simply going to do is, normally you can use staircase to create your entrance steps. So what we're going to do is to click on architecture. We're going to click on stair. Then I'm going to click on this drop down, and I'm going to select this monolithic stair too. Then I'm now going to set it from NGL to GFL. Then I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on this monolithic run. Then I'm just going to, or rather I'm just going to close this first. I'm going to click on edit, duplicate, and I'm going to call this 00 steps. Then I'm going to click on OK. So now I'm just going to click on edit. Sorry, I'm going to click on this monolithic run type. Then I'm going to just click on duplicate, and I'm just going to call this 00 steps again. Then I'm going to click on OK. So I'm now going to click on this smooth and change it to steps. Then change this value to 600. Then the monolithic material floor slab, which is fine, click OK and OK. Then I'm going to click on sketch, and we're going to draft our steps. I'm going to draw a line up to 900 millimeter and draw another one from here up to 900. Then I'm going to click on riser and just draw one riser here and another riser here. So you are going to see 2 risers created, 3 remaining. So I'm going to click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting 300 millimeter. I'm going to check this copy and just offset it. So it's still showing 1 riser remaining. So I'm going to offset here again, then click on trim and just trim this to this point here. Trim this to this point as well. Then I'm going to click on riser, and I'm going to click on stair part, and I'm going to draw the stair part through the middle. And I'm going to click finish. Then I'm going to click on flip. So it's going to start from here and go up. Then I'm going to click on finish. So if you go to 3D view now, we're going to see the step. So it's just a simple entrance step. Okay, so I think so far we have done a very wonderful job. We have our pool here. So another thing we haven't done here is we haven't added the pool water. So this is very important, because you can't call a pool without the water. So we're just going to model the water, and I'm also going to model a kind of faucet for this fountain. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to click on this section box. I'm going to rotate this to the top. Then I'm going to crop this section box up to halfway of this, okay? Or I'm going to crop it up to this point here. Then once I rotate it, we are going to have a better view of this pool. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to architecture, component, model in place, and click on casework. Then what I want to do now is I want to model like a small faucet for a fountain. So water will be pouring into the pool. So I'm going to click on extrusion. I'm going to click on set, pick work plane. I'm going to be picking this inner work plane of this wall. I'm going to rotate this to this right side. Then I'm going to look for the middle of this wall, go down by, let me use 300, enter, then draw a line from here to here, 3 meter. The line will go down to 100 millimeter, enter, and come back here. Then I'm just going to go over to this side, and I'm going to click on this arc tool, and I'm going to create an arc here. I'm going to delete this line here. So I'm also going to click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting 45 millimeter, or I'm going to be offsetting 35 millimeter inward. So after doing this, I'm now going to select this here. I'm going to click on mirror, and I'm just going to select this line and draw a line mirroring it here. Then I'm going to click on this and click on delete to delete this one. So I'm going to change this to extrusion start to 0, then extrusion end to 225. Then I'm going to click on this material. I'm just going to look for any metallic material like this one here. I'm going to right click duplicate. Then I'm going to call this just metal faucet. Then I'm just going to click on OK. So this is going to represent like the long faucet that is going to be pouring in like water for this pool. It kind of creates a very nice scenery. So after doing this, we're just going to click on finish. So we're now going to go to architecture, component, model in place. Then we're now going to be using the floors. Just look for floor and click OK. So what we're going to do is we're going to click on sweep. We're going to click on sketch part. We're going to click on set, pick work plane. Then we're going to be picking this deep side of this pool. Then we're going to click on pick line tool and just pick this part as the part of sweep. So we're going to click on finish. We're going to click on edit profile. Then we're going to rotate this to the right. Then what we're going to do, we're going to click on this view and we're going to change it to wireframe. So once we change it to wireframe, we're going to be able to see the lines of the pool. So we're just going to carefully click on pick line tool. If you want to see it clearly, you can click on TL to show the thick lines. Then I'm just going to pick this line. Even in spite of the whole bricks and confusion, I'm still going to find the pool profile here. I'm going to draw another line here and another one here. So I'm going to just join this at the top here where both of them meet. Then I'm going to click on trim and just trim this well. So after doing this now, we'll have to click on this and edit the material. I'm going to right click duplicate and I'm going to call this 00 pool water. So after giving it this name, I'm going to click on this icon here. I'm going to go to appearance and I'm going to look for liquid, go under liquid. Then I'm just going to click on this indoor pool. I'm going to click on graphics and I'm going to uncheck this use render appearance. Then I'm just going to increase the transparency a bit. Then I think it's fine and click on apply. Okay. Then I'm going to click on finish. Then I'm going to click on this and change this back to shaded. Click on finish again. Then if we rotate this, we have our pool here. So now you can see the pool and the pool is perfectly created. So another thing is that this pool is too full here. We're just going to click on it and edit in place. So in as much as, yes, the pool should fill the swimming pool, it shouldn't be filled up to, okay, actually it's not too full because it's 25 mm lower than this point. Or let me click on TL, that is 10 lines. Okay, it's too full. So I'm going to click on this, not load profile, sorry, edit profile. Then I'm going to click on offset and offset it by 35 mm downwards without checking the copy. Then click on finish. And you can see that, yes, this is nice. So I think I like this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this section box now and I'm just going to rotate this and I'm going to extend this to this point. So finally, for the, I think for the site modeling, the last thing I want to do is the fence. Okay. So what I'm going to do before I model the fence is all these walls, retaining walls on the exterior, I'm going to select all of them manually and change them to a 225 wall because it's a retaining wall and we cannot be using a 150 mm or 6 inches thick wall for something that is going to be holding laterite. So I'm going to select all of them. And after selecting all the exterior ones, I'm going to click on edit type, duplicate, then I'm just going to call them retaining wall 2. Click on edit type and change the size to 300 mm and click on OK, apply. Okay, so some of them offset inwards, so I'm just going to click on it. I'm going to rotate it, then click on it, then kind of just simply click on move and just move this by 150. So this one, I don't think it has an issue. This one doesn't have any issue. This one doesn't have any issue. So I think, okay, this one have a bit of issue. So I'm just going to select this and I'm going to select this and click on move. Then I'm now going to click on this and I'm going to click on edit boundary and I'm just going to adjust this boundary to this point here and click on finish. Don't attach. Okay, so I think we have something like this. So what I can do for this wall now is to simply click on AL, that is align, AL, escape, AL, select this face here, then select this face. So it's going to be aligned perfectly. So after doing this now, we will need to now create the fence. So the fence is basically, I want it to kind of have a contemporary fence. So what I'm going to be using, I'm going to be using the cutting wall system to create a fence type. So what am I going to do first? All right, so now what we're going to do to create these fences, we're going to go to file, and just like the way we created these trellis panels, we're going to create a fence system using this method. So we're going to go to file, under file, we're going to click on new family. Then we're going to be using the English metric. So we're going to go back, then click on this English metric here. Okay, so now we have selected this. We're now going to scroll down and look for cutting wall, metric cutting wall. So we're just going to go to metric and look for C. There's metric generic, metric duct, metric device data, and metric cutting wall, not panel based by pattern, just metric cutting wall panel. Then I'm going to click on OK. So what we're going to do now is we're going to create a fence unit, and I want this fence unit, each of them to be 150 mm wide. So I'm just going to select this and I'm going to just change this to 75. So because 75 times 2, since these dimensions are equal, 75 times 2 is 150. So I'm now going to leave it at that. Then I'm going to now go to create. I'm now going to go to extrusion. Then I'm just going to draw a line from here up to 75. Click enter and draw it up to 75 here. Then what I'm going to do now is I'm now going to go over to this. I'm just going to bevel these edges here. Then I'm going to impute a value of 15 and 15 here. Okay, so now I'm just going to click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting 5 millimeter, or I'm just going to leave it like this. I'm not offsetting anything yet, or I can just offset, let's say 25 or 10 millimeter. Make sure I check copy. Then I'm going to offset from here, 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 here. Then after doing so, I'm just going to click on escape. Then I'm going to select this whole profile. I'm going to click on mirror, make sure this copy is highlighted, and mirror it to this other side. So after doing this now, I'm now going to simply click on AL, which is align, select this and select this line here, lock it, select this again, select this line, lock it, then select this reference plane, select this line, lock it, select this reference plane again, select this line, lock it, then click on escape. So after doing this, I'm going to click on annotate, I'm going to click on align, then I'm just going to make this dimension here, and after clicking on this dimension, I'm just going to select this and lock this dimension in place. Then I'm going to click on annotate, dimension here to here, click on this dimension, then select this line here, then lock this dimension in place. Okay, so after doing this, we're just going to set the extrusion end to be 900, and we're just going to click on this material. I'm going to right click, duplicate, and I'm just going to call this 00 metal fence trellis. Then I'm just going to click on this icon here. Then I'm going to go to appearance. Then I'm going to go to metal, and I'm going to just click on this aluminum. Click on graphics, choose, click on render appearance, apply, and OK. Then I'm going to click on finish. Then I'm going to go to this exterior elevation. I'm going to drag this up to here. Then I'm just going to click on AL, select this reference plane, select this face here, and lock it in place. Then I'm going to hit Ctrl S, and I'm just going to call this, I'm going to go to the folder where I kept the main file itself. So we're just quickly going to go there, and I'm going to just call this, I'm just going to call this fence trellis or fence unit. Then I'm going to click on save. Then I'm just going to click on load into project, and that. So now after doing this, what we're now going to do is we're now going to go to 3D view and we're going to be drawing this fence unit from 3D. So we are going to, before we draw it, we are going to click on the wall and draw it on top of each wall. So we have this wall is at the natural ground level. So I'm just going to rotate this to the top. Okay, then I'm going to click out. So I know this wall is natural ground level. So I'm going to go to architecture. We're now going to click on wall to create the curtain wall unit for it. I'm going to scroll down and I'm going to look for non-defined. Then I'm going to click on edit type, duplicate, and I'm just going to call this fence unit. Then I'm just going to, let me just add the number 00 fence unit. Okay. Then the first thing I'm going to do is to make sure this is exterior. I'm going to uncheck this automatically embedded. I'm going to click on this and select, scroll down and look for this fence unit here instead of glazed panel. This join condition non-defined, this vertical layout, I'm going to set the vertical layout at fixed distance, and I'm going to be setting it at 225. Then I'm now going to click on this horizontal layout. I'm going to leave the horizontal layout at none, and the vertical munions, I'm going to leave it at none and click on apply and OK. Then I'm going to set a constraint. I'm going to set it from NGL, base constraint NGL, top constraint NGL, offset 1800. Then I'm going to draw a wall from here up to this point. Let's see how it creates. Okay, so it's a maximum of 200 units. So I'm going to click on wall again. I'm now going to draw a wall from here up to, let me just do it in copies of 5 meters. I'm going to draw a wall up to 5 meters and click on escape. So apparently, if you go to 3D view, this didn't create as I wanted it to create. And the main reason is because of this distance. We kind of set the panel. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to edit this thing and I'm going to reload it. I don't want it, I want a gap to be in between. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to click on escape, click on tab, select one of these panels, then click on edit family. So once I'm editing it, I'm now going to go to this reference plane and I'm simply going to click on this, and I'm going to just click on edit extrusion. Then I'm just going to select this profile, click on filter, uncheck these dimensions, leave only the sketch and simply hit copy, then click finish. Then I'm simply going to click on create extrusion. Then I'm going to hit Ctrl V to create another extrusion here. Then I'm just going to click on modify and click finish first. Okay, so I'm going to click on this old one and delete it. So now what I'm going to do now is I'm going to click on this reference plane and I'm going to set it to 112.5. So apparently what I want to do is I want to set this in a way that there is going to be a constant gap between all the panels. Okay, so I'm just going to make this way. Then I'm going to select this. I'm going to click on move and I'm going to click on move and move this from this middle point. I'm going to select this middle point and move this from here to this point. Then I'm going to click on move, select this middle point here and move it to this point. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to click on RP, that is reference plane, and I'm going to draw another reference plane here. I'm also going to click on RP again, and I'm draw another reference plane here. Then I'm going to click on escape, and I'm going to click on annotate. I'm going to click on align. I'm going to dimension here to here. Then I'm going to also dimension here to here to here as well, here to here, and here to here. So if you want a better view for this, I think we can click on this dimension and we can just simply click on edit style and reduce the size to 1 millimeter. Click on apply. Okay. So now we have reduced this dimension here. We're not going to edit it. So I'm just going to delete this one here since we have already dimensioned this for 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to click on this reference plane, click on this dimension, or select this dimension and lock it in place. Select this dimension too, lock it in place. Click on this one and change it to 38 as well. Click on this, change this to 38. Sorry, I'm going to unlock it. Change this to, click on this reference, change this to 38. Then simply click on the dimension and lock it in place too. Okay, so after doing this now, it means these dimensions are going to be fixed in the sense that they are going to be, there's going to be a fixed distance. It's not going to allow this thing to increase. Okay, so after doing this now, I'm now going to go to this elevation now, exterior, and I'm going to click on this, drag it to this point, then lock it in place. So if I drag this top reference plane up and down, it's going to be attached to it. Then I'm just going to click on Ctrl S and I'm going to click on fence unit already exists. Do you want to replace it? Yes. So after doing this, I'm going to click on load into project. Then I'm going to override existing version. Then you are going to see it's going to have those gaps in between. Okay. So I hope you will know how to do this. So now we are going to select this and we're just going to give it, since this wall, if you click on this wall, it has a top offset of 175. We're going to click on this and give it a base offset of 175 as well. So after doing this now, we already have the fence unit. So what we can do is to rotate this to the top and we can simply click on this and lengthen it up to an extent before it tells us it can no more create more units of this. So let me just try and push my lock. Okay, created. And oh no, we're going to cancel this. So I think this the limit is the limit of units you can create is 200 in one cutting wall. So after doing this now, we're just going to continue it. So I'm just going to click on architecture wall. Then I'm just going to be setting the base offset at 175. Then I'm just going to click on this point here and just basically continue what we are doing up to this point here. And I'm going to continue this one up to here. So if you hover around this and change this to a 3D view, you are going to see something like this. And this kind of stuff, if we are using model in place, it's going to be much heavier and it's going to take a lot of time. But see the amount of time we have been able to save by just using this cutting wall style. So we're also going to go back to, okay, we're going to be still using the 3D to be sketching. So we are going to, since this is still on NGL, we're going to use the same format, wall, NGL to NGL 1.8175 as base, then draw from here to this point here, up to this point. Okay, so after doing this now, we're now going to go over to this lower one. So we are going to click on this wall. We're going to see it starts from this basement level and it goes up to pool level, so 175 above pool level. So above this pool level, we're just going to set this constraint right. So I'm going to click on wall and instead of NGL, I'm going to set this at pool level and I'm going to set the offset to pool level. So pool level to pool level 175. So I'm going to start from here. I'm going to draw a wall here up to here and I'm going to draw it up to here. Then I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to go here and I'm going to draw a wall up to this point here. Then I'm going to click on escape. Then this, I'm going to now set this from pool level to NGL 1.8 offset here and I'm going to draw this wall here. So this is a very nice version. So you can see what we have done here. So we see all these fence walls, and I think we have done a very wonderful job here. I think this is very nice. So what we can now do now is, after doing this, we are now going to group each fence. So because in the site plan, when we are kind of doing the drafting work and trying to do a presentable site plan, we won't want this fence is showing. So we're just going to select this fence, this cutting wall, the base wall beneath it, this one too, and this cutting wall here. Then we're just going to click on group by clicking on this icon to create group. So we're going to name this group F1, meaning fence 1, and click on OK. Okay, so when we want to optimize the project, we can just select it easily and hide. So we're just going to select these two cutting walls here, and call this, group this into one group, and call this F2. Then we're going to the back where we have the access to the beach resort. We're going to select this here, select this one, risk retaining one, select here, select this wall here, and also select this wall here. Select this one too, select this one. Then we're just going to click on and call this create group, and we're just going to call this F3. Okay. Then we're going to rotate this over to this side here. Then we're just going to, so I'm also, remember, I told you I'm going to like create a buffer here. So I'm going to like go to this pool level here, and I'm going to draw a fence demarcating this pool area from this public area, just using this metal fence. So I'm going to select this as well, select this, then call this, group this, and call this F4, fence 4. So after doing this, I think this work is now becoming a bit refined. So we are now going to go to this pool level here. Then we're now going to just demarcate, do that demarcation. I'm going to click on architecture wall. Then I'm going to set it from pool level, change this offset to 0 to ground floor or to NGL. Then put a top offset of -600. Okay, -600 is actually too small. So I'm just going to put it to 0, pool level to NGL. So I'm just going to draw this wall here. Then click on this and draw this wall here. Then if you go to 3D view, we're just going to see how the thing created. Okay, so I think we have done a very amazing work. So now another very important thing we haven't done yet, we need to put some parking. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to go to massing and site. I'm going to click on parking components. I'm going to click on edit type. Then I'm going to edit the size of this parking, the parking length to 5 meters and the parking width to 2.5 meters. Then I'm going to click on OK. So I'm just going to hover around this plane here and place this here. Okay, so it's not showing. So what I'm going to do is to, I'm going to click on host and set host to natural ground level and just place this here. Then click on escape. So I'm going to select this. I'm going to go to this NGL here. You see, this our NGL is already very complete. So if you want to now do some more advanced stuff, you can just click on hide and hide all the fences. Then we're still going to get to that once we start the presentation preparation. So we're going to select this. We're going to click on rotate, and now we're just going to rotate this by 180. So I'm just going to click on any point and impute 180. So that's how I'll just rotate it totally. So I'm going to drag it here. I'm going to click on move. I'm going to move this to this point here. Then I'm going to click on copy, and I'm going to be copying it 25, 25, 25. Then I'm just going to select this parking. I'm going to click on mirror. I'm going to pick this curve here and mirror it by 45 degrees. Then drag it, click on move, and move this to this point here. Then click on copy and copy this from this point up to here. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 parking lots, and I think it's okay. And I think the parking doesn't affect the circulation on the site. We have a grand entrance here. We have the good walkways going around the site. We have the pool area. We have the kind of barricade here. And I think this is a nice design, if you ask me. And I think it came out very well. Okay, so now we are now going to go next into the presentation phase. So in this phase, we are going to be working on each of the plans and preparing a sheet for presentation, preparing the views for the presentation and just placing it. So we're now going to see the end result of all the work we have done so far. Now, the first thing in presentation to do is to create your sheets. So we are going to go over to this sheet here. We're going to click on this plus icon. So by default, if you open a new Revit file, it comes with some sheets, but I'm going to select the first one, hold shift and select the last one, then simply click on delete. We don't need those sheets. So what we're going to do is we're going to create our own default sheet and we're going to set it at the size we want. So to do that, we're going to click on file, we're going to click on new, we're going to click on family. Then since I'm using the metric system, I'm going to click on this and just click on English metric, that is English. Then we're going to see a folder called title block. Then depending on the sheet size we want to create, we're going to select any of these. In this case, I want to create an A3 landscape sheet. So I'm just going to click on it and click on OK. So this is the plain A3 sheet. So what we can do is to now add things like a borderline and maybe a little panel information. So we're going to click on lines. I'm going to click on this and change this to wide lines. Then I'm going to click on this rectangle tool. Then I'm going to put an offset of -5. Okay, then I'm going to pick this point here and pick this end. So currently the setting TL is set on. So if I click on TL to turn on the thick lines, the line thickness, we're going to see the thickness of this panel line. So I'm going to click on escape. So the next thing I'm going to be doing is I'm going to create a kind of pseudo panel. So I'm just going to click on offset and I'm going to be offsetting 10 millimeter from this point here and click on offset. Then I'm going to go to annotate, modify, create line work. Then I'm just going to hover around this till this is now 10 centimeters. Then I'm going to draw a line here, because the sheets are automatically the metric sheets are automatically in centimeters. So I think, yeah, in millimeters, sorry. So we're going to put 10 millimeters from here. So that is 10 millimeters, 100 millimeters here, 100 millimeters from that side. So, or 10 centimeters. So I'm going to click on split and I'm just going to split here and split here. Then I'm going to click on trim, or I'm just going to trim the up one. I'm not going to trim this one. So what I'm going to do now is I'm now going to click on offset again, and I'm going to be offsetting 50 or 60 millimeter. So I'm going to offset it from this side here. Then I'm going to hover and offset it from this side. So after doing this, what I'm now going to do now is to click on create. Then I'm going to click on text. So I'm now going to click on edit type, duplicate, and I'm just going to call this 00 main as per main text and click on OK. Right, so another part of the video that got caught up in a recording error. So I'm just going to cover the part of the video that was corrupted. So basically, the part of the video that was corrupted was the adding of labels and adding of text in your creation of your title panels. So what we are going to do is we're first going to create the titles. Okay, so we're going to click on create and just click on text. So what we're now going to do is we're just going to click on this text and edit it, and we can change the properties. So in this case, I made it the text font Bebas Noah and the text size 4. So I'm going to click OK, and I'm just going to call this, give it sheet name. Okay, so it's going to be the name of our sheet. Then we're now going to click on copy and just copy from this point, this text from this point to this other point, and rename it and change the name to sheet number. Okay, so after giving it this name, we're now going to now do what they call creating labels. So the thing about labels, the difference between labels and text is that labels can actually change if you change the number of the sheet. So there are variables that can change. So if we change the name of the sheet or we create new sheets with different numbers, it's going to change in the label. So we don't need to go back and edit this title panel again. So we're going to click on create and we're going to click on label. So after clicking on label, we're going to click on this drop down and select this label text. If you don't have one, you can just edit type, duplicate, name it 00 main. Then you can just give it a similar font style to the one we gave for the normal text. Then click on OK. Then we're just going to click on at any point and this table is going to come out. So this table is going to give you the opportunity of which parameter of the label you want to set. So we're going to, this is the sheet name we want to start with. So we're going to scroll down and look for sheet name, then click on this green arrow here, then click on OK. So it's going to create that variable here. So you're going to see its sheet name here. So we're also going to do the same thing here. We're going to go to create. We're going to click on label. Then we're just going to click on any point, make sure it's set as 00 main. Then for this one, we're going to be looking for the sheet number. We're going to click on this green icon, leave the sample value as A101, click on apply, OK. Then we have our sheet number. Then after that, we can just simply load into the project and we can just click on, do you want to save changes to title panel? You can click on no, you can click on yes. We can click on yes to override it. Then we're just going to override the title panel. So you're going to see it's going to be loaded into the project. So this, like I told you, there was an error in the recording. So this is way after I finished this project. So I just had to record this to cover up the part that was that the technical error corrupted. New sheet, title panel, right click, rename, and we're going to just hover around this and change the name to first floor plan. Okay. right click, new sheet. Okay. Hover around this one, right click, rename, and call this second floor plan. And click on OK. Click on this sheet, right click, new sheet. Click on OK. Right click, rename, change this sheet name to roof plan. And click on OK. Right click, new sheet. Click on this. Right click on this. Click on rename, change this name to section. Click on OK. Then click on sheet, right click on new sheet again. Change this to, click on OK. Right click here, click on rename, and change this to 3D view 1. Click on OK. Right click on new sheet, title panel, right click on rename. This will now be 3D view 2. Then I'm going to click on OK. So we have 9 sheets here. That is a lot of work to do. So we are going to work on each of them. So the first thing I'm going to do is to go to this site plan. I'm now going to right click this site here, click on duplicate view, duplicate with detailing. Then right click here, click on rename, and call this 00 site plan. Then I'm also going to right click, duplicate view, duplicate with detailing, and I'm going to call this rename. Then I'm going to call this 00 roof plan. We're still going to get back to it later and why I'm using the site for roof. So after doing that, we're now going to go back to this site. So the first thing we're going to do is then something we did earlier in the project, we're going to bring it back up, which is the through knot. Okay, so we're going to go over to this properties panel, and we're going to change this from project knot. Okay, before we change it from project knot, we're going to annotate the no. Okay, we're going to change it to through knot now. So the knot arrow is going to be facing upward. So once we click on through knot now, remember I went to this orientation and changed it. If you are following the video, you are going to see that I actually displayed or showed how to create this project knot. So this is the actual through knot of this project. So the knot is facing upwards now. So after doing this, we're going to click on file and we're going to open our template file. So I'm just going to click on file and click on this Revit mini, and it's going to open the template file. Then we're just going to click on OK. So what we're going to do now is we're just going to go to the site of this project file, or we're going to go to this sheet here, and we're going to be going to this sheet named site plan in the template file. So I'm going to click on this knot arrow. I'm going to click on copy to clipboard. Then I'm going to go back to this our project. I can just go to any of the sheets. Then I'm going to go to this our site plan sheet first. Then I'm going to hit Ctrl V and paste this knot here. So what we're now going to do, we're now going to go back to this site plan. Then we're going to first click on this scale and change it to scale 1:200. Then we're going to now hide some things in view. So I'm going to left click and select this whole elevation view point here. Let me try and do it again. So I'm just going to left click and select, since this topo solid is selected, I'm just going to click on hide crop region, or show crop region, sorry. Let me just click on this and click on show crop region. So apparently I will have to select so I'm just going to left click and select here everything here. Then I'm going to click on filter and I'm going to just uncheck this topo solid. Click OK. Then I'm going to right click and click on hide in view by category. So after doing that, I'm also going to select this grids here. Right click on any of them, right click, hide in view by category. Then hide everything in view. Then I'm going to select this text here and I'm going to just delete this text. We don't need it again now. So after doing this now, I'm also going to click on this line and delete this line too. The only lines I'm going to remove are these lines indicating the ramp here. So I can click on these lines here, delete, and try and delete this one too. Okay, so I can just leave these lines here. So what we're going to do now is we're now going to click on this view style and we're going to change it to shaded. Sorry, hidden line. So after doing this now, we're now going to click on some things and hide it in view by element. So what we're going to do now is we're just going to go and let's say we are going to, I think this staircase is essential and this entrance steps. So I'm just going to select this. I'm going to right click and I'm going to click hide in view by element. Select these two railings here, right click, hide in view by element. So after doing this now, we're now going to map out the footprint. So footprint basically means where the building is. So the footprint is going to encompass both the walls and the floors. Okay. So what we're now going to do is we're now going to go to annotate. We're going to go to region. We're going to go to field region. Then I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to be looking for this diagonal down. Then I'm going to click on this line and I'm going to be selecting this 0.8 line. If you have transferred, if you are using, if you transfer the template from the template file, you should have this thickness of line. So I'm just going to draw from here to this point. If we want more accuracy, we can click on TL to turn off the thick lines. So it's only 10 lines will be seen. Then we're just going to follow this part of this project here. Go here and just carefully follow the project edges accurately. So we are going to be following the external points of the wall. So things like this entrance step, we're just going to leave it outside the footprint. Here, here, here too. Here, 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 here. So at this point, if you're having problem with the graphics, by now you know how to edit the graphics parameter. So after we have drawn the profile over this, we're also going to draw the profile indicating this security point here, because this is another building on site, even though it's a mini one. Then we're going to cover this pool shower area here. So after doing this, we can now click on finish. So what we're now going to do is we're going to click on this. Since the building, the orientation of this project is already slanted, this diagonal down graphics is kind of looking like is a horizontal graphic. So we're going to select this. We're now going to click on edit. We're going to click on this diagonal down and click on, we're just basically going to change it to something straight that is moving downwards. So I'm going to scroll till I see something I could use. So I'm just going to be using this glass cut and I'm going to click on duplicate and call this footprint or building, BLDG footprint. Then I'm going to click on OK. So another thing I could do is to just click on edit and I could change the line angle to 90 degrees. So it's going to be going downwards and click on OK. Then I'm going to click on apply and you're going to see something like this. So another thing is, if you notice these lines are kind of too compacted. So I'm going to select it, click on edit, click on this building footprint, click on this edit and increase the line spacing to 3 millimeter. Click on OK, OK, apply, OK. So I think this is much better now. So if we click off this, I hope you got it. So what I did was to click on this, click on edit type, click on edit, select this footprint, click on this edit, then change this line spacing to 3 millimeter, just like I'm doing again. Click on OK, apply, OK, and click on finish. So after doing this now, if you want to see the graphics better, we can click. Another thing I'm going to be doing, if you notice there are still some lines here, so I'm just going to click on it and delete it. Even though these lines were very useful during the drafting stage, they are useless now, so I can delete them. Anyone I notice. So I'm going to turn on the thick lines again. I'm just going to click on TL and you're going to be able to see the graphics better. So this is going to, I'm going to click on trim and trim this here. Trim single element, trim this here. Delete this line here. So now, after doing this now, the next thing we're going to do is we're now going to annotate the height before we go into the graphics. So to annotate the height, we're just simply going to go to annotate. We're now going to click on spot elevation. Then this spot elevation is going to show the height of the levels in millimeter. So we're just going to create one height here. We're going to create another one here. So you can see the height of each part of this project. So we're just going to be placing them here. This is the pool area. So this is the pool. I think we need to place one here as well. I think we need to indicate these entrance steps. Even this one is more architectural than more of the floor plan than the site plan. But anyways, I'm just going to hit Ctrl Z. I don't think this is necessary in this view. So now after doing this now, we're now going to select each of these walls. Remember that we grouped them into groups. So the reason why I group them, the main reason is, apart from the whole optimization, is to be able to easily hide them when I need to. And in this site plan, we are going to hide them. I'm going to click hide in view by element. So after doing this now, we're now going to use a line called the site lines. So what we're going to do is we're going to select this. We're going to click on edit sketch. Then we're just going to edit these property lines. Or instead of using the property line, I'm just going to click finish. I'm going to leave the property line. So I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to click on detail line. Then I'm just going to go to drop down and I'm going to click on this site line. So I'm going to start from this point here and just mark out the main site to this point. So you can see this site line is thicker and it has a different color indicating the site clearly. I'm going to pick this point here. I'm also going to pick this point here, pick this point here, pick here, pick here, and pick here, and draw a line here. Okay, so before we move any further, we need to do something very, very important, and that thing is to place this view on site. So we're still going to, before we do that, let's just quickly select this, right click, hide in view by category. So we're going to hide this scope box. Another thing we're going to do is to select this outdoor, this terrain, that is the site context, hold control, select all of them, that is including this paved area, right click, override graphics in view by elements. Then we're just going to check this half tone up and click on OK, because this is a minor aspect of this site plan. So we're going to click on this view range and just crop it a bit, because we don't need to be showing too much, so it will enter the sheet perfectly. Then we're now going to go over to this site plan here, and we're going to go over to this site plan view and click on this and just left click, hold and drag it and place this here. So you can even see, despite the scale, this is still too big for this site. So we're going to reduce the scale once more. This time we're going to click on custom, and we're going to be using scale 1:250 and click OK. Okay, even though this is not considered an architectural scale, I think we'll just still have to use it as a balance scale. So I'm going to double click on this, click on this crop region and just crop it a little bit more, just enough not to enter, cut into the site. Then what I'm going to do now is I'm going to hover around this and click on this hide crop region, so the crop region won't be visible. Okay, so now that is done, we're now going to annotate these sites now before doing the graphics work. So I'm going to be annotating the pool, annotating this smaller building. So I'm first going to start with a big text. So I'm going to click on this and I'm just going to write edit type, duplicate, and I'm going to just call this 00 site plan big. Then I'm going to click on OK. So I'm just going to, this Bebas Nowhere 9, I'm going to leave it at 9 and click on OK. Then I'm going to click on this and call this main building. Okay, so after texting this one, I'm now going to click on edit, duplicate, and I'm going to call this site plan small. So I'm going to be reducing the text font by like half the size. I'm going to change this to 4, click OK. Then I'm going to click on this and call this security post. I'm going to call this parking space. I'm going to call this shower or pool shower. I'm going to call this pool. What am I going to call this? I'm going to call this beach access. Okay, I'm going to call this entrance or site access. Then I'm going to click on escape to stop. So now we have annotated this. We're now going to do some more graphics work. Okay, so now what we're going to do now is we're just going to click on tab, try and select the green area. And after selecting this green area, we're going to click on tab and try to select the other ones manually as well. Hold control, select the other ones. Then I'm also going to click on tab to try and select this last one. Okay, I'm going to click on filter and remove these walls, uncheck the walls. Click on tab till I get the floor itself. I'm also going to select, this is also a green area if we remember. Hold control, select this. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to use right click, override graphics in view by element. Then I'm just going to click on foreground pattern. I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to change this to, or click on these 3 dots and I'm going to look for sand. Then I'm going to select this sand dense. I'm going to click on the color. I'm going to select, drag it to this dark side of this green. Make it a very unsaturated green and make it very dark. Click on OK. Then click on this background pattern. Click on solid fill, but click on color and make it very light and make it towards green. Just a very light green hue and click on OK. Click on appearance and then click on OK. Then you get something like this. Then for this asphalt road, I'm going to click on this line, delete this line. Like I said, I'm not really interested in many of these lines we created before, so I'm going to be deleting the thing. I'm just going to be leaving the essential ones like these ramp lines. Click on this delete, so we'll not be confused. I'm going to select this asphalt road material. I'm going to right click, override graphics in view by element, and I'm going to click on this by material. I'm going to select this solid fill, click on this and change it to very light gray. just gray but not too dark, and click on OK, apply, OK. Then we have our asphalt road. So we're going to click on tab, select this material here. Let me click on this line and delete. Click on tab, select this paved area. We're going to right click, override graphics in view by elements. Then I'm just going to click on this drop down, and I'm going to click on these three dots here. Then I'm just going to be looking for a material I can use to mimic paving. So I'm just going to select this crosshatch, click on OK. Then I'm going to click on this color, and I'm going to drag it towards brown, or very dark brown. Then I'm going to make it light, just a bit, and click on OK, apply, and OK. Then we have something like this, even though I would have preferred a better graphic. So I'm also going to select this, and I'm going to click on right click, override graphics in view by elements, and do the same thing. Okay, let me just hit Ctrl Z and undo the first two. Select this, hold Ctrl, select this as well, right click, override graphics in view by element, click on this drop down and select this crosshatch, click on by material, brown, and make it lighter brown, click on apply, OK, OK. Then we're now going to select this pool paving, or this material of this pool. We're going to select it, the tiles around the pool. And I'm just going to right click, override graphics in view by element. Then I'm just going to click on this drop down, and I'm going to be using this, since I wanted a wood look alike, this shingle. Click on this and just make this gray. Click on apply and click on OK. So after doing this, we're now going to edit this pool here. We're going to select these lines, click on delete. Since the bottom of the pool is not something we'll be seeing from this view, we're going to select this model in place. Let me just delete these lines here. Click on tab, select this, delete this line too. Click on tab, select this model in place we did. Right click, override graphics in view by elements. I don't think this will work, but change it to solid fill, then change it to blue, but very light blue, and click on apply. Okay. So apparently it worked. So we have the graphics of this area fully set. So now we are now going to do some annotations and just add to indicate the gate basically. So I'm going to go to field region drop down, this region drop down, click on max region. It's asking us to save. So I'm still going to save after this. I'm going to click on this line and change it to thin lines, or I'm going to click on it and change it to invisible lines. Then I'm going to draw a line from here up to 600. Then I'm going to draw a line from this point to this point. I think this is 5.7. Then I'm now going to draw a line to the middle here. Then I'm going to click on trim and trim this here. Click on escape. Then I'm going to select these two lines. Click on mirror, pick this middle point. Then select this line in the middle and delete it. Then click on finish. So I'm now going to select this triangle. Click on mirror, draw a line perpendicular to it and just mirror it. So I can now click on this line here and delete it. So we have our access, site access here. Okay, so now after this, we're now going to do the overall graphic setting, which is just going to kind of like pimp this thing up a bit. So we're now going to hit GD, which is graphics display. I'm going to click on this smooth line with anti-aliasing. Going to click on shadow, cast shadow, show ambient shadow. I'm going to click on lighting, increase the lighting, increase the ambient light, reduce the shadows to 5. I'm going to click on insertion lighting and change this from lighting to lighting to lighting. Then I'm going to change it to lighting top from top left and click on apply. Click on OK, apply, OK. Then you have our site plan here. So we can see the building footprint, we can see the parking space, and you can just see the things indicated. And I like the way it's looking now. So we're just going to double click outside the site to be able to access this, because we have been editing this site plan within this view. And the way to edit it is to just hover around the view and double click it. If you couldn't do it earlier, then we will double click outside to reverse it. So this site came with its own name, which is redundant. So we're going to select this. We're going to go to this properties panel, click on this drop down and change it to no title. Okay. So now we have placed the site plan. We have finished working on the site plan. We're going to go to the basement floor plan. So we're now going to go to this basement level here. Double click on it. Then the first thing we're going to do is to delete this image. We don't need it anymore. Then what we're now going to do is I'm just going to select everything in this view now. I'm going to click on filter, click on check none, and just check these lines here. Click on OK. Then I'm just going to delete these lines. We don't need the lines anymore. So after doing this parking space was a mistake. We can delete it. I'm going to select this remaining site element here, like this pool and this one here, and this staircase. Right click, hide in view by element. Select this as well. Right click, hide in view by element. Then I'm going to click on this section line. I'm going to click on this zigzag in the middle to kind of break it from interfering with this floor plan. So basically, we don't have much components to place in this basement. But what we can do just to improve this graphically is to just place maybe a car, 2 car components, indicating that this is a basement to accommodate cars. But before we do that, let's just quickly tweak some things graphically and set a standard template for our floor plan. So I'm going to click on this. I'm going to just click on this to displace this grid line so it will not be too clustered. Then I'm going to select one grid, right click, override graphics in view by category, and I'm now going to halftone all the grid lines. So after doing this, I'm going to click on GD, which is graphics display. I'm going to click on this smooth line with anti-aliasing, and I think that is all I'm going to do. I don't want to turn on shadows for this floor plan, but I can do so. I can just click on shadow, cast shadow, show ambient light, click on lighting, increase the sun, increase the ambient light, and reduce the shadows to 3. Click on insertion lighting and change this to right sunlight from top to left. Click on OK. You can change the shadows to 5 instead. Click on apply and click on OK. So after doing this now, we're now going to go over to this properties panel. Then we're now going to click on this color scheme, click on this none, click on this drop down and change this to rooms. Then after we change this to rooms, we're going to select by room name, double click on this name. Make sure we check this by value and click on apply and click on OK. So it's going to give the different rooms colors so it can be easily denoted graphically. So we're just going to try and load in a light car. So for this, I'm going to open Blocks plugin. So if you haven't downloaded Blocks plugin, go to the link in the description below because we're going to be using it very well now because we will need some components from it in working on this floor plan. So I'm just going to go to I'm just going to go to add-ons. If you have installed block plugin, just go to add-ons and click on blocks. So it's going to require you to log in. So I'm just going to log in and I'm going to basically drag this box, this panel very well. So I'm just going to look for cars and click on enter. Okay, so we have this Chevrolet here. Or let me just look for vehicle. I think vehicle is a better search. Okay, so we have some vehicles here, but I think I'm just going to go with that Chevrolet. So I'm just going to look for cars instead. So now we're going to click on this Chevrolet and it's going to upload the model. So once it has uploaded, we're now going to click place car on plane, place on plane here. Then we're just going to click on this. I think the steering is here, so we can click on space to face it forward. So we're just going to place one here. Click on escape, select this. We can close this blocks plugin for now. Select this, click on copy and copy it by 2.8 meter. So we have 2 cars comfortably parked here. So another thing I like doing graphically is I like half-toning the component. So the component is going to be a minor part of the drawing. So I'm going to select these components, right click, override graphics in view by category. Then I'm going to turn on this half-tone and click on OK. So the cars are kind of grayed out, so it's not a major graphical character. So I think the wall setting is nice. So what we're now going to do is we're now going to save this template. We're now going to click on view. We're going to click on view template, click on create, and I'm going to call this 000 press plan. That is shortcut for presentation plan. And I'm going to click on OK. So we're just going to see it in our templates in our view folder and click on OK. So we have our basement floor ready now. Okay, so what we can now do in this basement floor is to further indicate things graphically is we're going to go over to this underlay, click on this drop down and select the NGL. So what we're now going to do is we're basically going to kind of use dotted line to kind of highlight the main footprint of the building. So I'm going to go to annotate detail line, click on this drop down and select this overhead line. Then I'm going to draw a line from here up to this point, up to here. If you notice, I'm not including these balconies. Up to here, just following the main footprint of the building. And then after doing this, I'm going to click on this and I'm going to change this underlay back to none. So this is just kind of indicating the footprint of the building above the basement. So we're now going to go to this basement floor plan and we're going to drag this basement. So normally our advice is better you place the floor plan before working on it. So you can see that this floor plan is too big for this sheet. So we're going to click on this scale and we're going to click on custom and change the scale to 1:125. Okay, so this is a smaller scale and I think it can enter this project. So I'm just going to drag it inside here and I think it enters. So one thing we have to have in mind is if we're using any scale on the floor plan, we're going to use it for all the floor plans. So I'm just going to click on this and drag it here. So after dragging it into this, I can click on this drop down and change this to no title. Then I'm just going to double click and do one final thing for this floor plan. I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to click on color field legend and I'm just going to place a color field legend here. So now this color field legend, the text are too big. So I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on edit. I'm going to click on show title. I'm going to click on this text font and change it to Bebas Newer. I'm going to click on this size and change it to 3. I'm going to change this title font to Bebas Newer as well. I'm now going to change this size to 5 and make it bold. I'm going to click on apply and OK. Then I'm just going to drag this here. So we have this room legend. You can now see the colors corresponding with what we have on the floor plan. Then I'm going to double click outside this view, click on this view and just move this with my keypad on my laptop. So we have our floor plan ready. So we're now going to go to this ground floor here. The first thing we're going to do is to go to DPC or ground floor, sorry, and left click and drag it to this view. So after doing this, we need to update this. So I'm going to go back to this basement floor, double click on it since the scale and a lot has changed. I'm going to click on view template, click on this view template, create, and I'm going to name it 000 exactly perfectly as I named it before. Press plan. So the reason why I'm naming it exactly how I named it before is for it to override the former template we saved. And I'm going to click OK. Yes, save view template name press plan already. Do you want to replace it? Yes, I want to replace it. And click OK. So I've replaced it now. So we're now going to go to this floor plan here. This sheet floor plan we drag into this sheet. Obviously it's too big. So what we're going to do now is we're just going to double click on this, click on view template, apply, and we're going to select this press plan and click on OK. Then after doing this, we're now going to hide some things and we're going to turn off this underlay. We're going to click on this underlay and turn it off first. We're still going to need it later. Then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to click on this show crop region here. Then I'm going to click on this and crop this here. So there's one thing about ground floor plans. In as much as it's not a site plan, you are supposed to see like a little bit of context of the site, even though it will be grayed out. So I'm just going to crop this up to this extent. Then I'm just going to left click from here, and select all these site components here. Left click here as well. Select this, then hold Control, select this as well. Then I'm going to click on filter. I'm going to uncheck this property line. Uncheck these walls. Okay, leave the walls checked on and click on OK. Then I'm going to right click, override graphics in view by element. Wait, let me hit Ctrl Z. Let me do it again. I'm going to select this as well. Select this, hold Control, select this. Then I'm going to click on filter. I'm going to uncheck these property lines, click on OK. I'm going to right click, override graphics in view by element. Then I'm going to check this halftone and click OK. I also mistakenly didn't select this one, so I'm just going to do it for this wall too. So this just kind of shows that this is the context. Okay, so I'm going to right click, override graphics in view by element, then halftone. Then I'm going to crop this a bit more, so it's going to enter. Then I'm going to go over here and click on hide crop region. Then I'm going to double click. Okay, click on finish. Then I'm going to double click outside this view, click on this drop down and change it to no title. Then I'm going to try and drag it to this sheet and centralize it and move it to one side. Then after doing this, I'm going to double click on this view. I'm going to go to annotate and I'm now going to go to the color field legend and I'm just going to place this here. So this is going to show the color field legend of this space. So I'm now going to, the next thing we're going to do is to be placing components now. And to make things faster, we're going to copy components from this template file. So I'm going to go to file. I'm going to open the template file since it's already open. We're now going to go to the presentation plan of this template file. Then we're going to be copying some things. So the first thing I'm going to select is I'm going to select this chair, hold Control, this table and this chair. I'm going to also go here, select this shower head, this sink head, this wall too, hosting this sink head. I can select this dining and this chair too. I'm going to select this Viper couch, select this sofas, select this TV here, or this entertainment console, select this center table, select this big dining, select this bed, very important, select this rug, select this plasma TV, select this WC, this wall, and we already have the shower head, we already have this one, select this kitchen cabinet and select this sink and this cooker. Then I'm just going to click on copy to clipboard. Then I'm just going to go to file and I'm going to open the luxury mansion again, and we're going to, so what we're going to do first is we're just going to hover around and go to this site overall. Then I'm just going to click on do not crop. After I click on do not crop, it's going to show the whole full context of what we modeled, which so far this is a really epic work. So I'm going to hit Ctrl V and I'm just going to click on OK. So once I click on OK, what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste all these things I copied somewhere outside the site. So the reason why I pasted this here is because of basically I want to actually place this in a place that is not going to interfere with the work. So I can now select everything I placed and click on delete. Okay, so I hope everything pasted, even though I didn't see everything, but let's check it out. So I'm going to go back to this ground floor there. Remember that this ground floor we pasted in this sheet. Even if we go to this ground floor on the project itself, if we are working on it, it's still going to be reflecting on what we have on the sheet. Okay, so don't be afraid. So I'm going to go to architecture, click on this component, click on this drop down. Then you can see that all these things we copied are already in the inventory. So we're going to start with this entertainment center, and we're going to place the entertainment center for this private lounge here. Somewhere around the center of this wall, we're going to place an entertainment center. This is circulation, so I'm kind of skeptical of putting a television here, but I'll still put, but not an entertainment center. I'm going to place another entertainment center here in this main lounge. Then I think this bedroom is big enough to have an entertainment center. Then since it's a luxury bedroom, I'm going to place one here. So after the entertainment center, we're going to click on this and I'm going to search for rugs, RUG. Then we're going to click on this rug and we're going to place it where just along where the TV line is, so we can now arrange chairs around it. So these are very big lounges, so I'm still going to increase the size of this rug here. So I'm going to place another one here. So after that, we're going to click on this drop down and I'm going to place some king size beds. So I'm just going to click on this regular bed, click on edit type, and I'm going to edit the value to be king size. So I think the length and width is 1.86 foot. So I think this is a king size bed. Even though for the master bed, I'll probably use a 7 foot by 7 foot bed. So I'm going to place this here. So you can see how big these spaces are. All these things we created are kind of looking miniature here. So now we're going to click on this drop down and we're going to just select, we're going to be selecting the dining, or let me just search for table. And we're going to bring this 6 by 6 table. So this dining is very small. So I'm going to click on this and I'm going to try and edit this size. So I'm going to select this. I'm going to click on edit type and I'm going to set the length to 4.5 meter and the width to 1.8 meter. I'm going to set this as apply. Okay. So this is 3 chairs. So what we can do now is to make this dining kind of, let's try and make it, let's say a 20-seater dining. So I'm just going to click on edit and I'm going to increase the length of this dining to be 6 meter. Let's just assume this is a 6 meter long dining table, which kind of just fits this space. I'm going to click on edit family. Then, okay, first I'm going to load it back into project and see whether there is an option to increase the number of tables. So I'm going to click on this and I'm just going to click on edit type. So it's important in all these components, you just check for if there's an option to duplicate the number of tables here. So I think there is not, so I'm just going to click on edit type. Then I'm just going to rotate this to the top. Then I'm going to select these 2 tables here. I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to pick this point here and just copy it to this point. Copy it to this point. Copy it to this point. Then I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to select these 2 here. Going to click on copy. Pick this middle here. Copy it to here. 1, 2, 3. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this is a 20-seater dining. So I'm going to click on load into project. Click on no. Then override graphics in view by distance. So we have a 20-seater dining here, fitting of this luxury here. So what we're going to do now is we're going to click on these 2 rugs here. And we're going to increase the width to 4.5 meter and change the depth to 3 meter. So it's a bigger table. So now we're going to create a cabinet for this kitchen. We're still going to give allowances for sinks and allows for maybe 2 cookers. So I'm going to go to architecture, components, model in place. I'm going to click on casework, extrusion, click on OK. Then I'm going to click on this extrusion here, change this to 900 millimeter, click on this material, and if we look for kitchen cabinet, we are supposed to see it because we created something like that. We brought in something like that. So I'm just going to click on kitchen. Then we are going to see kitchen cabinet, click OK. So it was from that thing we copied. So I'm going to draw a line from here up to this point here, up to this point here. So it's kind of a U-shaped kitchen. Then I'm going to click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting 600 millimeter from each side. Then I'm going to close this here, close this here. So I'm going to click on trim. So for all the parts that is going to have a gas cooker, we're just going to find a way to draw a line. I'm going to draw a line from here to here, and also draw a line from here to here. We are still going to delete these lines. They are just reference lines. Then draw a line from the middle, draw a line from the middle. Then click on offset and offset a value of 300 millimeter from each side. Then we're going to delete this middle wall and this one. Hold Ctrl, select both of them and delete. Delete this one and this one. Delete. So I'm going to click on split. I'm going to split here, split here, split here as well. I'm going to click on trim and trim this here, trim this here as well, trim this as well, and click on finish. Then after doing this, we're just going to click finish again. So I'm just going to select this. I'm going to right click, override graphics in view by element. Oh, sorry, I did hide in view. So I'm just going to select this. I'm going to click on edit type, or sorry, edit in place. I'm going to select this again, click on this material, and I'm going to change it to that kitchen cabinet. No wonder it wasn't appearing gray. So I'm going to select this, my kitchen cabinet, okay, and click on finish. So it's going to appear as this dark band round. So I'm going to go to architecture, click on component now, click on this and search for cooker, gas cooker. So I'm going to place this gas cooker here, one, and I'm going to place the second one here. So now I'm now going to click on component, and I'm going to look for sink. Then I'm going to place this sink kitchen, and I'm going to place one here. I'm just going to place these sinks close to window. I'm going to hit Ctrl Z. Then I'm going to put an elevation from this sink to 700. Then I'm going to place one sink here. I'm going to click on space and then place another one here. So 2 sinks beside this window. Okay. So what we're now going to do now is we're just going to just place some basic components, even though, because if we want to settle down and place all the components for this, it's going to take a lot of time. So we're going to click on components, click on this drop down, and we're going to be looking for the, let's just type LUG, and we're going to select this Luga couch. I'm going to place one here, 3 seaters here, another 3 seater here, and another 3 seater here. I'm going to kind of do the same arrangement here, a 3 seater here, another 3 seater here, and a 3 seater here. Okay, so after doing this now, I'm now going to click on this drop down, and I'm going to be looking for a center table. So for this, I'm going to click on add-ons and click on escape, click on blocks. Then I'm just going to drag this open a bit, this blocks panel a bit, so I can at least see a bit. Then I'm going to search for tables. So I just want to look for a good center table here. Let me just search table. So what I'm going to do is, I think this one kind of fits. So I'm just going to select this one, and it's going to download. So once it's downloaded, I'm going to click on space and just place this in the middle here. Go over here too and place this center table here. Click on escape. Then what I can do now is now to place this Viper chair. Go to architecture, click on component, click on this drop down and look for this Viper chair here. Then I'm going to go to these corners, click on space once I hover around the corner, then place this Viper couch here and here. The same thing with this place here, here, and here. So the reason why I just left this space here is just to give possibility for a bar. So what I can now do now is to click on search and look for BAR in this blocks plugin, a bar. So I'm just going to look for any nice components, or I can just search. Okay, so look at this. I think this is a bar table. So I can just click on this and I can download this. So I'm just going to click on space and I'm going to place this here. But I still feel I can just, let me just look for winery. Let me just spell it well. So I think I can place this metal wine cupboard here. I just want to kind of design a mini bar here. Place 2 here. Organize this bar table to be here. Click on copy, select this and copy it here. Then I can now look for bar stools and click on enter. Then I think blocks have some nice options. So we're just going to select, I like this one. Going to click on space and going to just place one here. Then click on escape. So I can just select this, click on copy and copy this in spaces of 800. Then I can select this one, click on mirror and just mirror it to this other side as maybe the pattern. So we have a bar in this main launch. So we can also add some size too. So these size too are actually important. So we can just go to architecture. I think we have that in components. Click on this drop down and look for table. So you can see how blocks plugin can be so useful. You can see I just got the components I needed for this. We're going to use this coffee table. Place this here. Place this here. Place this here as well. And place this here. Okay. So we have the main lounge, we have this dining set, we have the kitchen set and this bedroom. So we're just going to click on this and look for this rug. So we're going to be placing a rug in the bedroom. Then we're just going to select this and click on copy and just copy this size 2 to this place here. Then what we can do is to just drag this out a bit. Click on this rug and drag it. Then select this viper chair, click on copy and copy one to this guest bedroom. So it's a fitting luxury bedroom. So we're also going to click on this architecture component and select this Luga couch. Let me just search LUG. Then I'm going to select these 3 Lugas too. Then I'm going to click on space, place one here and place another one here. So it's like a waiting foyer. I'm going to place a coffee table here, each in front of this. Then I'm going to click on this and look for this plasma little TV. Click on space and place this here. So we have this space kind of set out. We have the foyer, the dining, the kitchen, the pantry, the laundry, and this space. And I think this is making sense. So now the final thing in this floor plan is the toilets. Very important. So another thing we're going to do is to kind of click on this edit view range. And we're going to hover around this and look for view range here. We're going to click on edit, and remember we're going to make the view range 1.8 meter. The reason why is because we have some windows that are as high as that, so that is very important. So after doing this now, we're now going to place the toilet fixtures. So I'm going to click on component first. Let me save this. I've not saved this in a while. All right, so we're just going to click on this drop down now, and we're going to start from WC. We're just going to search for WC. So we're going to be using this 00 white, that is the WC, is from the template file. So we're going to design this toilet. So the thing, once you're designing toilet, you need to already have a rough idea of where everything is going to be. So personally, I want the shower to encompass this whole place. I want the WC to be around here. So all the pipes are going to pass through this wall. So the shower head is also going to be on this wall, and the sink is going to be here. So we're still going to place that. But before we do that, we're just going to place this WC. Since for this one, we only need a single WC here and another one here. Then we're going to click on this drop down, and I'm going to be looking for sinks. That is the next thing I'm going to place. Then I'm going to select this sink head here. Then I'm going to place a sink here and another sink here. Okay, personally for a residence, I don't believe in. I'm still going to place a cabinet here and a bigger sink here. Okay, so I'm still going to do that. So I'm now going to go here and I'm going to place this sink here. Then I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to click on this shower tray. So before I place this shower tray, I'm going to edit the size. I'm going to click on edit. I'm going to make the width 900 millimeter and I'm going to make the depth 2.1 meter and click on OK. Then I'm going to click here. Or I can even look for some better showers. I can just look for, go to blocks and look for shower. So we are going to get updated components. So we can see this smart corner shower here. We can even decide to use this, but I'm just going to click on this and load it into this project. So I'm just going to place this shower here. So I'm going to try and see whether I can move this shower here. Click on space. Remember I told you that I'm going to be using this wall to pass all the pipes. So I want the shower head to be facing here. So what I can do is to click on this edit type. Then I can increase the width and the depth. I'm going to change this depth to 2.4 meter and click on OK. Then I'm just going to click on this and move this to this point. Or I'm just going to reduce this, click on this and reduce this depth to, let's use 1.8. Okay. Then I'm going to move this here. So I'm guessing that this window here might cause an issue. So I'm going to click on this and I'm going to check the height. So the height is 2.2. So this is going to be a problem if the height is 2.2. This height can be 2.2. So I'm going to try and see whether I can reposition this shower here. So I'm going to click on space and I'm going to place this here because of this. Then I'm going to click on edit type and I'm now going to reduce this shower depth to 1.5 meter. Then I'm just going to move this here. So I think 1.5 meter, I can click on edit type and I can increase the width a bit to 1.2 or 1 meter. Then I'm going to drag and place this here. Then I'm going to click on this and I'm going to now click on pick new host. And the new host is going to be this wall just behind this window here. Then I'm going to drag this sink here to be opposite here. So this is the WC, bait and WC. So we have the shower, we have the water closet, we have the sink here. Okay, for this, I'm now going to also look for sink here because I'm looking for a more elaborate sink design. So I think I can just click on this one. So what I can do now is to click on escape. I'm going to click on components, model in place, casework. Okay, casework 8. Then I'm going to click on extrusion. I'm not going to change this from I'm just going to look for white, then create a material called white cabinet. So I'm going to select this white, right click, duplicate, just call the 00 white cabinet. Then I'm going to click on OK. So I'm going to draw a box from here up to this point here, up to 2.7. Then click on this and make sure this is 600. Then I'm going to click on finish model. Then I'm just going to click on this component here and I'm going to place this on this sink here. So I'm going to hit Ctrl Z first. I'm going to click on place on face. So I'm going to place this on this face here and place this on this face. Then I can click on escape and search for faucet and click enter. I don't know if I spelled it well, but okay, yeah, I think I spelled it well. So I'm just going to look for some modern faucets and I'm just going to maybe use this one here. Place on face as well. I'm going to place this here and place this here. So if you click on escape, you can see this nice component here. So we have this. So I don't think there will be need for this sink here again, since we already have a sink here. But let me just leave it for the fun of it. So now I'm also going to just place two washing machines. So I'm going to just look for a washing machine. Hopefully I'll see an industrial one. Okay, so I'm just going to maybe pick this Samsung or VC4 washing machine, and I'm just going to place it on plane. So it's going to place. So I'm just going to, you know, the thing about this laundry spaces is most of it is going to be a storage. So we can just place the washing area maybe somewhere here. And you know one funny thing, we forgot to put a window there. So I'm just going to place two washing machines. Then I'm going to look for a spinner or dryer. So I'm going to click on this one here. And I'm going to click on escape. Okay, so this is the dryer. Okay, I've already loaded it in. So I'm just waiting for it a bit. Let's be patient. So I'm going to click on space and I'm going to place this dryer here. I'm going to click on escape, select this washing machine and delete it. So I can just, since there are two washing machines, I can just click on copy and copy this dryer. Then what I can now do is to now look for shelf. So you see how blocks plugin is making my workflow much easier. So I'm just going to bring a shelf, maybe this kind of shelf, just to arrange laundry stuff. So I can just place this shelf on this wall. I can now click on copy, pick this point here and just basically copy this. I can even select the both of them and just move them to this wall here. Then I can click on copy and copy it by, let's say, 1000 or 1.2. So we have 2 rows of shelf storing a lot of stuff. So this is nice. So what we can do is, we forgot to put a window, or rather I forgot to put a window. Let me on up to it. So I'm just going to select this window here, or I'm going to be looking for a 3-panel window here. So I'm just looking for a big window I could use to kind of fill it there. So I'm just going to select this generic window, click on copy, select this point here and just copy it to this point. Okay. Then what I can do is to now extend it to 1.8, making it a 3-panel window. Then I'm going to go to 3D view. I'm going to rotate this to the rear. Then I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on cutting grid and I'm just going to select another cutting grid here. I'm going to click on escape, hover around this segment, click on add segment and change this to a segment. Then we have our 3-panel window. So if you go back to ground floor now, we're going to see that we have created a nice window for this space. Even though it's not cross-ventilated, it's a laundry, it doesn't need to. And besides, this type, someone that can build this kind of house won't have any problem with lighting or electricity. So another thing we forgot to do is to name this space. This is meant to be like a little alfresco. So alfresco is kind of like an outdoor sitting area, dining-ish. So I'm first going to click on room separator and I'm going to draw a room separator line. I can click on TL to turn off these thick lines. Draw a room separator line from here to this point here, up to this point. Then I'm going to click on room and this time I'm going to be setting it from GFL to first floor level. I'm going to adjust limit and I'm just going to place a room here. So you can see the amount of space just in this balcony. So I'm just going to call this alfresco. So one thing I'm going to do to kind of make this space useful is to go to components and place some dining tables there. So I'm just going to look for dining. So there's this round table I have. Let me just click on DIN. Then I'm going to just select this 900 mm round table. Click on space to kind of go to this corner and click on space to kind of twist it a bit. Then just place it with the fact that we are still going to leave some working space around. So I'm going to select this, click on copy and copy it by 1.8 in intervals of 1.8. So I think we have a nice outdoor dining space. So we have the alfresco here and I think this is a wonderful design. So for now I can close this blocks plugin panel because I need to be seeing this floor plan. So now I think our ground floor is set. If we go to this ground floor view, we are going to see how set it is and I love it. But before we finish, even though it is set, we are going to double click on this in view and do something final. So you know, in ground floor you need to show your cantilever. So your cantilevers are basically what is happening on the direct floor above you. So we're going to turn on this underlay and select first floor. So once we select first floor, we're going to see the balconies in the first floor. So we're now going to go to annotate and indicate them. So I'm going to go to annotate detail line, make sure it's overhead line. Then the first thing I'm going to do is to pick from here, a line from here up to this point here. So this is the balcony here. Pick another line from here up to here. So this is the balcony at this point here. Go here, pick a line from here, this balcony here on this first floor. Pick to this point, pick here. We have indicated this balcony here. Then the balcony on this, on top of this, there is a bedroom cantilever here. Pick this line here and pick this line and pick this line. Then after doing this, we're just going to go to this underlay and turn it off. Click on none. So we have our balconies indicated here and the cantilevers. So now our ground floor is set. It's looking very delicious. We're going to go to first floor and we're going to just, let me click on cancel. Let me just double click on it. Then we're going to just drag in this FFL, that is first floor view, and place this. So of course, we have not done anything on this first floor, but this first floor is going to be easier. Do you know why? Because there are not much complex space here. It's just lounge spaces and bedrooms. So it will be easy to furnish. Just a little bit of design in the toilet. So I'm going to double click on this, select these two images, delete it. They have served their purpose and they are no longer needed. Then I'm going to double click outside the view, select this view, click on this drop down and change it to no title. Then I'm going to try and centralize the view, then double click on it to activate it. Click on view template, apply, and use this presentation plan, then click OK. Then I can select this property lines, right click, hide in view by category as well. So after doing this, I'm going to double click outside this view and I'm going to drag this first floor view to the central point. Okay, then what I'm going to do now is, if I double click, there's a reason why these ceilings are showing. So for some reason, if you model ceiling in one model, like you model like what we did in the project, we modeled a lot of ceiling components using one model in place. It's going to be kind of having a visual issue showing across floors. So we're just going to select both of them, the ceiling and the LED light, and hide in view by elements. This is not a reflected ceiling plan, so we don't need to be saying the ceiling in a plan view. Okay, so that's it and done. I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to click on color field legend and I'm just going to place a legend attaching it to this room. So we have the room legend showing all the rooms. So another thing I'm going to do is to click on architecture. I'm going to click on rooms and I'm going to set it from first floor to second floor level. Then I'm going to change this offset to 0. Then I'm just going to be basically creating the balconies here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Click on escape. Then I'm going to double click and call this balcony. Then I'm going to hit Ctrl A, Ctrl C. Then I'm just going to go to each of these spaces, hit Ctrl V. So there are definitely a lot of balconies in this building. Okay, so now this is done. We're now going to take our time and design the arrangement of this space. So this is a very long bedroom. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some lounge arrangement with the entertainment console, then put the bedroom backwards. Okay, then for this I'm not going to do so much of that, but this is still a big bedroom regardless. I can only imagine staying in a 50-meter square bedroom. That is very big. So I'm going to go to components first and we're going to start with the bed. So I'm just going to click on this regular bed, click on edit type, duplicate, and call this 02 king size bed. So I don't know this exact size of king size bed, but I'm going to make an estimate and make this 7 feet by 7 feet. That is 2.1 meter by 2.1. I think that is, I've never seen that kind of bed, but I'm just going to call it king size bed. So we're going to place one here, rotate this. We're going to place another one here. And if you notice the way I'm placing these bedrooms, they have a pattern. And make sure I'm not making it clash with the window. So we have the bedrooms here. Then, so look at how small these ginormous beds are looking in this space. That should show you how big this space is. So I'm going to click on this and click on this rug. So we're now going to place the rug. The rug is going to come in front of the bed. So it's going to be like where we're going to arrange the chairs in front of the bed. This one is here. Then we're now going to click on this and click on LUG. So we're going to click on this chair here. We're now going to click on space and place this chair here. Go over this, click on space, place this couch here, sofa here, place this sofa here. Kind of creating each bedroom have their own entertainment space. So I'm going to click on this and I'm going to call this look for table. And I'm going to be looking for this coffee table. And I'm going to be placing this coffee table here, coffee table here, coffee table here. Okay, Ctrl Z. Let me try and centralize this coffee table here. Then I'm now going to click on this drop down and I'm going to be looking for this Viper chair. This is an old Revit component, but I just love it. The Viper chair. So I'm going to go over this corner, click on space and place one here. So each bedroom has a Viper chair and a big sofa. Then we're now going to finally click on this drop down and we're going to place the entertainment console. Place this entertainment center here and place this here. Place this here as well. Place this. So I feel that this furniture arrangement is still too far from the bed. So I'm just going to select this one. I'm going to click on filter and uncheck this grid. I mistakenly selected the grid line. Click on move, then move this forward a bit. Then I'm going to click out, then select this rug and this table, hold Control, click on copy and just bring it closer. Bring another copy closer to this bed. So this bed has its own support. Then I'm not going to go too much details into the interior design. If not, this file will just get too heavy. So we have a family lounge here. So I'm just going to select this console here, click on mirror and just mirror this to this side here. So we have this console lounge. Then I'm also going to even select this rug here select this couch here and Viper, click on mirror and mirror it over to this launch. So what I can do now is to just select this and kind of try and maximize this launch space a bit. So I'm just going to shift this here. How am I going to maximize it? Basically, I'm just going to leave it like this for now. Then maybe I can just select this and copy this launch chair into 2. Okay, so maybe there's more width here. There are many things these spaces can be, and that is another ball game entirely. So for this game room, I'm just going to open blocks plugin, click on adding, click on blocks. Then I'm just going to adjust this a bit. Then I'm just going to look for game. Just click on games. Let me just search game room and see what it has to offer. So we can just bring this arcade machine, even though it's an outdated stuff, but we can just place maybe one arcade machine here. Then we can just place some lounge chairs. Let me just look for some lounge couches, lounge sofa. Then we have some nice lounge sofa. So let me just extend this more so we'll be able to see this component well. So we have many options here. So I'm just going to click on this one here and I'm going to bring it in. Click on space and place this here. Can click on this armchair since this is a game room. Click on escape, Ctrl Z. Then the other one will load once I click on escape and place 2 of these chairs here. Then I can still click on this sofa here. Click on escape so it will load. Then just add this sofa to this family lounge. Place another one here. I think this Viper chair can go. So we have 2 comfy couches here. And I'm just going to call this look for television. So I'm just going to find a big console here. So I'm going to click on this TV panel and I'm just going to place it in this game room. Then I can look for things like snooker table. Click on enter. Let me just search more specific snooker table. Okay, I think I'll just allow it pass. I can delete this one here, and so just maybe click on this and close this. I think if we start exploring blocks, we're not going to finish from it. Then we can also just add maybe a center table, go to architectural components and look for table and place this single table here. So basically, I think we have the components of these spaces. So now we're not going to go into the convenience. Okay, so we're going to go to this bedroom. We're going to first, another thing is we're going to go to this plan and we're going to edit view range and make the view range 1.8 because we have some very high level windows and the building is actually tall. So we're now going to go and click on components and we're going to start from WC as usual when designing our convenience. So once we click on WC, remember the pattern, we're going to place the WC just behind the window here. And we're going to do it for these 3 spaces. Then for these bedrooms, these big bedrooms, I think we'll need to go a bit further. And we're going to create not only a shower, but we're also going to place a kind of hot tub, a corner hot tub. So I'm just going to go to add-ons and I'm going to open blocks plugin again. So definitely by now you should know you need to get this Revit plugin, as I can't really just talk about how good. I've covered a video on it fully. It's actually a very nice stuff. Make sure you check it out. Then we're just going to search for jacuzzi. Did I spell it well? Okay, so we're just going to look this square hot tub or Aura Plus bathtub, jacuzzi. So let's look at this one, how big it is, whether it is going to be too big for this our convenience. Okay, this is definitely very big. So let's click on this one. So this one is pretty big. So I think this one can go in some spaces here. So I might need to place this here. Then click on this WC, click on pick new host and place this WC here. Then I'm going to click on this. Something is off about it. So I'm going to click on edit work plane, click on pick plane, or select this, click on edit work plane, edit the work plane, then set it as FFL. So it's kind of sinking into the ground. So that's why I'm just wondering what's going on. Okay, so for now, I'm just going to click on this and delete this. Then I'm just going to look for bathtub and click on enter. So I'm just going to look for a more compact. So I'm going to be using this bathtub here. I think this one can create a nice compact hot tub. Then I think this is nice. So we're going to place this bathtub. We're going to be placing this here just beside this window. I'm going to click on this one and I'm just going to move this here. Then I'm just going to click on this and click on move and kind of try and place this at this corner here. So I'm just going to try and adjust it to just fit in here. Okay, I think it will just fit in here. Then I can click on copy or mirror and I can just select the middle of this line here, or just click on this and click on copy and just copy it from this point here to this point. Okay, so I'm kind of questioning this arrangement. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to click on this and I'm going to just go back to my default arrangement in a sense. So I'm going to click on this and I'm going to click on pick new host and place this back here. I'm also going to click on this, click on space and just rotate it and put it to this point here. Then I'm going to click on this and place this back here. Then click on this one, click on copy, pick here and just copy it to this side of this. So we have the bathtub here and we now have the convenience. Then I'm just going to click on architecture components and I'm going to click on this shower. So we're now going to be placing this corner shower here. I don't know which one did we select. So I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to go back to the ground floor. Then I'm going to just select the specific one we used. I think rose gold. Then go back to first floor. So what we're going to do now is we're now going to click on component, click on this and select rose gold. That is the one we edited. Then I'm going to place this shower here for this space. Then go over to this one and place this shower here. Okay, so after doing this now, we're now going to place the sink. So I'm going to go to components, click on this and look for sink. Then I'm just going to scroll down and place this sink head here. Place this here opposite the WC. And this one, in this case, perpendicular to the WC. Then I'm going to go over to this space and I'm just going to try and fit in these components too. So I'm going to go to components. I'm going to click on drop down, select search for bathtub first and place this single bathtub somewhere here. Then we're going to click on components again, click on this drop down and look for shower. And place this shower rose gold somewhere here. I don't think there should be conflict here. But in this case, I think this space will be much better if this moves here. And this, click on this WC, click on pick new host. And just this moves here. Then I can click on this, click on space and place this towards the window. Then I'm just going to click on components again. Then it's asking us to save, which I'm going to save. So far 30 minutes has passed. This project is really taking long. Then I'm going to click on this and I'm just going to look for sink. Then I'm just going to scroll down and click on this sink head. Then place this here. So we have this toilet designed well. All these three toilets, we have designed them very well. So I'm going to click on elements like this line that is redundant and delete it. Click on this icon here to kind of do. So we're now going to add some line works. The reason why I'm adding this line work is just to indicate some elements. So I'm going to go to annotate. Let me close this well so we'll have a better view of our screen. I'm going to go to detail line. Then I'm just going to draw a line. Change this from overhead to 10 lines. Then I'm going to draw a line from here to here. Then go here to draw a line from here go to here, draw another line. Then after doing this, we're going to go over here, click on this underlay and select second floor, because there are still some cantilevers on the second floor that we still need to take account of. So I'm going to go to detail line, change this from thin lines to overhead lines. Then I'm going to draw a line from here to this point here, indicating this balcony here. I'm also going to draw another line from here up to here, indicating this balcony on this higher floor. Then even this one, I'm going to draw a line from here to this point and here, indicating this balcony. And finally, from here to here, thus indicating the overlap of this balcony. Now I'm going to click on this and I'm going to change this to none. So we have the balcony still indicated and we have our floor plan ready. So if you go to this first floor plan, we are going to see that it's very set and is graphically very representable. So another thing we're going to do now is this component. Remember, I told you it's going to be a minor. So I'm going to select this, right click, override graphics in view by category and half tone all of them. We're going to do the same for this plumbing fixtures. Override graphics in view by category, half tone. Okay, so what else? We're now going to go back to ground floor and we're just going to do the same thing. Double click, select this component, right click, override graphics in view, category, half tone, and click OK. This as well. Another thing I just felt would be nice to do is to put a door from this lobby direct into this space. So I'm going to click on architecture. I'm going to click on door. I'm going to click on this drop down. Then I'm just going to be selecting sliding door. That is this D4 2. And place this here. So instead of, okay, yeah. So since the stair is going up from here, you can click on this and have a sliding door directly from here into this private lounge. So it will just kind of make circulation and movement easier. Okay, so I think it's nice. Very nice stuff. I love this work. So I'm also going to right click, override graphics in view by category and half tone these ones here. Okay, so now we're now going to go to this second floor. Apparently this work has a lot of floors, so we just need to work on all of them. Then I'm going to select the second floor and drag it in. Okay, so after doing this now, we're just going to select, double click on this view to edit it, select this image, delete, then click on view, graphic. We are going to just click on view template, sorry, click on apply, presentation plan, click on OK. Select this property line, hide in view by category, click on this line here, delete it. Select this ceiling component in place, right click, hide in view by element. Click on annotate detail line, change this from overhead to thin lines and just indicate that this is a duct. Okay, then I'm going to go over to this view range. I'm going to click on edit and make the view range height 1.8. Then I'm going to click on architecture. I'm going to click on room and I'm going to make this a room space. Set the constraint from ceiling level to, from second floor to ceiling level. Limit offset 0. Place a space here, another one here, and another one here. Then I'm just going to call this balcony. And I'm going to call this balcony. Okay, then I'm going to call this terrace. So what we are quickly going to do before we start placing any component in this floor plan is we are going to place a kitchenette here. Okay, and instead of going into a lot of detailed modeling, we can just simply go to blocks plugin, add-ons, click on blocks. Then we are going to just look for kitchenette. Or let me just click on no results. Let me just click on kitchen. So apparently there is no preset kitchenette, but we can open our browser and we can just click on beam objects and see whether they have anything for us there. So let's quickly search kitchenette. Okay, I think I'll just leave it for now. So I'm just going to close this. So what we're going to do for this, okay, let's just double click outside the view, select this view, click on this and change this to no title. Try and centralize it. Double click on it, then click on this and double click on this view to activate it. Then click on annotate and click on color fill legend and just place this. Okay, then what we're going to do now, since we have this bedroom 5 and bedroom 6 have identical bedrooms on the ground floor, what we're simply going to do is we're going to go to, oh sorry, on the first floor, go to this first floor. We're going to select these components in these bedrooms, including even the kitchen component, sorry, the toilet components here. We're going to select all of them. And we're also going to select this specific component here, this family lounge one, this table, this chair, and this console. Then we're simply going to click on copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected level, second floor level, click OK. Then if you go to the second floor level, we're going to see some of them. So for this one now, we're just going to rearrange it a bit. We're going to carry this TV console and place this here. We're going to click on this and click on space to rotate it. We're going to drag this table here, drag these couches here, click on tab. We're going to select this rug here, click on copy, or select this rug here, click on move, and just move it to this space here. Click on space, move it, then click on space to rotate it. Click on this couch here, click on rotate and place this. Then we're now going to be arranging this master bedroom. So I'm just going to, for this master bedroom, I want something a bit different. So I'm going to try and use the plugin to see if I can get something a bit special for this. So since it's the master bedroom, so I'm going to be looking for bed. So I'm just seeing small little beds here. So I'm going to be searching for king size. Nothing too enticing here. Let's just keep scrolling and see. Okay, actually, I'm not seeing much here. But let's see. This one looks kind of good. We're still going to download these pillows too. Then I'm just going to download this. Then this is a small bed. We're going to click on this size. And I'm going to see whether, okay, see the size here. I'm going to increase the width to 2.1. Length 2.1. Then click on space like this, rotate and place this. So we're now going to select this bed and adjust it here. Then we're going to click on this bed pillow here. So we're just going to click on rotate and place this here. Okay, so now we have this. What we can now do now is to place some side bed tables. I think we can place this one, bedside table. Can click on space and place one here and place the other one here. Then after doing this, we can click on architecture components. We can now click on rug. Then we're going to place one rug here. Then we're going to click on components. We're now going to click on table. Then place this single table here. Then we're going to click on this table again and place another. For this one, I think I can go with maybe a round table. Let me just look for coffee table. So I can click on this one here. Click on cancel first, then load in this table here. Click on space and place this here, around here. Then look for this TV console. Then I can click on this. I can just maybe select one of these TV panels. I think this one looks nice. So I'm just going to click on place on plane. Click on cancel first, then load this in. Click on space and rotate this till somewhere here. So what I'm going to do now is, for this thing to work in this space, I'm going to have to model a cabinet here. So I'm going to go to component, model in place, casework, click enter. click on enter. Then I'm going to click on extrusion, and I'm just going to call this white cabinet. So I'm going to draw it from here up to 300. So this can be a furniture work. Draw this line here, then draw a straight line here. Then I'm just going to click on finish. Then we can now arrange this here and place this TV console here. Then I'm going to select this and arrange this here. Then I can just click on this couch, click on components, copy it, and just basically arrange kind of a small lounge here too as well for this master bedroom within. So it's very funny that you have a lounge here, but I guess that's what luxury means. So I'm going to go to architecture components, and then we're going to look for LUG. That is this three couch logo. Let me just search for it. Then I'm going to rotate it and place this here. So now another design work we're going to be doing is this master lounge. So this master lounge is going to the bedroom and WC. So for this, we're going to click on components, and we're going to be looking for that jacuzzi. I don't think we downloaded it, so I'm going to search for it again. Jacuzzi. So we're going to try and place this square hot tub and see whether it will place. Only this has occupied the whole space here. So let me just try and still design within this space. So I'm going to click on this and place this here. So I think this is a 3 meter by 3 meter hot tub for I think 4 people at once. So after placing this here, the next thing we need to do is to place the WC. So this has already made this space tight, but I'm just going to click on components and I'm going to search for WC. Then click on it. So I'm just going to go over here and I'm going to place this WC. I would have wanted to place this here. Okay, so what if I click on escape and I drag this hot tub to this point here? Yeah. The hot tub is meant to be something after. So let me drag this hot tub to this point here. Okay. Then after doing this hot tub here, I'm now going to go to architecture, click on this and look for the shower. Then let me just look for. There's this shower we are using in this other space. I'm just going to go from here and copy this shower, click on copy and just copy it to this master bedroom here. Then select this, click on space to rotate it, then place this here. Okay, so I was considering placing, okay, I think actually this shower should be placed this way here. I think what I can do is just click on mirror and uncheck this copy and mirror the shower on its axis here. Then place this at this corner here. So after doing this now, I'm now going to be tackling the best place to put this WC. So I think actually this big hot tub can go here. Then I can click on go to architecture, click on components, WC, and place this WC here. I think this works. Then maybe click on mirror because I'll need to create a sink and a mirror. So I'm going to click on sink. So I'll just go with sink. So I'll just look for sink. If I'm going too much into this. So I'm just going to click on this mosaic sink and I'm just going to place one here first. So after doing this, I'm now going to click on component model in place, casework, click on OK, extrusion. Then I'm just going to draw a panel from here up to 1.2, up to 600. Click on finish, Then click on this and click on click new surface and place this here. Let me do it again. So I'm going to just click on this and click on the height as 900 or hit Ctrl Z. Edit work plane, pick work plane. Okay, so I'm just going to drag this here, push this to this side a bit, then click on copy and just copy this here. Then I can click on components and I can search for faucets. Then I can just click on this faucet here and place a faucet here. Ctrl Z. I'm going to click on place on face and place this faucet here and another one here. Okay, so I think we have designed this. This is very luxurious. So we have the WC, we have the sinks, we have the bathtub, the jacuzzi, we have the shower. So now we are going to just place some lounge chairs and stuff for this space. So I'm just basically going to be clicking on outdoor seating, because in as much as this is a balcony, it's still kind of outdoor, exposed to the natural element. Okay, so this is a lot of designing, like a lot. So another thing, we are going to now check the cantilevers over, or let's just have done this component. Right click, close this, right click, override graphics in view by category, click on halftone, click on OK. Select these plumbing fixtures, override graphics in view by category, click on halftone, click on OK. And so we're now going to select this one too, right click, override graphics in view, category, halftone. So let's just go back to the 3D view and just glance how this project is looking after we have placed all these components. So the building, this project is going to be pretty heavy. So we're just going to go back to second floor level, and that is just the thing about refining your design, placing your furniture so people can understand how to use this space. So another thing that I'm sure you didn't notice, or I'm guessing you didn't notice, is that the section line is not showing, but I'm going to show you how to solve that. If you even click on show reveal hidden elements, you're still not going to see it, and there's a reason why, but I'm still going to show you. We're going to get back to that. So, but before that, we're just going to go to this underlay and change it up to roof level. So we are just going to be seeing the cantilevers above it. So I'm just going to go to annotate detail line, change this from thin lines to overhead lines. So I'm just going to draw a line. So this is good because structurally it kind of informs any viewer of this drawing that this is what is happening on top. Then I think that is all. Click on escape and then change this, click on this and change it back to none. So after doing this, I think we have done a phenomenal work. Then I'm just going to click on save. So now we're now going to figure out where our section disappeared to. So what I'm going to show you. So if you go to this NGL, we're still going to see this section. Or if it's not showing, we can click on reveal hidden element, right click on this and unhide or unhide by category. So it's going to unhide it. So if you still go to ground floor, if you like, click on this reveal hidden element. You're not going to see the section line, and there's a reason. So if you go back to this NGL and click on this section line, it's going to show something in this properties panel. Hide scale at scale 1:100. So if we set this to hide scale at, let's say, scale 1:1000, then if you go back to this NGL or ground floor, we're going to now see the section line. So we can break it graphically and indicate this is the section. Go to first floor, the same thing is set already, and we are good to go. Second floor, the same thing. So now if you go to this second floor, we are going to see it is on sheet, pasted perfectly. You can just adjust it and centralize it. Then we're now going to handle the roof now. So the roof is not difficult. Let me just save this project. So now we're going to go to that site plan variant we renamed roof plan. So we're going to work on this, and I'm going to show you how to transform this to your roof plan. So we're going to, okay, sorry, I've already renamed it. The first thing we're going to do now is we're now going to select everything here, then hide in view by element. We're also going to select this as well, but we're not going to select the grid lines or the building itself. Right click, hide in view by element. We're going to try and select this part, even going to select this floor, this entrance steps here. Right click, hide in view by element. Please make sure you don't delete it. Select here, hide in view by element. Hold Control and select these ones that are close to the building. hide in view by element. So we're also going to select these ones too. So what I'm just going to do, I'm going to select everything here. Click on filter, click on check none, select line and click on OK, these 10 lines, and click on delete. Then select this last site component, right click, hide in view by element. Then we're going to go to these furnitures as well, right click, hide in view by category. This plumbing fixtures, right click, hide in view by category. Okay, so now all these are hidden. We're going to click on this text, delete it. Click on this wall here, right click, hide in view. Right click, hide in view by element. Then we're now going to go to this view range, click on edit, then change this from 1002 to 60,000 and click enter. Then we're going to select this component here, right click, hide in view by category. So another thing we mistakenly hid is we hid the component model in place. So I'm going to click on this reveal hidden element. I'm going to select this component here, or this model in place we did. Right click on hide in view by category, since we mistakenly hid it, and it's going to be visible. So we're also going to click on this floor, right click, hide in view by element, because it's this main building roof we are going to be looking at. So after doing this now, I want to make sure that this building is only seeing what is on the roof level, not just seeing all these extra cantilevers here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm now going to click on this and I'm going to change it to hidden line. Then I'm now going to edit this graphically. So I'm going to just select this text. We don't need to see this. And basically select. Okay, this is going to be difficult because a lot of these things were modeled together. So let's see what we're going to do. So what we're going to do is we're just going to kind of use lines to indicate the gradient of which one is closer. So the first thing, I'm going to click on visibility graphics. I'm going to scroll down. Then I'm just going to look for roof. So I'm going to go to R. It's arranged alphabetically. I'm now going to go to projection line under roof. I'm going to click on roof lines, projection surface lines, click on override, click on the weight of the lines to 5, click on OK, apply and click OK. Then I'm going to click on TL. I'm now going to also click on this visibility graphics. I'm going to scroll down, look for walls, click on lines, override the wall line thickness to 3. Click OK, apply, OK. Then I'm going to click on this and I'm going to change this scale to custom scale 1:125, just like the floor plans. Then I'm going to select these grid lines, right click, override graphics in view by category. I'm going to half tone it. So after doing this now, I'm going to select this roof material, click on edit again, then click on this roofing sheet. Then I'm going to assign a pattern to it. I'm going to click on foreground pattern, click on model, scroll down, and I'm going to be looking for this shake 150, click on OK, apply, and OK. Then I can click on it and edit this shake 150, click on duplicate, then make the scale 2, and click on OK, OK, apply, OK, OK, apply, OK. Then we have this. So another thing we can do is to click on, let's just delete this, click on annotate. Then we're now going to click on slope. We're now going to click on slope. Then for this slope, we're not going to edit the slope. We're going to change this, make this arrow field 30 degrees. Okay, I think this is fine. Make the line width, let me make it 5. Color of the arrowhead, I think we can leave it as black. Slope direction down, width factor. So I'm kind of looking at the format of this. So the unit format, I'm going to click on this and I'm going to change it from rise per 1000 millimeters to degrees. Click on apply and click on OK. Then we're going to now say you're now going to see the 4 degrees that this roof is. So we can click on this, click on edit, and just further tweak some things. We can change the text size from 2 mm to, let's say, 5. Change the text font to Bebas Newer. My favorite. Reduce this thickness. I think this 5 is too much. Reduce it to 3. Apply. OK. Then we have the roof direction showing as well. So what we can now do now is to now click on annotate. We are now going to use spot elevation. Then we're just going to just indicate the elevations of this roof part. Then if we're doing working drawing, we can now specify some parts of it. But this is not working drawing. We're basically just preparing. presentation, a little bit of presentation. So now we have done this. What we can now do is now to click on GD, that is graphics display. Click on this smooth line, cast shadows, lighting, increase lighting, increase ambient light to 20, change this to 5, insertion, then click on sunlight from top to left. Okay, so we have our roof plan here. So we're just going to click on this roof plan. The reason why I didn't drag this roof plan to the sheet first is basically I already know what the size that can enter. I'm just going to drag this roof plan here and place this. I'm going to click on this and change it to no title and just drag this here. Then I can make some further tweaks here and remove some things that are not necessary in this roof plan, like these steps. Select both of them, hide in view element, select this railing, right click, hide in view by category. Another thing for this roof, we are going to indicate the lines. You know, we have parapet walls around it, but we're going to indicate this wall that it covers. So I'm going to go to detail line, use this overhead, draw a line from here down to this point here. Then go to this point, draw another line from here down to this point. So we have our roof and double click outside this. So we have our roof plan here. So we're now going to go to section. So for this section, I'm not going to go too much into details. We're just going to edit it graphically a bit and just basically to annotate the spaces and show it. Okay, if you want to see full section videos, go to my working drawing. I showed everything how to do it, but this video is already getting too long. I don't think we have that kind of time to cover this or start doing fancy stuff with this section. So I'm going to click on this and crop this as well. Then I'm just going to select this and select this grid line, select these levels, right click, override graphics in view by category and halftone. So I'm just going to show you how to quickly set this up for a presentation. I'm going to crop this and make sure that it's not kind of extended. And I'm going to click on this and make sure the section matches the scale of the floor plans. So it's going to make sense. Then I'm going to go to VV, Visibility Graphics. The first thing I'm going to change is the floors. So I'm going to change the footprint of the floor. Click on this pattern. Click on this, change this to solid fill, click on override, make it black but not too dark, click on OK. Then we're going to scroll down to and select walls, go to the cuts part, click on pattern override, click on this black, click on this, select almost pitch black but not too dark, click on apply and OK. So after doing this, we're going to hover around here and we're going to click on hide crop region. Then what we're now going to do is we're now going to quickly hit GD, graphics display, smooth line, shadows, cast shadows, show ambient light, lighting, increase it to 90 ambient shadows, then keep the shadows at 10. Click on apply and OK. Then what we can now do, I think the shadows are too dark. Click on GD, click on lighting, increase the sunlight and change the shadows to 5. Increase the ambient light to 40 as well. Click on apply and click on OK. So what we can now do now is we can now click on this component here, right click, override graphics in view by category, and we're just going to halftone them. So it's not going to be an imposing element. Did I do it right? Override graphics in view. Okay, this by element, sorry. I'm going to right click, override graphics in view by category, and I'm going to make sure they are half-toned and click on OK. So what we're now going to do is to click on this jacuzzi, right click, override graphics in view by category, halftone, click on OK. So now this is just basically a section for presentation. You can show, okay, this is this is that, this is this one, this is the concrete staircase, this is the space. So we're just going to go to architecture and we're going to tag the rooms. So we're going to click on tag. This is the good thing about tagging rooms. You can also tag it in the section. The lobby, stairway on each floor, then lobby here. So this basically cut through the lobby. This is the closet, the bits, and WC, the family lounge. So I think you can see the section, and this is a very informative section. We can click on this and drag this down here so it will make sense. So if you go to this section view, we can just simply go and drag this section 1 and place this here. Then we can click on this drop down and change it to no title. Then our section is ready. So now we now have the 3D view. This is my favorite part, at least is the final part of this project. So we're now going to go to NGL and we're going to try and pick a very nice camera shot. So in this NGL, I'm going to click on this do not crop view. So it's basically going to show, or supposed to show, everything. I'm going to click on this and select this topo solid, right click on hide in view by category. So it's going to reveal, so right click on hide in view. Okay, I actually hid them by element. So I'm just going to select everything here, right click on hide in view by element and click on this to off it. So basically, we can see the full scope of this place project here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to click on view. I'm going to click on this drop down, click on camera. Then I'm going to set the camera height, very important, at 1.2. Then from NGL. So then I'm now going to pick from this point. Because of the scale of this project, I would like to pick a far angle perspective. So I'm going to like pick from here and get here. So now this is the 3D shot. So what we can now do now is to try and crop this manually ourselves if we didn't grab what we were intending to grab. Then I'm just going to select this wall here that we group this fence, hide in view by element, so it's not going to block this. So we can now click on this and kind of crop this to an extent that we can grab this background, but we cannot grab that chasm that is caused by the fact that we don't have anything on there. So after doing this now and cropping this appropriately, what we're now going to do now is we're now going to click on this crop size, click on this scale lock proportion, and change this width to 370. So after we do that, it's now bigger. We're now going to start hiding what we don't want to see in this 3D view. So I'm going to select this scope box, right click, hide in view by category. So to be honest with you, I was expecting this building to be even more beautiful than this, but I guess this is where it stops. So I'm just going to manage it like this. So now before we start doing the graphic settings, I'm just going to go over here and I'm going to go over here and I'm going to go over here and I'm going to click on this hide crop region. So now this is the first perspective and I like this perspective, it's looking balanced. We're not going to pick the second one because we have two sheets for perspective. So I'm just going to go to NGL again, but this time I'm going to go to ground floor, but this time let me go to NGL. I'm going to click on 3D view camera, change this to 1.2 as usual. I'll just make this 3 meter because I want to do something interesting here. Or let me just make it 1.5 so I'll be able to see the camera. Then I'm going to go from here and I'm going to pick a far perspective shot capturing this portion of the building. So after doing this, I'm just going to try and rotate this from this view. Then okay, this is a problem. Then I'm going to drag this region up. Okay, this is actually an issue. So let's do it like this. I'm going to go back to NGL and I'm going to delete this camera shot. I think it doesn't make sense. So what I'm going to do now is I'm now going to go to this parapet level here and I'm going to click on 3D view camera, leave it at 1.7 and pick a camera shot from here, getting a wide angle. So after I've gotten this camera shot, I'm now going to just rotate it and try and rotate this building here. Then I'm now going to click on this show crop region. Click on this show crop region, then drag this here, still twist this here. So I'm going to go back to this parapet level and I'm going to just adjust this. So I don't think this is giving me the satisfaction I need. I'm going to click on this and delete it. So I'm going to click on camera again, but this time what I'm first going to do is to click on cancel, click on edit view range and change this view range offset to 3 meter and click on and change this offset here to 3.3 meter and click on apply. Okay, then click on this 3D view, click on camera, change this camera offset to 3 meter as well. Then we're now going to pick from a far range here, or click on escape, camera again, 3 meter. Then we're going to pick from here somewhere closer to the front and pick here. So it's showing something like this, which this is a good start. I can now see how I can tweak this and rotate this. Then bam, I've gotten my aerial view. This angle is perfect. So I'm just going to adjust this to crop this more to the building and see the context a bit. So you can just see how I tweak the camera settings well to kind of get this kind of view I want. Then I'm now going to click on this hide crop region and I'm now going to leave this. So this is our tool. So you can see how beautiful this is from this aerial view. So now we are now going to go to this 3D view 1 and we are going to start tweaking. Or let's go back to 3D view 2. Click on this show crop region, click on this crop region, click on crop size, click on scale and make sure this is 370. Click OK and then hide this crop region. Then go to this 3D view 1. We're now going to click on GD. Then we're going to change this from hidden line to shaded. Then we're going to click on show edges, uncheck it, click on show line with anti-aliasing, click on shadows. Then we can now click on cast shadows, show ambient shadows. We can click on lighting. Then we can go to lighting and increase it to 70. Let's say 70 or 50. Click ambient light. Change this ambient light to 10. Change the shadows to 15. Then click on insertion lighting. Instead of this lighting, click on still. We can select our location. I'm selecting this Calgary AB. I'm going to start from spring and I'm going to set it at 9:30 a.m. Then I'm going to click on apply and OK. I'm going to click on background, click on this and change this to gradient. Click on the sky color, push it towards blue and make it light blue. Click on this ground color, drag it towards this brown, make it darker a bit and make it desaturate it. Then click on OK. Then simply click on apply. It's going to take some time. This is a lot of graphics and click OK. So this setting isn't bad. My only problem with it is coming from in a side of the building, which I don't really want it. I want it to come from the front. Then this side can be a bit dark. So we're going to click on GD again. Then I'm going to click on lighting, spring, and I'm going to try and change this from 9 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. and click on apply. Let's change it to 1:30 p.m. So apparently the sun's movement is kind of not that way. This is 5 p.m. So let's change it to false and try 3 p.m. in false. Brighter, but not there. Let's go to 11:45 a.m. This is brighter, but it's just kind of highlighting where I don't want it to. I want it to highlight from the front of this building. So we're going to go to summer and click on apply. This is 9 a.m. summer. Let's change this to 7 a.m. in summer. Yeah, I think I like this. I actually like this. Okay, 7 a.m. I think 7 a.m. summer is fine. Then we can now just click on OK and maybe increase things like sun intensity a bit. Apply. Okay, I think this is too much. Let's just make this 50 and click on OK. So we have our setting for this 3D view here. And I think this is looking good. So we are now going to click on view. We're going to click on view template. We're going to click on create a view template and we're going to call this 3D. Let me just call this 003D and click on OK. So after doing this now, I'm going to click on OK. I kind of feel this sun setting is still dull. It's still too early. It's not vibrant. I'm going to click on GD. I'm going to click on lighting. Then I'm going to just reduce this sunlight first. Click on this summer and change it to 10 a.m. or something. Let's increase it to 3 p.m. Okay, 3 p.m. is already dark. Let's say 1 p.m. Okay, so I think this 10 a.m. is much sharper and the sun is tougher here. So my only problem is just it's not coming to this side of the building. I want it to come to this side. So maybe it's just the orientation of this project overall that's causing it. So I think it's fair. So now we're now going to go to this 3D view too. And we're just going to click on view template, apply, and we're going to select this 003D. Then you can see, I think this is nice. So I'm just going to click on GD again, and I'm going to try and tweak this lighting, reduce this sun to 40, click on this summer and let's make it 1 p.m. Oh, let's make it 11. Okay, I think 11 is still nice as well. Let's click on OK and click on OK. So this is our aerial view. I think this building is looking nice and I think we did a good job if we are still there till now. So the landscape is looking nice, everything sharp. Then we have this 3D view too. Okay, now I don't like this 3D view again because I left. So I'm going to click on GD. I'm going to click on lighting and change this to 50. Click on this and change this to 11 a.m. Click on apply. I'm still trying to see whether I can get the sun here, even though I think it might not be possible. So I'm going to click on this and I'm just going to click on this lighting and maybe click on apply first. Okay, so this lighting is just automatic lighting. I'm manipulating the azimuth angle. So I'm just going to change this to 140. Change this to 45. Click on apply. 130. 35. 160. 65. Change this to 35. So this stuff is not important. It's just me playing with the sun. And okay, I think 45 degrees makes more sense. So let's make it 60 degrees. Okay, I think this is better. So at 45 degrees and 60 degrees here, I think this is okay. Can click on OK. And this is a nice setting. I'm just going to click on Save Project. So at least the sun is coming from here, shining on this, the front of this, our elevation and this part of the building. It's looking nice. I like this more. So if you go to 3D View 2, we have this. If you go to 3D View 1, we have this, which is nice. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to place this on sheet. So my system is already steaming from all this processing. So I'm going to go to 3D View 1 and I'm going to drag this 3D View 1 and place it here. So I'm going to click on this view, click on drop down and change it to no title. So one little tweak I'm going to do just to make this a bit brighter, I'm going to double click on this, click on GD, click on lighting and just increase this ambient light to 20. I think should be good. Click on OK. So it's just going to be brighter overall. Then double click outside. So since it's brighter, to kind of make it sharper, as I'm making it brighter, I'm going to click on GD again to darken the shadow. So all these extra tweaks is just my compulsions, so don't mind me. But I just like, if we really suffer to do something, let's try and get it right. So double click outside. So we have this 3D view 1 and we're going to go to 3D view 2 and we're just going to drag in the second image. Then I'm just going to drag this. Since it's already full here, what I can do is to double click on it. Then I'm just going to click on show crop region, then just crop some of this top part out, even though I love this flow on top, but we'll sacrifice some of it. Then click on hide crop region, then double click outside this region here, click on this and simply click on this drop down and change this to no title. So we have our Revit project ready for presentation and it's nice. So after this, we are still going to carry this to D5 render and I'm going to show you how to do some nice stuff, maybe, but let's go. So I'm going to hit Ctrl P now to print this. So the first thing I'm going to do is to click on select sheet, click on select, click on this multiple drop down, uncheck everything apart from sheets and just check all sheets. Then I'm just going to click on check all. Then I'm going to click on edit print order and I'm not going to click on this sheet number. So it's going to organize it in the number of sheets per, because we named the sheet per number. So it's going to arrange the numbers for us and click. Do you want to save these settings? No. After we click select, then I'm going to make sure I select this combined. Then click on setup. Please follow me. We're not going to set the paper size to A3 since it's what we selected. The landscape, correct. Then we're now going to change this from fit to page to zoom and leave it at 100%. Then we're going to click OK. So your settings are done. So once we click OK, it's now going to show to use raster because of these 3D views. Click on close. Then it's going to open your file explorer. Then I'm just going to name this luxury mansion tutorials. So we're going to save it. So while it's printing, I want to conclude this aspect of this video, this Revit video. Yeah, if you have made it to this point, believe me, you're a legend. Because even me that is making the video, I don't know how many people can keep up with this kind of big project or these long videos of instructions and processes to create something like this. But if you have made it to the end, you're even supposed to have a degree. Our Tinker print is ready and we're just going to click on it, click on home because home will show us the most latest project file and click on open, right click on open file location. Then I'm just going to double click on this and we're going to open our printout. So we have the site plan. You can see it's all what we did, looking nice. We have the basement floor plan, sharp and good to go. We have the main ground floor plan. And I think this ground floor plan is looking just amazing. See all the components, the shadow effect, light shadows, just showing enough information. The background, the entrance, nice stuff. We have the first floor plan showing the bedrooms, big luxury bedrooms, 3 bedrooms. So I think this project has a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bedroom mansion. Even though 7 bedroom doesn't sound much for a mansion, but actually it's much. How many children are you giving birth? So we even forgot to put railing here and show the direction of this step, but it's something we can always do. I think you know how to do it by now. Then scroll down, we have the roof plan. I wish I would have just highlighted the colors of this, but it's still fine. Then we have the section. This is just a brief section. If you want to see how to create a more detailed section, check out the video. I have the video is in my channel. You can just check it out. It's very informative. Then we have the 3D view. I think I actually spent some time on this 3D view because I wouldn't have been satisfied if this 3D view wasn't nice. The building is nice, but to be honest, after all we did, I expected it to be even nicer than this. But it's fine, it's fine. I'm contented. Then we have this aerial view. I love the landscape. We really put in a lot of work. The garage, this walkway and everything. So I think this is wonderful. Okay, so please reward me by hitting the like button, subscribe to this channel, share this video. I want this video to be one of those legendary videos that even in 10 years from now to still be doing some stuff. So have a wonderful day. I will meet again in the next video. God bless you.